There is no reincarnation or transmigration here. Today's story is about a monster boss who acts like a slacker but still terrifies humanity. Ancient Core is one of the 7 great dungeons that humans cannot conquer. It is known as the most ghostly of all dungeons. However, that still cannot stop ambitious humans from coming to conquer it. A group of 74 people, including swordsmen, guardians, and mages, pioneered the conquest of this dungeon under the leadership of the great hero, Burn. Just looking at the aura radiating from him, one could tell how domineering and powerful he was. However, because the harshness of this dungeon was so great, their group of 74 was now reduced to only 43 people. Every day, many people were injured or exhausted to the point of fainting and being unable to continue. In this situation, Burn always blamed himself. He was the strongest and most trusted person here, yet he could not protect those 31 people. Even though he tried his best, Burn still could not save his teammates. The remaining survivors simply managed to survive by relying on their own strength. Finally, after so many thorns, sacrifices, and losses, the conquest group reached the very end of the dungeon, the point of the Ancient Core's conclusion. Burn also collected a lot of treasure here. If lucky, this place might also contain the greatest achievements of humanity. They are called the 36 masterpieces of virtue. Not to mention, this place is also where the master of the dungeon resides and rests. They prepared to step into the final point. Suddenly a rumbling sound appeared. Everyone in the group was terrified and hurriedly got into defensive combat positions. But just a moment later, that sound suddenly disappeared just as it had appeared. To understand what was happening, a mage in the group immediately created some light to observe. Unexpectedly, the thing that appeared before their eyes shocked them beyond belief. It was Swallow, the monster governing this dungeon, who was in a groggy state after sleeping. The rumbling sound earlier, along with the circle filled with sharp spikes, was just him yawning. Yet, it terrified the heroes here to the point of running away. After returning to the base, Patrick, one of Swallow's associates in the dungeon, was furious when he heard the news. Great boss of the dungeon actually overslept until the humans were right in front of him before waking up. Not only that, he yawned repeatedly in front of them. This made him unable to stay calm. Constantly nagging and criticizing Swallow, Patrick held his face in helplessness, feeling that this was a complete loss of face for a leader. He turned to ask Renee, another associate of Swallow, how she felt. Contrary to Patrick, with a love that was extremely sincere for the boss, Renee replied with a face full of pride and admiration. She was simply overwhelmed by Swallow's coolness at that moment. Just a yawn was enough to make humans flee in fear. It was truly no joke. Patrick saw this and lowered his head in helplessness. What is Magwai afraid of? This dungeon is truly broken. Speak briefly about the dungeons. Mostly when conquering, humans will always end up with the final victory. Because of the relationship between humans, who can attack whenever they want, and monsters, who must prepare to fight back, always having to face unfairness. Of course, everything in the world has exceptions. Continuous wars caused the dungeons to erupt. Throughout the era where countless dungeons were conquered, there appeared types of dungeons that were hard to swallow. More precisely, they are called the 7 Great Dungeons. These 7 great dungeons have temporarily not been conquered by humans and are dubbed as unconquerable. Among those 7 notorious ones, the Ancient Core is the most ghostly dungeon with many guardian monsters. Guardians of the dungeon protect 3 different paths. The red path is protected by a tiny person, which is the maid Renee. The blue path is protected by a skeleton, which is the Death Knight Patrick. And finally, the main path on the right is a filthy place protected by hundreds of disgusting tentacles. Ultimately, the creature ruling this impregnable fortress is an ancient monster on the first page of the Empire's mythology named Devourer. That is the entire content and information in the book that Renee wrote under Swallow's direction. After the book was released, the number of people conquering this dungeon increased significantly. Swallow seemed very satisfied with this result. He felt that if there were too many mysteries around, no one would dare to come near. Just giving humans a little information like that is enough. Let them think they know a lot, and they will rush into this dungeon like moths to a flame, without knowing that Swallow intentionally made more than half the information in there false. Even so, he did not expect humans to flock here so massively. The entire group of 74 conquest heroes from earlier was now just a pile of corpses stacked on top of each other. However, this time there might be no spoils of war. Most of the weapons they used were melted by those tentacles and could not be used. Renee sadly blamed herself, thinking that if she had handled it, there would have been no damage. Being Renee sad, Swallow hummed a few times and then transformed into the appearance of a young boy, gently rubbing Renee's head. I'm sure you could do it. Being comforted by her love so warmly, Renee felt very happy, her heart blooming like flowers. But Patrick saw this and only felt it was an eyesore. Clearly, they were in a meeting, but he suddenly had to watch this display of affection. The happy atmosphere between the two of them made him laugh bitterly in helplessness. His sweetness made a skeleton like Patrick feel a toothache. Even ached all the way to his skull. Thanks for watching the video. Not to mention the last time he turned into a human with a full 10 teeth. One smile made Patrick's spine go cold. He recounted the story while laughing, causing his two jaws to clatter together, creating a noise that annoyed Renee immensely. Looking at Renee's appearance and Swallow's extremely slack attitude, Patrick was so fed up that he really wanted to give up this guard position to go raise fish and plant vegetables. Anyway, enough playing around and slacking off. Now let's get serious about the main issue. The current situation is that the conquerors are starting to come from the right side. However, the black tentacles guarding there have been heavily injured, and the situation is very critical. Swallow yawned while saying there was no need to worry about them because those tentacles have the ability to regenerate very quickly. If it's not okay, he can watch over it for a short time and then find another guardian. Patrick heard that and suddenly woke up, suggesting Swallow should find 2 whole guardians so he could take a break. But Swallow said there was absolutely no chance. According to the current situation, humans will only enter the dungeon through the entrance on the right. Patrick believed they might form another conquest team as predicted. Besides, humans lately often use communication talismans to contact each other, so information about the right path won't spread everywhere. Swallow heard this and slammed his hand down on the table. He decided to come up with a strategy and divide the tasks as follows. To put it briefly, Patrick and Renee will swap guard positions with each other. Or in Swallow's words, first Renee, who is guarding the red entrance, will switch to guarding the infection entrance. By doing so, the conquest groups will think that place is open and enter that way. Renee just needs to defend, no need to do anything else. As for Patrick, he will take over Renee's previous red entrance. When humans realize Renee is no longer at the red entrance, they will divert to that place. Patrick will guard there. If they do that, they can withstand 2 waves of attacks. Patrick wondered what they should do if the humans accidentally went into the blue path. Swallow suddenly became tongue-tied at this point and could only stay silent. Well, let's leave it to fate then. If the humans come straight to them, they will improvise. Patrick felt this plan was ridiculous just hearing it, but Renee felt it was very perfect. Consider the difficult problem solved. Now just need to decide what to do with that special sword. Swallow wondered which sword that was. Patrick said it was the weapon Byrne had used. He also didn't expect the humans coming to conquer this time to be so strong. Patrick looked around for a while and then pulled the sword from the corpse of a pile of people. The sword Byrne used is among the 36 masterpieces of virtue. It is quite famous among humanity. However, there are also a few among them that are not weapons. The sword Patrick is holding seems to be the 14th one named Tanabella. Besides, the sword Renee is using is also one of those 36 masterpieces. It seems that the humans coming to conquer this time used all sorts of unique and rare goods. But the important thing is that now all 3 of them possess rare items but don't know what to do. If given to one of the monsters near the exit, the humans will surely take it back. That would be quite troublesome. Therefore, Patrick suggested Swallow should keep it. After all, he is the boss here. But Swallow is extremely slack, so he doesn't need to use these things. He generously gifted it back to Patrick. Patrick froze slightly when he first heard that. He didn't expect our boss to be so generous today. Patrick accepted it very happily amidst confused emotions. Swallow said if he accepted the gift, then hurry up and tear up the resignation letter he had been hiding in his ribs since earlier. He had noticed it for a while now. In this dungeon named Ancient Core, where humans rumor there is a terrifying dwarf maid, a death knight emitting an aura of death, and a giant ancient monster sleeping peacefully, no one knows that in reality, it is Renee, a sunflower that only turns towards her master. Or Patrick, the only sane person in the dungeon who specializes in nagging his boss, and an ancient boss who is lazy with an extremely slack lifestyle. Most valuable sword was given to Patrick, but there were still remaining weapons that hadn't been dealt with. Swallow said to just do as usual. Use whatever is useless as bait for the next conquest team. Renee happily followed the boss's orders. The important issue is the magic items. There are no special monsters in this dungeon that need to use them. Renee suggested they could take the mana stones attached to them and sell them. That way they would earn quite a bit of money. Swallow heard this and thought it made sense. After all, it had been a while since he visited a human village. Patrick and Renee were shocked out of their minds upon hearing that. With that ability to transform into a human, not having 6 fingers, having 10 teeth, or revealing a tail, going out on the streets would make humanity scream in terror. With no other choice, Devourer had to compromise and let Renee go this time. He didn't forget to tell her to bring back lots of delicious food. Renee put on her cloak and quickly set off. Standing under the dazzling sunlight, she felt the weather today was quite beautiful. Then Renee went to a shop selling gems and items. The shop owner examined them for a while and concluded he couldn't buy these things. He took out a B-rank mana stone from the shop and placed it on the table. Even small like that, a commoner would have to work for about 10 years to afford one. Moreover, the stones Renee brought were very large in size. Stones like that cannot be used unless one reaches the level of a royal mage or a high mage belonging to the magic tower. The shop owner suggested Renee could go to the capital to meet jewelers who signed contracts with the royal palace or a branch of the magic tower to sell these stones. Renee thought for a moment and decided to go to the magic tower because the way to the capital was quite far. Although she didn't want to, for Master Devourer's sake, she tried to endure the trouble a bit. Then Renee turned around and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave the shop owner a mana stone as a tip for providing useful information. The shop owner watched Renee leave, feeling the girl was a bit strange. Is there anyone who doesn't know this information? After a while, Renee arrived at the branch of the magic tower. Under the guidance of the guard, to sell mana stones, one must meet the guild master to consult. Renee followed the instructions of the person inside. As she walked, she observed her surroundings, feeling that humanity's magic tower had a structure similar to a dungeon. It was designed so that the tower master would reside on the top floor. After walking for a while, Renee arrived at the guild master's place. Her name was Gromiz Amor. As soon as they met, Amor felt Renee was special as she possessed an impressive amount of mana. She said that at first, she intended to ignore and not receive Renee. But when she heard she came with a pile of mana stones, she immediately changed her mind. Amor spoke with a slightly disdainful face and tone, hoping that she would bring high-class mana stones suitable for their status. Seeing that, Renee immediately poured the pile of mana from the bag right in front of Amor's eyes to assert dominance. Seeing them, her expression and thoughts immediately changed. Unexpectedly, they were A-rank mana stones. They were stones of supreme quality. Could be compared to the highest grade A-rank mana stones. This was clearly something a child could not possess. Amor looked closely and noticed Renee's silver hair. Among the 8 great families of the empire, there is one family that possesses this platinum hair color. Amor suspected that perhaps the daughter of that family had run away from home and secretly brought mana stones here to sell. That was the only feasible and most fitting possibility Amor could think of in this case. If that were true, the person standing before her eyes was a noble lady. This world is a dark and complex place, so one cannot act arbitrarily. Thinking so, Amor's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She politely offered to buy the entire lot of rare mana stones present here at the price of 50 gold bars per stone and 80 gold bars for the especially high-quality ones. Renee heard the purchase price and her brain immediately started crunching numbers. She recalled the shop owner's words earlier and started calculating again. A commoner earns 10 gold bars per year, so 10 years is 100 bars. Just hearing briefly, she knew this little Amor was scamming to squeeze the price. Amor was flustered seeing her trick exposed. He explained that these stones were truly very rare. Even using all the money in the branch would not be enough to buy all these stones. Renee replied that in that case they just needed to buy as much as possible. But Amor couldn't let these rare goods slip out of her hands. Now, she gave Renee a chest with 2,000 gold bars. Then she proposed to provide Renee with items of equivalent value to exchange for all the remaining mana. Renee skeptically asked about the quality of the items. They must be easily sellable for her to take them. Amor assured Renee and then led her to a top-secret place. Normally, outsiders are forbidden here, but because Renee is special, she will be an exception. That place was the storage vault of the magic tower. All rare items were kept here. Amor one by one brought out valuable items to introduce to Renee. Next was a living black pearl. It would emit crying sounds if the wearer came into close contact with poison. It was an achievement of alchemy. Hearing about alchemy, Renee involuntarily stopped and stared intently at it in an uncomfortable way. Amor looked a bit confused and puzzled seeing that. Perhaps alchemy in this world is not a clean industry. Many people find it disgusting. Next, Amor showed Renee a sparkling pink heart-shaped gemstone. It is called the Rose Love Stone. It is a treasure that can make love come true. If one pours mana into the stone in front of the person they love, the spirit inside the stone will bring eternal love to the two people. Can be anyone. Just hearing this, Renee's eyes lit up. For a girl with a dreamy soul filled with love like her, she definitely wouldn't let this rare item slip away. Without thinking long, Renee decided she must get this stone at all costs. Seeing Renee wanting the Rose Love Stone so much, Amor immediately pulled a little commercial trick. She pretended to say that this was a rare item very hard to possess. Since it could even steal the Emperor's heart, it was a priceless item. Renee paused slightly upon hearing that. Finally, although she didn't really want to get that stone, Renee made a bold decision. She took out something from her person that made Amor turn pale just by looking at it. Renee wanted to exchange her weapon, one of the 36 masterpieces to exchange for the Rose Love Stone. Chapter 3. From within the guild, a call rang out. Guild Master. Inside the room, a young man who seemed to be an assistant stammered and asked, "Did you really exchange that crystal away?" The guild master still looked optimistic, satisfied rather than hesitant like him. She casually replied, "So what?" The assistant panicked hearing that. He raised his voice to question, "Don't you know what item that is? If you send that little girl away like this, she will definitely die." The guild master still acted as if nothing was wrong. While fondling the small magnifying glass in her hand, she said, "What of it?" The guild master happily sat gazing at the gems she had collected. She said, "That naive noble lady got the item she wanted, didn't she? And it was truly expensive." The assistant heard this but was still uneasy, but he didn't know how to talk back to her. He just hesitated. Even so, the guild master seemed to have lost patience with the assistant. She looked at the gem in her hand with an expression hard to read and said, "Hey, don't worry, there won't be any problem. That unlucky girl will die right after the curse is lifted anyway. The person that girl likes too, so it won't leave any trace." At this moment, Renee was on her way back. She hugged the item she just exchanged with the guild master in her arms. She walked and smiled happily as if she received a treasure, not knowing that inside that item, danger was lurking. The assistant, hearing that sentence from the guild master, seemed not to dare to continue questioning. He only dared to add one more sentence. "I don't know who that is, but I feel very sorry for them." Scene shift to Castle Chait, one of the 7 great dungeons. This castle was surrounded by a gloomy, haunting atmosphere. Inside the castle at this moment, a woman was holding scissors and a comb in her hand. She said a sentence with unclear expression. "The end of humans is death." She raised the scissors and decisively cut down with one snap. A small lock of hair immediately fell down. Renee was currently sitting obediently facing the mirror to let the red-haired woman cut her hair. She glanced at her with apologetic eyes and spoke up to apologize. "I'm sorry for coming here without notice. I still owe you a lot. You always help me." The woman was focusing on cutting hair, but upon hearing Renee say that, she immediately comforted the girl. "Oh my, neighbors must care for each other, right?" This woman was the boss of the Chait Castle dungeon, Ursabet Bathory. She flashed a gentle smile looking at Renee and naturally praised her. "Moreover, I also love seeing your cute appearance, Renee." Ursabet kept using sweet words to tell Renee, "No matter what I do, you are still beautiful." These words made the girl feel shy and blush. She didn't know how to respond. She put the comb in her hand down and continued, "Really? Times like this make me jealous of those dwarves." Then Ursabet held Renee's small face. "I didn't expect that this beautiful face would never age." Being praised like that, Renee also looked at Ursabet and offered a compliment. "You also look very young, Lady Bathory. Your skin is even whiter than Renee's." Ursabet had finished cutting Renee's hair, so she started cleaning up the tools. Hearing Renee's sentence, she happily replied, "Oh my, you flatter me. Do you know how much blood and cosmetics I have to use a day?" Along with her words was the scene of pots and pans, each one smeared with blood, stacked up in the corner of the room looking extremely horrific. Terrifying. Suddenly Renee stood up and left the seat in front of the mirror. Then she called out to Ursabet, Lady Bathory." Then she asked a question out of nowhere that made Ursabet space out a bit upon hearing it. "How do you see Renee now?" Ursabet regained her composure, looked the shy girl in front of her up and down once, and spared no praise. "Of course, you are the most beautiful girl I've seen." Saying that, she approached and gently patted Renee's shoulder. "I guarantee it." Ursabet spoke while pointing at the image of the cute girl blushing shyly in the mirror. "No one will dare to refuse this appearance of yours." Renee heard that and smiled shyly. He. After speaking, Ursabet continued her cleaning work. She was cleaning but seemed to remember something and spoke up to ask Renee, "By the way, why are you dressing up like this?" Ursabet guessed, "Don't tell me you intend to confess your love?" Renee was currently gazing pensively at herself in the mirror. Then suddenly she took out the heart gem she got from the guild master and held it in her hand, admiring it for a while. Her mouth mumbled, "Confess." Then Renee suddenly laughed out loud. The girl turned her radiantly smiling face to look at Ursabet and loudly answered her joking question earlier. "Yes, I will confess." Ursabet paused when she heard the girl say that suddenly. She looked at Renee, who was being happy by herself, with confusion. Being asked that, Renee's eyes became infatuated. "Lord Devourer." Renee's answer made Ursabet speechless. Part 2. She couldn't describe her own mood at this moment when hearing Renee say that name. Ursabet was terrified, shaking like a leaf. She stammered and asked Renee back, "Renee, why are you joking with such a serious face? Is it because you are a dwarf?" Rin's face was full of determination. I'm not joking. I will confess to him. Ursabet imagined Devourer's appearance again and felt fed up. She helplessly held her forehead and said, "What does he have that you like? I don't find anything attractive about him." Renee over here was completely infatuated with Lord Devourer. "But I like many things about him. He is strong." Ursabet could only helplessly go along with her. Strong. Yeah. I think he is the strongest person in the world. But remembering Devourer's personality, she couldn't help but badmouth him. But his laziness has destroyed everything. The flaws that no one could accept about him were recounted by Renee as charms, like his abilities, full of admiration and affection. Yes, he is very big and giant. He eats like a horse. He sleeps all day doing nothing. He even snores. He lacks subtlety. Lately, he even got fatter. Seeing Renee's infatuated expression, Ursabet couldn't help but sigh. Good heavens. She asked helplessly, "No matter what, you still like him, right?" Renee steadfastly replied, "Yes," she affirmed firmly. Her sincere attitude made it impossible for anyone to ignore. "I like him very much." Hearing the girl affirm so, Ursabet didn't question any further but encouraged her. "All right, I understand. Hope everything goes smoothly, but really you deserve better things, Renee." Saying that, she also added, "If he rejects you, just come here." As she spoke, she even winked mischievously. Seeing someone supporting and encouraging her, Renee happily thanked her. "Thank you, Lady Bathory." Renee whispered to herself. "Wealth, liaise." Inside the meeting room of the Dungeon Conquest Alliance, a blond man was reporting, "We believe that the Dungeon Conquest team of Hero Bernhiston has been wiped out." After reporting this news, the blond man fell silent. Suddenly, someone slammed the table and stood up. "What kind of nonsense is this?" The person slamming the table was a skinny man. He angrily questioned, "Didn't you say that they easily destroyed the Guardians?" Once someone paved the way, others immediately joined in the loud questioning. "Their bodies haven't been found yet, so how can you be sure?" One person followed another. "Right? Lord Byrne would never lose to those monsters." Arguments rang out ceaselessly back and forth. Everyone thought they were right. No one was willing to yield to anyone. The atmosphere in the meeting room gradually became chaotic. "No. You are all wrong. The ancient core dungeon is neither large nor complex. They could kill or be killed in just one day." No one paid attention to the person sitting in the presiding seat who hadn't spoken at all but seemed to be deep in thought about something. He recalled, "It's been 2 days since we last heard news about him." He didn't dare think of the worst situation. Byrne was almost... Word dead was deeply embedded in his thoughts. He gritted his teeth looking at the crowd before his eyes. That's what they think. Only then did he look up to ask the blond man who just reported the news. "Then what about his sword?" "The 36 masterpieces of virtue." He was silent for a while before hesitatingly reporting back. Communication magic was cut off when they reached the center of the ancient core. So unless they can return to that place, then retrieving the 14th masterpiece, Tanabella, is impossible. The person in the presiding seat heard this and wasn't surprised, but was still quite disappointed. "I understand." Hearing this, the others continued to stir. "No. Then we should quickly." A blue-haired man stood up to speak his thoughts. "You cannot enter the dungeon. Even Lord Byrne's army couldn't conquer it. It's best to just let it go so we don't have to sacrifice any more people." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately retorted, "No, we cannot give up like this. If Lord Byrne actually fought the boss, he bravely injured it. That's right. He is the hero Byrne, right?" The others continued to discuss. "Surely it is licking its wounds, and the dungeon must be rearranged like we said. Shouldn't we gather like before and conquer it?" The leading man listened to the rest discussing and couldn't help but sweat from stress. He pondered, "We have lost one of the royal family's most precious heroes and a masterpiece of virtue. If the second team fails, surely the leaders will be dismissed." Bad outcomes that could happen constantly appeared in his head. "And if we just sit still, the royal family will be furious and point their swords at us." Then he suddenly remembered something. But he posited a hypothesis. What if Byrne hasn't been able to injure the dungeon monster yet? What if the conquest team hasn't been able to provoke the dungeon at all? He couldn't help but think of the outcome if the above hypothesis occurred. Then no matter how many times we challenge it. Before he could finish thinking, he slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Conquering the ancient core is impossible. People arguing in the room suddenly fell silent. "Ah!" Suddenly, gentle footsteps were heard from somewhere, accompanied by a voice. "I'm curious indeed. Why do you think so?" Everyone was attracted by this voice. When everyone turned to look simultaneously, he spoke up again. "Personally, I think conquering that dungeon is very easy. Suddenly someone exclaimed in astonishment. Why is the Royal Magic Research Association here? Speaker was none other than the purple-haired man from the Three Eyes of the Royal Magic Association. He asked again, do you not know whose orders we are following? This statement, combined with their status, successfully caused the people in the council room to panic. Damn it! The royal family is starting to intervene. The purple-haired man walked around the room. Whomever he passed, he placed a hand on their chair, making the already guilty crowd skip a heartbeat. As he walked, he spoke clearly with threatening implications. Our presence here means it is time for you to pay for your sins. Reaching this point, he no longer held the mocking smile from before but angrily raised his voice in condemnation. Your stupidity is unparalleled. Letting a respected hero sacrifice himself was not enough. You also lost one of His Majesty's precious masterpieces of virtue to the enemy. Truly unbelievable. The purple-haired man's words seemed to hit the dark secrets of those people. Everyone was sweating bullets in fear. No one dared to make a sound. They only knew to bow their heads and take the heat. Then he stopped beside a person and continued. But if I kill everyone here, who will cooperate with the Empire's countless other subjugation teams? Right? Purple-haired man leaned close to the man in front of him. Then he said again. Therefore, His Majesty has proposed a suggestion. A suggestion to help you live. He stood up straight and announced. You will go subjugate the ancient core one more time. Hearing this, one person stammered. But Sir Baron, that's impossible. What about us? Suddenly, a maniacal laugh echoed from somewhere. Then the purple-haired man suddenly spoke a name. Nifrim. Repeated. We will use Nifrim. This name caused a stir among everyone. What? Nifrim? Did he just say Nifrim? The leader seemed to remember something and immediately turned to ask him. Wait, Nifrim, if I remember correctly, that is a solution with many problems. Right? The purple-haired man immediately corrected him. Nifrim is not a defective product. It is extremely successful. After speaking, he slammed his hand on the table. Now, here is a question for you. He leaned his face close to the leader. Why could Baron Histan and his team not survive? Because they were weak? Or because they were careless? Without waiting for the man to answer, he turned and spoke for himself. No, of course not. Then why? He asked himself and answered himself. There was one thing that the Baron and his team lacked. He emphasized further. Just one thing. Everyone was silent, waiting for him to speak. And that thing is... The purple-haired man paused for a moment before speaking. Nifrim, that is it. Just watch how successful this subjugation will be. On the side of Swallow Devourer. He was yawning wearily. Surrounding atmosphere was dark. Only the sound of his sneezing echoed. Devourer told himself. Ugh, I have a bad feeling. I feel like there will be a big storm this time. Then he sneezed loudly again, knocking himself back to his original form. Am I having the flu? Chapter 4. Swallow Devourer lay sprawling on the ground and complained. I don't want to do this at all. But those humans could rush in here at any moment. If I delay the patrol any longer, Patrick will scold me. Speaking of this, he imagined Patrick in his head. Even though he is just a skeleton soldier, but he still scares the hell out of me. Devourer shifted his body. His mouth kept muttering. He is just a skeleton soldier. Yet. Finally, thanks for watching the video. He had to get up to patrol as planned. Despite being very tired, he tried to think of somewhere to go. I heard those humans have been coming through the sewer route lately. Maybe I'll go check there. A place called the Ancient Guardian Core. 16 tentacles. Devourer walked straight inside. Giant tentacles were wriggling all along the way. Devourer saw something wrapped tightly by the tentacles. Unable to escape, but could only ignore it. What a pity, but I can't help it anymore now. Now I can only wait. He muttered to himself. Next. Then continued walking inside. Arriving at room 5. Seeing the manager of room 5 here named Anthropophago. Devourer thought to himself. If I remember correctly. He walked on the trunk while recalling. The anthropophagy species can regenerate itself as long as the body core remains intact, and there are enough nutrients to survive. Devourer observed this creature for a while. Then he bent down and said to it. Good news. The body core is still alive and well. They will regenerate on their own without my intervention. As soon as he finished speaking, it slowly closed its eyes. Devourer pondered. If that's the case then... He threw his body and jumped a long step. Just as he landed, he continued deducing. The problem lies in... Devourer paused for a moment. He looked outside the door and thought. From rooms 1 to 4, where they were slaughtered. He scratched his head tiredly. Looks like this will be a problem I need to report to Patrick. Then he thought to himself, but why do I feel like I'm going to get beaten up again? Devourer always looked extremely tired, lethargic, sluggish, not alert. He opened his mouth to yawn really loud. He thought gloomily, I'll think about the rest of the places later. Now then, can I rest? He recalled the places he had patrolled to see if he had done enough to return and rest in peace. I only looked at the sewer and room 5, but the results so far are quite stable. Thinking so, he happily turned to leave, saying that Patrick will surely understand me. Without noticing that from the cave behind him, something glistening was rushing towards him. Devourer was still excited about getting to rest. So the patrol is done. Suddenly, something from behind rushed past his arm, causing him to freeze. A sword flew past and stabbed straight into the rock wall in front of Devourer. Suddenly being stopped caused his mood to instantly turn from happy excitement to gloomy. Don't threaten me, you trash human. Devourer still acted like he heard nothing and stood there yawning. Since you have set foot here. She had advanced all the way inside the room. In her hand, she held a weapon ready, as if preparing to fight to the death with Devourer. I will make sure you cannot return alive. At this moment, Devourer looked out the door to see who was entering, thinking danger was imminent, but it turned out the person entering was Renee. The girl suddenly exclaimed, Oh, it's you, my lord. She apologized while running hurriedly towards Devourer. I'm sorry. I thought you were some sinister human. She stopped in front of Devourer and put on a remorseful expression. I am truly, truly sorry, sir. Devourer also did not expect the arrival to be Renee. Is that you? He looked at the unfamiliar Renee in front of him, making him sweat profusely. Ah well, it's fine. I was just a bit surprised. Aside from that, he looked at Renee in front of him again and asked hesitantly, Renee, are you? My lord. Then she asked a question about his impression of seeing her in this outfit. How does Renee look now? Devourer stammered when asked. It looks like you're dressing up for a special occasion, huh? Saying so, but he was visibly panicking. She took off her maid outfit. Don't tell me she plans to quit before Patrick does. Renee did not know Devourer's thoughts. She shyly twirled a few strands of sideburns and replied to his question. A special occasion? Yes, that is right. Hearing this, Devourer panicked even more. He was so worried he had to breathe rapidly. Sweat ran down his face. Then he heard Renee say, Lord Devourer? Can you spare Renee a moment? Devourer immediately agreed. Okay, he thought to himself. Anything but quitting. Anything but quitting. Renee now led Devourer with her to another place. It was a part of the cave where light filtered down from above, creating a cozy feeling rather than cold. Right in the center, a luxurious table was set. She excitedly introduced this place. Welcome, my lord. You see, this is Renee's secret place. Then she invited Devourer to sit in the chair. Please sit. Let me bring out the tea. Devourer at this moment could only chant in his head. Don't quit, please. Don't quit, don't quit. Renee took out the tea and slowly poured it into a cup for Devourer. Just as she finished pouring, she handed it to Devourer to enjoy while she stood respectfully to the side. Her hands were still holding the tea tray. She spoke gently while watching Devourer enjoy the tea. This place used to be a place only I knew, but now, this will be a secret between the two of us. My lord. Devourer, clueless about her meaning, calmly drank all the tea and played along. Ah, yeah, right. Renee intended to continue. And the girl blushed shyly, hesitating, not knowing where to start. Hearing the word, and Devourer's hand holding the teacup froze. He regarded it as a bad omen and continued overthinking. And what? Don't quit, okay? Don't quit, please. Renee spoke again. Lord Devourer has taken Renee in for 80 years now, right? Do you remember? Sitting nearby, Devourer was worried pale. He put the teacup down. Yeah, of course. He recalled the time he took Renee in. 80 years ago, thousands of years ago, thousands of dungeons were destroyed due to the dungeon subjugation fever. When Renee received her title and started climbing the rank ladder, Devourer saw that she didn't seem to intend to quit, so he relaxed. What a relief. She's not asking to quit. Then he asked about Renee. Right? You have been through a lot. Is your right eye better? Renee, being asked after, clutched her dress, suppressing her joy. You still remember. Renee's eyes. Renee is very happy. Hearing that, Devourer could only reply, Of course I always remember. Renee continued to speak her heart. I was very happy to be able to protect Lord Devourer all this time. As for me, Devourer couldn't keep up with Renee's words. The what? Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Wait, hold on for 2 seconds. What do you mean by was happy? He started worrying again after hearing that sentence of hers. No way. Is that what people say when saying goodbye? Renee called out tenderly. My lord. Meanwhile, Devourer could only pray silently. Don't think about it. Don't. No. No, no. No, don't. No, no, no. However, Renee said a sentence that froze him. I like you. Hearing these words, Devourer's face went blank, not understanding what was happening. You? Huh. Renee repeated the sentence from before. I like you. She spoke sincerely. For the past 80 years, Renee has waited for this moment. Seeing her like that, Devourer didn't know what to do. Hey, Renee. Just. He looked at the girl who just confessed to him and could only scratch his head helplessly. Finally, he could only think of some polite words. Thank you for telling me you like me. Then Devourer finally decided to talk seriously with Renee. But we are always hovering on the threshold of life and death. He looked straight at Renee for a long moment. We don't know when we will be injured or lose our lives. Such sincere and realistic words unexpectedly came out of Devourer's mouth. Neither of us wants the other to live alone, right? Renee heard Devourer say that and was silent for a moment before speaking, but more submissively. I knew this answer would come eventually. I knew I was pushing you a bit too hard. But then she continued. But those feelings were too deep for me to keep tightly in my heart forever. Renee was still speaking her heart so Devourer could hear and understand. But the thought that Lord Swallow would reject Renee and turn his back on her. Saying this, she paused a little. How terrifying is that? Then she raised her head to look straight at Devourer. In her hand, she already held that heart stone. It seemed things had gone off track from the beginning. Renee suddenly became stubborn. She kept rambling. Renee wants to be loved by my lord. At any cost. At any cost. While speaking, she squeezed the stone in her hand tight. At this point, Renee could no longer keep her calm. She suddenly kicked the table in front of Devourer aside, making him startle. Renee spoke with a determined voice while kicking the table. So what I mean is, shouted directly into Devourer's face. Renee will not bow her head anymore. Seeing her like this, Devourer panicked, not knowing what to do. Renee, calm down a bit. Then suddenly she reverently held out the heart-shaped gem in her hand in front of Devourer for him to see. Then she said softly, with this, my wish will be granted. My lord. As soon as Devourer saw the stone in front of him, his expression changed immediately. Hey, that is. Renee tried to persuade him. Just put your mana into this. Before she finished her sentence, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became dark and gloomy, completely different from the warm atmosphere earlier. In the space, intermittent sounds rang out continuously, making one's skin crawl. Renee. You just intend. These sounds made Renee pale with fear. Devourer had now revealed his true form. An angry voice rang out questioning. Did you just intend to kill me? His words frightened Renee so much she screamed aloud. The gem held in her hand was also unintentionally let go. The gem fell to the ground with a thud. The force was strong enough to shatter it into countless pieces. Renee looked at the gem she had painstakingly exchanged for and cherished like a treasure just to gain Devourer's affection shatter like that, stunned with pain. She stood motionless, unable to utter a word. Only her eyes were welling up with tears, eyes filled with pain. She looked dazedly at the broken gem and could only sob a few words. What? Like this? And something unusual happened. From inside the fragments of the gem appeared a black shadow that looked very scary. It also kept emitting strange small sounds that sounded extremely gruesome. Chapter 5. Patrick laughed ho ho, baring his straight white teeth ingratiatingly. Wow, boss. No matter how you look at it, you are the best. He stood over Swallow Devourer and said, you were not satisfied with chasing the humans away. Where did your conscience go? He looked to one side. Is it here? Then looked to the other. I don't see it here either. And now you chased Renee away too. While Swallow Devourer covered his ears pretending not to hear anything. Patrick's teeth chattered as he said trembling. I was so surprised after your attack that my jaw couldn't even close. You didn't go easy on Renee at all. Swallow Devourer cowardly said weakly. This tea is still fine. Immediately Patrick threatened him. What did you just say? Swallow Devourer corrected. Nothing. He held his face and said gloomily. Patrick, what should I do? Patrick sat down beside him and said. Why do you ask me when you are the one who caused the mess? Swallow Devourer sighed and lamented. Holding the glowing pink gem fragment in his hand, Patrick muttered. But actually, crushed the gem and added. It's not entirely your fault. Patrick turned sharply to look at him. Of course you know that what you did to me is your fault, right? Swallow Devourer sweated with guilt. Patrick lifted his arm and said. Why aren't you listening? He panicked, eyes darting around, stammering a denial. Me? Ah, I don't remember anything, Patrick said calmly. Oh really? He continued. Should I help you remember? Patrick slowly recounted. At that time you rushed in furiously. Swallow Devourer went crazy. Glowing yellow eyes in the darkness enveloped both Swallow Devourer and Renee. Patrick panicked and rushed in to stop him. He grabbed his head and shouted, "Boss, calm down." At that time you had fallen into a state of oblivious rage. Patrick tried to wake him up. "Boss, boss." The sound of a girl exhaling a breath full of sorrow rang out. "Ah, Rin." Patrick turned to check her situation. Renee knelt on the ground with the glowing pink gem in front of her. Tears streaming down, she said hopelessly trembling. "What has Renee done?" Patrick tried to reassure the girl. "Renee, calm down. Leave it to me and get out of here." He was stuck in front of Swallow Devourer. Damn it, I can't reach her in this situation. In this desperate situation, Patrick racked his brain. So, there is only one way. He touched the sword on his back. Patrick swung his sword and swept Renee, who was depressed, away. Receiving that blow, Renee coughed up blood. Patrick thought to himself, "I'm sorry, Renee. I couldn't think of any other way." Now he could safely turn back to face his boss. "All right." I pulled her far away. Swallow Devourer at this moment had turned into a dangerous beast. The pitch-black night only revealed glowing eyes and lightning flickering in the air. Patrick froze. What to do now? Swallow Devourer spoke gloomily. "You!" Swallow Devourer stared at him and screamed. "Are you trying to kill me too?" "And everyone knows everything after that," Patrick recounted smugly. Swallow Devourer knew nothing better to say than pretending to be deaf and blind. He turned to look at him and smiled slyly, repeating, "You don't remember anything?" Swallow Devourer held his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry." Patrick patted him and said happily, "Fortunately, you woke up quickly," he consoled. "But I understand why you were like that." Looking at the pile of sparkling debris on the ground, he continued, "It must have become beep beep beep, after everything." After calming down, Swallow Devourer sniffled. "I guess I have to go find her, huh?" Patrick glanced at him. "What do you want asking me such an obvious question?" Swallow Devourer shook his head. "Humph, somehow, I feel like, Patrick, this is fate." Patrick listed dozens of things Renee had to do, from preparing food for the boss, to managing the diet for other monsters, cleaning and repairing the dungeon, replenishing monsters, resetting traps, receiving complaints from each room and resolving them, selling supplies, redistributing the budget. He lapsed. And Renee does almost all other management tasks. Honestly, losing her, the dungeon's condition would be worse than being destroyed. Swallow Devourer was dizzy as if high. "I know, but hearing all this is really shocking," Patrick said. "Go find her before it's too late." He rambled on. "Even if you have to crawl and beg her." Swallow Devourer gradually shrank while Patrick nagged him. "Or kiss her shoes, you must bring her back here." Swallow Devourer said weakly. "Yeah, okay." Patrick held out a bracelet to him. "Oh, and if you go look for her, take this." He added, "This is Demura, a bracelet that can help stabilize mana." Swallow Devourer looked at it emitting a green aura. He picked it up. Patrick instructed him. "You don't need to know the details. Just know it's very expensive." Swallow Devourer looked at the bracelet in disbelief. "This thing," Patrick continued, "boss's mana flow is very strong, so I'm not sure it will work on you. Although not much, it will at least help your body avoid a state as bad as just now." Swallow Devourer listened absently, raised his hand, and realized he had 6 fingers. Hearing this, he looked at Patrick in confusion. "Prepared to this extent? Like you knew this would happen from the start." "Nonsense. Where did you get it?" Patrick said firmly. "I picked it up on the floor." Raised the bracelet and smiled cluelessly. Patrick sweated and said, "So please, I beg you, don't do anything weird with it. It's very fragile." Swallow Devourer put the bracelet on his hand, said vaguely, Who knows?" Patrick sensed trouble and said, "Ah, please." Swallow Devourer turned away waving his hand. "All right, I'll try. Take care of this place while I'm gone." Patrick looked at him grumpily. "You don't intend to walk, do you?" He reminded, "You have 5 days to return. The humans will be back here soon." Swallow Devourer said, "So, you want me to return before the subjugation team arrives?" "Huh," Patrick replied. "Yes, boss." He felt demoralized thinking about that chair. "If I cannot stop the intruders while the boss is away, I don't know what will happen if the humans reach that place." Patrick held out 5 bony fingers. 5 days. I can guarantee its safety for at least 5 days. Please remember that. Swallow Devourer sighed. All right. Stream of black energy rose up covering him. That black energy created a black cloak for him. He finished. I will return with Renee within 5 days. Patrick continued to remind. Also, if you accidentally appear near a human village, try not to attract attention, boss. Nothing good comes if a dungeon monster is discovered in a human village. Swallow Devourer stomped his foot casually without speaking. All right. He smiled menacingly. If things go too far, I will destroy everything and come back. Patrick heard that and shouted angrily. Come on. Stop trying to act cool. After Swallow Devourer left, Patrick sighed in thought. He took out a piece of paper from his shirt. Things are more complicated than I thought. Looking at the crumpled paper, Patrick lamented. Renee sold the guillotine somewhere and bought a magic stone containing a demon inside. And this made the boss lose control, leading to her almost being killed. Narrowed his eyes, mumbling. I can see what will happen. Patrick imagined a scenario. If the boss finds out that news, Swallow Devourer will definitely chew the heads off those humans. Damn those bastards. Patrick panicked. Apocalypse. Calm down, took a deep breath, and opened the next page of the newspaper. It's not too early for humanity to be destroyed. Suddenly Patrick froze for 5 seconds. Huh. His eyes widened in shock. Huh. The newspaper read, the Dungeon Subjugation Union is confident that in this subjugation, they will reach the relic core within 3 days. Patrick desperately recalled what he had just asserted. Patrick was shocked to the core, straining his eyes to look closely again. 3 days. At times like this, I need to smile confidently. Damn it. He dazedly accepted his fate. Woe is me. The sun shone brightly. Dust flew chaotically in the air. Swallow Devourer lay buried under 7 feet of earth, staring blankly at the sky. Chapter 6. Swallow Devourer squinted. Haven't seen sunlight for a long time, so it's a bit dazzling now. What's that sound? Ah, damn it. He clicked his tongue. This is already the 2nd time I teleported to a random place. Recalling Patrick's nagging before leaving the dungeon. Mana in the boss's body is very chaotic, so don't use magic. He pondered for a moment. Swallow Devourer raised his hand. The black shadow gradually faded. Is it because of magic? He let his hand drop. Lay flat there. Whatever. Let's try one more time. Swallow Devourer cast magic again. The black shadow rose around him. He thought to himself. The location where Renee sold the mana stone is. A name appeared in his mind. Haston Town. Then he vanished without a trace. A voice both cold and arrogant echoed in the darkness. You are just lowly humans. Yet you have climbed all the way here. I must grant a special favor to you tiny beings. A woman with horns and wings sitting arrogantly on a throne said. How about a glorious death? She raised her head, looking down with disdain at the humans daring to set foot here. The other person laughed. Funny. A demon being arrogant. He drew his sword and said arrogantly. We are an experienced subjugation team, ranked 32nd in the whole kingdom. He pointed his sword at the demoness and said loudly. Elite mercenaries of the God Tiger Corps. He continued. Remember this name. Soon we will be famous across the continent. You are not worthy to sit on that throne. We are here to depose you. The demoness was emotionless upon hearing those self-flattering words. Insolent fools. She stood up from the seat. I am the 17th descendant of Demon King Asmodeus. Her wings burned, emitting a magical purple flame. She smirked and introduced herself. Melge Zelumph Agria. With strange big round eyes looking at the humans. The demoness said bossily. You have the honor of knowing my name. Now die. The man wearing a cowboy hat just smirked. His eyes still showed wariness. I'll keep those words. He gathered momentum, then vanished on the spot. Before his eyes, he had rushed in front of the demoness. He shouted. Then return it to the Demon King. The demoness calmly conjured a staff and spun it around, blocking all arrows from the sniper. The sniper reloaded arrows, muttering. She blocked the path. The mage shouted. Let me support the captain, at the same time firing several fireballs. Demoness swung her staff. Weak humans who don't know their place. In a blink, she created a fire covering the whole room. Her target was the mage and the sniper behind the commander. They couldn't defend in time and were instantly incinerated. Seeing the fire rushing towards him, the commander clicked his tongue. He assessed the surrounding situation, then stabbed his sword into the floor. He managed to pry up the floor tiles before the fire could reach him. Suddenly blue sparkles swirled in the air. The commander was startled. Ice particles? Looked up in panic. Before his eyes was a blinding blue light. He was stunned. Impossible. The demoness raised her staff, creating a large block of ice spikes. She cast a new spell already? Just a few short seconds. Looking at the pile of debris still floating in the air, the commander grabbed a piece, channeled force into his arm. You think? Threw it straight at her. I will let you be? After that, he also gathered momentum, shifted weight to his instep, jumped up, rushing at the demoness again. Seeing that, she disdained, raised her hand, controlling the ice spikes to shoot forward. You are digging your own grave. Foolish. Her ice spikes couldn't touch him but shattered when touching a yellow wall. Shield? Since when did he? She was totally shocked. I clearly dealt with the mage already. She turned sharply to look. 2 mages and marksmen from earlier whom she incinerated were still alive. They shouted, Charge, Captain! The demoness boiled with rage, chanting a spell on her palm. You insects! She rushed forward at the same time as the commander. The two prepared to crash into each other. Suddenly rocks and earth exploded into small pieces when both were about to collide. A large explosion shook the whole room. The commander couldn't react in time and was thrown back, crashing onto the floor. Demoness was unluckier, thrown back, hitting a roof beam. They coughed up blood in surprise. What the hell? Dust and smoke rose blindly. Falling rocks created noise. Something new had appeared. The commander's teammates ran to help him up. Worriedly asked, Captain, can you still hold on? He coughed, staggering to stand up. Don't worry. The commander frowned, looking at where the explosion just occurred. But who is that? I wasn't informed of any other subjugation team coming here. On the female demon's side, she also dizzily scrambled to stand up. She gritted her teeth in apprehension. They've gotten stronger? If they have the power to breach the Demon King's fortress, this is big trouble. She looked at the blurry silhouette hidden behind the smoke. Who is that? A voice rang out. Hey! Swallow Devourer appeared, looking clueless, and asked, Do you guys know where Haston is? Silence. The mercenaries looked bewildered and helpless, not understanding what he said. Agria also looked at him blankly, speechless. Immediately, both sides shouted in anger. What the hell are you barging in here to say? Devourer, face still calm, picked his ear and responded with a sound. Ah! Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Their appearance seems human, but it's best you stay away from that. Demon King. Hearing this, he was surprised and turned his head to glare at them terrifyingly. Demon King. On this side, Lymphagria, angry and radiating killing intent, covered her mouth with one hand and held her weapon with the other. Send as many people as you want. No matter how many come, you cannot take me down. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at her, imagining a Demon King as a tall, strong man. That demon is a Demon King? The feeling is completely different from the Demon Kings I've met. Is this a generation gap? Humph. Melge Zealymph lost her temper and shouted at Swallow Devourer's face. Bastard, you will pay a heavy price for daring to destroy my castle. Ah, let me give you a taste of these bastards' attacks. Let's take down that Demon King together. It's the chaos. Swallow raised his hand as if to say something, but a gust of wind rushed past like people charging. No, wait. You guys. The crowd eagerly charged forward to attack, shouting and ignoring him. Let's see. Your magic won't affect us. Attacks rained down, rocks hitting his head, but he stood frozen, only uttering, Haston. Melge Zealymph saw the aggressive mercenaries and said, Humans sure talk big. Both sides attacked ceaselessly, purple lights flying everywhere. The mercenary commander hesitated not to boost morale and ordered, We have reinforcements. Don't be afraid. Charge. Leaving Devourer speaking alone in despair. Can anyone show me the way? Only to receive a loud shout in return. Charge. The two sides continued to fight fiercely amidst the ruins, the castle showing signs of shaking. She cursed at them. Taste the pain, you lowlifes. The group did not collapse or yield, responding, This place will become your grave, Demon King. All of this made him annoyed. He held his head, sighed, and sat down. Ha. His expression immediately changed to anger as he frowned and looked. I'm getting pissed off. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at the sky thoughtfully. I must find her quickly. Renee. He ignored them, turning his back to the mercenaries, thinking, Talking to those guys seems impossible. He put his hands on his hips and scratched his head, thinking, If I'm a bit late, Patrick will chew my head off. Ha. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. The clueless crowd shouted, Hey, come out here and help us. That guy must be scared. Not letting them finish, Swallow Devourer turned his head to glare, revealing his eye and 2 more glowing ones like a monster, emitting purple aura as he spoke. Shut up. At that moment, a massive black shadow covered the group, black aura enveloping everything, terrifying them. That large shadow turned out to be a black monster attacking the mercenaries, making them scramble to run away because the monster was sucking people in. A while later, the black shadow shrank, leaving only Devourer chewing nom 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 and walking leisurely. Melj Zelenf Agria stood there witnessing everything, terrified to the extreme, face pale, eyes wide, sweating profusely. Ugh! He let out a burp, making her turn pale with fear and jump in shock. She gripped her staff tightly with both hands and asked, What did you just do? Melj Zelenf Agria walked slowly towards him, saying things that made Devourer confused and bewildered by her actions. That was amazing. You're so strong. You might even be stronger than me. Suddenly her eyes sparkled, and she grinned widely, revealing 2 upper fangs. I am very interested in you. I want to learn more about you. Immediately, she got excited and curious, walking around Devourer, poking his hand, lifting his shirt to look for the monster from earlier, leaving him stunned. What is your identity? What was that huge thing that appeared? Did you stuff it somewhere? And what about your name? What is the secret to your power? Devourer showed visible annoyance as he looked at the Demon King in front of him. She was startled when she saw his expression. Inside the castle, light from outside filtered through the cracks. She regained her composure. Ahem. I apologize for my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. Melj Zelenf Agria spread her arms, stepped forward, and continued. I am the famous and great Demon King, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus. Struck a cool pose in front of the monster and shouted her name. Melj Zelenf Agria. The girl glanced at him. Now, what is your name? Devourer saw these nonsensical actions, his face darkening, frowning, and gritting his teeth. I hate this. All of this. Annoyed, he resignedly raised his hand and stuttered an introduction, thinking, but if it's for that, I am Swan. He paused, and she went, oh ho. Suddenly Devourer froze, thinking, wait. Recalled Patrick's warning. If I reveal my identity, won't the news spread everywhere? Patrick wouldn't want that to happen. Besides, it's not necessary to reveal my identity yet. He continued the name he paused halfway. Do Runier. He reminded himself. I don't need to reveal my identity yet. Devourer smiled with a worried expression as he introduced himself. I am Swando Runier. In his mind, an image of a blonde man with a dazzling smile appeared. Image of a handsome guy with a nice smile. Swando Runier, age 32. Single. For a moment, he remembered that man's name and mentally liked it for himself, thinking, damn it, that name sounds disgusting. But that's the only name I could come up with. Melj Zelenf Agria stood in front and repeated the name. Swando Runier. Knowing his name, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly asked, Can I call you Sir Swando? Is that okay? Devourer sweated and replied, If you want. Agria continued expressing her feelings. All right, so Sir Swando. First, I am extremely grateful that you saved me, although it was a bit unnecessary. He quickly stopped her, one hand holding his head, the other waving in refusal. Talk less. Melj Zelenf Agria raised her eyebrows and puffed her cheeks in annoyance. No. Without your help, I'm a bit ashamed to admit it, but they might have attacked me, so you saved me. But it's not like I needed you to save me. She put her hands on her hips, smiling cheerfully and confidently asked. So I want to help you too. Is there anything you want me to help with? Devourer was overjoyed, as if he had hit the jackpot, and hurriedly asked her. Yes. Do you know the way to Haston? She replied. Aha, Haston. Felt joyful inside. She knows. Killing those humans for her was the right thing to do. Just a little longer. Renee. Hearing the name, Melj Zelenf Agria was full of curiosity. So, what is Haston? After all the anticipation, hearing that answer left him speechless. He felt extremely grumpy and annoyed inside. Devourer fell into thought. What is Haston? Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know the way there. Does she not know where Haston is? Devourer's inner scream could echo to the desert. No way. Did I just ask someone who doesn't know what Haston is? Devourer, helpless and sweating, tried to ask a bit more. All right, then. Where is the nearest human village? Melj Zelenf Agria asked back in confusion. Human village? She searched her memory and thought. From what I know, the city named Lies is the nearest. He held his face in crisis. Lies, the royal capital Lies. He continued. Traveling by human carriage from Haston to Lies takes 2 months. Doesn't it? As he spoke, he collapsed and rolled on the ground, shocking her. What's wrong, Sir Swando? Is there a problem? He only replied weakly. Too far. that, she didn't understand what was wrong but replied. Far, I see. So you want to go to a faraway place. Then how about using the teleportation wheel? Devourer, hearing about the wheel for the first time, turned his face to ask her. What? A wheel? She asked back. You don't know? Something humans created using magic and alchemy. Currently, this device can transport people through space. He got a bit interested and sat up. Where is that thing? She put her hands on her hips and replied. You want to go? The teleportation wheel is in Lies. Scene changes to the ancient and beautiful city of Lies. Chapter 8. Swallow looked around and spoke. Is this the center of Lies? She, eyes bright with excitement, answered him. That's right. There's no better place to gather information. Looking around, his heart filled with gloom again. I'm not sure I'll find Renee here, but I have to find a lead because I don't know if she went to Haston or not. Right then, a sweet voice rang out beside him. You said you wanted to find a silver-haired girl, right? He gloomily admitted. Yes, she smiled to reassure him. Don't worry, I will help you find her. He tilted his head in confusion and asked her back. Aren't you the master of the demon palace? What about your palace? Elge blushed and smiled. Are you worried about me? That's cute, but no need. A terrifying power immediately radiated around her. Speak. Swallow looked curious and continued. Is that the Demon King's power? You can summon demons at will. She looked satisfied and said, Exactly. Then she dropped a sentence that made him dumbfounded. Though I've never tried it before. Seeing that, Melge exclaimed. My father did it, so surely I can too. He replied. I understand. Right then, Melge's expression suddenly saddened as she spoke. Ah, and one more thing. Her tone was gloomy. The Demon King Palace my father passed down to me has been partially destroyed, so I have to accept it. He scratched his head apologetically. Sorry about that. Melge softened and said, No, honestly it's no big deal. Humans are always making a fuss. Melge shouted in the center of Lies. Even a demon king like me has to struggle while the human capital is right in front of my palace. Then Melge completely changed her attitude, speaking cheerfully again. All right, enough wallowing. Let's go gather information. Swallow stuttered a reply. Okay, and thought, I have a hunch. The two walked side by side. That trouble is about to happen. Or am I just overthinking? A loud voice shouted. Here are your 2 beers. Swallow looked at the beer and thought. Probably not overthinking. Swallow spoke to Melge, but she started drinking her beer. Melge, we have a long way to go. What are we doing here? But she was satisfied drinking beer. Melge wiped her mouth and said, It seems you don't understand human villages. The tavern is the place to share and search for information. She pointed at the humans happily drinking and talking. Just look around and listen. Every story is valuable information that can't be found anywhere else. Melge rested her chin on her hand. Smiling eyes closed at him. You just need to choose which one you want to hear. Swallow also looked around and wondered. What do you mean choose? Swallow saw something. What is that over there? Some people were gathering at a board with many papers. She walked over and Melge exclaimed. I didn't expect this to be here. This is the information I mentioned. He continued teasingly. You mentioned this? Melge immediately replied. I did. Swallow picked up a paper and read. This, she continued. It's the list of expedition teams operating in dungeons. I heard it's to prevent chaos if too many teams enter the same dungeon. Tacitly admitted. Right? There won't be 2 groups at the same time. Melge continued. If there's more than one team, dividing the loot would be very troublesome. She frowned and expressed her view.
Lulumans.
Wouldn't it be easier to succeed with more people? Look at them, ready to rush into a sea of fire, blinded by greed. Swallow smoothed out the paper and said, Anyway, for us, this is a good thing. Melge asked back. Us? Why us? She continued asking, making him sweat bullets. Are you also a dungeon demon? Melge opened her eyes wide, looking at him terrifyingly, and interrogated. Thinking back, it is strange. I am the master of the Demon King Palace. How can you be free outside while being a demon? He hurriedly said, I'm too lazy to explain. I mean, it's very complicated. Can we skip this? Shut him off the hook and didn't ask anymore. Swallow, you have many secrets. All right, I won't force you. Surely you have your own reasons. He seemed to see something interesting. Melge recognized a paper on the board and thought, It's my dungeon. Swallow approached and grabbed that paper.
Lucky.
The expedition team list is empty, so there's still time. Melge suddenly screamed. What is that? Don't look at it alone. Let me see too. Are you trying to show off that you're tall? Petty. He placed the paper in front of her and said, Fine. Here. Melj's eyes lit up when she saw it. She said, It's the promotion for the expedition of the 7 great dungeons. The ancient core. Swallow asked her, You know about the ancient core too? Melj replied, Of course. It's one of the 7 great dungeons. Each dungeon has all sorts of terrifying powers. It makes stupid humans admire that power. He asked in confusion, Wait, are you taking that dungeon flyer? Melj sat down on the chair and gazed at the paper. This is the dream of all demons. Among the 7 great dungeons, the ancient core is the strongest. The ruler is the master of creation, guardian of the gods, the punisher of those blinded by greed, the supreme being of all demons in this realm. She clasped her hands, eyes shining, and said, Lord Devourer. He looked at her helplessly. Swallow lowered his face, holding the beer, and thought, Sounds more like a landlord. Demons are always giving me a hard time. Melj now looked somberly at the flyer and confided, You know, my favorite dungeon is that ancient core. Her gaze darkened a bit. I want to become stronger. The two sat facing each other. The atmosphere grew a bit quiet. If I'm stronger, in the future I can meet Lord Devourer. Swallow froze and thought, You are talking to him. She continued saying, Sounds great, right? Unrivaled power. I want to have it too. Melj looked down at the beer again and said, Of course, my father was strong too. He was a true demon king, very worthy of that position. Unlike me, it's just, among humans, there was someone stronger than him. There was a young hero named Burn or something. Asked Melj more about that person. But Swallow was the one who had swallowed that person while yawning. He is the hero who defeated the demon king? I really don't want to get near him. She continued, I don't want to spend my whole life managing a dungeon like my father. Melj spread her arms and said, I just want the people of the demon world to be able to build their own dungeons. She smiled happily and told him, That is why I must be stronger. How is it? Cool, right? Swallow uttered an smiled at her and thought, Youth is great. Regret flooded his heart again. The past rushed into Swallow's memory like tidal waves. I used to be like that too, very long ago. So long I can't remember anymore. There was a time I was full of vitality, leading a powerful army to dominate the continent. I tried to understand all knowledge in this world. I was more serious than anyone. A flickering flame in the night warmed his heart with small waves of warmth. I helped pitiful people. They moved me. Many times, I gave them everything. Immediately after, Swallow's gaze shifted, becoming a bit fierce. But in the end, I realized everything was futile. Now, the goal is to sleep all day. Swallow was determined about that, but she had already collapsed from the alcohol. He was astonished. He asked, Are you asleep? Really asleep? The tavern conversations continued. Oh, there's another expedition mission. Yeah, came yesterday, but I forgot to hang it up. Why hang it now? Which dungeon is it? He was carrying her on his shoulder and asked someone in the tavern, Is there a resting room here? The person replied, This way. A new flyer was pinned to the board along with a voice. Wait a bit, I'm hanging it right now. See for yourselves. Another person said, Do you never update it? If the inspector finds out, you'll definitely be fined. Someone replied, Here, I'm updating it, aren't I? A flyer was pinned to the board. It read, Rank 7 of the 7 Great Dungeons, the Ancient Core. Limestone Cave Underground in Grappina Forest. Near Haston, west of the kingdom. Warning. Only those with recognized ability may participate in the official S-Rank Ultimate Dungeon Expedition. Attention. Extremely dangerous. Participating expedition teams. Fimo Expedition Team under Fimo Zubilai. 31 members. Captain, Nifrim. Expedition time limit. 72 hours from the date of notice. Chapter 9. Morning. Gentle sunlight. Fresh air. Sunlight shone through the window with a gentle breeze blowing. The female demon king woke up, squirming. Melj sat up and groaned. My head. Swallow walked over, yawned, and asked, You're up. Seeing that, she replied immediately. Sir Swando, I don't remember anything. He replied, Yeah, yesterday I... Swallow panicked, then fell to the ground. Seeing that, she asked, Why are you startled? Sir Swando? Huh? No. What? He opened his eyes wide. In suspicion. Are my eyes broken? Swallow exclaimed in doubt. Why do you look like a child? Hearing that, Melj was surprised and said, What? He immediately retorted, I am not a child. Though still surprised, he teased Melj. Ah, so a minor then. He made her blush furiously and rain punches on him, exclaiming, "Don't you think that's rude? Sir Swando." The scene made him chuckle. Swallow continued teasing while being punched in the face. "Who told you to suddenly become so small? I was just surprised. Ow, that hurts." Melge prepared for the next punch and said, "I didn't get younger." He still exclaimed, "It hurts." "Stop it." She spoke slowly while still punching him. "So," Melge began to explain, "my appearance yesterday was my second version so humans wouldn't look down on me." Melge pointed at herself and declared, "My current appearance is the first version." Swallow, after being pummeled, gradually understood the issue. "So you mean yesterday's appearance wasn't your real one, but this one is, right?" She answered immediately, "Right? No, that's not it." Melge spoke again. "But why is your face like that? Did you eat a late-night snack without inviting me?" Swallow could only smile wryly. Melge continued explaining, "Anyway, transformation magic. It's magic that allows the user to take on the appearance of their future self." He remained indifferent. She put her hands on her hips, laughed loudly, and said, "In other words, when I grow up, I will look like my beautiful second version." Swallow didn't care and replied dismissively, "Yeah, all right." Melge pointed straight at his face and exclaimed, "Is that clear, Sir Swallow?" He replied, "Yeah, got it." She wasn't satisfied with his indifferent attitude and jumped up. "Your answer lacks sincerity." Swallow changed the subject. "Looks like we need to buy new clothes first." Melge shouted angrily, "Don't treat me like a child." He replied, "Okay." She warned him, "I won't forgive you." The territory of Count Haston. The sound. Clop clop of horses. Warrior shouted loudly, "Count Haston, listen. Open the city gates and welcome the expedition team immediately. We come from lies to conquer the ancient core." The majestic image of warriors and warhorses. A voice echoed from inside a room. "Who sent these papers here?" Another voice replied, "Three Eyes, the guild under the direct management of the royal family." Lord Isaac slammed the paper on the table and thought, "For dungeons above B rank, they must have the territory lord's permission to enter. But let alone asking for permission, they just sent me a notification. This is a royal order, so I can't throw them out." He frowned. Isaac resignedly said to the servant, "Do you think this expedition team can conquer the ancient core?" The maid also shook her head. He continued, "You think so too? They are too weak to be a team conquering the ancient core. And the commander is Nifrim. I've never heard of this name. From that Three Eyes. What are they thinking?" He glanced out the window and thought, "If they mess with the ancient core half-heartedly like that, won't my territory face a crisis? It would be best to request a stronger expedition team, right?" Isaac covered his mouth, thinking, "To do that, I need a reliable expedition team." The maid spoke up, "Sir, you might find the answer closer than you think." He grasped the key point. "Closer than I think? Then what about twin wings magic? Right, if it's twin wings, it's totally possible." Fell silent, pondering. "I heard they've expanded a lot lately by collecting high-quality mana stones of unknown origin. Of course, despite such rapid growth, for an A-rank magic guild to intend to conquer the ancient core is crazy. But if the rumors I heard are true..." Thinking of this, he smiled smugly. "The only stir remaining at the right entrance, where there are no guards. That is the monster that defeated Hero Burn's expedition army. Swallow." Isaac straightened his face, pointing his finger to order. "Send someone with a commission to Twin Wings Magic. I promise on my name to bring them a large sum of money and fame. So tell them to conquer the ancient core first." A loud voice shouted along with the sound of a door opening roughly, "You can't barge in there." Isaac and the maid said in surprise, "Who is it?" Three strangers spoke up. "Are you Lord Isaac?" He asked suspiciously. "Who are you?" The girl answered, "Nifrim. Since you wouldn't open the gate no matter how many times we called, we took the liberty of entering." Nifrim brazenly sat on the chair while Isaac asked, "Why did you come here without prior notice?" She replied, "Hey, didn't you receive the papers from the royal family?" Opponent widened her eyes, glaring at him, and said, "What? Is there any reason we can't come?" Isaac replied apprehensively, "No." He thought, "She looks bloodthirsty and very young." The girl beside her spoke up, "Hey, we are guests, right? What's with that face? Smile. Smile. I want something sweet. Give us some tea and snacks. And chocolate too." His hand on the table clenched tight, then relaxed as he ordered, "Quickly prepare it for them." The maid nodded in understanding. Isaac also sat opposite them and began to ask, "So why did you come to find me?" Nifrim replied, "What do you mean? Of course, we came to conquer the ancient core. He said. The papers were only sent here a day ago. You are really fast. So when do you plan to go? She replied. Actually, we intended to go today, but something unexpected happened, so I plan to go tomorrow. Is that okay? Isaac continued. Tomorrow? That early? Since this is an important mission, wouldn't it be better to go after recovering? I will provide accommodation. Just relax and enjoy. Nifrim cut him off.
No.
If you don't care about us, that's fine too. We will stop by Twin Wings Magic and leave immediately. Isaac immediately questioned. What are you going there for? Do you know someone there? She replied. It's not for that reason. Nifrim smiled horribly and said, I'm just going there to kill them. Isaac asked again. What do you mean? She tucked her hair back, revealing her ear, and said, with such lax security here, eavesdropping with magic is very easy. I heard it all on the way here, so you intend to entrust the expedition to that magic guild. Isaac was stunned to learn this. Nifrim rested her chin, smiled that weird smile again, and said, we also came to this border to conquer, so do you think we will obediently give up? We will eliminate anyone who causes trouble. He continued asking him, this benefits you too, doesn't it? Because between us and Twin Wings, whichever team is stronger will get to conquer the ancient core. Isaac said, I apologize. I won't request any more teams, so just start the expedition whenever you want. Nifrim took a cookie. Is that so? She bit the cookie and expressed her thanks. I am very glad to be favored by the Count. Dark space. Bizarre statues. A skeleton wearing armor and holding a sword slashed those statues. The skeleton said, the time is near. They are coming. Chapter 10. Swallow Devourer and Melge Zealymph Agria scouted the streets. She looked very interested, curiously looking around. He looked at the scene ahead and thought, looks familiar. The teleportation gate spot. The soldier replied, ah, you mean the wheel hub? That's still very far. He asked, what? Very far. The soldier replied, ah, this is the city gate. Wheel hub is located in the citadel to the right of the royal palace. So you still have a long way to go. You have to pass through 3 more gates. The soldier spoke while drawing for him to understand. The position where the two were was outside the city gate. They had to pass through 3 subgates to reach the teleportation gate. Swallow Devourer asked dejectedly, how long will it take? Let's see. Then the soldier spoke up. If walking, probably a week. At least. He didn't hear clearly and let out a huh. After that, both Devourer and Agria exclaimed in shock. A week. The soldier was confused and asked with concern. Is something wrong? He was dumbfounded and thought. Too late. At this rate, forget about finding Renee. Patrick will leave home too. Lymph Agria whispered to Devourer. Sir Swallow, how about using the flight spell? He frowned and cried out. Ooh, no way. Devourer continued. If we use mana, the humans will detect it. Then he pondered. Suppose I release mana. Who knows what will happen? The two putting their heads together whispering, making the soldier very confused. From afar, a man approached and asked, ah, are you two in trouble? He said, sorry for eavesdropping. You want to go to the teleportation gate? Agria replied, yes, but who are you? And he introduced himself. I am the sky coachman, Belver. She wondered. Ship. Belver smiled and pointed to his airship. Ah, right. Then he introduced. This is a 4th-generation homunculus defect. It is the result of an artificial angel production plan implemented by the kingdom. His body is white, a round head with big eyes, 1 eye above, 1 below, and wings on its back. Swallow Devourer muttered. I see. Agria got goosebumps and criticized. EW. It looks disgusting. The homunculus touched Belver's hand gently. He patted its head and said, it is very strong. It also knows how to listen, and can fly in the air. But it was discarded because it couldn't destroy churches as originally intended. Then she asked, has the human homunculus experiment ended? He said, there is no such thing. This kingdom will never give up such power. There is also a strange story that they are mass-produced using a large-scale process. While speaking, Belver played with the homunculus. Devourer asked curiously, how? Aren't they usually in giant jars? Belver said helplessly, haha, that is from ancient times. The 1st-generation homunculus 150 years ago used that technology. Along with that was the disdainful look of the homunculus. He thought to himself, asterisk 150 years ago. It has been a long time since Renee was born. Asterisk after that, Agria held onto the airship, intending to climb up, and she said, it looks sturdy too. I don't think he lied. If we go by this, how long will it take to reach the teleport gate? Belver laughed happily and replied, You really have an eye for things. He started calculating. The flight will last 3 hours. Customs clearance takes another hour. A total of 4 hours. Because even traveling by air requires inspection to pass through the city gate. Devourer asked, What is the price? Belver smiled broadly and spread 8 fingers. Calculated silently. *8 gold us. That means 800 silver us. Accommodation at the pub was already 8 silver us. And this is 100 times more expensive than yesterday's lodging. Agria hurriedly turned her back and said, Sorry, sir. I don't have that much money. Devourer said helplessly, You think I do? At this moment, he reached down to search his pocket and heard a rustling sound. Pulling it out, he saw that it was a piece of paper. Then, Devourer opened it to look. Inside were Goldus and a small note from Patrick. To clumsy boss. One day you will have to be grateful to me, Patrick. Finally, the two of them boarded the airship and were flying with Belver to the teleport gate. Agria called out. Sir Swat? He asked. What is it? She gazed. The scenery below and asked. Who gave you so much money? Devourer yawned and replied. That? A subordinate in the secret dungeon stuffed it into my pocket. Agria was idle. She sat wondering and answered herself. Acquaintance. All right, you are a monster in the dungeon. But why are you wandering around? Devourer glanced at her and said, Can I say I was kicked out of there? Agria asked further. So your subordinate was also expelled? He answered perfunctorily. Something like that. Suddenly, Agria's mood dropped slightly. She said gloomily, I'm so jealous. Even falling from the dungeon, you still care for your subordinate to the end. I also want a companion like that. I also want to live a life like yours. Someone who cares about you, and you also take care of them. Isn't that happiness? The expression on Agria's face when talking about happiness looked very gentle. She also really wanted a happiness, a home of her own. A moment later, Devourer spoke up. Is that so? At the prosperous road, Cervejos. This place has very similar houses. White painted walls with yellow tiles. At the teleport.
Gate instantly.
Devourer's voice rang out. So, you mean we cannot use the teleport gate? The guard replied. Yes. Sorry for this inconvenience. Agria said sadly. I didn't expect this to happen. I am very sorry, Sir Swat. Then the guard stated the solution. If not urgent, please come back at 8 p.m. tonight. Today the teleport gate is temporarily suspended to ensure security for the auction today. After the auction ends, VIP guests will use the teleport gate. At that time, superiors will allow it. And he handed a paper over. If you are interested, take a look. He took the paper and asked. We have to close to prevent using the teleport gate to infiltrate the auction house. On the paper was information about the item decapitation claw. Agria was curious. She held onto his sleeve and pulled it down to see. I see. Detailed drawing indeed. Meanwhile, he was thinking. I seem to have seen this somewhere. A while later, Devourer realized and exclaimed in surprise. This is... No. Is it exactly the same as my subordinate's weapon? The guard heard him say that and asked. Excuse me. Are you mistaken about something? Devourer replied. How can I be mistaken? It's identical. Is this the thing that when grasped tightly, it will transform into a large sword? Like that, right? He did a series of movements so the guard could understand. And the guard whispered, I'm not sure, but you must be mistaken. Because in this world, there is only one decapitation claw. That sentence of the guard made Devourer freeze. He was so surprised that he didn't blink once. One of a kind. This phrase kept repeating in his mind. Devourer with a face of disbelief. His hand touched his head and he thought, it is definitely Renee's weapon. Standing next to him was Agria. She saw his action like that and spoke up. Sir Swat. He continuously thought, but why? Why is it in human hands? Could it be Renee? By humans? Deep in his mind. Devourer's face had distorted, becoming terrifying. Then he thought of Renee, her sharp cold eyes staring ahead. Incorrect. Even the bosses of the 7 great dungeons have to be wary of Renee. How can humanity stand a chance against her? Renee is very strong. It's not for nothing that she is known as the sword-wielding maid. Renee. He looked at his hand and thought. Right. The sword. When leaving, did Renee take the sword with her? Devourer's mind immediately recalled the image when Renee left. Her outfit didn't even have a place to hide a weapon. Moreover, she threw the sword at me because she thought I was an enemy. Then how many weapons does Renee have left? When fighting asterisk with humans, would she use fewer than 5 types of weapons? Without a sword, Patrick can still handle it. It's just that if using a sword, he is even stronger. Asterisk, but Renee is different. If the sword-wielding maid is stripped of her sword, what does she have left? Asterisk. Devourer was submerged in his thoughts. His mood was very bad. In reality, Agria's face showed worry. She called out fearfully, "Sir Swat." His hand clenched into a fist, squeezed tight enough to bulge veins. Devourer's anger exploded. So Renee was by humans, the inferior species, the lowly humanity, murdered. Chapter 11. If Renee was killed, the aura of strange energy rose from him more powerfully. The man screamed in terror. Swallow Devourer continued. By a mere human. The old man continued to scream. Don't come near here, you monster. He continued to utter strange sentences. Then I kill all the bastards here. It is also natural. And just a moment later, that bastard was lying twisted, foaming at the mouth on the ground in despair. Swallow Devourer had now appeared. Don't you think so? At this moment, the giant yellow eyes appeared. Suddenly a call rang out. Sir Swat. But he continued to speak coldly. Do you agree? Renee. Swallow Devourer seemed to have fallen into madness. Reassuring calls still rang out. Sir Swat. Calm down. Wake up. Sir Swallow. At this moment, a slender, weak arm was holding his sleeve. That was Melge Zelimphagria. She grabbed Swallow Devourer's arm and asked in panic. What the hell is happening? Answer me. But he turned his head back, staring with terrifying eyes and replied. I will only answer you once. Decapitation claw. One of the 36 virtues. There is only one in the whole world, right? Melge Zelimphagria heard that and looked at him in astonishment. Then sweating profusely, she replied. From what I know, that is correct. But why? Do you suddenly ask that? Swallow Devourer immediately replied. I have been looking for it for a long time. It belongs to a friend of mine. I must find it. Then he pulled his hand out of her grip and turned away coldly. You don't need to help me anymore. Thank you. Melge Zelimphagria reached out in panic. Sir Swat. He spoke. Again. Now I know how to get to Haston. From now on, I can go there myself. Then his power started to flare up again. Therefore, it is best that you stay away from this place as fast as possible. Melge Zelimphagria called out in panic. Sir Swat. Is that person the friend you mentioned? Hearing that, Swallow Devourer's footsteps paused. Melge Zelimphagria hurriedly continued. The demon in the form of a silver-haired woman. A warrior using the decapitation claw of the 36 virtues. The face of Swallow Devourer became colder than ever. Then, he used that expression and hissed each word. Sword-wielding maid. Lady Renee. Melge Zelimphagria saw that expression of his, hugged herself trembling and said, looking at that reaction, it seems correct. Sir Swat. Swallow Devourer still seriously reminded. The joke is enough. Then his eyes flashed, asking in a dangerous tone. What do you want to know? Now. Melge Zelimphagria laughed haha and replied. No need to tell me the whole story. Even if you use that scary voice, you can't scare me. Especially since I already know who you are. Speaking of this, her face showed clear, sparkling excitement. She continued. Lady Renee is the guardian protecting the great ancient core. She is the person with the highest status among the highest. So if you confirm Lady Renee is your friend, then Sir Swat is definitely. Swallow Devourer also turned back to listen to her. Melge Zelimphagria's voice continued to ring out. The master of the ancient core. Lord. Swallow Devourer heard this sentence and was quite surprised. His face also lost the uncontrolled look from earlier and returned to normal. After a while, he closed his eyes and replied helplessly. Yeah, I am Devourer. But suddenly Melge Zelimphagria interrupted him. Sub. Her face was extremely excited as she cheered. Ordinate of Lord Devourer. It's definitely her. Swallow Devourer sighed helplessly on the outside, not knowing what to say. But inside, his face was completely distorted. But she still didn't notice and continued to joke. Haha, look at your face. I caught you red-handed. Don't worry, my deduction skills are top-notch. And Melge Zelimphagria hesitated a bit and continued. I don't know what dangerous thoughts you are having, so I will help you, and you must not refuse. Swallow Devourer asked back with some disbelief. For someone who claims to be nearly equal to the Demon King, are you sure you can deduce simply like that? She still confidently smiled and replied, "A demon with logic cannot become a king, but the words of the demon who becomes king are the logic." Seeing that confidence of hers, Swallow Devourer rubbed his forehead and thought, "This has gone a bit too far." As for Melge Zelenfagria, seeing his distorted face, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, that face. Now, that is the source what I know." Hearing that, he looked over in surprise. Melge Zelenfagria waved her hands and feet to describe, "Just now you were super scary. Just now behind your back, strange things like this appeared." Then she quickly changed her expression, laughing until tears came out. "So I am very glad when you return to normal. From now on I will help you, so don't worry." Then Melge Zelenfagria gently grabbed his robe and said, "And please don't use that voice to talk anymore. Promise me." Very quickly, it moved to the day of the auction. The front entrance was a beautiful sunny day, bestowing light down to the mortal world. Everyone going. The auction wore masks to hide their identities. At the same time, at the back exit, there was a soldier standing leaning against a pillar thinking, "I also guessed it beforehand. But I didn't expect there to be not a single soul. So what is the point of guarding *? Guarding?" While depressed, suddenly a call rang out. "Hello." Turns out, it was Melge Zelenfagria. She now wore sharp makeup, styled fashionable hair and dressed extravagantly, appearing. Following behind was Swallow Devourer, still dressed exactly as usual, looking extremely sloppy. She asked with a polite attitude, "We want to join the auction. Is it okay to enter from this door?" The guard saw that and stammered in confusion, Yes, this way. But first I must have your identities." "What are your names?" she heard. Question and calmly introduced, "I am Mel's from the Agria family, and this is the servant." "Swat?" The guard immediately replied, "Please wait a moment." Then he started searching the books for the name Agria. After a while of searching, the guard said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, but the lady's name is not on the guest list today." But she raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed. "Oh my, that's really strange." And Mel's from the Agria family turned to ask, Swat, did you bring the invitation letter?" The guard heard that and was confused. Invitation letter?" Swallow Devourer also stepped forward and said, Right here." And the soldier said in confusion, "Wait, there was no invitation letter sent out, right?" But as soon as the last word was uttered, the guard ate a punch in the face. At this moment, appearing before the guard's eyes was a cold face with a demonic smile, raising a fist and saying, "Here is the invitation to your next life." After handling the guard, he turned to Melge Zelenfagria and asked helplessly, "More importantly, can't you wear something else?" But she calmly replied, "Why? Are you afraid of being captivated by my beautiful appearance?" But Swallow Devourer said with concern, "You are a child. Don't dress like this." She retorted in dissatisfaction, "Don't call me a child." Yeah, whatever, let's go." But Melge Zelenfagria still didn't accept it and angrily knocked on his head, scolding, "Take back those words, quickly." Then the scene shifted to Castle Chait. A building with sharp architecture appeared. The sky and surrounding space were immersed in blood-red colors. Renee, impossible. In a room, someone was lying there muttering. That was Renee. She lay in despair on the bed. Tears flowed automatically. Renee suddenly exclaimed, "Return to the ancient core again." Chapter 12. Back to 80 years ago. In a forest, a disastrous fire was burning. Everything was consumed in that fire of destruction. This was the Grappina forest. Everything was gradually vanishing into thin air. Switching scenes to another space. In a room, a voice rang out. "I apologize for what happened. I didn't think humans would do such things. Even so, won't this forest recover and be filled with joy immediately?" A hand with eerie marks placed on someone. "After all, I have avenged them." A figure with a terrifying appearance emerged. Green hair with 2 horns. One was cut off. Sharp claws of the other person placed on the face of a person frozen in terror. This was the master of Grappina Forest. Nickname which Earth Spirit Grappina. Swallow Devourer stood there thinking. The ancient core used the forest as a natural fortress for itself. So I need to create a good impression with Grappina. All. The people who burned the forest are dead? TSK. Then Grappina's anger will gradually subside. At this moment, his 2 feet stood on a pool of blood flowing profusely, thinking to himself, Even so, what should I do? It seems unrelated to this matter. The more I look, the more I find it interesting. Is it called a gnome? A non-human creature created by humans? Asterisk, the image of maid Renee locked in a very cramped cage appeared. Swallow Devourer observed and calculated. Asterisk, should I kill this thing too? Leaving witnesses is not good either. But, asterisk then. He also made a decision and spoke up. Hey, this is your master's last wish. Now you are free. If you want to go anywhere, go. Renee heard that and was surprised, falling into silence. As for Swallow Devourer, he was dissatisfied with himself. I am acting erratically. Thinking done, he grasped the 2 iron bars with both hands and said, however, I won't help you escape this place either. At this moment, he had transformed into a demonic form, gently breaking those iron bars while continuing to speak coldly. Whether you want to die being imprisoned here or want to escape outside, it depends on you.
Lel.
Renee heard this and was extremely stunned. Swallow Devourer turned away and continued. Your master is looking for a maid named Lael, and since there are no maids around here, it must be you. My mercy, due to curiosity only goes this far. Saying that, his body turned into dark smoke and vanished into the air. Renee just sat there dazed. A non-human creature created by humans? Her eyes were still vacant as if she hadn't accepted the truth. A while later, she stood up and muttered the name asterisk L.
Lel asterisk.
Lael is the name of a maid serving the head of the family, and is a title to call the most talented maid. The current Lael is a head maid. Renee stepped out of the gap caused by that bent iron bar. This tiny maid had never been called or addressed by that name, because an object like her didn't have a name. But because of that, she, Renee, stood there looking up at the light pouring down from the large hole. That light shone on her beautiful but equally pitiful face. At this moment, tears also unconsciously flowed. She read the name asterisk L. Asterisk again. Switching scenes back to Castle Chait. The space was now less gloomy. The blood-red color had also faded a lot. Renee sat on a mound of earth looking towards the castle. Suddenly a voice called her name. Renee. A fully covered person appearing from behind Renee spoke up. I heard that the subjugation army from the Empire is advancing straight to the ancient core. So that was Uzbek Bathory. Renee then replied. Even if Bathory says so, Renee will not return there. Uzbek Bathory moved closer to her and said, I'm not telling you to go back there. I cherish Renee's happiness very much, but I prioritize the right to choose and happiness more. Shouldn't you ensure that you have handled all the problems? If it's those two, I think they are looking for you everywhere. If they knew you were deceived by humans and are here like this, what do you think Swallow and Patrick would do? If you intend to live wandering like a ghost like this, then erase all your traces. Forever. Those words successfully provoked Renee. Her face at this moment looked extremely confused. Then Uzbek Bathory returned to a normal tone. No need to be too perfect, clumsy is fine. Patrick will understand your intention and handle it himself. Because of the subjugation team, the ancient core will be busy dealing with them for a few days. If you intend to get married, do it now. But Renee was still thinking very complicatedly, not knowing what to say. A long while later, she fingered her skirt hem and called Bathory. Then she stood up decisively and continued. Renee intends to go to a very far place to breathe some fresh air. Uzbek Bathory turned in surprise and asked, Wait, maybe Renee's right eye is a bit blurry. Are you okay going alone? Renee replied with a determined face. Renee is fine. Thank you for your concern. Bathory, where is Renee's sword? Returning to Swallow Devourer's side. He was strangling the guy up there and slamming him into the wall, causing the wall to crack while questioning. I will ask you one last time. Tell me everything about the decapitation claw. The guy was strangled so tight that he foamed at the mouth, speaking with difficulty. It was sent by the magic tower of Haston, the wings. I really don't know anything else. Please, believe me. So it's Haston. Swallow Devourer thought, then asked coldly again. You said it's the magic tower of Haston, the wings, right? Hearing what he needed to hear, he dropped the guy down, causing him to fall flat on the ground, and said politely, Thank you for telling the truth. I will let you live. After speaking, he turned to leave with Melj Zelimphagria. This guy still didn't fear death and muttered, Damn it, that bastard almost killed me. I'm just a guard. What did I do wrong? Go to hell, you bastard. But suddenly Swallow Devourer appeared from behind him with a gloomy face and answered, Right, you did nothing wrong. This made the guy extremely terrified. In his pupils appeared the familiar eyes of Swallow Devourer. He spoke again with a voice as if appearing from hell. You did nothing wrong. But you were just unlucky to accidentally catch my attention. When you stepped into my territory, what did you say? That guy trembled and asked back. Are you a monster? because at this time he had turned into black dark smoke spreading around. Those terrifying voices continued. Slaughter or killing? No. You used beautiful words like subjugation or conquest. At this time, all the angry eyes of Swallow Devourer appeared, looking extremely terrible. Do you feel sorry for the creatures you killed? Did they do anything wrong to deserve to be killed? The guy above was now looking up in extreme horror and despair. Swallow Devourer answered his own question.
No.
I am the same. You are my enemy. That is why I do this. Switching scenes. To another space. At this time in the auction room, voices rang out. TSK. Someone bid 35 billion gold. 38.4 billion. 39.8 billion. 50 billion. 60.7 billion. 70 billion. The scene was extremely lively. Rich people competed to raise their hands wishing to get that item. 70 billion. We have 70 billion. Anyone else? At the time, two people were whispering to each other. So boring. Should we bid too? Just bid for fun. The other person was startled and asked back. What? Be serious, Gwyn. We are here to ensure security for the auction, not to participate in the auction. This blue-haired girl was the commander of the Black Lake Legion. Hero.
GWYN Historia.
Gwyn Historia then smiled brightly and said,
Ayeye.
Seems I can't joke with you, Garrot. And the pink-haired girl was the vice commander of the Black Lake Legion. Spy Garrot. With a serious face, she said, Don't forget our purpose for coming here. Never. Let's finish and go eat something delicious. Suddenly at this moment, a bald man pointed and asked, Is there no one there? But the two girls were still discussing the meal. Salmon sandwich or pumpkin tart? Ah, I want to eat pudding too. The host of the auction stood above and spoke up. I will bring out the third card and stop the auction. Suddenly at this moment, a creepy voice rang out. Who said that? Immediately, a stream of fresh blood sprayed out accompanied by tragic screams. Kai-ha! Swallow Devourer appeared at this moment, handling the host, and said with a voice from hell, I will be the person to end the auction. All of you. Historia saw that and called out in panic. Garrot. Garrot also replied in confusion. Yes. Swallow Devourer appeared in a transformed strange form. Hands in pockets, stepping forward like a reaper, speaking up. All here to buy the decapitation claw, right? Chapter 13. Explaining a bit about warriors. There were 3 warriors of the Empire. After one of the trio, Bernhistens, died in battle with the ancient core. Public criticism arose against the warrior with the duty to protect the people of the Empire. Died while raiding a dungeon for personal gain. Images of warriors being surrounded by countless pointing fingers of criticism appeared, because the criticism was not only directed at Bern, but also spilled over to the remaining 2 warriors. Among the 2, one felt it. As a warrior, maintaining the trust of the imperial people is essential. Enough to suppress the survival instinct and fuel their fighting spirit. At this time, Gwyn Historia's legs were trembling. She grit her teeth in anger, intending to rush over but was stopped by Garrot. Stop, Historia. Garrot shook her head to signal. You must not go. Although also, extremely worried, Garrot could only grit her teeth and say helplessly, You absolutely cannot do anything. That thing is far beyond dangerous. The image of Swallow Devourer stepping forward like a reaper appeared. 2 yellow eyes, with swirls observing around. Walking up to the auction stage, Swallow Devourer placed his hand on the item and bowed his head saying, This signal might just be a hunch, but it really looks real. At the same time, he was sensing the changes of the item inside and thought, I feel Renee's trace emitting too strongly to consider it a fake. As predicted, Renee was attacked by lowly humans. Hearing that, he decisively threw that glass cage away. Holding the item up to observe more closely, Swallow Devourer uttered words. Although this situation is quite complicated to explain in detail, but this item actually has an owner, so I will return it to its owner. What a shame. It would have sold for a very high price. His words and that appearance made the people below speechless. Well, since you guys saw it. While he was intending to continue speaking, there were guys who didn't know life or death pointing and shouting. Guards, what are you doing? Stop that bastard immediately. At this moment, Swallow Devourer's anger truly began. Fine. It seems you guys have no intention of sending me off kindly. Fine, I feel the same. After speaking, Swallow Devourer held that object and squeezed while hissing. I will tear you guys into pieces. His face showed more and more resentment. And bury you guys with this blade. Suddenly at this moment, there was a figure accompanied by a shout. Do you think I will allow that? Swallow Devourer turned his head angrily to look. Turns out it was Gwyn Historia. She rushed to attack Swallow Devourer. Gwyn Historia is attacking me, he assessed. Unfortunately, you have no talent for that. In just an instant, Swallow Devourer gently dodged to the side and she struck air. And you have no other weapon besides those gloves. Swallow Devourer glanced at Gwyn Historia's movements and continued to assess. Meanwhile, she tried to steady her feet and turned around. Gwyn Historia continued to swing her iron fist. In this case, I will tear your arm off and crush those gloves into pieces. Swallow Devourer stared very sinisterly at his opponent. Even so, for a human, it's quite impressive. Gwyn Historia continued to swing her fist while shouting, "Crush!" That iron fist arrived. Swallow Devourer just gently caught it with his bare hand. When the two strong hands touched each other, Gwyn Historia's power made him a bit surprised. Immediately he was punched by that power straight into the wall behind. A large explosion and debris flew out. Gwyn Historia stood there panting, feeling somewhat satisfied. But this moment, a calm voice continued to resonate. "Haha, so you aren't a normal human, are you?" The voice coming from the rubble made Gwyn Historia startle in panic. She couldn't help but feel confused inside. He's still alive? After that move?
Impossible.
That move annihilated a dungeon boss without leaving a trace. It can't be. Panic was clearly visible on Gwyn Historia's face. Even the Apocalypse replica, said to be able to withstand any 3 attacks, was destroyed with just 1 hit from that skill. Her iron arm fell to the ground at that moment. Gwyn Historia began to assess him again. Black liquid. No, it's a gas form. So he isn't human. But he isn't a normal monster either. So what is he? While Gwyn Historia was confused, Swallow Devourer smiled a creepy smile. Then his whole body emitted an aura of darkness as he roared madly. What a pity! At this moment, vision blurred, unable to see anything. An endless darkness was enveloping Gwyn Historia. Suddenly, a call rang out. "Gwyn!" Gwyn Historia quickly turned around. "Carrot!" she called back. At this moment, another iron hand appeared. From Carrot's arm, streams of lightning power emitted. Gwyn Historia shouted to stop her. "Carrot! Don't come closer!" But Carrot had already rushed forward, unleashing her power to attack Swallow Devourer while shouting, "Stay away from us!" The scene shifts to another space. Sitting amidst the rubble, Melge Lymphagria asked worriedly, Sir Swallow, are you still safe? I was so worried." He comforted her. "Yeah, I'm still fine." She was still panicked to the point of tears. "Are you really okay? I thought you died after that magic move." He looked at his hand and wondered, "I wonder why I'm still alive too." He recalled the image from that moment. That attack wasn't something a human could unleash. It felt like it struck my very heart. I wouldn't be surprised if that hit revealed my true form. This actually makes me feel excited. Swallow Devourer broke into a cold sweat thinking about it. And if I'm exposed, then Uncle Patrick will definitely... Asuka, I don't even want to think about it anymore. I might receive death for that. But more importantly, he looked forward again. I remember those two. Swallow Devourer's gaze looked into the distance. Not just one, but there were 2 flying squirrels. That distinctive red hair. While I focused on the blue hair, she evacuated the humans here, and cast multiple protection spells on the blue hair, then quickly escaped my magic fangs simultaneously. Recalling that face, he couldn't help but smirk and exclaim, "You guys are interesting." Chapter 14. Something just fell down here. Screams rang out accompanied by debris. What the hell is going on? Hey, is someone here? Are you awake? At this time, Gwyn Historia had been knocked into the ground, creating a deep crater. People surrounded her. An old man hurriedly called out, "She's heavily injured. Call the guards." "No, call a healer." Gwyn Historia thought, "Even though I'm a warrior, I was defeated by an unknown monster in a single blow. Are the people in the auction house safe? What about Carrot?" As she prepared to stand up, people reminded her, "Stand up slowly. Carrot." Suddenly, a voice replied, "If you call so softly, how can I hear you?" Gwyn Historia looked up in surprise. Carrot pulled her shirt, looking at her with a smile. "Miss Gwyn." Gwyn Historia rejoiced as if a burden had been lifted. "Carrot, you're still alive." Carrot pinched her cheek and laughed. "Miss Gwyn, you should quickly thank me. If I weren't there, this day next year would probably be your death anniversary." Gwyn Historia opened her eyes wide. Carrot's arm. It revealed a severed arm covered in Carrot's blood. But she still smiled optimistically. "Don't worry, it's not life-threatening." But Gwyn Historia wasn't like that. Tears streamed down her face as she hugged Carrot tightly and wailed, "I'm sorry. Because of me, Carrot. I'm truly a failed hero. Carrot. I'm sorry. Suddenly a shout rang out.
GWYN Historia.
Carrot wiped Gwyn Historia's tears and comforted her. Calm down. You are a hero. If a hero of the Empire cries her eyes out, the people won't like it. Then she whispered into Gwyn Historia's ear. Just one arm. It's fine. Okay. Don't you know who you are facing, Miss Gwyn? That monster is the master of the ancient core. He is Swallow. Stop joking. No way a monster like that would be here. Carrot said seriously. I don't know the reason either, but I am certain. He really is Swallow. That evil black calamity is the ancient monster, Swallow. That monster's feet have traces of hero Bernhistens. Seems the traces are still fresh. Within the last month. This is more serious than we thought, Miss Gwyn. Worry was clearly visible on her face. If this continues, the Empire will collapse. Hearing this, Gwyn Historia sank into despair. After regaining her senses, she exclaimed in confusion. If it really is Swallow, we must try to stop him. This is human territory. We have the upper hand. But Carrot placed a hand on her shoulder to advise. Miss Gwyn, this isn't something our strength can resolve. You felt that overwhelming power directly, didn't you? Currently, we cannot defeat him. We need to turn to the Demon Subjugation Alliance for support, and report to the royal family. So I will act alone first. With my current condition, I can't teleport both of us. So please stay here, Miss Gwyn. Saying that, Carrot used Whisper of Light. Heal. Those glittering lights began treating Gwyn Historia's wounds. Carrot continued. It won't completely heal you, so don't wander around. Just wait for me here. Suddenly Gwyn Historia sprang up. Wait, but we don't know when that monster will go crazy again. Carrot reminded her. You should still wait here, it's better. Please. After speaking, Carrot's body began to glow. Gwyn Historia shouted in panic. Wait, hold on. Carrot. But Carrot had already decisively vanished into the air. Scene shifts to Swallow Devourer. He was still thinking. So annoying. Should I ignore the one who escaped and go to Hasten? Or chase and eliminate all risks of my appearance being discovered here? What should I do? Swallow Devourer turned left then right, making Melge Lymphagria next to him confused too. Since I'm safe and retrieved the decapitation claw, let's just ignore it. Moreover, I have the goal of finding Rhine, I can't forget that. At least I must find Rhine's body. Calculation done. He turned back and called, Melge, get ready. He replied with a slightly troubled face. Okay. Swallow Devourer noticed and asked, What's wrong? Melge Lymphagria hesitated a bit. No. It's nothing. Swallow Devourer said coldly. What is it? How can it be nothing? Speak up. But she still hesitated. Sir Swallow. Thinking for a while, she decisively revealed her worry. You are truly very strong. I knew because I witnessed it back at the Demon King's castle. But the more I learn, the stronger you are than I thought. Even though you say you are Lady Rhine's friend, it seems you are even stronger than her, right? Or is Miss Rhine stronger than I imagined? Please tell me, Sir Swallow. Who are you really? Hearing this question, Swallow Devourer froze for a moment. Then he scratched his head helplessly. Ah, Melge. Then suddenly he tapped her head. Kid. After tapping, he patted her head, making Melge Lymphagria look up in confusion. Swallow Devourer said, Why do you have to be troubled, kid? I am just Sir Swallow. Melge Lymphagria, looking small, could only look up. He smiled again and continued, Once everything is done, I will let you know the truth, okay? Hearing that, she smiled with relief. Then Swallow Devourer shocked Melge Lymphagria's spirit again. Now then, let's finish this. Show them the power of a demon king, shall we? She replied happily. Moments later, the cloak fell. The petite Melge Lymphagria from before had transformed into a girl with a toned, hot body, looking over and saying, All right, Sir Swallow. Reconstruction. At this moment, a stream of purple lightning struck a white shield circle. Moments later, a huge explosion occurred, obscuring vision. The people below looked at the giant clouds of smoke and exclaimed in panic. What the hell is that? What exploded? Gwyn Historia looked up in horror. That direction is the auction house. Damn it. An attack in the heart of the capital. The citizens panicked. Kia, our house. Mine too. Do those damn creatures care how many people are in the capital? What should I do? She stood up and walked. But then Gwyn Historia remembered Carrot's advice. So don't wander around. Just wait for me here. Gwyn Historia gritted her teeth in anger. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed her hand tightly. A little girl was worriedly hugging Gwyn Historia's hand while crying, Big sister, my dad is over there. Gwyn Historia's iron fist clenched tight. While everyone was confused, a voice rang out. It's okay. Don't worry, everyone. I will handle this. Saying that, Gwyn Historia walked decisively forward. As she walked, she thought, I am the hero Gwyn Historia. I will not run from a monster like that. Chapter 15. At this moment, gray smoke clouds continued to rise into the sky. Swallow Devourer also crawled out from the pile of bricks and would calling out, Hey Melge! What did you say the magic you just used was? Reconstruction? Does high-level magic make the ground collapse like that? Is that right? Melge Lymphagria revealed beautiful wings flying in the air, replying with delight. Everything is settled now, right? Everything has disappeared. He asked again, That magic really shouldn't be used here. She replied immediately, Stop interfering in my business, will you? It just started, but I ended it all for them. It ended neatly. What more do you want from me? Melge Lymphagria's body emitted glittering lights, making Swallow Devourer depressed. And she said, Why are you complaining? If there was a spell to stop this situation better, why didn't you tell me? Swallow Devourer said helplessly, Well, I thought you could do the right thing in this situation, so I left it be. In the hazy space, a voice spoke up. Ah! Not good. Using magic here will bring a lot of trouble. Swallow Devourer glanced back and thought. Then he asked, Now do you remember the way to the central teleportation gate? Melge Lymphagria replied, Yes, okay, I remember the place. Hearing that, he urged, Let's leave here quickly. Heroes or guards will likely swarm here soon. Things are quite troublesome after you used magic. We need to reach Hasten quickly. Saying that, he turned to leave. She was a bit confused but didn't ask further. All right. But then she couldn't help asking, You keep mentioning Hasten, but where is it? Hearing this, Swallow Devourer stumbled while walking. He turned back with a depressed face. Don't you know where the ancient core is? Melge Lymphagria heard that and laughed, Haha. I know that. It's one of the 7 great dungeons I admire. Swallow Devourer said, That town is just nearby. Melge Lymphagria went from happy to gloomy, poking her fingers together. Actually, I only read about the ancient core in books. He said completely helplessly, Fine, let's go. Melge Lymphagria also took flight, saying, All right, I will protect it, don't worry. Swallow Devourer waved at her and replied, Okay, I'll be there soon. After parting with Melge Lymphagria, he walked alone amidst the chaos. As he walked, he said, We've arrived. How many people are here? The smoke, a crowded army appeared standing facing Swallow Devourer. Seeing him ask, they spoke up. We are one of the 9 pillar families of the Empire, the Blue Crane Expedition Team. At this moment, a scarred man with a covered face spoke up. I am the captain of the expedition team asking you. Who are you? Swallow Devourer just silently thought. True humans always have to work in teams. I don't understand why they are always stubborn about such things. But when they gather like this, it's quite annoying. They seem to be the guards who protected the auction. But it's fine. After all, they are just soldiers. No hero has appeared yet. Thinking that, Swallow Devourer spoke up. You want to know who I am? Let me think if I should tell you. Then immediately his eyes turned yellow as he coldly exclaimed, I am your enemy. Immediately, eyes and mouths appeared clearly and terrifyingly all over his body. Meanwhile, at the ancient core, a voice rang out. Nifrim, everyone says whoever enters this dungeon finds it hard to return. If anyone dies here, their soul will wander and cannot transcend. The blue-haired girl Sylvia constantly circled Nifrim chattering. Should we go back now? It's too scary here. But Nifrim said with a bit of annoyance. Come on. Stop making a fuss, Sylvia. Hearing that, Sylvia pouted with a bit of grievance. Nothing, it's boring to death here. That's why I did that for fun. Suddenly she turned to the side and said, But I see many strange things in this dungeon. Nifrim also turned in panic. The first room we passed just now was full of monster corpses. But this room is different, it's too clean. Someone must have cleaned up here. Her eyes clearly showed solemnity. Then she turned to ask everyone, What do you think? That man remained distractedly confused. And whispers rang out. There's no way the Histala's expedition army cleaned up here. The monsters aren't smart enough to do that. Or maybe a monster with high intelligence did this. Wait, wasn't this dungeon destroyed up to the 5th room? Only the boss room hasn't been reached. Impossible for a monster to clean all this up. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you saying? Why didn't I clean the corpses in the first room? But cleaned here. Hearing that, Nifrim looked over in panic. Her eyes quickly scanned behind. And Nifrim turned back and shouted, Monsters, stop playing tricks here. Are you trying to trick us? Then panicked voices rang out. We. Suddenly a gloomy voice spoke. You are too noisy, making me exhausted. My joints hurt even more. I'm not tricking you for anything. I cleaned this place because it looked too messy. Also, I guess someone would come to conquer the dungeon. But you are too noisy, so I find it quite annoying. Two glowing eyes looked out from the darkness. Nifrim hurriedly turned to Sylvia and said, "Sylvia, light." Sylvia quickly replied, "Okay." Immediately Sylvia reached out, creating a stream of light in her hand. The voice rang out again. Blinding.
Truly stupid humans.
Why do you keep coming to this place? Isn't dying in such numbers enough? Welcome to the ancient core. It turned out that voice belonged to Death Knight Patrick. Nifrim thought in panic, "Scotten." Then she had to speak up and ask, "So you are the Knight Patrick?" Hearing that, Death Knight Patrick unleashed a burst of anger. "Since you know me, I don't need to introduce myself anymore. I prepared a grand introduction, but forget it now.
Truly stupid humans.
Just wanting to come here to die. Calm down a bit, don't overreact like that. Lower your weapons, we can talk. That mage girl, stop taking that stance. Those soldiers too. Back off a bit." "Huh? Was what I said wrong?" "Humph." While Death Knight Patrick was speaking, a power flashed past. It turned out to be Nifrim's small sword. She angrily thrust the sword forward while shouting, "Die! You talk too much." But Death Knight Patrick gently blocked it with one arm. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked over, saying, "Truly, humans behave so rudely, attacking before anything. Humph." Nifrim continued to use ice magic. A large block of ice attacked Death Knight Patrick under Nifrim's control. Immediately an explosion occurred, dust obscuring vision from the outside. Flashes lit up the sky from the collision of moves from both sides. Fighting again. This is too familiar to me, nothing fun. Facing anyone is the same. In the end, I win anyway. Death Knight Patrick gently caught Nifrim's attacks. Nifrim swung her sword down with hateful eyes. Death Knight Patrick remained calm like that. Then he also released a stream of sword aura from behind. Death Knight Patrick thought, "A boring battle." Then he spoke to the opponent. "Oh, you seem to have power. Completely different from those others." But at this moment, Nifrim smiled a weird smile and began unleashing multiple moves at once. Power Up, Omen, Light Dance, Silent Steps, Blood Slaughter Path, Hero's Bone Ash. Behind her appeared different magic circles. Death Knight Patrick reached out to grab his sword stuck in the ground and said, "So you have many buffing spells. That's why you're so strong." Thinking inside, "But the effects probably won't last long. I guess about a minute before they run out." But he wasn't left to ponder for long. Immediately after, consecutive moves struck down. Paralyze, 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 paralyze. Thunderbolts struck down, making Death Knight Patrick a bit panicked. "Huh? Oh, these things again." Nifrim stepped on his body and said, "Say that again. Who will win here?" Nifrim's whole body emitted a strong killing intent. She slashed the sword down. Death Knight Patrick tilted his head to the side and said, "That's good. I didn't think you had enough strength to corner me like this." Sylvia stood timidly nearby holding her sword. Whispers rang out softly. "Still not over? The guardian monsters of the ancient core aren't that numerous." Suddenly Death Knight Patrick continued, "Seems like I need to eliminate that blue-haired mage girl first." Hearing that, Sylvia broke into a cold sweat, tension and fear rising. Hearing that, Nifrim angrily stomped harder and shouted, "Shut up!" Death Knight Patrick seemed quite in pain. Nifrim used all her strength to thrust the sword down while screaming, "Die!" But at this moment, a skeletal hand gently reached out and grabbed that sharp sword tip. Then laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Lying on the ground, Death Knight Patrick felt happier than ever. Truly so fun. It's been a long time since I got to act like this. I'm sorry. Long time since it's been this fun. I should have taken you down quickly. Seeing that expression, Nifrim was both confused and resentful. Sweat began to pour endlessly. Death Knight Patrick continued, "But it's been a long time since an expeditioner came here, so I was a bit bored. So I tried the feeling of failure to trick you guys. Thank you for giving me this joy." Saying that, Death Knight Patrick's eyes flashed green light as if wanting to swallow up everything nearby. Chapter 16. Scene shifts to a dark place where nothing is clear. Nifrim suddenly opened her eyes and cried out, "Triple A!" She pushed herself up, crying out in pain. "Ugh, what just happened?" At this time, a voice rang out making Nifrim startle and look over. "Oh, you're awake." Death Knight Patrick was still sitting there and continued, "It took me only a few seconds to summarize everything after you fainted. However, better you look for yourself." Saying that, he pointed in a direction. That was a pile of bloody, tragic corpses. Death Knight Patrick continued, "All the humans who have encountered me, the Death Knight Patrick until now, no one survived. Not a single person. I thought you would know that since you know my name, but it seems all you know is my name and nothing else. In his hand, he was holding Sylvia's head. Ah. However, dealing with this blue-haired mage was quite arduous. Saying that, Death Knight Patrick threw the corpse back to Nifrim. Nifrim shouted in panic, "Sylvia!" She trembled before her best friend's body. Death Knight Patrick continued, "Using holy magic. Just thinking about it makes my bones itch." Then he couldn't hide his joy, flowers blooming around him. "Anyway, you are Nifrim, right? That mage called your name until the very end." The image of Sylvia gasping for air appeared. Back then she constantly called, "Nifrim, Nifrim, Nifrim." Death Knight Patrick continued, "She called you so desperately." Nifrim fell into silence in despair. Death Knight Patrick didn't stop saying provocative words. "I expected a more emotional reaction, but yours is quite boring. Miss Nifrim, you are so heartless. Now then, time for the Q&A section for the survivor." Saying that, he pulled out the sword stuck in his body. Even though Fimmer is an idiot, he couldn't have sent only 30 people. And honestly, I'm sorry to say this expedition force is too mediocre. Tell me, what are you hiding? At this moment, the sharp sword was placed against Nifrim's neck. Death Knight Patrick continued, "Here, since I am a kind and generous skeleton, I will give you a few choices. If you voluntarily answer, raise your right hand." But suddenly, Nifrim retracted all fingers, leaving only the middle finger, the swearing gesture. Death Knight Patrick saw that and got angry. "Oh my god, truly unbelievable, I got cursed at this way." Then he stabbed the sword down while saying, "I will respect your decision. Please die slowly." Immediately a thwack sound signaled the sword had struck down. Blood from the sharp blade dripped down. Death Knight Patrick turned away complaining, "Ah, when will I finish cleaning this place up? Anyway, I guess it will be easier than before, right?" Nifrim slumped with the sword stuck in her. She still placed her hand on Sylvia as if to comfort her friend. Suddenly a thought flashed. He's gone. Nifrim wasn't dead yet. Suddenly she opened her eyes, looking with resentment. The gaze of Nifrim looked down again with sorrow. She couldn't say or think anything, looking down at Sylvia's cold face. Sylvia stayed in that bowed posture for a long time, as if seeing off her friend. Nifrim couldn't hold back the pain and exclaimed in her heart, "I'm sorry, but I..." Suddenly she opened her mouth wide. "Must survive." She finished the thought, followed by horrifying crunching sounds. Death Knight Patrick, hiding behind a large rock, noticed the issue and thought, "Damn it, what an annoying sound. I knew it. I knew there were hidden circumstances behind this." So, does eating corpses make her stronger and heal wounds? And does power accumulate with each meal? Is it limited to human corpses only? What is the source of this ability? Alchemy or magic? Death Knight Patrick stood there observing that horrifying scene. There are many corpses here too. I should spend time testing this. Anyway, I wonder where the boss is and what he's doing? Death Knight Patrick clasped his hands together and thought of Swallow Devourer. Hopefully, he isn't doing anything strange in a strange place. The scene shifts to Swallow Devourer. He was fighting that group of people. He was standing on a giant blazing fire. Below there was still a person. What is this? At this moment, Swallow Devourer was burning those people, then turned to ask, "You came to die too?" That foot continued to step forward, replying, "No." It was Gwyn Historia. She gritted her teeth, preparing a combat stance, and said, "I am Gwyn Historia, hero." But he only said coldly, "I never asked who you are. Wow, I like your soul, but you cannot defeat me." Gwyn Historia was still determined to rush forward, thinking, even if that is true. It made Swallow Devourer a bit surprised. Gwyn Historia was determined. "I must stop him." Immediately a deadly punch was thrown by Gwyn Historia. Her whole body emitted powerful force. But Swallow Devourer gently raised his bare fleshy hand to block Gwyn Historia's iron fist. He switched to the active role, grabbing Gwyn Historia's arm and said fiercely, "Sorry, but you can only attack me this one time." Swallow Devourer leaned close to her hand and continued, "Continue, try to escape again. That is, if you can." And Gwyn Historia was completely stunned and passive before this absolute power. Then her vision became blurred. She was slammed down to the ground by Swallow Devourer. Thoughts appeared in Gwyn Historia again. "I can't defeat him." A stream of fresh blood spurted from her mouth. "But surely I bought some more time, right? I am a hero, and a hero's duty is to protect everyone." Gwyn Historia, though in extreme pain, still thought of the commoners out there. Moments later, Gwyn Historia's eyes and mouth bled. She closed her eyes powerlessly. Swallow Devourer lifted her arm and was surprised. Done already?" Suddenly the voice continued to ring out. I am a hero.
GWYN Historia.
I cannot. Gwyn Historia gradually opened her blood-filled eye. Collapse like this. At this moment, half of Swallow Devourer's face turned into darkness, and strange eyes appeared again. Gwyn Historia continued to emit her power and spoke in broken words. I cannot let you touch my kind. Then she used all her strength in her bare fist, shouting as if to gather power. That punch struck straight into Swallow Devourer's chest. She continued, I am a hero, so I must protect the innocent. Saying that, her fist also began to relax. Swallow Devourer's voice rang out. Congratulations. You did not die in vain. Gwyn Historia's hand hung limp. He let go of her and said coldly, Gwyn Historia, I will remember your name. However, I'm not sure for how long. With all due respect for your bravery, I will grant you a painless death. Saying so, Swallow Devourer raised his foot. Just as he was about to stomp down, a burst of power flashed past his waist. Then, something beneath his feet startled him. Swallow Devourer hurriedly glanced over. He saw a group dressed in royal attire appear. One of them had quickly rescued Gwyn Historia from under Swallow Devourer's foot. But he scratched the back of his neck in annoyance and asked, Are you guys sausages or something? You keep coming one after another like a string of sausages. One of them politely replied, We had to use forceful measures to save Lady Gwyn. Please forgive our rude behavior. Swallow Devourer shouted angrily, Would you forgive someone who apologizes after hitting you in the back of the head? A polite voice rang out again. Allow me to greet you, though it is late. He also realized that the man was ignoring him. One man among them had black hair. His blood-red pupils looked quite dangerous as he bowed politely and said, I am Arch Itherberia's Jael Livingston, a member of the Itherberia's Black Tiger Legion. It is an honor to meet the Almighty Lord Swallow. Thanks for watching the video. Livingston still placed his hand on his chest and bowed with deep reverence, saying, You are mistaken. I would not dare. We have no intention of opposing you, Lord Devourer. We only wish to make a trade with you. Swallow Devourer heard this and his face twisted even more. What? Make a trade with me? I have no regrets left? At this moment, his form became increasingly monstrous and terrifying. A voice like the Reaper rang out. You better assess the situation. If you dare to insult me, you won't die peacefully, human. Livingston stood calmly before the giant, grotesque eyes and mouth enveloping him. Ark thought, This is a gamble with the fate of the Empire. Livingston then spoke up. The original owner of the decapitation claw is still alive. Hearing this, Swallow Devourer quickly retracted his grotesque form to listen intently. Livingston raised his head and said confidently, I am sure you did not come all this way just to retrieve a masterpiece of virtue. We came here to offer our assistance to you. He heard this, stepped down onto the rubble and asked, And what if I say I don't need it? He shoved his hands into his pockets. Swallow Devourer asked coldly, What happens if I take back the decapitation claw simply out of boredom, while my true purpose is to exterminate humanity? What will you do? By now, his forehead was touching Livingston's, causing him to sweat profusely in anxiety. Yet Ark calmly continued, If you always destroy everything, then having an offer or not wouldn't change anything, right? Swallow Devourer immediately asked, So you want to avoid human extinction? Immediately after, Swallow Devourer lost control and screamed, Then go find the owner of this item. Immediately, his grotesque form began to spill out again. Livingston replied, We will do as you say. Then he turned and called, Garrot. Garrot quickly answered, Yes, Sir Arkansas. Ark spoke up, You met her once, didn't you? Garrot replied cautiously, To find someone, I need to see an item they used. Would it be all right if I borrowed the decapitation claw? Swallow Devourer handed over the item and warned, If you do anything stupid, you won't just lose a hand. Garrot approached and replied, Yes, I understand. After observing, she spoke, I see traces of several people here, as if standing on a map. There are 3 main points. The Haston Magic Tower headquarters, the Demon King Mel's Lodi, and the capital of Lies. Garrot began to detail. That person is too far to pinpoint the exact location, but someone is moving west, opposite the Palace of Lies. Swallow Devourer heard this and thought in surprise. West, towards Haston? Then he spoke. That information is enough. Then he thought of Renee's bright, cute smile when she called him Lord. He felt a weight lift from his heart. It meant Renee was still alive. Suddenly, Swallow Devourer let out a sigh, confusing everyone. Then he walked past the two and said, I owe you. I will remember you too. Swallow Devourer moved forward, causing everyone to scatter to make way. He said, "Go!" The scene shifted. Another place, where a voice called out, "Lord Swallow," turned out to be Melge Zelimphagria. Standing before a pile of corpses, she said wearily, "You are a bit late." Swallow Devourer stood before the pile of corpses, silent and contemplative. Melge Zelimphagria, covered in wounds and blood, still smiled brightly and said, "Look, I kept my promise. I defended the teleportation gate." With that, her blood-stained hand released the weapon. She continued, "I think this is enough to say welcome back. You have returned." At this moment, Melge Zelimphagria collapsed from exhaustion. Swallow Devourer extended spirals to catch her and praised, "Yes, that is enough. You have done very well." Melge Zelimphagria had reverted to the form of a petite little girl, sleeping soundly from exhaustion. Then, stood before that object and wondered, "Come on, how do I use this? This goes to hasten, and if I transfer my mana into it." A giant glass tube containing a green substance appeared.
Moments later.
The glass panel showed signs of cracking, startling him. After it shattered, the contents poured out. Swallow Devourer stood there calmly but was astonished. At this moment, question marks filled his mind. What? It couldn't withstand my mana? I was so confident after my transformation stabilized. Thinking this, Swallow Devourer raised the bracelet on his wrist to look. If I use Demura's mana just to transfer magic, I wonder if I can teleport safely? I'll probably revert to my form. But if I do that, isn't it declaring my existence? He was truly torn on what to do. Actually, I've stepped onto a path of no return. Suddenly, Patrick's image appeared in his mind, saying, "Boss, don't give up," causing him to purse his lips and close his eyes tight. It's too late for a peaceful end. Then Swallow Devourer decided to take off the bracelet. From behind him, terrifying black tentacles appeared. That power was incredibly dark and grotesque. At that moment he thought, "Sorry, Patrick." Everything began to shake. Rumbling sounds rang out, followed by cracking sounds. Immediately, that wall shattered into many fragments. Everything crumbled down under the power of Swallow Devourer's true form. Coordinates of hasten. He opened his sluggish eyes. Magic Tower Room. The scene shifted to a sharp, towering castle appearing under a gloomy sky. A cheerful male voice rang out, "Welcome to the Magic Tower. Your identity and hometown will be verified after a few simple procedures." The person who appeared was Renee. She asked coldly, "Humans, can you use teleportation magic?" The gatekeeper replied enthusiastically, "No, our magic tower has countless people from everywhere, so you cannot enter without verifying your identity." "Is that so?" Renee drew her weapon, alarming the gatekeeper. Renee said coldly, "It seems you people cannot hide." Then that person was decisively eliminated by Renee. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Stepping over the body, she thought, "When I first came here, I had a thought. The magic tower of humans is no different from a dungeon. Certainly, the magic tower is a dungeon created by humans." Ending her train of thought was a massacre gently executed by Renee as she walked past. Corpses and blood trailed behind her. They are just weak monsters. The scene shifted to a while later. A pair of blood-stained legs appeared. Renee thought as she climbed the stairs, "I killed every human I saw on the first floor. What remains is the top floor." At this moment, a pair of thick red lips spoke up. "Oh my, I was curious who the intruder was, but isn't this the noble girl from before?" Standing there was a red-haired female mage. She asked arrogantly, "So you are not human?" Renee just asked coldly, "The decapitation claw, where is it?" Red-haired mage replied casually, "That is my property. There is no reason for me to tell you, but I am curious." "You." She bent down, looking deep into Renee's emerald eyes. Then, she used those vulgar lips to utter, "How are you still alive?"
Rien assumait da combastance.
Her face was full of wariness and determination. The mage scoffed, "Oh my, you really are holding a weapon that doesn't suit your cute little face at all. Do you think you can fight me, the master of the magic tower, with that tiny knife?" As she spoke, she created a magic shield to protect herself. She continued to sneer, "What do you intend to do to me with that knife?" But suddenly, a beam of light shot out, cracking the shield fragments. Mage broke into a cold sweat in panic.
Impossible.
Just one strike and the magic shield shattered. This brat has terrible power. Renee's eyes narrowed, disregarding her. Mage still thought confidently, "But it doesn't matter. This tower is built on an infinite mana spring. If I utilize this infinite mana, I can win. Renee continued to ask, where is my decapitation claw? Speak quickly, you bitch. She lost her patience, shouting as she rushed forward. The mage raised her wand and said smugly, too bad that item is no longer here. I took it to the auction. She then activated her magic domain. Immediately, a powerful energy circle appeared in the air and shot down. The red-haired mage placed her hand on her weapon and said, you seem strong. Therefore, I will use my full power to fight you. Saying this, she turned that power into sharp spears to launch them. Those attacks continuously split, and split, creating countless magic circles descending upon Renee. The mage shouted smugly, block all these attacks of mine. Renee's gaze also became serious. Boom! A loud explosion rang out from near the top of the tower. The view was obscured by thick smoke and dust. A voice rang out, great! The red-haired mage spoke, if a monster like you dares to challenge humanity, this is the consequence. Revealed in the smoke was Renee, pierced by countless energy spears. She stood firm but bent over, coughing up a large amount of blood. This is one of my high-level spells. Only a few powerful dungeon bosses can withstand it. She sweated, thinking, but I never thought a brat like that wouldn't have collapsed yet. But suddenly, at this moment, her two hands disappeared. Fresh blood sprayed out. The red-haired mage collapsed, screaming in pain. Ah! She gritted her teeth in panic and anger. It hurts too much. How is this possible? My hands. But Renee's footsteps, like a ghost, were already beside her. The redhead finally knew fear and begged, I don't want to die. Please spare me. But Renee quickly kicked her again, making her scream in agony once more. Ea. Tears streamed down her face, fearful and in pain, looking incredibly pathetic. Gone was her arrogant demeanor. She began to cry for help. Help! Save me! Then she collapsed onto the ground at Renee's feet. At this moment, she thought, it's over. All traces here have been wiped clean. It's done. I am so tired. I want to sleep. Thinking this, her body gradually slid down. Suddenly, a voice called out, Leader! This made Renee quickly regain consciousness and open her eyes wide. At this moment, blue-haired mage ran over to support the red-haired mage, saying in panic, how could this happen? Wake up, my lady. You must live. The red-haired mage cried out in pain. It hurts so much. Heal. Me. No, first kill that brat. The blue-haired mage also noticed Renee. Renee looked at him with extreme wariness. The blue-haired mage took out a blue stone and said, please wait. You are losing too much blood. Do you see what this is? The red-haired mage looked up and replied, I can't see clearly. The blue-haired mage asked, you don't see it? Then his face darkened as he said, this is a teleportation mana stone. You can use it to escape this place. But currently, I don't have enough mana to activate it. You need to use your mana to activate it. Renee also noticed the stone with the strange symbol inside. Then she frowned, thinking, that looks like the stone I saw before. A feeling of discomfort rose as she looked at it. The stone was pressed against her forehead. Feeling it was enough, he said, all right, thank you. Now I can. Suddenly, her eyes became terrified. At this moment, streams of dark power enveloped the red-haired mage, causing her to scream in agony. Ah! The blue-haired mage stood there, clasping his hands behind his back, and said, Amor, you have too many enemies. You truly lived a terrible life, which is why Renee came here to punish you. All the people in your clan, the Gromans clan, you must have offended them too much. Therefore, they sent me to eliminate you. His face looked incredibly dangerous. Then, he glanced back at Renee and said, Isn't that right, Renee? Renee could only watch him in silent vigilance. While the red-haired mage was being tormented by the dark aura, the mage placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully to Renee. For what you are doing now, I am very grateful. Thanks to you, I saved some effort. It seems you don't want to stop and are targeting me too, right? He opened his dangerous eyes. But the red-haired mage's body had turned into a hideous, mangled mass of flesh. The blue-haired mage said, This will buy me some time to escape. Goodbye. An eye appeared on a tail. Then, the red-haired mage's face transformed into a grotesque monster. Renee stood calmly calculating. I can't see that thing clearly. That monster has a strong aura. In this state, it's hard for me to fight it. It seems this is the end for me. The ugly monster rushed to attack her. Renee, as if wanting to give up, uttered two words. So tired. Everything I did has now ended. I will depart here. Every trace of me will completely disappear. But that familiar back appeared in her mind. Then Renee reconsidered. But she gritted her teeth in fury and hissed. You bastards. Don't touch Lord Devourer with your filthy hands. Her power erupted. Renee stabbed her weapon into an eye and shouted, "Even if I die, I won't forgive you." Immediately after, Renee was struck hard by a tentacle. In her pain, she gritted her teeth and thought, "Later, if you remember Renee, will you be sad?" From outside the castle, one could see large explosions continuously occurring. Fortunately, a stream of dark power and familiar eyes appeared right after, accompanied by a warm voice. "Are you all right?" Renee was stunned by this situation. When Renee was first saved by the Lord, the situation was almost like this. A large hand held Renee tightly. Everything was nearly exhausted. Renee absolutely could not have lived if the Lord hadn't appeared to save Renee. It was none other than Swallow Devourer. Renee called out, both happy and moved, "Lord Devourer." Swallow Devourer placed Renee on the ground. She sat there staring at him, thinking, "Why is he here?" Swallow Devourer said quietly, "Wait for me a moment." Then he stood up and turned away. Renee still couldn't believe the truth and thought, "Is this my hallucination?" He approached the ugly monster. Then, two yellow eyes appeared, declaring coldly, "You bastard, you are quite bold. You will pay for your actions." Now his grotesque form began to spill out again. A strangely wide mouth stretched endlessly in the dark space. Black smoke covered the area. Swallow Devourer rushed to slice the ugly monster in half. His body became increasingly horrific as he shrieked, "Die!" Along with it, streams of blood spurted out. His power turned into sharp spikes stabbing straight from the inside out of the monster, making it scream in pain. But the monster began to twist together, attempting to transform. Those things tried to attack Swallow Devourer, making him feel disdain. Then he decisively lifted the monster up. Afterward, he slammed it straight into the ground, causing it immense pain. Cries of pain rang out again. Kikiki. The ugly monster was now smashed flat and powerless. Swallow Devourer grabbed it again. Two small tentacles clung to his hand. Swallow Devourer cursed in anger. Then he decisively slammed it down again, hissing, "You bastard!" Immediately, a blinding explosion occurred in mid-air. Strange blue blood splattered on the ground. A huge tremor. It is because, at this moment, the monster's body continued to sprout disgusting little lumps of flesh. And it used its twisted form to stand up and face Swallow Devourer. He concluded, "Infinite mana from the mana spring, right?" A light of power appeared. Following that were other streams of power connecting there. Swallow Devourer stood there and said calmly, "All right." He began to open his mouth larger than usual and said, "Then it's simple." Immediately, a giant mouth appeared beneath the ground where the monster lay, as if wanting to swallow it whole. Beside it were giant angry eyes. Tremor rang out. Then the monster was no more. Swallow Devourer turned away and complained, "Truly hard to swallow. The taste is too fishy." Listening, everyone knew he had swallowed the monster. It was a bit gross. After walking a bit, he stopped and pondered. Seeing the small girl sitting huddled, hugging her knees pitifully, he couldn't help but call out, "Renee." Then Swallow Devourer sat down, leaning his back against hers. Once seated, he explained, "I have many things to tell you, but now your mind is completely blank. I was wrong in this matter." Swallow Devourer hesitated a bit, scratched the back of his head and asked, "Before that, I met a blue-haired girl when I came here. Killed her. I guess that doesn't affect anything, does it?" Renee remained silent with her eyes tightly closed. Swallow Devourer looked into the distance and called, "Renee, I apologize for what I did." These words made Renee even sadder, to the point of tears welling up. She lowered her head and replied, "You don't need to apologize. It's all my fault." Swallow Devourer said quietly, "Don't say that. The ancient core needs you. And Renee is very important to me." These words made her a bit confused and embarrassed. Then she asked, "Weren't you very angry with me?" Swallow Devourer replied thoughtfully, "No, I wasn't. Don't hate Renee anymore?" "I don't hate you." The silhouette of the two leaning against each other was clearly imprinted in the darkness. Suddenly, Swallow Devourer stood up and said, "By the way, I have this for you." He took out the item she was looking for and said, "This is what I retrieved." Seeing her familiar item, Renee burst into tears, speechless. She hugged the item tightly, not knowing what else to say. "Oh!" Renee was afraid. Pure tears fell. She cried and said in panic, "Afraid of being hated by you. You won't abandon me, will you?" Swallow Devourer cheerfully denied, "Don't say that." Then he gently reached out his hand to Renee and said, "Come, let's go back to the ancient core." Chapter 20. The scene shifts to another space, perhaps the moment when the two first met and communicated. A voice asked, "Is she a dwarf? I met the girl in the fire last time in Grappina, but then I saw her in the laboratory." Swallow Devourer replied while yawning. Little Renee sat nestled beside Swallow Devourer, who had returned to his original form. Standing next to them was Patrick the Undead. Swallow Devourer continued, "I felt a connection, so I brought her along." Patrick the Undead observed her and asked, "So this small body holds all the information and knowledge of the dwarves?" He thought evaluatively. Moreover, the girl is very calm even though she is in the dungeon of the strongest boss of the ancient core. A place also known as the Lair of Devils due to the dense dark energy. Meaning her mental and physical strength can face anything. Renee also stared intently at Patrick the Undead. He then asked, "Boss, how do you plan to handle this child?" Swallow Devourer replied sleepily, "Just let her live here. This kid seems multi-talented. So first, I'll just teach the girl how to fight. If she can't be taught, then just let her live peacefully. After all, the girl used to be a servant. Just assign cooking duties to her." An image of Renee practicing swordsmanship, flying, and then cooking according to his words appeared. Patrick the Undead broke into a cold sweat. Wait a minute, boss," he said somewhat reluctantly. "Are you serious? Who would want to teach her?" Swallow Devourer casually pointed at him and replied, "You, who else?" The look of obviousness on his face made Patrick stunned. Swallow Devourer said, "Cheer up." Patrick tried to refuse. "No way. Why me?" Swallow Devourer rested his chin on his hand and said calmly, "Come on, stop pretending to be cold. You're bored to death with nothing to do anyway." Patrick the Undead heard this and replied helplessly, "Well, that's true, but..." In his heart, he continued to evaluate Renee. Being a homunculus, her physical abilities will be superior, and she still has some resentment towards humanity in her subconscious. Thinking it was a bit unlucky, he turned and asked, "Ha, do you know the girl's name?" Swallow Devourer lay back on the ground and replied blankly, "Yeah, what was it? I remember hearing it vaguely when we first met." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "Oh." Patrick the Undead heard the voice and looked surprised. "She can speak." Renee then tried to read her name. "Elle. Patrick the Undead asked in surprise, "Is your whole name just one letter L?" Swallow Devourer sighed. "What more do you want?" He suggested, "You are the girl's master. Why not give her a new name?" He scratched his face again, thinking, "Yeah, me? Let's see. Then he came up with a name. "How about calling you Renee?" Hearing this name, Renee's eyes widened and sparkled. Patrick the Undead praised, "Good one. So this child's name is Renee L." But by then, Swallow Devourer had fallen asleep again, making him feel helpless. "He's asleep again." Then Patrick the Undead sat down next to her and called, surprising her, "All right, Renee." He used his two bony fingers to push up the corners of her mouth and said cheerfully, "First, learn how to smile. Back to the present." Patrick the Undead's face looked quite scary. "You can still laugh in this situation? What the hell did you do in Haston to make the ground shake like this? Did you dance the cha-cha-cha in the middle of the village or something?" Swallow Devourer sweated and said helplessly, "Patrick, isn't a monster's life full of exceptions?" Patrick the Undead pointed at the tiny Melge Zelimphagria in his arms and asked, "Is that exception that thing?" He replied helplessly, "It's a long story." Patrick the Undead sweated and cried out, "Wait a minute, boss, are you kidnapping children?" Swallow Devourer gently placed the drooling sleeping girl on the ground and replied speechlessly, "Do you really think I like asking for trouble?" Hearing this, he asked again, "By the way, where's Renee? Why did you bring this child back?" Swallow Devourer sat down heavily on the ground and said gloomily, "Patrick, about that." He looked at his reflection in a puddle and continued, "I met Renee in the human village." Patrick the Undead fell silent for a moment. He asked with concern, "So you met her? Is she injured?" He replied sadly, "She looked very tired. Perhaps we hindered Renee's life." Patrick the Undead turned away and said, "Stop. If you were rejected, just say it straight. Why be so cheesy?" Swallow Devourer heard these words and held his head in even more misery, not knowing what to do. Then he hesitated and made a note. So from now on, you will have to wear a maid outfit to manage this dungeon." Saying this, Swallow Devourer winked playfully. Okay. Patrick the Undead confidently took out a piece of paper and replied, "I'm always ready." Then he sighed and asked, "So what do you plan to do now?" Swallow Devourer said calmly, "Nothing left to do. I will wait, I guess." since I don't know when she will return. Saying this, he lay down in dejection. Patrick the undead nodded. Ah, I understand. In his heart, he thought as he walked away. In this situation, it's best to leave him alone. He might be very sad, but after a while, suddenly his footsteps stopped. Then a hurried voice called out, "Boss!" He was lying down but had to prick up his small ears to listen. Seeing a figure from the dark tunnel, Patrick the undead exclaimed, "She's back." Swallow Devourer was startled and asked, Who? Who do you think? The person you were waiting for." He hit the nail on the head. At this moment, Renee appeared in a cute and lovely maid outfit, but one eye had turned bright yellow, looking very special. She called out timidly, "Lord Swallow, you haven't eaten yet? If so, would you like me to prepare a few dishes?" Patrick the undead also noticed her yellow eye. Then he turned as if intending to ask, "Boss you?" He saw Swallow Devourer still looking back in confusion. Observing his expression, the old man thought, did the master go mad and give her something? Or did he really give her that item? While he wasn't thinking straight. Rewinding time to when they first met recently, Swallow Devourer spoke up and asked, "Renee, your right eye is completely destroyed, isn't it? If you can still see the path, you should know, right? I told you, if you still have those thoughts and keep the stone, then I don't need to know when." Renee at this moment was still clutching her injured eye. Finished, he raised 2 fingers to one of his eyes. "Think about it carefully." Then he placed them into Renee's eye and said, "Then give me the love next time." Looking at this, everyone knows what the master did, right guys? Returning to the present, Renee, with bicolored eyes, smiled brightly and said, "From now on, I will always be by your side." Scene shifts to some time later. There were drops of water dripping down. Those drops of water dripped onto Melger Zelenfagria's forehead, causing her to cry out. After waking up and rubbing her eyes, she wondered, "Where am I? What happened?" After seeing Death Knight Patrick sharpening a knife nearby, Melger Zelenfagria jumped up in panic. Little girl trembled and cried out, "Am I dead? Are you the Grim Reaper? And is this hell?" Death Knight Patrick immediately explained, Sorry, this isn't the underworld. This place is the ancient core." Melger Zelenfagria heard that and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Little girl pointed at him and said, So you aren't the Grim Reaper, but Patrick." He replied, "You're sharp." Then Patrick stood up, turned away, and said, "I don't know if the master is awake yet." Then he decisively stomped hard and called out loudly, "Boss, wake up." Swallow Devourer then yawned and woke up, replying, "Patrick, I was sleeping soundly. What is it again?" After seeing Melger Zelenfagria, he said, "Oh, yeah, you're awake." Melger Zelenfagria saw his original form and startled in panic, crying out, "Ha, you are." She couldn't hold back and rushed out of her bed, kneeling down and reciting a long title, "Master of the Ancient Core and Incarnation of Creation, Guardian of the God who punishes cowards, Supreme Ancient Monster, Lord Devourer." But Melger Zelenfagria continued to sweat profusely and stammered, "Your Majesty, no, forgive me, allow me to introduce myself." Then both she and Swallow Devourer read out the same information. "The 17th descendant of Demon King Asmodeus, Melger Zelenfagria," he said indifferently. "Ah, I know already, it was Takachi." Hearing that, she panicked. "How do you know my name? Did Swat tell you?" As she spoke, the little girl thought of Swallow Devourer's image when he was human. Then Melger Zelenfagria looked left and right and asked, "Oh, by the way, have you seen Swat anywhere? I remember he punished the humans in Lien and reclaimed the nail." But Swallow Devourer felt there was no need to hide it anymore and helplessly replied, "It is me." Melger Zelenfagria heard that and fell into confusion. "What, Lord Devourer? What did you say?" Swallow Devourer then propped his chin up, looked at her, and said it once more, "I am Swat." Melger Zelenfagria was shocked. From surprise, she turned to horror, sweating profusely. In her mind, she wanted to scream at herself. That means, I was disrespectful to Lord Devourer. While Melger Zelenfagria was scared out of her wits, Patrick called out, Boss, about what Demon King Mel said." His eyes glowed brightly, questioning with dissatisfaction and resentment. "About the incident where you punished the humans in Lien. Why didn't you tell me?" Swallow Devourer then broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing how to answer. Well. Then he immediately said, "Follow me." Yes. Having said that, the two went into the tunnel entrance. Scene shifts again to Grappina Forest, the border of the Haston territory. This is a dense forest with lush vegetation. At this time, a voice rang out. Haha, what's this? A DSI person in front was picking herbs and excitedly said. They said it's forbidden to enter, but nothing happened. There are many types of herbs and mushrooms in this forest. Suddenly a noise rang out, catching that person's attention. There's someone. They are heavily injured too. Before their eyes was an injured person lying face down on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, the herb picker hurriedly put the lamp on the ground and said hastily, Wait a moment. I have herbs here. Suddenly, the injured person gasped. Got it. With this herb. Turned out that was Nifrim. She turned around and pounced on the person giving the herbs like a wild beast. Then a stream of fresh blood splashed onto the lamp, signaling that a bad person had passed away for being kind to the wrong person. At this time, Nifrim, after recovering, covered herself completely and walked on the road like a ghost. Approaching a city wall, she muttered, I must go. Chapter 21. The dungeon is a battlefield. To survive on the battlefield, a person needs to possess many qualities. A voice suddenly rang out. If you are a true demon king, then settle down a bit, Mels. And one of them is calmness. It turned out that voice belonged to Renee. She raised her hand to gesture for silence to Mels and whispered, How many times has Renee reminded you? Inside Lord Devourer's room, silence is the most basic principle. It seemed Mels didn't like that. She was extremely annoyed and grumpily retorted, No. I refuse. I am a free monster. Melger Zelimphagria spoke in a rather loud voice. Besides, before becoming a demon king, I lived in the ancient core. I came here to talk to Lord Devourer. The two girls rushed at each other, tugging back and forth. That is exactly what I need. I intend to stay by his side and warm him up, until Lord Devourer falls asleep. In this aspect, Renee is so conservative. Too passive. Then she pointed at Renee and sneered. You are clearly old-fashioned. Renee froze. Then she trembled with anger. You just called Renee old-fashioned? This stimulated Renee's spirit. She grabbed a weapon and chased after Mels to hit her while cursing in annoyance. I will eliminate you. Mels wasn't afraid but stuck out her tongue and laughed at Renee. Kaya ha ha ha. Renee's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She growled an order. Come here, hurry up. Teasing Renee made Mels laugh cheerfully. Bleh bleh. Keeping the animosity at the lowest level. Patrick listened to the noise outside and was speechless. He thought to himself, this really is like hell. Devourer lay behind him and spoke weakly. Patrick, they are too noisy. I can't sleep. He immediately replied. You have no right to say that. Thanks to someone, it's chaos outside. Devourer slowly turned his head. He wondered, why? Is it that bad? This answer made Patrick unsatisfied. You haven't read the newspapers I gave you, have you? However, he still explained to him. It seems due to the troop deployment to strengthen defenses in Liace. The border villages are being destroyed by monsters. Devourer heard this and sighed. Hayes, Patrick added. Also, Lord Haston has committed suicide, so now Haston is completely paralyzed. Devourer pondered. Sounds really serious. Holding the thick newspaper in his hand, Patrick spoke slowly. Besides, I have checked all the newspaper pages for the past 3 weeks, but there are only 3 articles written about Haston. Then he stared at Devourer. Do you know what that means? Replied innocently. No. His answer made Patrick listen with anger but unable to do anything. He could only clench the newspaper tightly. He condemned him. Can you think before you speak? I'm submitting my resignation. At this moment, Devourer truly panicked, hurriedly stopping him. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Patrick. After a while of fatigue, Devourer sat up, yawned loudly, and asked, So what do you think, Patrick? He replied, I'm not sure. Since there is no information, I can't confirm anything yet. He also speculated. Based on the current situation, I guess Haston has been cut off from contact with the outside world. You are the monster who destroyed the village, so you still remember how much damage you caused, right? Devourer broke out in a cold sweat, then played dumb. Yeah. Patrick knew he would be like that, so he continued. The fact that a severely devastated village suddenly goes silent is definitely not good news. But the ancient core needs Haston, because if we can keep an eye on Haston, we will know the numbers of the subjugation force and when they will attack us. Patrick imagined the map. The ancient core and Haston are separated by Grappina Forest. His eyes suddenly lit up. The only way he could think of was, so we must go to Haston quickly. Waiting any longer will have unpredictable consequences. Devourer felt it made sense. Laying down, he slowly replied, Right, have a safe trip. Don't overdo it. And in his heart, he silently prayed. Go by yourself. Please go by yourself. He thought Patrick would force him to go along. But no. He just left. He didn't forget to tell Devourer. Then I will return as soon as possible, boss. He didn't expect him to say such words. Hoo-hoo. Then he thought, just sending him away? Then I can sleep. After that, he lay on the ground intending to sleep again. Then Patrick's voice rang out again. Oh! He turned his head and stared at Devourer, coldly telling him, but doesn't anyone think I will suffer a lot alone? I think it's better to have at least one more person go with me. He's scared to the point of sitting up, mouth stuttering. Ah, what? Hoo-hoo. Oh, wait. Then he accidentally saw Renee and Mel's fighting. Melger Zelimphagria. Candidate number 1 asked him with a confused face. What's wrong? Devourer calculated in his heart. Mel's is very dangerous. If comparing her to magic, she is like explosive magic. Suppose she uses magic like when she was in the capital. The whole village will be destroyed. Thinking of this, he felt it wasn't good and shook his head. Then, next is candidate number 2, Renee, and she smiled and said, Let Renee go. Mel stood by the side. Blushing with annoyance, she cried out, Renee, let me go. Devourer immediately sweated when remembering the scene of Renee fighting with a sword. No. No. You staying here is fine. Renee is like grand explosive magic. Staying put is already helping me. So please stay here. At this moment, Patrick spoke up. Since we don't know how long we'll be gone, why don't you come with me, sir? He spoke with an earnest tone, affectionate. Devourer fell into a dilemma, thinking with a headache. Perhaps because he waited too long, Patrick hurriedly urged. Boss. He imagined himself as a fish being caught by Fisherman Patrick with a net. He cried in his heart in pain. Ah, I fell into his trap. Can't deny it anymore. I've been dragged along. And then, Devourer thought of a plan. He said excitedly, It seems I am the best choice in this situation. But the problem is, I can't transform because I accidentally broke that dimmer bracelet or whatever. Patrick slowly replied. Oh, is that so? Indeed, without the bracelet, you cannot go with me. Devourer heard that and looked happy. He thought joyfully, That's right. It worked. I don't have to go anymore. I get to sleep. Eventually, Devourer still transformed into human form and went with Patrick. His face was gloomy. With no strength left, he spoke up to curse him. You will definitely die in pain. Patrick shook with laughter when seeing him like that. Even if you curse me, it's a pity I'm already dead. He replied tiredly, depressed. Not to mention that thing too. Ah. Patrick looked down at the bracelet on his right hand and said, You said it yourself. Because you didn't have the dimmer bracelet, you couldn't go. In other words, if you have it, you can go immediately, right? Patrick replied affectionately. Devourer screamed helplessly. That's not what I meant. You bastard. Finally, the two arrived at the village. Patrick spoke up. We're here, boss. You caused a big incident. Pushed the door and entered. He immediately said, Boss, there are 4 ways to know how a village lives. Devourer asked curiously. What are they? Patrick replied. The first way is to see if the market is crowded. He whispered. Deserted. Let's go back. Then he continued. The second way is to see how much smoke comes out of the chimneys. We should have checked before humans had dinner, but we are too late. Devourer heard this and bargained. Then it's late, so let's go back. Seeing him intending to go back, Patrick annoyedly stepped forward and grabbed his shirt, dragging him along. The third way is to see how many subjugation teams are on the subjugation mission board. But since Haston doesn't have that, skip it. Devourer grumpily said. Then let's go back, please. Finally, inns and taverns. He dragged him to the tavern right nearby. Patrick said, Today we. Then he looked down but didn't see him anywhere. Huh. Devourer walked forward while saying, What are you waiting for, Patrick? Let's go. He thought tiredly. What a person. Walked over, pushed the tavern door open, and said loudly, Owner, do you have a room for customers? At the same time, he also spoke up. Oh, but I think we shouldn't expect anything. In front of the two was a chaotic mess. Patrick cursed. Damn it. His eyes became sinister, deadly. This is the worst-case scenario. This village is no longer a normal village. Another place. The corpses of the villagers lay scattered around. They died in a state of extreme pain. Suddenly a raindrop fell. In a moment, a heavy rain like pouring water from the sky crashed down on the corpses. Rain increased. The phenomenon of corpse decay became more serious. A person stood high up looking down below and spoke up. Everyone has worked hard. With eyes full of schemes. His voice rang out mysteriously. After sweeping through Haston, we will go to the capital,
l'IACE.
the central territory of the enemy army. Humanity is weaker than ever before the Black Calamity. Lightning struck down powerfully. The light from it flashed over an area. His terrifying face was revealed clearly. This is the most suitable time to destroy the Empire. Chapter 22. At the deserted inn, tables and chairs lay scattered. It's serious. Who would have thought the inn would be this deserted? Person wearing an armor spoke up. It seems Haston has been isolated. A mysterious person replied. I am the owner of this inn. Patrick was surprised. He immediately stood up to leave. The innkeeper asked curiously, Who are you guys? He was fearful, his hands trembling as he tightly gripped the knife at his belt. What is your purpose for coming here? Patrick saw the fearful expression of the innkeeper and softened his voice. I am a knight of the Pitazian Hound Subjugation Guild from Netzian. In his heart he thought, he suspects we might be here to assault him. Seeing the innkeeper still hadn't lowered his guard, Patrick added, I just want to eat a simple meal and find a place to rest to relieve fatigue. The innkeeper heard this and relaxed, enthusiastically welcoming. Customers. I apologize. The innkeeper slowly walked down the stairs. But we don't have enough food for a night to eat anymore. Or rather, it's not just our inn. In this village, there is no place left with food. Patrick heard this and his mind clicked. Is it due to that Black Calamity? The innkeeper saw that Patrick already knew. Shyly scratched his head. So you also know about that. The owner sweated profusely. Sorry, but my inn doesn't have any livable rooms either. I hope you understand. Patrick stroked his chin. Thinking to himself, wow, in this situation, the water bill is probably more expensive than the room rate. Ending the train of thought, Patrick generously threw a gold coin to the owner. Take it. The owner hurriedly ran to catch the coin. Sorry. Suddenly you. Patrick spoke up to remind him. Why don't you go prepare the room quickly? Opening his hand, the owner was surprised to see the glittering gold coin in his hand. Receiving the gold coin, the owner immediately became respectful. Please come this way upstairs. The owner was bowing when his eyes suddenly flashed with scrutiny. Sorry, but who is that person behind you? Swat saw the scrutinizing gaze of the innkeeper and showed attitude. What about me? Patrick turned his head to explain. He is my servant. As soon as he finished, rang out. Hey, what are you saying? Patrick ignored Swat, who was confused. Turning back to explain to the innkeeper. I say servant, but he helps me a lot, so that's why I treat him so well like this. Swat stood by uncomfortably. Hey, Patrick continued speaking. So I let the servant stay in the same room with me. Right. Where did you say our room was? Listen to me. Finally, the innkeeper led them into the room. Entering the room, Swat was excited. Oh ho ho, the room is fancier than I thought. Swat was sharp-eyed and immediately claimed the bed next to him. I claim this bed. This place is better than where I used to stay with Mels and Liaise. Patrick was happy. That's right. The room is very fancy. All right, I'll put it here. Swat saw Patrick fussing around and became curious. What are you doing? Come to think of it. At that moment, could you really not think of anything better than servant? Patrick advised with a tone. It's not that I couldn't think of anything better, but obviously even I think so. The outfit you are wearing is the most comfortable one for you, right? If you keep dressing shabbily like that, others will treat you like a beggar. Swat sulked. Maybe being treated like a beggar is better. Patrick teased. If you act as a beggar, you won't know when others will pick a fight to beat you or how they will beat you. But since slaves are the property of their masters, wanting to touch them isn't easy. Since you don't even care about your head, me judging you as a slave is too reasonable. Isn't it? Right? Saying this, Patrick seemed to remember something and shouted. Also, boss, why do you go on a mission acting like you aren't? Swat angrily shouted louder. Why what? In my next life, I will reincarnate as a rock. Patrick gently arranged things. Then it's best if I say whatever you listen to. You only say yes, master. Patrick turned his back to go out. So I'm going out for a bit. Rest well, boss. Swat lazily replied. Patrick, it's only the first day. I advise you not to overdo it. Patrick stepped out the door. He turned his head and waved goodbye to Swat. You don't need to worry too much about me, boss. Anyway, it's late at night now. We can roam wherever we want, right? Under the quiet starry sky. Haston. Patrick stood pensive. The reason the Black Calamity descended mostly on Haston It is because the royal family was furious at the approaching calamity. And certainly, they also needed someone to take responsibility for the successive failed subjugations of the ancient core. Haston stood on the lord's castle with hands on hips. Wow, you destroyed it beautifully. Finishing the words, the train of thought returned. However, by the time the royal family could intervene, the Lord of Haston, Count Attack, had passed away. Patrick looked at the book he was reading. So who is currently the Lord of Haston? I've been curious for a while. Patrick stroked his chin in thought. Clearly the royal family has lost their fortune and will target the noble families to vent their anger. Assuming that's the case, will Count Attack's descendant inherit his title? Patrick put on his hat. Well then. Or should I go check out the new lord's face? Patrick just arrived at the castle when he met soldiers guarding the gate. Ah, trouble here. Soldiers guarded and patrolled every corner. Patrick thought to himself. The guards here are stricter than I thought. Patrick hid behind a wall. I could kill or knock them unconscious. But doing so would only add trouble tomorrow morning, right? Thinking for a while, Patrick decided to go back. That's enough for today. Haste makes waste. Patrick hurriedly ran. When I came here, I also planned where to go. Patrick thought while running. It seems humans can't sense it, but I can. Standing before a dark dungeon, Patrick was stunned. Who would have thought the scent of corpses would be so strong here? Leaving here first. Scene shifts to where Swat is lying. Wow, sleeping in the dungeon is cool and good, but coming out here once in a while isn't bad. While chilling, someone knocked on the door. In his heart, Swat cursed silently. But they never let me sleep enough. Outside rang the voice of the innkeeper. Sir Knight, are you in there? Swat saw. The innkeeper was too persistent, so he stood up to go out and talk to the innkeeper.
No.
Master went out for a late-night walk. Ah, is that so? Can you come downstairs for a moment? It's a bit earlier than usual, but I have prepared dinner. The innkeeper smiled. Anyone in the inn business knows that letting a guest starve is something an innkeeper would never do no matter what. Besides, the knight paid very generously. So at least I must respond with my heart. Speaking of which, we haven't introduced ourselves yet, right? My last name is Norvan or TKR. Just call me Norvan. Swat replied. I am Swat. The two walked and talked. Right, Swat? I hope you won't feel disappointed when you get downstairs. Since there isn't much food left, I only made that dish. Swat wondered. Is the situation here that bad? The innkeeper looked sad. It must truly be almost like a calamity for people to call it a calamity, right? The people who witnessed the pandemic with their own eyes immediately went mad. The face of the innkeeper darkened. Right after that incident happened, the Lord ended his own life. The innkeeper continued speaking. And then, as you have seen, all communication and traffic of Haston with the outside were cut off. No one leaves. No one enters. Outside the city walls, instead of people, starving corpses lie scattered all over the road. I don't know what news you came here to get, or what to see, but it's best if you leave here as soon as possible. Honestly, you know I'm about to do the same. Going down stairs, the owner continued speaking. Swat, you yourself certainly know better than anyone. Swat walked behind, silent, not knowing what to say. What will happen? Scene shifts to somewhere else. Pair of small, thin legs climbed onto the window. When a person cornered. The little girl with orange hair recklessly stood on the window intending to jump down. Chapter 23. Rosalina jumped very quickly through the window, stepping into the room. She was now sneaking posture, gentle. She frowned and said, Good. She looked far into the room thinking, if they see the state of this village and still choose to stay, they must be people from outside. Moreover, this is the most expensive room in the inn. She clenched her fist tightly, smiling sinisterly. They definitely have a lot of money. She rolled her eyes. Looking at the bed, she said, I must take everything that can be sold for money. Then she proceeded to the bed, lifting the shirt up. The shirt smelled, making her uncomfortable. Are these clothes or rags?
So gross.
Is the guest here not rich? She held the shirt and left, clicking her tongue. Whatever. If I keep it, I can use it to wrap things instead of a cloth bag. She opened the chest. Empty. She exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Why is it empty like this? She now gritted her teeth, grumpily said, Not good. Did they take everything and leave already? Finishing the sentence, Rosalina rushed to rummage through the drawers. Suddenly she discovered something. She said, Makes sense. They couldn't take everything, right? She held the item up in panic. What is this? Space. Shifts to the room. Swallow Devourer was lying on the bed. The Death Knight walked in and said, I have returned, boss. I went to look at the Lord's castle. What are you doing? Swallow Devourer replied. I've been like this the whole time. My master. The Death Knight took his mask, spoke softly. I intended to check the new Lord's face, but the room there was stricter than I thought, so I had to leave empty-handed. Boss, do you discover anything? Swallow Devourer immediately replied. What else do you expect from me? I just asked for the sake of it. Swallow Devourer continued. It seems Haston has been isolated from the outside world. Besides that, even the innkeeper doesn't know much. The Death Knight heard that and screamed. Oh my God, what is this? What's wrong with you? Did you actually do something? I'm so shocked. After that, Death Knight rushed to the bedside excitedly. So that's it. Haston has been isolated from the outside world. Then tomorrow let's go find out more about this, boss. You do it yourself. He replied coldly. The Death Knight still said, we have to go together, right? Right? Then the Death Knight turned to the window to remind him. All right, boss, please close the windows as much as possible. When I left, only one window was open. Now both are open. At this rate, we will be burglarized and lose things. He was surprised at this moment. What are you saying? I didn't touch the windows. The Death Knight laughed it off. Haha, come on, boss. Can't say that happened. The wind couldn't have opened the window either. Do you think it was really ghosts? He shook his head. I don't know. Ghost or thief, whatever. Someone probably opened the window. The Death Knight, stunned, then rushed to open the drawer. Swallow Devourer rushed over in surprise. It's gone. My cloak is no longer here. Renee, she made that cloak for me. The Death Knight was also bewildered. Lost. My things also evaporated. Did you see the thing I put in the drawer? Swallow Devourer turned and asked. You lost? What? The Death Knight sadly replied. It is my rib, outside on the street. Rosalina was running very fast with the stolen item on her shoulder. She panted heavily. Phew, this should be enough, right? Suddenly a person stepped in front of her and called her name. Rosalina. Todd spoke up arrogantly. Where were you that you are outside this late? He deepened his voice. I warned you not to wander around when it's dark. Rosalina immediately replied. I have a valid reason. This time it is for everyone. Todd laughed and replied. What? For everyone? He pointed and shouted. Is wasting your stamina uselessly and making yourself hungrier really for everyone? But it's not like that. You take this. She hurriedly explained. At this moment the leader walked over and said, Todd, don't be too harsh. Rosalina saw him and spoke up. Leader, you're awake. Todd continued. The leader pulled a chair and said, just don't fear the dark. There is nothing to be angry about regarding this. Todd replied, but wandering without saying a word. This is clearly a mistake. The leader also spoke up. The situation is already chaotic enough. You must think before acting. That if you just do whatever you want, what trouble it will cause for others. He emphasized. This place is not like the old home that opened its warm arms to welcome you. She immediately replied. Yes, I will be careful. Leader, I think you understand. Rosalina, the leader added. Then she spoke up. Wait a moment. She laid the rib out and said, look at this. The leader asked, did you steal it? That's right, leader. I saw that I also had to contribute some strength for everyone. She replied, frowned and asked, where did you get it, kid? She happily replied, you know it too. It's the inn on the main street. I got it from a super expensive room. It was very clean and carefully stored in a cupboard. So it must be a valuable antique. The leader rubbed his face helplessly and said, Rosalina, this is, he emphasized, a human rib bone. She heard this and panicked. Wait, is this a human rib? I didn't know. Really? Toth asked back. Did you go grave robbing? No, I didn't, she shouted. The leader picked up the rib and said, can't be from a grave. If it were, you wouldn't be proudly showing it off like this. She replied, that's right. The leader explained further. This bone was either used for someone's sick hobby or for magic. Toth asked, is there anyone who collects human ribs? The leader looked pensive and replied, this world is full of trash who chop off slaves' limbs for decoration. There's no way to know for sure if this is a human bone or whose bone it was. He held it and affirmed, if it belongs to someone who learned necromancy or dark magic, it's even more dangerous. He touched the clothes and said, truly suspicious. Not to mention the clothes. If you just look, it looks like old rags a beggar would wear. He picked it up in surprise. But it's made from the highest quality fabric. He looked into the bag and exclaimed, "This kid Rosalina, you were so careless you didn't even check inside the bag." He took out a pile of gold coins. She was surprised. Gold coins. How much is that, leader? Toth hesitated. This amount of money is, the leader shouted. You idiots. This is no time to be happy. Hey, but I went through so much trouble to get it. From outside, voice spoke up. We came to the right place this time, boss. The leader was still thinking. Guests at a luxury inn in a ruined village. I should have realized sooner. The voice continued to echo in. Looks like the valuable items are still intact. The leader kept thinking. A human rib. Clothes made of expensive fabric. A large amount of gold. We've messed with something unpredictable. This moment, Swallow Devourer slowly appeared. The Death Knight beside him spoke up. Hello, thieves. We're here to take back our stuff. Chapter 24. Swallow and the Death Knight spoke softly. I must say I was really looking forward to meeting you all. Looking at the cloak, he continued. First of all, it seems our belongings are still safe. He sighed in relief. Survived. The Death Knight beside him replied. Is that the cloak Renee gave you? He thought to himself. Thank goodness. If Renee gets angry again, I don't know what will happen. Now the leader ordered. Everyone stay still. Toth hurriedly said. Leader. The Death Knight heard this and smiled. So you are the leader. The leader was suspicious. How did you find us? The Death Knight replied. I don't know. Seems like the items were longing for their owner. Swallow whispered beside him. I'm so tired. Let's finish this quickly and go back to rest. The Death Knight heard and thought to himself. I'll only let it slide this time, boss, since you've been running around a lot. Then the Death Knight spoke up. Leader of this alley, you chose the wrong people to rob. It's not too late to politely return the items to us. Do you understand? The leader retorted. How can I guarantee you'll leave after getting the items back? The Death Knight replied. What you say is true. The leader kept thinking. Strange. Even if they tracked Rosalina, it's too dark for them to find us this fast. Unless these two are demons, it's absolutely impossible. The leader thought further. It must be true. Then affirmed. Is it dark magic? The leader now slowly spoke up. Are you creatures of the dark? The Death Knight replied. Come to think of it, the cave is really dark. The leader realized. Just as I thought. They are dark mages. The leader gripped the rib bone tight and growled. This rib must be very important to you. The Death Knight answered. Of course. It is my body. The leader smiled sinisterly. So you mean it's as important as your body? The Death Knight said. No, it's just a part of my body. More importantly, stop wasting time and give it back. Suddenly the leader threw the rib bone into the air. Then he shouted. Rosalina, Toth, those who can't evacuate on their own, get them out of here. The Death Knight rushed to catch it. My rib. The Death Knight held the rib in his hand and the leader approached, saying, Nice catch. Then, while the Death Knight hadn't reacted, he struck a heavy blow to the head. The Death Knight shouted. Around them some debris flew out. The leader was bewildered. Is he not injured at all? At this moment, Swallow yawned and approached. He said, Did they just use a rock as a weapon? The situation here must be terrible. From behind, a guy rushed in to stab him, but the knife shattered upon approach. He punched him in the face once, then lifted him up with one hand. What is this? You have proper weapons too? Behind him, the Death Knight asked. How should we handle this one, master? Boss, you don't need to act anymore. He grabbed the struggling guy by the neck and shouted. I didn't say we should let them live. I mean, we should deal with them cleanly. I don't know either. I'm so tired. I don't know if I can control my power. Swallow added. Suddenly, a surge of power pierced through the Death Knight's shoulder, crushing the guy from before into the ground. The Death Knight exclaimed. Wow, if you try your best, everything will surely be fine. Meanwhile, inside the room, two girls were talking. Is Lord Swallow okay? Of course. Lord Swallow has been gone for half a day. Oh, is that so? So it's only been half a day. Filch was talking to Renee. Renee spoke up. Renee guesses Lord Swallow's work is going smoothly, right? Renee is just wondering if it's okay for us to rest alone like this, while Swallow might be going hungry. Melge replied. Hey Renee, you worry too much. Such a great existence would never skip a meal. Then she thought. How many more times will she say that? Renee continued. You're right. It seems Renee's worry is unnecessary. Lord Swallow and Patrick wouldn't possibly suffer in a human village, right? Melge thought. Enough already. She continued. Anyway, those two are ancient monsters standing at the peak of all things. And the Death Knight can control death. The scene turned to the small alley. The Death Knight said, "Truly, there is no suffering greater than this." Swallow held the cloak and sighed. "My cloak." The Death Knight now whispered, "You're a human but you impress me. You even surprise attacked me earlier. I thought if they were robbers they'd have a map or something similar. But turns out they have nothing. It's best we don't waste time and settle this quickly." The Death Knight turned around. "So boss." The Death Knight looked at Swallow, who was lying down grumpily. "Please don't lie down already." He replied, "You lie down too, Patrick. It's more comfortable here than you think." At this moment, Rosalina walked up trembling. "Sorry," she stammered. "I'm sorry. I was the one who stole." She knelt down crying. "The others have nothing to do with this, so please spare the others." She cried bitterly. "Stand up. Rosalina, you think just doing that means he'll let us go? But those bastards have no intention of doing so." Swallow laughed. Said, "Oh, everything is clear now, huh?" He ordered, "Patrick, finish this." "All right." The Death Knight replied and left. Toth and Rosalina trembled, then shouted, "If you dare come closer, I'll kill you. I mean it." Rosalina then held up a cross to pray. The cross emitted strange magic power. This made the Death Knight pause. The Death Knight rushed forward. He looked into her eyes and asked, "Tell me," he emphasized, "where did you get that object?" He looked at the cross and pondered. "A phoenix-shaped cross that looks like an inverted cross. Moreover, mana is flowing out of it," he affirmed. "It's surveillance mana." Rosalina stammered. Well," the Death Knight thought. "Surveillance magic emitting from someone who isn't a commoner but one of the impoverished." Then he shouted, "Boss." Swallow replied, "What?" He rushed strongly to where he was lying. "Someone is watching the residence of Haston." Swallow reacted just in time. "Hey, you made dust fly everywhere," he said. After the girl held it to pray, surveillance mana emitted from that cross, meaning that cross is only activated under certain conditions. He continued, "If we know those things, maybe we will discover what the owner of that cross is plotting." Swallow said softly, "Haston isn't even a magic village. Last time it was mana stones. And this time it's a magic-infected item?" He replied, "Temporarily, we will change the plan to working with humans. So please cooperate, boss," he said. "Is that necessary? How do you intend to resolve this matter?" He pondered, said, Of course." His eyes lit up. "I've thought of a super amazing solution, boss." Chapter 25. Patrick suddenly turned and apologized sincerely. "We apologize because the incident just now wasn't because you stole." The leader, helped up by another guy, was bewildered seeing Patrick's 360-degree attitude change. Patrick spoke up to explain the situation to Toth and Rosalina. "We received a royal decree not to leave any traces on people we conflict with." Toth was surprised after hearing Patrick. He asked curiously, "Royal decree? You mean?" Patrick saw this and immediately shared information about his organization with Toth and Rosalina. "To be honest, we are a secret organization receiving orders directly from the royal family. That is the Mist Squad of Rono, the Dark Knight Squad." Toth felt truly surprised to know about this secret organization. Toth exclaimed with a thoughtful face, "The Dark Knight Squad." Patrick laughed loudly and advised everyone to relax. "Don't be too worried or defensive," he said. "Right? And we have no intention of harming everyone, so you can relax." One of the people surrounding outside heard Patrick's words and hesitantly asked, "Why are you in Haston, Sir Knight?" Patrick replied, "It is to." Patrick paused a bit, then stated his purpose, which turned out to be to save Haston. Patrick shared more information with everyone and explained the reason. "The reason we went against the royal decree to help everyone live is that we need information from you." Patrick continued, "I need to understand the situation and quickly analyze to send manpower and necessary supplies to Haston." Meanwhile, the leader was thinking about something, looking pensive. Patrick called for everyone's unity and support. "Well, aren't you all joining forces to restore Haston's peace? I need your help. Everyone, thanks for watching the video. Told each other, let's help the knight. Finally we can escape this life." Patrick met Swallow Devourer and informed him that he had completed the task of calling for support from humans. "I think the negotiation is done. Humans are still easy to negotiate with as always. These commoners are really good at accepting what others give, right?" Devourer asked Patrick. "So when do we return to the dungeon?" Patrick let Devourer know it would be a while longer. "Of course not. We've only just begun. I'm starting to see many irregularities here." After hearing Patrick share, Swallow Devourer began falling into thoughts that seemed to tangle things further. "I really appreciate your effort," But I keep feeling like things are getting more and more complicated. Everything is getting more troublesome because of him, right? Devourer was too focused on thinking and suddenly exclaimed. No wonder people say keep your enemies close. This surprised Patrick, who asked Devourer, what are you saying all of a sudden? Devourer startled, held his head, and denied. It's nothing. Patrick told Devourer to start his mission. By the way, get up, don't lie on the street. Since things have come to this, you should start working too, don't be lazy. Those words made Devourer wide-eyed in surprise. You're suddenly so enthusiastic today. Can't you do it all yourself? Patrick heard this and couldn't help but reply annoyedly. Are you serious? Patrick assigned a task to Devourer. I'll keep an eye on the thief leader, the most suspicious one, so you stay with the villagers and try to get close to them. That task made Devourer extremely shocked. What a surprise for him. He asked Patrick again. You're telling me to make friends with humans? Patrick explained to Devourer about their identities and appearances. We don't have any other choice, boss. Between a knight fully equipped with armor and a boss looking like a beggar, who do you think is easier to get close to them? Devourer, upon hearing Patrick call him a beggar, immediately asked back. Did you just say I look like a beggar? Patrick wanted Devourer to complete the task of befriending humans before he returned. I'm just making a grounded guess based on the current situation. Remember to make friends with them before I get back. Try to blend in by doing what they do. Devourer started thinking seriously about what humans usually do. He thought, do like humans? He continued thinking. First, they probably spend most of the day sleeping. Those who are awake are drowsy. Even if they are working, they are slacking off. Devourer thought human motivation was zero. I don't see any motivation in them. Honestly. He screamed. I just need to do what I usually do? Patrick told Devourer. I don't understand how you came to that conclusion. But it won't be easy. And also, Patrick reminded of an issue Devourer needed to investigate. The religion spreading to Rosarios also needs investigation. Don't forget. Patrick advised Devourer to stay calm when communicating with humans to avoid conflict. In the crowd spoke up to ask Patrick. Sir Knight, you said you belong to the Miss Squad of Rono, right? If you are a royal knight, you must be from Rias too, right? Continued, I heard that place is full of milk and honey. Is that true? Another girl spoke up curiously. Sir Knight, why do other knights have to wear armor but you only need to wear clothes? Someone else replied to the girl, you idiot, he is investigating in disguise. You think he would actually go around investigating in armor? Everyone found that reasonable. Everyone spoke up, Sir Knight, when will we? Sir Knight. Devourer felt making friends with humans was too difficult. Damn it, making friends with them is this hard? I can't even breathe, my head hurts. He thought to himself, if I could, I'd swallow them all. Devourer realized he had to be friendly to finish the job. Right, I must make friends with them to finish the work. Be friendly now. A boy came up next to Devourer and it seemed he had something to say. Devourer said to the kid, so what are you curious about? The boy wondered if Devourer had met his two idols. Have you ever had the chance to see Sir Vane and Sir Gin in person? Devourer answered the boy, no, I don't even know who they are. Devourer thought to himself, those two names sound familiar. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared and called Devourer, Sir Knight. It was Rosalina. She stammered, admitting her guilt. That, your belongings, I apologize for stealing them. Devourer didn't take it too seriously since he got them back. Tisk, it's fine. Since I got them back anyway. Suddenly appeared a person calling himself Toth and claiming authorization from the leader. Everyone calls me Toth. I will be in charge here while the leader is away. The leader ordered me to follow your requests. Toth talked to Devourer and confirmed Devourer's purpose here. You said you came here to save Haston. Devourer confirmed. And Toth told Devourer, if you want to know the current situation of the village, seeing it with your own eyes is better than hearing about it, right? Toth proposed to lead Devourer to where he wanted to go. If you want, we'll lead you there immediately. Devourer didn't want to go but thought, why does he want to do that? So enthusiastic. Devourer thought, but if I stay here, I'll be asked questions forever, right? That would be a headache. So, Devourer decided to go along to avoid annoying questions. Sounds good, let's go. It was now dusk. Toth led Devourer to a street and Devourer was very surprised because the street was empty with no passers-by. Where is everyone? Why is the street so empty? Toth led Devourer before a wooden door and said, you will know the answer after this door is opened. The two opened the door and stepped inside. They saw two people lying on the floor. They were people who had starved to death. About the life of the people in this place to Devourer. In this place, you can't even steal food from neighbors because they have no food to be stolen. Even the living don't know when they will starve to death. These words made Devourer think. Starve to death? Devourer's thoughts continued. I was curious about a few things from the start. Usually when a village faces famine, anger would be directed at the Lord and angry people would rise up in rebellion. The black calamity is almost like a famine. But why? Did people of Haston choose to starve instead of fighting? Toth revealed to Devourer that the black calamity had reached Haston for over a month. Toth continued, why? The village so quiet, or why doesn't everyone rise up to fight? Are you curious, Sir Knight? Chapter 26. The surrounding space was dark with details like rough stone walls, creating a mysterious and gloomy feeling. At this moment, in the middle of the area, there was a stone table where Renee and Melge Zelimphagria sat together. They sat there drinking tea together. The face of Melge was full of boredom. She tiredly spoke up, I want to go to Haston with Lord Devourer so much. So boring in the dungeon. Hearing her say that, Renee beside her looked down and replied, you can't think like that. Melge, Lord Devourer entrusted the dungeon to us to guard. Is there anything more important? Lord Devourer placed his full trust in us. As she spoke, she thought with jealousy towards the other. Of course, he trusts me, not Melge, that petty thieving cat. Hearing Renee's words, Melge sighed. She quickly changed her state 360 degrees. She slammed her hand on the table, her tone becoming cheerful. Is that true, right? I should have realized. Renee lifted the cup, leisurely smelling its faint scent, then spoke. The thieving cat. I know. Melge, you also need to focus your mind at all times, because we don't know when humans might attack here. Hearing the other say that, Melge turned her face to one side and said, don't worry, whenever I have a chance, I check. I just scouted 10 minutes ago, but while we're at it, I'll check again. On the ground, Melge's incantation lines were moving. Intermediate magic. Eye of the Observer. Good idea, because I will clean up. Just as Renee finished speaking, suddenly an observer eye approached Melge. Seeing that, she exclaimed, The creature said, BPB. Hearing the creature's words, she spoke up. Miss Renee, we just mentioned it. Who knew it would happen for real? Someone has intruded. The eye of the observer slowly crawled up the pillar surrounding that place. The eye of the observer doesn't have a big reaction, so the possibility of only one intruder is high. Melge heard that and immediately stood up. She slammed the table and said, Please get ready. Renee heard her say that and looked puzzled. Small. Red lights appeared around the tea table area. The voice of Renee rang out. Is here. Suddenly a red power of unknown origin appeared. It flared up from beneath the ground. Seeing that, the two stood in battle stance, feet stepping lightly on the ground. A voice rang out. Oh my, why are you all so panicked? Seeing someone here, Renee exclaimed. Melge asked. What is it? At this moment, a girl with long fiery red hair, loose, creating a strong and seductive feeling, sharp eyes and a confident smile. The boss of the Chai Castle of the Great Evil Dungeon, Elizabeth Bathory, appeared. She stepped forward and said, How are you, Renee? Small. Red birds flew everywhere in the dungeon. The voice rang out. We don't have much to welcome you. I apologize. If you had told us beforehand, I would have prepared something. Hearing that, Elizabeth Bathory said, Don't worry, you don't need to bother like that. Anyway, I came without notice. At this moment, Renee timidly brought a teacup to her. Elizabeth Bathory winked at her and said softly, Renee, if you really want to prepare something, you can give me your blood. Hearing that, Renee spoke fearfully. Tea, that won't do. Elizabeth Bathory turned to look at Melge and said, Disappointing. But who is this? A newbie? Hearing her say that, Melge replied, Are you asking about the Great One, me? Melge suddenly felt smug. She lifted her chin, closed her eyes and said, Let me tell you, I am the Demon King who rules the demons, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, Melge Zelimphagria. Hearing that, Renee standing next to her politely spoke up. Oh, I forgot to introduce you to Melge. This person is the boss of Chai Castle, Miss Bathory. Hearing those words, Melge froze, not believing what she just heard. Seeing that, Elizabeth Bathory spoke up. Oh, so it's the young Demon King. No wonder the energy around you is so interesting. Melge was timid and scared. Sweating profusely, she ran to Renee and whispered, Miss Renee, if I live here forever, can I meet the bosses of all dungeons? Hearing the other say that, Renee quickly used one hand to clamp Melge's mouth and lifted her up. She said, Lady Melge, you talk so funny. You really have no shame daring to talk about freeloading here forever. Ha. Seeing that, Elizabeth Bathory ordered her subordinate, the black bat standing next to her.
Pour me a drink.
Well, hearing that, Melge fearfully replied. It's not yet. The black bat from earlier transformed into a handsome butler. He bowed respectfully and poured tea for Elizabeth Bathory. By the way, where are Patrick and that slow-witted guy? They left for a while. Hearing that, Elizabeth Bathory showed an annoyed face. What? TSK. I didn't expect them to choose this time to be absent. Hearing her say that, Renee said, did something happen? Several villages near Chai Castle have been destroyed. Surely the humans are all dead because the villages are submerged in a sea of blood, but there are absolutely no bodies. Hearing that, one person spoke up. I don't think this was done by humans. The blood on the ground all flows in one direction as if marking a path. And at the end of that path is hasten. What does this mean? After hearing the words they said, Melge thought in her head. All bodies disappeared.
Ah, truly unexpected.
She spoke up. Could it be the undead? Hearing that, Elizabeth Bathory lifted the teacup in her hand and replied, but there aren't many who can do this. The majority of undead have no intelligence. As for those who do, they receive special titles like Elder and are higher level. If an army of undead moves in a swarm, it means someone is controlling them. The Lord of Undead, the Immortal King, Erivos, he is the most suspicious one. Hearing that name, Melge didn't know, so she spoke up. Erivos. Elizabeth Bathory turned to Renee and said, I have no concrete evidence but still need to inform that slow-witted guy. Do you have any monster to deliver a message? Hearing that, Renee shyly lowered her face and replied, no, the dungeon is currently empty, but there must be some way to contact him, right? No, but I believe in Lord Devourer's decision. Seeing her like that, Elizabeth Bathory thought helplessly. Trusting a guy like that, poor girl. Luckily Patrick knows how to manage. Don't worry too much. Someone must inform him. Suddenly Melge's hand slammed on the table. Her body trembled uncontrollably. But what should we do? Right. She confidently put her hand on her chest. Her face clearly showed smugness as she said, that's right. Isn't it time for the Great One, me, to act? I guess I have no choice. The Black Calamity is the beginning of everything. At this moment, inside the room, Devourer stood opposite a long-haired man standing by the window. The man spoke up. Not long after the calamity came to hasten, someone set fire to the fields. Because the fire spread too fast, the grown crops waiting to be harvested all turned to ash. Also during that time, harmful rumor began to spread. People rumored that food touched by the Black Calamity would be infected. And as soon as eaten, painful hunger would follow. That's how Hasten became a cursed land. Devourer stood with crossed arms, attentively listening to what the Magic Tower Master said. When people whispered that even the Emperor abandoned this place, everyone here fell into despair. But even in despair, hope still existed. A wealthy commoner couple stood up to help. Luckily, many crops of that couple were not affected by the fire. They opened their granary and distributed to the people. There were even people who saw that couple as a central symbol to join hands and save each other. Just when everyone began to hope and believe again, someone found the bloody bodies of that couple in their own home. It must be some greedy person who wanted more food, killing them. Afterwards, no one trusted their neighbors anymore. Since no one trusted each other, they couldn't cooperate. Everyone fought to avoid being robbed of food, and in the end, starved to death. That man sadly continued, people living in our slums can survive thanks to the rumor that the food is infected. Hearing that, he spoke up, unlike the rumors, after eating the food, you guys are still fine, right? Hearing that question, the master of the magic tower turned to look outside and replied, so far, that is correct. Hearing those words, he secretly thought in his head, food that hasn't been slashed by me can't possibly be infected. Someone with malicious intent spread the rumor. And let's go to the next place. By this time, they had arrived outside the city gate. Two guards sensed someone approaching and immediately paid attention. The two of them approached a desolate area where there was a huge mountain of waste and corpses. Looking at what was in front of him, the master of the magic tower said, at first, everyone thought we could overcome this disaster quickly, and this is the result of that overconfidence. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and flies buzzed all around. The master of the magic tower continued, if corpses are left on the street, the scavengers will gather. So we dug a pit and started piling them up like this. Hearing that, he asked, you don't burn them? The master of the magic tower said, among the people here who lost their families, there are still many who can't let go. It's more accurate to say no one wants to take on this troublesome responsibility. The devourer stepped forward. He spoke up, you people can't do it? The master of the magic tower replied, I didn't tell you earlier, but that couple had a daughter. So what? I mean, Rosalina's parents are also somewhere in this mountain of corpses. Hearing that, he replied, so that's how it is. Turning his face to look toward the city, the devourer spoke. Are those soldiers just going to stand guard forever? Hearing that, the master of the magic tower replied, that's right. They divide into 2 shifts to keep watch. They aren't protecting it, but controlling it. Looking at the soldiers, he thought to himself, guards controlling the gate in a situation like this. They must be following the Lord's orders, right? That's right. His eyes suddenly flashed with a light. The Lord of this place is very suspicious. He thought, a situation like this, meeting directly is best. Using normal methods won't allow us to see through their plans. At this moment, Patrick held an orange egg in his hand. He smugly spoke up. For that reason, I chose this happy egg. The happies will surely chase after this egg, right? At that time you will appear and defeat them. Then you'll have an excuse to meet the Lord. Patrick used his hand to tap his head hard, proudly saying, what a perfect plan. I really am a genius. Suddenly he became gloomy and said, they are rushing towards them. They roared loudly. Chapter 27. Faint candlelight in the dark night. A figure hovered in the air. A trembling, weak voice of a woman woven into the silent darkness. No. How can it be? Brother. The rope swung back and forth. The person opened his eyes, looking at the girl with a soulless gaze, his lips moving. Lala. His voice rang out horribly. You must survive. Before the fearful gaze of the girl, he approached her, his eyes glaring sternly. Don't forget. You must survive. The girl named Lala shot up, screaming loudly. It seemed that was just a nightmare. She held her face, gasping for breath. It came again. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish if this was reality or a dream anymore. The maid outside, hearing her scream, opened the door and entered. She bowed respectfully and asked, did you have a nightmare again, madam? Lala looked blankly at the maid. She forced a stiff smile. No, it's nothing. She is the Lord of Haston, Lala Sinoviat. The maid saw this but said nothing. She asked further, do you want to sleep a bit more? Lala slowly stepped down from the bed and said, I want to go breathe some fresh air. Lala slowly stepped out to the balcony. The morning breeze was slightly chilly, making her unconsciously hug her arms. Looking outside, she thought, I've inherited this position for a few weeks now. I can still remember clearly the day my brother passed away. Casting her eyes down to the city below, her heart was full of sorrow. My family members fled with the fortune without caring to restore Haston. To survive in this situation, I only have one way left. A gentle breeze blew past, making Lala's hair flutter softly. Her eyes were full of determination. That is to rebuild Haston. Early in the morning, Lala summoned that mysterious person. She tried to be stern in her reproach. You promised you would save us. She worriedly rubbed her hands. You said you would protect me and my territory. The mysterious person nodded his head in response. That is correct. Hearing that, Lala angrily waved her hand and shouted, just look outside. Is this the salvation you spoke of? The mysterious person remained calm and said, I never break a promise. Before long, I will quell all the difficulties the people of Haston are facing. So you do not need to worry too much. Lala furrowed her brows. She pursed her lips, thinking, this guy never reveals what his specific plan is. But right now, besides trusting him, I have no other choice. The mysterious person bowed his head and said, the plan is proceeding very smoothly. So please just enjoy the life of silk and velvet you've had until now, madam. Saying that, he secretly smiled with amusement. He spoke with hidden meaning. All worries will soon disappear. Lala tiredly held her head and sat down. All right, I will trust you and wait a little longer. At this moment, the maid opened the door, walked in and said, Madam, I have something to report regarding the security situation of Haston. Lala frowned. What is it? The maid reported seriously. According to the guards, we were attacked by a pack of happies. But a knight suddenly appeared and stopped them with just one strike. Lala was surprised. She tilted her head, wondering with 1,000 questions why. With just one strike? Who is he? Which knight squad does he belong to? The maid replied. The guards at the north gate questioned him but received no answer. Lala said, I will ask him myself. Where is that knight? The maid respectfully said, I have led him to the guest reception room in the castle. Suddenly, the mysterious person spoke up. Madam, he said, please reconsider your decision. You cannot rule out the possibility that he is an assassin disguised as a knight. Lala decisively said, We also cannot deny his achievement of saving Haston just because he is suspicious. Rewarding him for his merit is what the Lord of Haston should do. Without saying any more words, she ordered, "Bring that knight here." Just a moment later, the maid brought the knight before Lala. Bach knelt down and solemnly said, "I, a wandering knight, request an audience with the Lord of Haston." Bach bowed his head low, speaking respectfully. "I spent a lot of effort to reach Haston, but just standing before the noble lady here makes me feel all the hardships I went through were worth it." Lala clearly said, "I heard that thanks to your bravery and honor, Haston was protected. On behalf of all of Haston, I would like to thank you." Bach said, "It is truly my honor." Meanwhile, he silently assessed Lala. "Just one look and I know she isn't suitable to be a lord. Based on her age, perhaps she is the younger sister of the previous lord." Lala looked at him and asked, "So, which family's knight are you?" A moment of silence hung between the four people. Lala awkwardly asked further, "Then what is your name?" Bach replied, "Please forgive me, but I also cannot tell you my name. I hope you understand." Lala frowned, feeling somewhat insulted. She said, "Why do you hide so many things? If I demand you remove your helmet, will you refuse that too?" Bach remained calm and responded, "This face of mine is full of scars from battle. Half of my face has been smashed, so it looks very ugly. But if the lady can accept it, I will take off my helmet." Lala felt a chill run down her spine. She let out a breath and waved her hand, saying, "Fine, forget it. I'll let you off. I don't have much to give you, but I still want to reward you." Bach raised his head and said, "If so, please give me food." He thought, the most important thing in Haston right now is food. Through her answer, I will know the current state of the castle. Lala immediately told the maid, "All right, that's not difficult. Go prepare it." The maid bowed head to accept the order. "Yes." Bach didn't say a word, bowing his head again. "I am truly grateful to you." Bach silently assessed. "Whoa," she answered without even thinking. "That means the castle isn't lacking food." He recalled the condition of the people of Haston when he first arrived. If so, why did the lady let the people of Haston fall into such a miserable situation? Bach looked at the hooded, mysterious person beside her. He wondered, and since I am undead, I can sense this energy flow. That guy gives me a very familiar feeling. Bach bowed head and spoke up, "Madam, may I ask you a question?" Lala raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Under the attentive gaze of Lala and the other two, he said, "There is something that has bothered me just now." Bach glanced sideways at the mysterious person. "You there? Who are you?" Many moments later, returning to the present, Bach said, "That's how it happened." Swallow propped his chin on his hand, scratching his belly, and said, "Don't tell me that lady just sits in one place and does nothing." Bach continued, "When I said I was just asking out of curiosity, she let me go." Swallow gaped. "Wow, that easy?" Swallow boredly, "If you felt familiar, isn't he undead? But then you just let him go like that." Bach sat down with a thud. "Did you want me to fight right there or what? Besides, just because I feel a familiarity doesn't necessarily mean he is undead." He recalled the dark aura emitting from the mysterious person. "I would also get that feeling from a necromancer. Humans who use dark magic, depending on the amount of magic in their bodies, can also emit the energy of the undead." Swallow grumbled when hearing Bach speak. "Where do we find the time to check each person? If it were me, I would have handled him right on the spot." Bach got angry. "We came here to clean up the mess you caused, not to cause more trouble. Do you want me to quit for real?" Swallow struggled. Sorry already." Bach sighed. "Fine, forget it. Boss, did you find out anything?" Swallow blinked, thinking, "Oh well, it seems the people here believe the food is infected with a plague. I was wondering why the village was so quiet. Turns out the villagers refuse to eat the food and are dying of starvation." He recalled the pink-haired kid running away as soon as she saw him. "Ah, and that thief kid. Her name is Rosalina, right? It's hard to get close to her since she just runs away." Bach said, "If we had mind control magic, that would be great. I should have brought Mel with us." Swallow heard that and gritted his teeth. "Now you say that after dragging the person who didn't want to come here in the first place?" Bach spoke while handing a bag to him. "Well, we aren't out of options yet. Look at this. It's the food I received from the lady." Swallow smiled widely and excitedly said, "Oh, you want to eat first then discuss?"
I'm starving.
Bach denied it immediately.
No.
He raised a finger, proposing an idea. "Let's try using this to gain Rosalina's trust." Chapter 28. At this moment, Rosalina was cornered. "Hey kid." The little girl sweated in fear, stammering. "What is it?" Swallow's face looked menacing as he approached Rosalina. He took out a cake from the bag and asked, "Why are you so surprised, kid?" Rosalina felt behind her back. No way to run. She stammered, it's because..." Swallow held up the cake and said, "Take it. Let's eat together." Rosalina blinked in surprise. "Ah!" The little girl's eyes shone brightly. Rosalina held his hand and said excitedly, "Isn't this the holy bread given by the priest?" Swallow had question marks all over his head. "But Patrick was the one who gave it to me." He asked stupidly, "Who is the priest?" Rosalina eagerly said, "So Sir Knight also believes in him." Swallow scratched his head and arm, not knowing how to answer. Well?" Rosalina led him out of the village. The sky was pitch black, but she still skipped along. "I didn't expect to meet someone with the same faith. I'm so happy. No one around me believes at all." Rosalina puffed her cheeks, pouting. "Isn't it strange? Everyone is so stupid. Just offering unconditional faith brings salvation." Saying that, Rosalina turned to look excitedly at Swallow. "Do you agree, Sir Knight?" Swallow said indifferently, "Yeah." Arriving at a place, the girl said, "We're here." They set foot at a cave entrance. Outside was full of moss and vines. Rosalina said, "I don't know why, but every time I come here, it feels creepy." The girl jumped down the steps, warning him, "It's very dark in here, so be careful with your steps." Swallow replied blandly, "I know." Just as he stepped down, a voice echoed throughout the cave. "The disaster that has befallen Haston is a test for humanity because of their evil deeds." A person standing on a high platform spoke clearly. "And that person is a powerful existence who can overcome the current situation." He added, "As believers who have earned his trust, we should be praised as the chosen ones." The devout followers here all clasped their hands and shouted loudly, "Yes, O priest." Rosalina happily pointed to a seat for Swallow. "Sit here, sir." Swallow slowly sat down. The priest above continued speaking. "Never forget the divine message we received. Then, today as well." He narrowed his eyes and added, "We will enjoy the blessings bestowed by him." Swallow dropped his chin, looking at the priest. "He doesn't look like anything special. Just brainwashing, huh?" Then suddenly, everyone stood up in unison, startling him. Rosalina laughed and said, "Hey, looks like we arrived at the perfect time. Now is the Holy Communion ceremony." Swallow wondered, "What is that?" Rosalina answered his question. "It's when the priest distributes the holy bread." Swallow looked up at the priest handing something to the people. "That thing." He narrowed his eyes. "It looks exactly like what Patrick received from the Lord of Haston. Why is something like that inside the Lord's castle?" Rosalina leaned closer to him and whispered, Sir Knight, this is a secret I'm only telling you. When that person comes to save Haston, I heard that those who truly believe in him will have eternal happiness." Swallow raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Eternal happiness?" Rosalina gently kissed her necklace. "That's right, you will move closer to that powerful existence. People rumor that if you do so, you will receive even greater blessings." Swallow asked deeper, "What is the greater blessing?" Rosalina innocently said, I'm not sure either, but wouldn't it be something even better than buns? Like meat, for example?" Before, the priest. She hadn't finished her sentence when the priest walked over and said, "You came today too, Rosalina." The girl was startled and froze. "Mr. Priest." He handed the girl the holy bread. "This is today's blessing. Remember to hold it tight." Rosalina joyfully received it with both hands. "Thank you, Mr. Priest." Swallow crossed his legs, watching them thoughtfully. After giving the bread to Rosalina, the priest turned and handed one to Swallow. "This is the first time I've seen you. Hope you will come here more often." Swallow stood up and reached out to take it. "I'll consider it." The priest smiled. "Haha. Seeing you come here, that person must be very happy." Suddenly, a shady purple aura swirled up toward his hand. Swallow sighed. "Ha! This bastard." His eyes glowed brightly in the dark, looking down. "What is this about?" The priest was startled and panicked, stepping back. He dropped the holy bread on the ground, shattering it. The face of the priest showed fear. Swallow placed his hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Trying to deceive me while standing right in front of me? Maybe humans can't see that mana flow, but this trick won't work on me." He leaned into his ear and said softly, "I don't care what you do with the humans, but..." He recalled just now when he was preaching that nonsense. Strange auras radiated from him, connecting to the people sitting here, including him. Swallow deepened his voice, threatening him. Don't try to probe me. You've crossed the line. The priest panicked. You are not human. Swallow continued. My memory is terrible, but I will definitely remember you well. Rosalina looked worriedly at the two. She didn't know what was happening. Is something wrong, Sir Knight? Hearing Rosalina's voice, Swallow put his hands in his pockets and turned away. Nothing. I just said thank you to him for giving us food. Let's go. Returning to the village. It was now the middle of the night. Not a single soul was on the street at this hour. Rosalina bowed her head and said, Thank you so much for today, Sir Knight. Swallow waved goodbye to the girl. Yeah. Get home safely. Swallow walked alone sluggishly. He was grumpy. There are so many suspicious things. I probably don't even need hard evidence. He compared. Aura radiating from the two suspicious people here. That Sophia leader came to the isolated land of Haston, using mana of unknown origin, brainwashing and monitoring them, along with that guy emitting undead energy beside the Lord. With everything fitting together like this, even I can hardly miss it. There is definitely someone behind them. Swallow
summoned Mel.
Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Ah, how did you know? As expected of the great devourer. Looking at her enthusiastic appearance, Swallow got goosebumps. Ugh. Mel tilted her head. What's wrong? Swallow complained. My annoyance level just went up. The street lights shone brightly, lighting up the village. Mel said, You said you destroyed it, so I wondered how bad it would be. The two of them were now standing on the roof of the tallest building in the village. Mel exclaimed, Wow, the view from here isn't bad either. Swallow sat down. You didn't come here just out of curiosity. Why are you here? Mel raised her hand to hold her hair swaying in the wind. Lady Bathory stopped by the ancient core. She said Haston will soon face the undead. Swallow was surprised. Bathory said that? Mel replied, That's right. She said she found traces of abnormal phenomena surrounding the Chai Castle heading towards Haston. Swallow muttered, So that's how it is. Mel added. She also added that the person most likely behind this is. She spoke. A name. Erebus. Swallow licked his tongue. Erebus is the most likely culprit. But that's just speculation, right? Mel was still gazing intently below. She reached out and summoned her staff. I've thought a lot about this. Isn't it normal for a place under undead siege to be overwhelmed by their numbers? Swallow sat for a while and felt his back ache. He propped his head and lay down, replying, Probably. Mel turned back and added, Haston's condition isn't good either. Swallow said indifferently, So? Mel raised her magic staff. A brilliant purple light rose around her. Aren't you curious why he didn't choose that method? If my judgment is correct. Mel slammed staff down and continued. Then he should have used the flow of mana. She summoned a magic circle under her feet. Low-tier magic.
Mana detection.
Mel closed her eyes, sensing the mana stream being sucked into the ground and transferring up to her body. She muttered, I knew it, just as I guessed. On a barren, red dirt road, a massive figure stood before a small mountain made of piled-up human corpses. His face appeared extremely grotesque. Black crow feathers fell fluttering around him, not resembling a human face at all. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground with both legs. From his hands emitted a stream of eerie purple energy. From his mouth, dark liquid flowed down like a waterfall. His eyes were dyed pitch black, like the embodiment of a death god. He is the one-eyed, the gatekeeper of the deadly land of corpses. Lich Simon Magus. In the vast air, an energy circle gradually appeared. Around it were crows flying chaotically. Magus prostrated on the ground respectfully. The person emerging from the center of that energy circle looked extremely mysterious. His entire body was covered in black and blue lights. He spoke with a voice full of power. Magus, you have finally come. My loyal servant. Magus bowed. His head was just slightly above the ground. He spoke carefully, his voice full of reverence. Lord Erebus, ruler of all undead. I would like to report the situation to you one last time before you depart for Haston. Magus said softly. His head still dared not look up at Erebus. Erebus spoke to reassure him. His undead face appeared even more clearly. I will not forget the hardships you have endured. I am only carrying out my duty, because I understand your vision. Magus carefully responded to the recognition from Erebus. Knowing this about Magus, he simply said, Of course, speak what you want to report. Until Erebus silently gave permission, Magus dared to slightly raise his head. However, His eyes still dared not look directly at the powerful ruler in front of him. Magus hesitated slightly. There is an unexpected intruder. Erebus was not very surprised. Yuo also reported the same thing to me. As if to confirm what he was thinking, Erebus asked back, "The one you met, was he wearing armor emitting the aura of a corpse?" Magus recalled. For a moment, "Please forgive your incompetent subordinate. But he wasn't wearing armor, nor did he emit the aura of a corpse." He paused slightly and added, "But he has a connection to the deep darkness." Hearing that, Erebus repeated it once more. He narrowed his eyes as if calculating something. "Someone with a connection to darkness? Sir, can you guess who that person is?" Magus boldly asked. Erebus bluntly replied, "No, that guy would never lift a finger." He slightly glared at Magus, raising his voice to remind him before retreating into the energy vortex. "No matter what variables occur, we must control Haston first to take over the Empire. Remember where this place is. And before acting for the greater goal, always remember to be very cautious." Having finished speaking, Erebus's entire body vanished inside the pitch-black color of the vortex, leaving only his head outside. The vortex slowly closed after he retreated inside. Magus quickly replied to Erebus before he completely disappeared. "I feel ashamed for not being able to fulfill the responsibility you entrusted." Looking toward the distant sky stained with the color of night, Erebus repeated his assignments for Magus. "Yuo requested reinforcements at the Lord's castle, so I sent Mazam to the underground dungeon." He added to that, "Do you need reinforcements to deal with the intruder?" He raised his head. Look opposite Erebus, carefully refusing his offer. "Not currently, sir. If I feel it is necessary later, I will send word to you." Hearing that, Erebus didn't bother staying any longer. He completely vanished into the energy vortex, leaving behind just one sentence. "Good. You decide for yourself." Magus remained respectful to the end. "As you command, my lord." After Erebus left, Magus also stood up from the ground. The wind carrying the scent of death blew past him, making his tattered robes flutter. Magus thought to himself, "Revive. The undead will dominate all things on this earth." His undead face was surrounded by a stream of purple energy. The clearly visible undead form with joints was replaced by him with a human face of flesh and blood. Magus thought, "No matter who comes, they can no longer stop us. Whoever it is, as long as that monster doesn't come here." The scene shifts to another place. On a high-rise building, Agria was standing on the roof. From beneath her feet, pink energy streams radiated out, weaving together tightly like a net. Beside her lay Swallow, resting his head on his arm. He asked her, "Mels, can you find the caster?" Agria put her hand on her chin. She thought for a moment and replied, "There's no way to know for sure, but for most large-scale magic like this, they usually choose a method that maintains a continuous mana flow into the ground." Hearing this, Swallow just hummed. "In other words, if they want to maintain it, the caster must be nearby." Swallow sat up. He slowly drew a conclusion. Agria beside him immediately added, "That is likely the case, but it's not completely guaranteed. They could also choose to use a medium to direct mana stably." A blue gem like shards of ice appeared in everyone's mind. She spoke further about her calculations. "This is just my guess, but a medium capable of sustaining large-scale magic covering all of Haston would definitely require a huge amount of mana, right?" Agria raised staff in her hand. Her eyes looked in another direction. If they didn't intend to redirect the magic, they wouldn't have buried that huge mana stone underground. So if they wanted to hide the medium, it would probably be over there. Her scepter pointed straight toward a castle in the distance. "That place is the most suspicious." Agria bluntly stated her deduction. Swallow heard and thought, "The Lord's castle." He gave a long yawn, his eyes tearing up a bit from sleepiness. Agria paused slightly, then added to correct herself in case of error. "Of course we can't be sure. It's all just speculation." He thought to himself, "Even if we don't know what they plan to do, if we mess everything up, someone will surely come to investigate." Swallow stood up from his seat. Hands in his pockets, he said, "Bach is also over there. Mels, you're free, right?" Agria laughed brightly. "Of course." He stood proudly. On the roof, the night wind blew, making his coat flutter. Swallow spoke up. "Then go to the castle with me." She asked skeptically, "The castle?" "Yeah," he replied blandly. Agria's face suddenly changed color. Her whole body trembled slightly, from fear, or perhaps from sheer surprise. The face of Swallow appeared in the dark night looking extremely eerie. His eyes flashed with a deadly amber light. He threatened slightly, "It's time to replace one of the one-eyed ones." The scene shifts once again to that luxurious lord's castle. In the dark sky, Swallow appeared in the night, looking extremely eerie. His eyes flashed with a deadly amber light. He threatened, "It is time to replace one of the single eyes." The scene shifted again to that luxurious lord's castle. In the dark sky, pitch black, a bright moon hung there, casting a gentle silver light over the scenery below. Just as I guessed. This place is the most suspicious. Swallow stood before the castle gate that loomed like a monster. He thought to himself. His eyes slightly narrowed through the armor. Swallow thought uncomfortably. The stench of rotting flesh rising from below was much stronger than last time. This smell was definitely very suspicious. And with the current situation, this underground dungeon serves no purpose anyway. He walked step by leisurely step inside the dungeon. The only light came from the dim glow of torches stuck on the dungeon walls. The deeper he went, the clearer the chaotic sounds became. Swallow thought, suspicious sounds coming from a dungeon like this. He walked on. At the end of the path, a massive figure stood blocking his way. In front of him, now was an undead butcher with a massive body. He raised a bloody meat cleaver high in his hand. Under the table was the flesh of some animal chopped until the bones were exposed. Swallow felt uncomfortable inside. No wonder the smell was so terrible. It's been a while since I saw a cleaver. He looked at the massive knife stained with bright red blood on the table and muttered. Swallow stepped closer to the butcher. He coughed a few times, then politely greeted him. "Sorry for interrupting your work. Who is your master?" The butcher's eyes left the corpse on the table. The very next second, he was slightly startled by this uninvited guest. He immediately spun around. With a loud thud, the butcher didn't say a word and swung his arm at Swallow. The surrounding air was also forcefully pushed aside by the shockwave of the blow. He spoke in a serious voice. "You are big, so that blow was quite strong." The butcher was stunned to silence. He himself didn't expect Swallow could still open his mouth after his attack. Swallow, in his armor, tightly gripped the cleaver in the butcher's hand. It didn't take much effort. He spoke up. But such a slow attack would never hit anyone. Using even both hands but only having this much strength. Truly terrible. Even though the butcher struggled to use all his strength, he couldn't pull the cleaver from Swallow's hand. He calmly added a few more sentences. "But for something like this to happen in the castle dungeon, that means that guy and the female lord are in cahoots," he calmly asked. His fingers gripped the blade tightly, causing cracks to appear. The very next second, the sharp knife shattered directly into small pieces in his hand. Swallow added, "Well, if that's the case, there's no need to act in secret. Now we have confirmed it." Swallow quickly poked his hand between the butcher's ugly jaws. "Then get lost." After he calmly said that sentence, the butcher's entire body was directly split into 3 parts. The corpse was no longer intact. He died so fast that he seemed unable to feel anything. "TSK, so filthy." Swallow complained slightly. Behind him, the torch on the wall reacted to something and suddenly turned purple. A blurred figure pushed past. By the time Swallow sensed something and turned his head, the attack was right upon him. With a loud clang, metal clashed violently. His helmet was knocked flying, rolling a few times in the air. "Oh my!" A surprise. Swallow spoke up, feigning surprise. The helmet, after rolling a few times, fell to the ground, revealing behind. The armor was his white skeleton. Swallow whistled. "Even a Dullahan has appeared," he exclaimed. A headless knight loomed before him. Swallow asked discontentedly, "What exactly are you guys preparing for?" Chapter 30. At this moment, Death Knight Patrick appeared and asked, "Hey, you there. Who ordered you to guard this place?" The undead heard his question and fell into silence, looking over. A second later he rushed straight to attack Death Knight Patrick. He was startled and blocked it. His hand held his sword hilt firmly, then began to carefully evaluate. "That sword. Its name is Evil Sword. Can goad the opponent's weapon, so dealing with it won't be easy." Death Knight Patrick was then hit on the head, causing his iron helmet to shatter, revealing his skeletal head. At this moment he lamented a bit in his heart. This guy is quite strong. Not like a normal Dullahan at all. Thinking so, Death Knight Patrick calmly asked, "We are both undead after all. Can we sit down and talk?" But that undead continued to rush in. Death Knight Patrick leaned back to dodge the sword slash passing by and exclaimed, "Oh." He continued to think. He is an intelligent undead but won't open his mouth to speak. "I must find the reason why you are here." Then suddenly, Death Knight Patrick seemed to think of a good idea. The lord of this place will surely answer all my questions." Then his hand slapped heavily on the ground. He used low-tier magic slide Immediately the ground from his spot began to freeze and spread out. Then, Death Knight Patrick quickly picked up his empty sword hilt. That undead continued to rush in. Death Knight Patrick didn't turn back, but just held the sword behind him and continued using soft sword. Reinforced iron. Then he boldly glanced back. If you don't like talking, then I will not prolong this time any further. I will finish this quickly. Immediately the undead's head was chopped off by him. The head of that undead looked over in panic. Death Knight Patrick continued to hold his sword hilt and said, let me borrow this sword, okay? Since I see you don't use it anyway. Then he immediately swung his arm repeatedly. Heavy sword, grand axis. Death Knight Patrick delivered a few slashes and immediately the undead was chopped into many pieces. He dropped down, posing beautifully. Just then, someone appeared at the door of a room. At this time, the Lord of Haston, Lalacinovi Itak, was sitting on the bed covering herself with a blanket and lamenting. So cold. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling her. Did you sleep well? Before her, a figure appeared, blocking out all the light. She panicked and gasped. How dare you? Break in here in the middle of the night like this. Lalacinovi Itak screamed while hugging the blanket to cover herself. Death Knight Patrick had put his helmet back on before appearing. He coldly replied, Isn't it too obvious? Because I have something to discuss with you. Then he raised his sword and asked, Your name is Lala, right? Dear Lord. Lala, I will give you exactly 5 minutes. Call that guy who stood next to you before over here. Very quickly, Lalacinovi Itak was sitting in the guest room. Opposite was Death Knight Patrick, and standing next to her was a man in a green robe who just appeared. At this moment he politely spoke up. Sorry for calling you here so late, but while I went for a night walk, I accidentally picked this up. Saying that, he threw a bundle down on the ground in front of Lalacinovi Itak, making her terrified. She couldn't help but ask, What is this? Death Knight Patrick immediately asked back. Do you really not know what it is? This is the helmet of a Dullahan. He answered nonchalantly for her. His eyes glowed brightly through the slit of the iron helmet. A cold tone uttered a question. Lord. No. Lalacinovi Itak. Why do you cooperate with the undead? She looked up in extreme fear. It was unknown. If she was stupid so she didn't know or pretended not to know as she asked back. What are you saying? What undead here? Death Knight Patrick remained calm. How disappointing. I'm not surprised at all. Because you are an incompetent lord who doesn't even know what is happening in your own land. The black cat demon, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Lord, you do not need to listen to these baseless words any longer. Please call the guards and arrest him. Death Knight Patrick immediately interrupted him. I killed that Dullahan myself in the dungeon beneath this castle. Lalacinovi Itak heard that and asked, startled. The underground dungeon. Death Knight Patrick pulled out his sword and replied. That's right. In your underground dungeon, there are countless corpses. Let me give you another hint. The guy standing next to you is also an undead. Saying that, he pointed his sword at the cat demon. However, Lalacinovi Itak wouldn't listen. She tried to be stupid and argued. I don't believe your words. Do you think just saying that will make me believe your accusation? She stubbornly thought herself noble and screamed. This person promised me he would save Haston. If you accuse this person of being undead, then you are threatening the safety of Haston. Even the admin gives up. Admin refuses to understand. But Death Knight Patrick calmly chuckled. You already know who is threatening the safety of Haston, yet you can say that? Lalacinovi Itak heard that and put on a stupid face, unable to say anything more. At this moment, the cat demon began to act like a good guy to mediate. Come on. First of all, both of you should calm down. Hey Knight, just now you said this is a Dullahan's helmet. Dullahans are existences not easily met like that. Suddenly, Death Knight Patrick began to feel proud of himself. Flowers bloomed around him as he exclaimed, You think so too, right? I was also very surprised. Couldn't believe my eyes. Such a high-tier undead appearing in this place. Above all, that Dullahan was a bit strange. It was an elder among the undead species, so it should have possessed intelligence to be able to speak. But it didn't open its mouth once. The way it moved during the fight was also abnormal. So after burning its soul, I investigated a bit. Oh my, look at this. It seems there is another magic circle used to control the mind inside its armor. Next to it is the name of the owner. The name of the Dullahan is Mazam. This seems be the name of the vice-captain of the raid squad. The two brothers Mazam and Hatta. That squad was once assembled to destroy a violent undead 30 years ago. Heard that he was quite a strong knight, but after that raid ended he disappeared. Then he Let's play a quiz. Who do you think is the violent undead they wanted to destroy? Lalasinovi Itak still had a dumb, stupid face, unable to say a word. Who? Ah, Death Knight Patrick. Didn't bother waiting anymore and continued to raise his sword and said, "Then let me ask you another question this time. Hope you can answer this one yourself." She looked panic-stricken at the tip of his sword. Death Knight Patrick coldly asked, "Where is the violent undead Erivos? Mr. Undead Lackey?" The cat demon showed a clueless, sleazy face, looking somewhat like he was too high on drugs to open his eyes. Chapter 31. The chaotic scene. Lalasinovi Itak sat on the sofa trembling as she witnessed the cat demon having Patrick's sword held to his throat. Lalasinovi Itak asked in panic, "I don't understand what you mean. Why is the name of the dungeon boss?" Before she could finish her sentence, a loud laugh interrupted her. The cat demon laughed wickedly, revealing his white teeth. Hehehe, he just laughed. Madly without stopping, confusing Lalasinovi Itak. What? At this moment, Lalasinovi Itak panic-strickenly realized she had fallen into his trap. She hurriedly shouted, Didn't you say you would save my territory?" The cat demon still wore a shady smile. His eyes glowed red terrifyingly. He softly said, "Oh," then said, "Naturally." In the eyes of Lalasinovi Itak, fear was clearly shown. Her pupils contracted, spiraling deep into an abyss. Terror had fallen. The cat demon spoke. A cold voice. "The plan has changed, but it seems there is no other way." The cat demon glanced at Lalasinovi Itak and said in an ambiguous voice, "Cannot resolve everything peacefully anymore." Hearing this, Lalasinovi Itak felt a chill down her spine. She stammered, "What do you intend to do?" The cat demon dodged sideways, avoiding Patrick's sword. Immediately after, he thrust his hand forward. With just a light blow, he hit Patrick's head, knocking it aside. He also spread his arms wide in warning. "Both of you should stand still." Patrick's eyes glowed. "Perhaps I was too careless with this guy just now." The cat demon stood before Lalasinovi Itak, showing a cold face that made people afraid. Lalasinovi Itak fell off the sofa in fear. She sprawled on the ground stammering, "You are an undead." The cat demon slowly took off his hat, introducing himself as the cat demon. Sources of dark power radiated from all over his body. Lalasinovi Itak trembled, sitting motionless on the ground listening to his threat. "I will kill you along with everyone in this territory and turn it into a land of death. Humans like you having a chance to be saved like this. You should feel honored." Dark power spread more strongly everywhere, engulfing Lalasinovi Itak. The cat demon turned into a terrifying long-haired skull demon. He said this was all part of the plan of the undead lord, the immortal king, Lord Erivos. Patrick spoke up, asking him, Initially I couldn't even imagine it. Undead are a race that usually uses numerical advantage to fight, right?" Standing before the terrifying cat demon threatening them, Patrick gave a compliment. "I didn't expect you guys to come up with such a thorough and organized strategy to invade another place." Looking at the head of Mazam lying on the ground, the cat demon said coldly, "When I first met you, I already had my eye on you. Praiseworthy for you to exceed my expectations and defeat Mazam." Patrick tilted his head, feeling amused, and replied, "First time someone praised me for killing his subordinate." The attitude of Patrick made the cat demon somewhat interested. "Interesting indeed. I am even more curious about you. You are also an undead like me. Why do you not serve Lord Erivos?" Lalasinovi Itak and Patrick looked at each other in silence for a moment. Lalasinovi Itak heard this and was completely frozen. An undead like him. Patrick sighed, startled in his heart. Busted. Patrick tapped his sword on his head a few times, thinking, We still need the Lord to take care of the territory and cooperate with us. I don't want to kill her either." The eyes of Patrick narrowed slightly cold. "Suddenly I feel a bit annoyed." The cat demon suddenly roared and reached his veiny hand with sharp claws towards Patrick. But that hand was chopped off by Patrick, sent flying far away. Then he held the sword to his neck, warning, "Best you listen to my orders." The cat demon roared. "Do you think that threat will be effective on an undead?" Patrick calmly replied, "Of course not. But you have done so many things. Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Patrick reminded him to remember, "If you have investigated, you surely know. The person accompanying me is much stronger than you think. Strong enough that he can easily ruin your plans." Swallow Devourer must have sneezed a few times because his name was mentioned while sitting doing nothing. The cat demon laughed wildly and replied, "Interesting indeed. Then it will affect the humans too." Lalasinovi Itak just sat silently, not daring to say a word, especially more scared when she heard him threaten the humans. Patrick replied, "Sorry, but we are on the human side. So instead of wasting time like this, you should explain everything. TSK. Patrick said, oh, once. Of course, you should also tell me what your superior Erivos intends to do. The cat demon was silent for a long while. Then not sure. What he thought, he spoke. Fine. I will give you the answer. The cat demon asked. Know what is needed to become an elder? Patrick snorted. Coldly. Don't stand there asking me questions. Continue speaking. The cat demon had to slowly recount. A human or elf who wants to become an elder needs a rare supernatural phenomenon or a massive amount of hatred that surpasses that phenomenon. The reason they are considered elders is because each of them has the power to fight 1,000 zombies alone. Lord Erivos is a powerful existence who can use his magic to create such elders. Patrick asked. So that's the reason you isolate and create a cult? The cat demon immediately understood Patrick's meaning. He replied, correct. It is all to create an elder. We need humans with living bodies but weak souls. He looked at Lalasinovi Itak, who was trembling in cold sweat, and said, that is the perfect place for undead to gather. We isolate to starve and weaken their resolve. The reason for creating the cult is similar. Patrick nodded and said, I understand roughly, but what about the mountain of corpses in the underground dungeon? The cat demon said, that is to create even more elders. We will destroy the empire. Patrick was a bit surprised. Wow, deep calculation. Patrick just thought briefly and could understand. If the empire is destroyed and all humans turn into undead, then Erivos' goal. Those who will gain greater power are the 7 deadly prisons. The cat demon spoke. Coldly. Truth is always realized when it is too late. The cat demon chanted. Tier magic. Dark curse expansion. Immediately the space here became gloomy as if about to burst. Thousands of hands. Invisible grabbed Patrick, surrounding him. The cat demon spread his arms, defiantly saying, you think cutting off 2 hands stops me from casting? Truly stupid. But Patrick wasn't afraid. Instead he laughed loudly, praising him. Ha ha ha, you are good. Just using words can cast spells. The hands of the
cat demon gradually regenerated.
He asked Patrick. You think I would reveal the truth to you?
No existence.
Can oppose Lord Erivos. Patrick's entire body held tight by thousands of hands until he couldn't move anymore. The cat demon said, the only existence that could do that is the ancient monster. But after teleporting, that monster has fallen into a deep sleep. He madly trolled those hands to attack Patrick. The cat demon was arrogant and no longer feared anything. Therefore, nothing can stop my lord's plan. Although surrounded and held by thousands of hands, Patrick still put on a sarcastic tone and asked, is that so? Patrick flexed his arm hard and said, then let me ask you this question. The cat demon secretly worried in his head. He is breaking the binds with just his own strength? Indeed, the dark power from the hands surrounding Patrick gradually dissipated. He said, summarizing the words you just said, it's like this, right? The iron head of Patrick was gradually freed. Whatever your grand plan is, if the ancient monster appears, then whether it's you or Erivos, your plans will vanish into smoke, right? The cat demon briefly trembled and stammered. What nonsense are you saying?
A loud explosion
occurred right before their eyes. Outside looking in, one could only see the building smoking heavily. Patrick arrived and claimed, honestly, you came at just the right time. Looking back from the rubble, Swallow Devourer was sitting imposingly on top. Chapter 32. Lalasinovi Itak coughed a few times, using her hand to cover the thick dust in front of her. While Lalasinovi Itak was still teary-eyed and helpless, she heard Melj Zelimfagria's voice scream, ah, I got hit on the head. Lalasinovi Itak looked bewildered at the rubble in front of her. Swallow Devourer sat imposingly on top. Melj Zelimfagria held her head in pain while Patrick complained. What kind of castle is so easy to break? I don't know. Patrick turned. Say to Swallow Devourer. She timed it accurately too. Swallow Devourer said nothing but just glared at him and snorted coldly. Patrick got scared and said, nothing, boss. Swallow Devourer asked, so how much did you find out? Patrick replied, basically I know everything. Melj Zelimfagria beside him kept complaining. Ouch, my head hurts so much. They began to look towards Lalasinovi Itak. She trembled slightly, sobbing. Swallow Devourer stopped looking, showing no change on his face. An arrow of darkness was shooting straight at him. Swallow Devourer calmly sat still and waved his hand to dodge.
A violente explosion
occurred again in front of Swallow Devourer's group. Melj Zelimfagria asked in panic. What is that? The image of Swallow Devourer was just a black shadow appearing sitting imposingly high up. Everything around him flew up in a blur after the explosion. The cat demon tried to stand firm on the ground amidst the debris flying everywhere. The cat demon stared blankly ahead. This power, could it be? Patrick put on a warning tone. Didn't I tell you that the person with me is much stronger than you think? The cat demon's eyes showed clear panic, but he still tried to suppress it to be calm. Swallow Devourer sat above majestically asking, "What is this thing?" The cat demon's thoughts were chaotic.
Impossible.
Surely no news leaked out. How could that ancient monster? The cat demon stood motionless on the spot. He looked up. The stone high above. I also cannot sense the energy of the stone located on the upper floor of the castle. The cat demon stared intently at Melge Zelimphagria. Based on the energy I probed from her, she is definitely a demon king. He secretly calculated. I must try to stall for time as long as possible and transmit this news to Lord Arivos. After a while sunk in silence, the cat demon spoke up, breaking the quietness here. Ancient monster, why did you come here? He coughed a few times, then hesitantly asked. I heard that you disappeared after the incident in Rias. TSK. A fierce beam of light flashed before the cat demon. The castle seemed to burst apart and everything flew chaotically out of the castle. The cat demon was also thrown out, falling sprawled on the ground coughing. He slowly opened eyes and spoke coldly. You guys are too late. Melge Zelimphagria gave the cat demon a spark of lightning, beating him up. She scolded impatiently. You talk too much. Swallow Devourer watched the show until he was bored, yawning until tears came out. Swallow Devourer looked at the cat demon and asked in surprise. Oh, look at him. Is he smiling? Melge Zelimphagria replied. Maybe because he is an undead, he is quite stubborn. The cat demon still tried to sit up, flexing a bit of power, and said, Kneel beneath his feet. Our lord has set foot on this land. Patrick softly called, Boss. Swallow Devourer lazily said, Yeah, I see it. Patrick clicked his tongue in disapproval. His manifestation is so flashy. At the place where the men were playing chess, they suddenly exclaimed, Look, doesn't the sky look a bit strange? A man asked, Strange how? The sky became pitch black. Dark clouds formed into large masses as if a storm was brewing. Strong winds blew fiercely through every corner. A pair of skinny feet were running down the road. It was the girl, orange hair, named Rosalina. She was running hurriedly when a voice called out, Rosalina. She stopped. When she saw the person calling her was Thought. Oh, it's Thought. You're still awake? Thought replied. I'm the one who should ask you that. Where have you been? Rosalina stammered. I just went for a walk to relax. Walking in Rabbit Square. Rosalina suddenly realized she had lied blatantly. She covered her mouth right after the words came out. Oh no, why did I mention a place no one bothers to go to because of the plague? Uncle will get angry with me again for sure. Rosalina panicked and hurriedly apologized to Thought. However, Thought laughed loudly, surprising Rosalina a bit. Thought sighed and said, You really are. Rosalina was stunned. Huh? She thought. Uncle isn't angry? In the dark. Ali, Thought said. Rosalina. After the meeting, the leader and other members made a decision. Rosalina asked. Decided what? Thought replied. Tomorrow night we will all leave Haston. Thought turned to say. Rosalina, I don't know what you think, but the leader doesn't trust those knights. Rosalina was startled hearing that sentence. Thought told her. Follow me. I will explain as we walk. They held torches, lighting the way to the pit of corpses piled high like a mountain. Through the scarf covering his face, Thought frowned, thinking. Rosalina's parents were buried under this deep pit. Thought spoke. Rosalina, once we leave, it will be a very long time before we can return. Of course, the choice is yours. I don't understand why the leader wants to leave Haston. Isn't Haston going to be saved? Can't we wait a little longer? Thought replied. Rosalina, I won't try to persuade you, since you chose to believe in that cult. But you want to wait for salvation that you don't know when will come, while your parents are trapped in that dark place. This statement by Thought made Rosalina frown and think hard. Thought looked at the pile of bodies in front and said, The God you believe in isn't the only one who can grant salvation. What you do can also bring salvation. Rosalina was a bit confused, repeating Thought's words. What I do? Bring salvation. Rosalina clenched her hand into a tight fist, showing determination. She stopped and looked at Thought and said, You are very right. Thought was silent, not saying anything. It seemed he was also secretly happy he had persuaded Rosalina. Thought gave the torch to Rosalina and asked, Do you think you can do it? Rosalina took the torch and said firmly, "Of course I can." Rosalina held the torch and walked closer to the pile of corpses. A tear rolled down her cheek. She moved the torch towards that pile of corpses. Suddenly a hand stopped her. That man spoke up. "Oh my, I was wondering who would come to this place so late." Thought was startled when saw that person had grabbed Rosalina. Thought asked, "Who are you?" Rosalina also turned her head to look back. That man asked her. Rosalina panicked as her hand was gripped tightly by a man. "Is it Sir Priest?" He squeezed Rosalina's wrist tightly, causing her to scream in pain. "Ah, Sir Priest, what are you doing?" Fire from the torch caught onto his arm. Rosalina said in panic, "Sir Priest, the fire." Seeing the chaotic situation, Thought hurriedly spoke up. "Hey, that priest guy? Let go immediately." Thought was suddenly stunned, as a familiar feeling rose up like he had met in the past. The smell. Rosalina spoke nervously and urgently. "Father Priest, you should put out the fire first." The torch was thrown far away by Rosalina. Thoth grabbed and pulled girl back, leaving the priest with his burning arm. Thoth and Rosalina fell to the ground. Thoth completely shielded the girl with his body, so Rosalina wasn't hurt at all. Thoth angrily scolded, "Priest, you bastard!" The priest did not extinguish the fire but let it burn violently. Within the burning flames, he transformed into a disgusting zombie. Thoth trembled, sweating profusely as he said, "Living dead." Rosalina was also shocked, unable to believe her eyes. "Father Priest." The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. The zombie spoke up. "Shut your mouth, human. You should keep silent to welcome the arrival of that person." Thoth hugged Rosalina tight against him. Both were trembling with fear. The corpses lying on top of the pile of bodies began to move their limbs. They opened their eyes, as if just awakened. Their eyes glowed a horrifying red. Rosalina was so scared she shivered and sweated. Thoth panicked and exclaimed, What is happening?" The group of zombies stood up and walked toward Thoth and Rosalina. Thoth hurriedly grabbed Rosalina and pulled her away. "Damn it! Why are you still standing there? Run!" When the zombies were only inches away from them, Thoth hastily urged, "Go quickly." The two of them ran inside a house. They quickly used tables and chairs to block the door so the zombies couldn't get in. Thoth panted, looking at the door heavily barricaded with furniture, and said, "This should be enough to stop them for a while." Rosalina gasped and said, "But I don't think I can run anymore." Thoth tried to regain his composure and said, "We have no other choice. Although being inside is better than being out there, the first floor isn't safe either. Let's go to the second floor." Rosalina hesitated and replied, "All right, but my leg." Knowing Rosalina couldn't walk anymore because her leg was in too much pain, Thoth knelt down, turning his back to Rosalina, and told her, "Climb on my back. We have to hurry." Thoth carried Rosalina up each step to the second floor. Rosalina spoke awkwardly. "Thoth, you must be very tired too." "Thank you." The two stood by second floor window looking down. Outside, the zombies had reached the door. Thoth was sweating profusely, thinking skeptically, "Can both of us survive?" He pursued his lips and thought, "If we can survive, then—" Suddenly, Rosalina called him. "Thoth." They were standing in front of a gloomy room smelling of death. Rosalina asked, "The smell of this place is disgusting too. Is it because of that room?" Thoth carried Rosalina into the room containing a dead body. Rosalina sat down leaning against the wall and asked, "So we are safe now, right?" Thoth looked around and replied, "No." Thoth stood up, turning his back to Rosalina, and said, "It's just as dangerous here. If you want to live, you must be very vigilant." Rosalina asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Thoth walked to corpse still clutching a sharp weapon in its hand. He grasped the two sides of his scarf and pulled it open. Blood splattered messily, causing Rosalina to ask in fear, "Thoth, what are you doing?" Thoth's eyes were cold. He smiled and removed the scarf from his neck. He took the knife and walked closer to Rosalina, frightening the girl. Thoth called out in a cold sweat, "Thoth!" Thoth slashed a cut that zipped past as fast as lightning. Rosalina trembled in fear, shutting her eyes tightly. The moment Rosalina opened her eyes to look, tears had already welled up in her eyes. Thoth held out a mutated object in front of Rosalina and said grimly, "Now I have the chance to tell you, but this thing has been making me uncomfortable for a long time." Thoth also carefully reminded Rosalina, "From now on, trust whatever is worth trusting." Rosalina still not over her fear, stammered. At least you should have warned me. You scared me to death. While they were busy talking, a loud noise outside forced them to pay attention. The zombies were rushing inside. Rosalina panicked and said, "They broke down the door. What should we do?" Thoth stood up and said, "What else can we do? We have to fight them." Rosalina said, "I should also look for something to use as a weapon." Thoth did not answer her but silently walked away. Rosalina called after him in panic, "Thoth! Thoth!" Thoth was anxious with fear. Rosalina struggled, stand up and said, "Thoth! Thoth! Wait!" Outside the door, the loud noise of the zombie horde echoed. Thoth stepped forward, opened the door, went out, then locked it and held the door tight. Thoth threw back, scarf soaked in his own fresh blood. He thought, "If I do this, they will be misled by the scent of blood and won't find Rosalina." Rosalina panicked, rushing to the door, banging on it and screaming, "What are you doing? Don't leave me, Thoth.
I'm scared.
Please, Thoth, don't leave me here." Thoth stood quietly outside the door and said, "How long do you intend to rely on others? You've been a burden long enough." The zombies were climbing up to the second floor to find them. Thoth held his weapon, ready to fight, and instructed Rosalina, "Listen carefully, Rosalina. No matter what you hear, do not make any noise." Thoth gritted his teeth and warned the girl, "Don't speak and don't act without thinking." Rosalina immediately covered her mouth so she wouldn't make another sound. Thoth smiled softly, in satisfaction. "Finally, you listened. Good." Thoth thought this was better than both of them dying. He resigned himself to sacrifice his life fighting the zombies to protect Rosalina. The zombies had gotten very close to Thoth. They screamed violently when they saw the prey. Thoth gripped his weapon to fight the zombies. He madly rushed forward without caring for his own safety. These were perhaps the last words Thoth said to Rosalina. "I'm sorry for being too harsh on you all this time." Rosalina collapsed painfully to the ground behind the door. She cried helplessly like rain. Tears flowed ceaselessly, and she had no way to stop them. Chapter 34. The zombies were ordered by the Lady Lord to attack Thoth. Everyone rushed in, holding torches and weapons. This eerie red sky, surely the Lady Lord is the cause. I knew something was strange. She hasn't shown her face even once for a few weeks now. The sky above, Tassel glowed bright red. Everyone held torches and ran there. They thought heaven must be unleashing its wrath. A loud scream shocked them, making them turn their heads to look. A young man, trembling and screaming. Everyone felt confused. "What is that?" The young man, his face covered in wounds, spoke with difficulty. "Very dangerous." Everyone asked each other in confusion, "What's wrong with him? Is he injured?" A blue-haired young man walked towards that friend and said, "Let me check his wounds." A brown-haired man asked, "Are you guys from the magic tower?" The blue-haired man replied, "That's right. I am an intern at the ceiling magic tower." The injured friend spoke with difficulty, his voice intermittent. "Living corpses." The blue-haired man used magic to check him. "There really is something unusual. He's injured but not bleeding." They looked at the messy bloodstains on his body and asked, "Then where did this blood come from?" The man frowned and said, "The living corpses. Hey everyone, they're here." The bald man immediately ordered everyone, "Whoever is still healthy, prepare to fight." The blue-haired man used magic on the injured friend's head. He immediately went crazy and screamed, "Living corpses." Everyone also panicked, trying to calm him down. "Hey, calm down." The horde of zombies rushed towards them. Everyone spoke urgently, "The living corpses are coming." Everyone gritted their teeth, sweating as they looked at them. A zombie stood twisting in front of them. "What is this?" His eyes turned red, staring intently at the injured man. It roared and then lunged at him. Everyone panicked and dodged to the side. Like a gust of wind, Patrick rode an iron horse in, using a light slash to cut off the zombie's head. Patrick turned his head back and said disparagingly, "These zombies aren't as strong as they look." Patrick spoke to the frightened crowd. "So make your decision. Run away and wait for death, or stand up and fight." The blue-haired man from before heard this and spoke with determination. "We will fight to the end." Patrick asked them in surprise, "Who are you?" The blue-haired man said, "We are interns from the ceiling magic tower, and this is caused by the black disaster. We were out on a mission, so we were lucky to survive. We hope to contribute a little, even though it's a bit late." One person raised his hand and said, "I will fight." The others followed suit and raised their hands. "Us too." Then I will fight too. Patrick nodded in satisfaction and said, good. Patrick ordered everyone. Whoever is in good health, pick up something to use as a weapon. Stand in the front line. The rest, create a defense line. Everyone shouted in unison. We will protect Haston until our last breath. The zombies. We're getting closer to everyone. Patrick urgently reminded them. They are coming. They roared. Violently as if insanely furious with humans. The group of interns from the ceiling magic tower also prepared their magic. Fire. The zombies were easily blown away dozens of meters. Explosions erupted from the castle. Thick dust appeared in the red sky. Batist, who was walking outside, saw this and was forced to curse. Damn it, what is going on out there? He gritted his teeth, muttering angrily. Thoth, Rosalina, where have they gone now? Suddenly he looked to the right and saw a girl with orange hair sitting leaning against the wall, motionless, looking quite like Rosalina. When he got closer, he clearly saw girl's face. Batist panicked and called, Rosalina! Hearing someone call her name, Rosalina opened her eyes with difficulty. She was happy to see leader. Batist hurried closer and asked her, what happened to you? Batist took off his coat and draped it over Rosalina. She said, Thoth told me to stay here. Batist was a bit surprised. Thoth! At the mention of Thoth, Rosalina shrank back, tears streaming down as she recounted. Thoth told me to wait there, but I ran all the way here because I was scared. Leader, Thoth has. It's all my fault that Thoth has. Saying this, Rosalina choked up and couldn't speak anymore. Batist suddenly frowned in worry. Thoth, but Batist knew he needed to be calm in front of this weak child. He comforted Rosalina. No, it's nothing. Batist corrected her words. He's not that kind of person. Rosalina, it's not because of you, but thanks to Thoth that you can still be alive right now. Rosalina panicked, remembering the day the priest turned into a zombie and attacked them. She said, Leader, they are not normal zombies. We need reinforcements. Batist was suddenly shocked and asked, What are you saying? Rosalina said firmly, Sir Knight, right now they need Patrick's help. We need his assistance. Batist replied while fumbling around. Those guys are probably inside the Lord's castle by now. Seeing Batist take out a potion, Rosalina asked curiously, Leader, what are you intending to do? Batist handed it to her and said, You don't have the strength to walk anymore, right? Drink this and run. When he stood up, Batist emphasized, I am the leader, as if to remind Rosalina that she must follow his orders. Batist wanted Rosalina to run because he thought, I'm sure it will be safer inside the castle than here. Batist looked back and smiled slightly at Rosalina, saying, I can't leave my comrades to fight alone. In his heart, Batist silently promised Thoth, I won't let Rosalina, the one you sacrificed your life to protect, enter a dangerous place again. Batist ordered Rosalina to go call those knights over. We will hold them off here. Inside the castle, atmosphere was still gloomy and a voice spoke up. Patrick said, to Swallow Devourer, they made a chaotic mess here, boss. Look at it, now it's troublesome. I'm not joking, really? Melj Zelumph Agria continued. They really tried too hard and died trying. Now the humans here are in danger. Swallow Devourer calmly lay down and waved his hand, saying, Why look? What does that have to do with us? Patrick was confused seeing Swallow Devourer's indifferent attitude. Are you just going to sleep? It is related. He silently sighed and criticized, again with that habit of running away when things get complicated. Patrick looked at everyone, fighting and praised. It seems the humans have a bit of an advantage now. They aren't fighting too badly. Swallow Devourer spoke again, shattering people's hope. How long do you think that defense line will last before being overthrown by the zombies? Patrick seriously replied, Not long. They have some ability to attack and defend. But if that's all, they will quickly be exhausted by the thousands of zombies. Swallow Devourer just replied curtly, Understood. Patrick added, Moreover, according to you, Mel, there will be a Lich Elder mixed in with the zombies. Patrick curiously asked Swallow Devourer, It seems Eve Rose prepared a bit too much, huh? Should we return this favor, boss? Swallow Devourer, who was lying still, was intrigued and asked back, Return it, huh? Then he curled his lips in a cunning smile and said, Of course, but we still have things to do before that. Patrick spoke up to stop him. Whatever you are planning, don't do it. Swallow Devourer stood up and replied, Swallow, thanks for watching the video. Devourer stood imposingly in front of her and asked curtly, Name, Lara.
Serie Itac esta mered intermittently. La.
Lara sin evi itek.
Swallow devourer impatiently interrupted. Lalalae?
All right. He sat down in front of Lara sin evi itek and introduced himself. I am Devourer. He lifted her chin, making her tremble and sweat in fear. Swallow Devourer stroked Lara sin evi itek's face and asked a cold question. You want to live, right? Chapter 35. Chaotic scene. Broken bricks and stones were scattered on the ground. I am Devourer. Itek gritted her teeth. Furious. You. Devourer used sharp cold eyes, staring darkly straight at her. You want to live, right? Patrick stood behind, watching, and spoke up in surprise. Huh? Boss, what are you saying? We need to kill her. He was still holding her chin in a threatening manner. True, I intended to at first, but I changed my mind. Patrick wondered. What are you thinking? Hasn't Haston gone past the limit? Devourer looked back at the swarm of zombies. Think about it, Patrick. Isn't the reason we abandoned Haston because of the zombie swarm? He also had to sweat when thinking back. Yes, that's right. He glanced back at him. If all the zombies disappear and the Lord of Haston is controlled by us, there would be no need to abandon it, right? Patrick still looked hesitant. I thought. Hearing this, Itak startled and frowned, tears brimming in her eyes. Patrick revealed a sharp look narrowing his eyes. You're saying nonsense again, but maybe this is worth considering. In his head, he already had clear calculations. Exploiting the Lord instead of killing her. Not a bad idea. But aren't humans very untrustworthy? Agria stood beside them and now spoke up. That's right. There's no way they will keep their mouths shut once they know the secret. Devourer slowly stood up. Tears streamed down. Even though she was very terrified seeing me, she didn't avoid my gaze. Even after seeing my true form. She seems useful. Patrick stood nearby. Also agreed. That's right. For a normal human, that is very excellent. Devourer stared silently at her, thinking, does she have something special? He recalled the images of those hero types compared to Itak, who was sitting on the ground in panic. Analysis. All the heroes I've ever met had something special about them. Something that cannot be obtained just by effort. As for this Lord, she has a spirit strong enough to face me. Now, Itak dared to stammer. That's right. I have a reason to live. Devourer was smug, leaning back and showing off to Patrick. See? I knew a human like this wouldn't seek death, right? He was angry and asked back, just because of that you decided to spare her life? He acted cool, curling his lips in a smile, flattering himself. Plus good intuition. The two people beside him had opposing emotions. Agria's eyes sparkled, looking at him with admiration, as expected of Lord Devourer, while Patrick was angry and annoyed. Please rely on something more reliable than your intuition, he sighed, picking up the argument, although it wasn't very reliable. Well, if the boss is determined, what can I do? Patrick turned away, waving goodbye. However, if everything goes off track, you deal with the consequences yourself. Devourer behind him was very confident. Well, I'll think about it later. He turned back to the main issue. Now then, you have a choice. Choose. Say, save us. Then everything will be resolved. Itak was worried and anxious. Then what will happen after that? Devourer calmly pointed behind him. Simple. The zombies will be driven away, and until Haston regains peace, Patrick will try his best to help. Patrick heard his name mentioned, startled and turned back. He glared, shouting loudly, Boss, are you selling me out? He sweated, pouting as if wanting to avoid responsibility. Well. Itak lowered her head, kneeling on the ground. In exchange, what will I have to do? Devourer thought for a few seconds. Probably. The simpler the better, right? That's right. Hand over everything you have to me. Hearing that, Itak startled and looked up, unable to hide her lack of composure. Ha! She looked at the mysterious and terrifying group in front. Hand over everything to me. Itak ceased not. Her trembling. She voiced out, I. In her eyes, Devourer was like a demon bearing its fangs, looking at the prey in front, preparing to eat. I will definitely die if I dare to refuse, whether dying by this monster's hand or being torn apart by zombies. Conversely, if I accept, I will survive but lose everything. She clenched her hands, pressing hard against the floor, asking herself countless questions. If the black disaster hadn't appeared, would my brother have committed suicide? If he were still alive, could I have become the Lord of Haston? If I wasn't the Lord of Haston, would I be in this situation? A second later, Itak could only utter one word. Ooh. Patrick stood watching. From the side, bored and impatient. Hey, just kill her. Where did I put my sword? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps running heavily in the corridor rang out. Devourer heard it, reflexively turning to where the noise was. Huh? Someone is coming. Agria stepped closer to him asking, Lord Devourer, how do you want to handle it? I can block them with magic. He calmly glanced towards the door. No, just open the door. She obeyed the order, waving her staff. Understood. Behind the door, appeared a red-haired girl rushing straight in. Huh? That brat. Rosalina smiled brightly, running fast towards them. You are really here. Sir Knight, please help us. The girl was out of breath, panting. The zombies are flooding the village. Everyone is trying to fight back, but they are too many. We need your help, Sir Knight. Rosalina's face darkened as she recounted the situation. Thoth is gone, and the captain said he would wait for me. Everyone is trying to hold on. So please, Devourer heard the girl's plea but remained silent, adding nothing. Please help us. Didn't you say you would save Haston? Seeing no one speak, Rosalina looked up. Sir Knight. In front of her was lazy figure of Devourer and Patrick staring intently. Now the girl clearly saw her surroundings. A skeleton, Patrick said with a half-joking voice. Yes, I am a skeleton. Unfortunately, the current situation depends on the choice of the human over there. Rosalina turned. In confusion. Human, Itak being mentioned, felt a bit awkward. She didn't dare look straight at the girl. Everyone in Haston is dying? Patrick turned towards Agria. Come to think of it, it's about time they reached their limit. Miss Melge, I need a favor. She excitedly cast magic. Of course. I'm also curious. Within the magic circle, a large eye appeared. Devourer looked at it with some difficulty speaking. Whoa, what is that? The eye following summons went to perform the task. Agria also kindly reminded, don't wander off, go straight. Click, the giant eye flew high, observing the entire city. Agria created a large screen projecting what the eye saw. Below the city, people and zombies mixed together, hard to distinguish. Citizens were running away from the pursuit of a group of zombies. Some places were fully infected, with no sign of humans left. Rosalina was terrified, sweat pouring down. No. Itak beside her wasn't much better. Completely opposite. Patrick and Devourer were like they were strolling, shopping, or watching a movie. There are ghouls too. I don't like them because they smell terrible. Oh. They seem unable to hold out any longer. Rosalina saw the horrific scene and could no longer keep her composure. Tears streamed down. Ah. The girl remembered happy scenes from before. No. Those friends of hers were being surrounded by zombies, torn apart. Ah. Stop it. No. Kill me. Rosalina gritted her teeth, opening her eyes wide, helplessly watching the scene in front. A resentful scream from behind attracted their attention. How can you watch idly while you have the power to stop them? Aren't you very strong? Kill them all. Please help us. Rosalina suddenly remembered something, turning sharply to the side. The girl shouted. Itak, who was kneeling. What are you doing while the people are dying out there? She stammered, looking panicked. Rosalina screamed loudly. I am asking what you are doing? Itak seemed able to bravely make a decision. Please. She tried to force out each word. Save us. Devourer used those sharp golden eyes to glance at her. Itak cried loudly, bowing her head. Those who are still alive in Haston, please save them. It was still that ruined space, but something had changed completely. The sound of footsteps rang. The group of Devourer and Itak stepped forward one by one. Fine. He left a sentence. Amidst the bewilderment and shock of the two of them. What's difficult about this? Why not? All three calmly and confidently walked out to the chaotic city outside. Let's go. Chapter 36. The scene changed. The scene shifted to the outside of the village. Gloom and silence covered everything. A man was thrown hard to the ground. Hector, covered in injuries, face full of sweat, looked ahead. Damn it. Who said these monsters were weak? In front of him was a pile of zombies fighting over food. I didn't expect we would all be defeated so easily. A zombie lunged at him. Hector had also prepared himself mentally. Am I done for? Suddenly, that zombie was stomped down by a foot, crushing its face. Agria jumped down from sky, crushing the ugly zombie. Ew. So gross. She disgustedly lifted her foot out. Ugh, I should have landed on the roof. Disgusting. The surrounding zombies were also attracted by the loud noise. A horde of them rushed fast towards the prey. Rah! Agria was annoyed, glaring at them. Too noisy. A pink butterfly appeared flying towards the zombies. Boom! A large fire erupted, burning the zombies. A series of other butterflies kept flying in. Behind her, what was once a horde of zombies was now just big fires. Agria happily enjoyed it. Humph! Hector, having been saved, looked at her with shining eyes. Angel. Agria showed visible annoyance, gritting her teeth and turning back. You useless human. What nonsense did you just say? She kicked him in the stomach. Oof! Hector flew a long distance away. If you value your life, get lost. He ran away in fear. Humph! Humph! Agria was still angry behind him. How dare you compare me to an angel? Damn human. She looked towards the Lord's castle. I didn't expect a day would come when I help humans. Suddenly, something appeared in her fire. Oh! Magus stepped out from that large burning fire. You are not human, but a demon? You have a human form and possess such a large amount of mana. Then you must be a demon king or a dragon. He frowned, wondering. But why are you on the human side? Agria looked impatient, looking at him with disgust. I do whatever I like. An undead like you shouldn't question me, a demon king. He laughed shamelessly. After tearing you apart, I will know the truth. Foolish thing. You overestimate your own power. Magus waved his hand, reciting a spell. Abandon your human body and become undead. What do you think? You will surely become a powerful undead species. Agria was bored, glaring at him. I don't really understand what you're talking about, but I know for sure that you are the most talkative undead I've ever met. So annoying. He waved his hand, controlling the parts of the dead zombies. I am the subordinate of the ruler of all undead. Magus summoned his staff of 10 dark evils. He gathered power, preparing to duel with Agria. How can the Zinmao Magus lose to a demon king like you? Terrible, deformed. Monsters from every corner of the city heard the command and headed back. Agria was surrounded on all sides. Strange. I don't know what you are saying. She turned back to look at him. Your opponent isn't me. Magus heard that and was somewhat confused. He suddenly felt pressure from behind, like thousands of eyes watching him. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind him, resting on his shoulder. Found you, you bastard. I told you I would remember you. Devourer pulled him back, his other hand ready with a fist. Magus didn't have time to prepare, panicking, his eyes wide as he remembered. Dust and smoke were thick. Devourer with his hand in his pocket, looking disdainful. Ha! He smiled brightly, keeping his fist clenched, feeling the pleasure from before. That feeling just now wasn't bad, huh? Magus just hit by his punch. Can't move anymore, lying flat on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, that guy lying there is the gatekeeper of the undead army. That also means he is the gatekeeper of the Seven Venoms prison. Devor majestically, his hands in his pockets. Hey, someone like that. Besides, it seems he hasn't used his full strength yet. Did I see it wrong? She runs towards him. Lord Devor, it seems you have a personal grudge against him. Do you know him? Ah well. Devor angrily gritted his teeth, thinking back. A few hours ago, he tried to transfer mana into me to probe without my permission. I just don't like him. I should have hit him a few more times. The boss was destroyed anticlimactically. Nothing special. No one noticed it either. Oh well. Staying here longer won't achieve anything. Hey Melch, do you think Erebos is in this village? Agria glanced at him. Probably not. She pointed at the sky. That is a barrier created to imprison those inside. Devor seemed to understand. Ah, so that's a barrier? I thought the sky was just red. Agria felt shy. Awkward. This means the caster is outside. But I don't know what he intends to do either. Unfortunately, I don't think I can break that barrier. He felt helpless, implementing the backup plan. Ah, then never mind. I intended to handle this myself anyway. Devor called out to those monsters. Hey Melch, from now on, can you handle those small fries? Are you talking about the undead? Then he turned to Agria. Yeah. It would be better if you could minimize human casualties. Although it might be a bit late. This village needs a certain population to continue existing. She confidently put her hands on her hips. It might not be perfect, but if that's all, I think I can handle it. Devor patted her head in praise. Truly worthy of being our demon king. You're amazing. Then I'll clean up this place a bit before confronting Arivos directly. Agria, being praised, was full of energy. Leave it to me, Lord Devore. In the far distance. Ahead, the unmistakable sound of the undead rang out. Grr. The sound of footsteps running. Rush of a crowd of people. Agria suddenly asked, "By the way, Lord Devore, may I ask how long you will be gone?" He thought for a moment. About 15 minutes. Or maybe 20. She looked happy. If it's only 20 minutes, I can hold out. Devore nodded slightly. Truly reliable. She flew up. Goodbye. Please be careful then. Lord Devore. All right. Devore turned. Back to Magus. Now I should finish things here. He lay motionless under the pile of rocks. Not moving at all. I already have my suspicions. But I stared at him like a wild beast looking at prey. Are you an ancient monster? Devore replied. Well, how should I put it? You guessed part of it right. Magus lifted his head. So who exactly are you? He imagined himself being walked by Patrick. Probably Patrick's slave. He was speechless. Full of nonsense. Words. Magus established. A magic circle right next to him. Ancient monster. Did you think I was stupid enough to wait here without preparing anything? A terrifyingly huge power. A massive beam of light shot straight at Devore. I am Simon Magus. One of the pillars of the army under Lord Arivos. I have never disappointed him once. Following the direction the light went, it swept away all obstacles. A long row of houses collapsed. Magus stood up. Unfortunately, Devore was still there. Neither disappeared nor heavily injured. Yeah, that bastard. He changed form. His eyes glowed. Bright yellow in the white smoke and dust. He aimed straight at him. Angry. You keep provoking me. Chapter 37. At this moment, the zombie Simon Magus was standing there. Around him was a mess caused by the battle. He silently cursed. His heart. Damn it. Seriously. Devore suddenly unleashed a powerful move, making him exclaim in shock. Devore of the one eye. Feeling that the opponent seemed very strong. He felt uneasy and whispered, I'm in trouble. Simon. Magus saw the situation was bad, so he immediately fled. I need to get to Lord Arivos quickly. He ran while urging himself inwardly. Faster. He was trying to speed up. His mouth kept muttering. Faster. But it seemed it was not. In time, a set of sharp teeth from Devore was waiting there, blocking Magus's retreat. Behind the house, a giant monster appeared, and that was Devore's true form. A snow-white skeleton appeared with his tattered clothes like rags. Devore narrowed, his eyes looking to the other side, so that Magus had used full speed and escaped successfully. He flew past Devore's death bite. He watched the zombies back and muttered, that bastard runs fast. Magus ran like he was being chased by a dog in midair. And right after that, he created a portal to another dimension to flee. Behind him, Devore saw that and immediately returned to his human form. He muttered, TSK. I intended to swallow him whole in one go, but he escaped. Devore let his prey slip away, so he was a bit disappointed. He scratched his head thinking, it would be a hassle to waste time looking for him now. But I can't just leave him be. At this moment, Melge happily ran over and said, Lord Devore, how long will you be gone? 15 minutes? Or 20? He replied, I can definitely hold out for 20 minutes. Hearing that, Melge replied warmly, please go safely. Devore looked at Silhouette and thought, I'm a bit worried about Melge, so I cannot waste any more time here. Saying that, he raised his hand to the sky. Immediately, a blinding light appeared from his palm. That bastard probably ran to his mom. Arivos is probably outside the village. So, it seemed he also guessed the movements of that Magus and speculated. If he wants to leave here, he has to stick to the castle wall, right? I don't know either. Thinking that he had escaped successfully. Before he could rejoice, he immediately felt completely shocked. A beam of violet light from Devore blocked him right in front, leaving him stunned and speechless. And then the person standing in front of him was Devore. He looked at the zombie in front of him with disdain and a sly smile. If I blow everything away in this direction, I'll definitely hit that insect. Devore looked round and said, this seems fine. The basic structure of the village is still intact. Immediately after that, he put his hands in his pockets, walking while helplessly continuing. I already hear Patrick's complaining voice. I must be hallucinating. His cool demeanor only lasted for a moment. Right after he heard Patrick's complaining voice and covered his ears, he suddenly saw a figure lying there. Turned out that figure was Magus. That guy was lying motionless there. He saw the corpse and wondered in confusion. Found the corpse. Wait, if you kill something that's already dead, Is it still called a corpse? He grabbed the head and lifted him up, then uttered a reproach. Whatever. This village being in ruins is your fault. How do you intend to take responsibility? He said that, but looking at this hideous zombie, he criticized inwardly.
So groß.
Devor dragged him along while speaking. Huh? Are you telling me not to blame others? If you find it unfair, you should have tried to survive. If you want to explain, go tell Patrick. After walking a distance, blocking his view was a red wall. He exclaimed, so this is the barrier. He looked up at the barrier in front of him. His face didn't change as he spoke. A barrier that even Melge's power couldn't break. Seems like it. Devor touched the barrier and wondered. So this barrier isn't bad. But how strong is it really? Devor did not waste any effort to push his hand through the barrier layer. But then a red lightning surrounded his hand. Yet this god's face did not change at all. Oops, that power quickly caused his arm to deform. Seeing his arm twisted like a spiral. Yet this god not only didn't feel pain, but also seemed excited and spoke up. Oh, it's really strong. Devor's hand began to regenerate. He glanced at Magus in his hand and told himself, I can probably get through it, as long as this zombie can withstand it. Thinking of Patrick, started to worry. If this corpse is destroyed and cannot maintain Patrick's transformation, then I will definitely be scolded. Well, there's no other way. Have to use a dirty trick then. He carried the poor zombie and said nonchalantly, oh well, if anything goes wrong, I'll blame you. Counting on you, corpse. Suddenly he turned head to look. Around him were only undead. He quickly confirmed, right? There are no humans in this area. Ignoring the undead around, he dragged Magus's corpse inside again. His footsteps were extremely steady. Suddenly, Devor's expression changed completely. The next second, a wild beast appeared. Its eyes flashed yellow and were extremely sharp, accompanied by roars that echoed through the earth and sky. Devor also quickly arrived. The scene at that time was extremely chaotic. Suddenly a beam of light appeared at the barrier, accompanied by purple lightning bolts looking extremely powerful. Thanks to that beam of light, a large hole was created in the barrier. At this moment, the horde of undead noticed him. They competed to scream with overwhelming numbers. In a scene like this, he still walked calmly, unflinching, even though fighting alone against hundreds of undead. But he still walked forward proudly, without fear. Moreover, he blatantly spoke as if this was normal. Wow, you guys are really crowded. Seeing the prey front, one by one, they let out a terrifying scream. Then they took turns, rushing towards him, facing hundreds of filthy hands of the undead. Devor still showed no fear. Suddenly, a light flashed. Pity for those nearby, who were blown away and burned on the spot. The undead saw the destructive power of that light and froze. Devor said coldly, is this how you welcome guests? The undead over. There only dared to stand and watch him. Before the mess created, the undead were torn apart, no longer intact. Devor stood there with a look of contempt. Truly terrible. Suddenly an undead raised its hand to give an order. He also spread his two legs, preparing his stance. The undead also stepped slowly towards him. An army of undead also advanced one by one, standing before the herd of undead. Devor calmly said, oh right, I should have done this from the beginning. Upon hearing this, they were a bit confused. It seemed there was a pair of eyes glowing in the dark. He reached out his hand and continued, here, a gift for you. But they remained silent. Suddenly he lowered his voice and spoke meaningfully, as if wanting to have a heart-to-heart with these undead. Looks like we have a lot to talk about. At this moment, in front of him was a skeleton with a glowing body. His eyes were extremely eerie. It seemed he was the leader of that undead horde. He looked at him and exclaimed, Irivos, Chapter 38. Swarming with undead, ghouls, and dry skeletons, Irivos sat majestically with chains wrapped around his body. His whole body glowed in the night, looking extremely eerie, an ancient monster. Beside Irivos, there were mummies and knights with blue flames. He began to preach. Do you mean it's okay to leave those races for humans to oppress? Devor stood there silently, saying nothing. His face looked quite thoughtful. Irivos turned his terrifying gaze towards him and argued, humans are arrogant, rude, and selfish creatures. Even with a peaceful life, they always crave more, invading the lands of other races. Devor felt annoyed and said bluntly. He recalled the brutal war in the past and recounted, I used to think defeating the empire was impossible, unless we could Defeat Rias. Until I heard about the black disaster that attacked Rias. In front of Deverer, he continuously lured him with sweet words. If you express the desire to wipe out humans on this continent, all demon clans will stand up and die to obey you. Deverer, the smooth brain, didn't understand the intentions he had been stating. He scratched his head and complained. Ugh, why are you rambling so much? Can't you just get to the point? Erivos looked very helpless, but he still tried to patiently explain again. I'm trying to say that if you didn't stand by and watch, many demons wouldn't have had to die like that. Erivos also proudly concluded. We could even wipe out those lowly humans. After so much effort to enlighten this smooth brain, he finally understood. Deverer rubbed his neck and said nonchalantly. So you mean, everything you're doing is all my fault? Erivos admitted. Yes, you are the root of the problem. So, he hadn't finished speaking when Deverer hurriedly interrupted. Understood. Standing amidst the horde of dead, he proudly continued. I will wipe out the humans. That's what you mean, right? Erivos's voice dropped heavily. Truly disappointing. His tone at this moment was full of danger. Too disappointing. As soon as he finished the sentence, Erivos immediately opened a summoning gate above Deverer's head. Seeing this, he looked up and exclaimed with a surprised tone. Oh! From the other side of the
Gata?
a beast's foot slowly appeared. Erivos said.
Krisishan.
The giant shadow of monster slowly emerged, engulfing Deverer. He looked up and asked himself. What is that? Erivos again shouted. Rotting taper. Immediately, a taper walked out of the gate and rushed to attack him with dizzying speed. Seeing that, Deverer was a bit surprised. But then, he regained his calm and removed the bracelet suppressing his power. And right at that moment, giant monster slammed directly down, crushing him. On this side, Melger was still intently using magic to deal with the remaining undead inside the town. Although these were just low tier, they were overwhelming in number, countless. Seeing this, the girl helplessly complained. Oh God, they're too many. She spoke while launching magic attacks towards the undead, causing them extreme pain. Her magical fire grew larger, burning them completely. But that fire was only within a certain range, so she could only burn the ones above. Many more below were getting closer, making her extremely worried and constantly calculating. If they keep coming like this, there's no other way but to keep moving and dodging. Then, Melger looked up and thought, the barrier covering the sky is high-level magic. Melger remembered. The moment Deverer patted her head and said, Melger felt depressed. Suddenly, a man, panting heavily, was dragging himself towards Melger. Hearing the noise, she turned to look. That man was extremely heavily injured but still tried to ask Melger. Melger immediately pointed the burning zombies and said. The man was silent, saying nothing. The man's eyes began to close, knowing he wouldn't survive. He insisted on asking. The man explained. Melger understood, although Melger's mouth said that her thoughts were all written on her face. The man's eyes started blur. Melger justified herself. The man asked again to be sure. While still conscious, the man remembered Rosalina. The man, exhausted, collapsed to his knees, looking at the wound on his stomach. The man's eyes drooped, almost closing tight. Melger continued. The man uttered his final request. Melger looked at the dying man with no goodwill in her eyes. Looking into her eyes, the man understood and exclaimed. Melger's gaze at man was full of power. Seeing that, the man thought in his heart. Kneeling before Melger, the man whispered. Melger looked thoughtfully at the man, and the man at this moment couldn't catch his breath. Suddenly, a spear fell in front of the man. Standing before the spear, Melger had to give the man a compliment. The man did not hesitate to grasp the spearhead, and as a result, the man ended his own life with his own hands. After it was done, Melger flew up high and saw the battle between Deverer and the rotting taper. She exclaimed. Trees and rocks were turned upside down. The rotting taper suddenly stopped. Then it frantically rushed forward. But before it could attack, it was blown away. Erivos sat leisurely in one spot, watching and commenting. Suddenly a skeletal monster blocked Deverer. Erivos guessed. This undead shot slime towards Deverer. He was currently in giant form, so of course he couldn't dodge. Immediately, those slimes clung tightly to his legs. But Deverer showed no fear and looked up. His eyes looked menacing. Immediately, that undead struck a blow towards Deverer. Erivos saw this and exclaimed. Erivos's knowledge was profound. He speculated the undead's attack was like drills striking down on Deverer. A collision caused dust to fly blindly. Sand and soil flew everywhere. Erivos looked down in disdain. Chapter 39. The scene shifted to the undead. Devourer, in beast form, stood atop a pile of skulls. He turned around, gliding backward. Behind him was Erivos, emitting an aura of coldness. Finally, he looked back at the things he had done, looking at the subordinates around. One side sat on the ground, heavily injured. I will kill that ancient monster. The other side knelt, struggling to stand up. Fill this entire land with undead. Erivos released his power and became a transcendent entity ruling over death. In the sky, ice spikes appeared, aiming straight at Devourer, the ancient monster. He roared. The ice shards spread out accordingly. You should feel lucky to die by my hand. After thousands of years of aimless wandering, those ice spikes rushed down at extreme speed. Devourer still remained normal. The very next second, he opened his eyes wide, startled. A huge explosion caused a surrounding layer of rock and soil to fly out. Those spikes also cracked and shattered into pieces. Erivos stood, still watching each piece of rock fall. Devourer suddenly appeared behind him, staring at him with wide eyes. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts so much I can't let you hit me anymore. Erivos turned back, slamming straight into those giant golden eyes. Let me hit you. No, could it be? A strong wind stopped the trees. The trees swayed as if about to collapse. Erivos was standing on the hill, launching attacks at the trees. He stood amidst a mass of cold air. Devourer was confused, sweating bullets. Huh? Why is he suddenly venting on the tree? He didn't care. Too much. Devourer looked up and saw two large blocks of ice flying down one after another. Well, whatever. That's the strongest magic you can use, right? Nothing stronger. Erivos on this side had a gloomy face, clenching his fists. Did he let me hit him just to test the power of divine-level magic? He made a decision, hurriedly casting a spell to flee. I can't defeat him. Retreat. Devourer in front of Erivos was no different from a terrifying giant beast staring at him. I was too hasty. Boom! The sound of shattering spread through the space. Must create some space to run. Devourer took large steps forward, closing in. I am talking to you, Erivos. Erivos suffered magic backlash sitting on the ground. Don't think of any other strange ideas. He frowned, looking forward. The massive monster, golden eyes staring at him. Use the stronger magic you have. The group of Erivos stood motionless. Why so silent? Devourer bared his teeth, opening his mouth. So, that means you have no stronger magic, right? Erivos didn't want to pay attention. He gathered energy, then unleashed a move. At that monster, Devourer acted like he was playing, flicking away those black things. Sigh, those large beams of light, like mosquito bites to him. If I get hit, I get hit. Why do you all act like that? Does everyone have the same script? The army of undead approaching was also blown away by a swipe from Devourer. Anyone who got close was gone. A long trail appeared. Amidst that horde of undead, Erivos tried hard to fight back, unleashing all the power he had. Devourer was wrapped around by a chain. He calmly made a no sound. Things under the ground merged together. Extremely horrific. Yeah, I really hate this kind of spell. Crack. The skeleton that died earlier now had consciousness. Opening its eyes, it stood up abruptly, roaring loudly. Oh, is that another one of the divine-level magic spells? Why does this thing look so tough defensively? Devourer turned back in surprise. He didn't understand and wasn't prepared. Staring intently, air fell straight onto Devourer. Ouch, so dirty. He transformed back into human form, complaining uncomfortably. Oh my god, truly annoying. Surrounded by a pile of slime, dripping horribly. With this size, Devourer glared. Seriously, I guess I have to get a little serious. That filthy monster endured immense pressure. Surprised. A second later, it exploded, creating a huge blast. Strong winds spread around Devourer. The more you looked, the more distorted he became. The head in monster form now looked somewhat like a tree. Erivos silently watched, surrounded by a chaotic mess, ruins full of bones. It seemed Devourer transformed back into human form. Erivos sullenly looked at him, showing no expression. He nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets, looking at him. It's time to replace one of the 7 ancient hells. The scene changed. a certain town, where Rosalina and Itak were staying. A voice rang out. Ah, what are you thinking, boss? Patrick, holding his head, tossed and turned. No matter how excited you are, don't forget you are a disaster. Or is it because he doesn't understand that? Yet he can still be a boss. But wouldn't it be better if boss calmed down a bit? Ah, that guy doesn't seem to be able to beat him. Boss will definitely ask me to clean up the mess later. Should I write a resignation letter now? Erivos, that damn skeleton is really annoying. Oh wait, I'm a skeleton too, right? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in, making the other two tremble slightly. Itak sweated, wondering, what happened out there? A laugh rang out. Ah! Patrick sat with his hand, holding his face, laughing happily. Boss is causing a ruckus again. I mean, he is taking good care of the undead army. Itak clutched his shirt, standing aside, wondering, does that mean Haston will be saved? Is that what you mean? He replied hesitantly, not knowing how to describe it.
HMPH no.
Everything will be fine, so don't worry too much. Also, can you speak normally, sir? I'm getting goosebumps here. Seeing that, she sweated even more, not very reassured. Outside, the sky was gloomy, pitch black. Purple mists still lingered in the sky. Luckily, it seemed no undead were left in the village. Truly Demon King Melger. Suddenly lightning struck from nowhere. Agria flopped down on the ground. Ugh, so tired. Patrick noticed and turned. Oh, she arrived just in time. Agria comfortably lay on the floor. I finished everything you asked. Haven't used this much mana in a long time. He had tears in his eyes. Overacting. You worked hard, Lady Melger. Without you, I don't know what would have happened. She looked up, puzzled. Didn't Lord Deverer do almost all the work there? Patrick replied without hesitation.
No.
You did better. Agria lazily lay flat on the ground. Oh, he's still not done with that guy. Patrick. As you can see, boss is still fighting him. Outside, a bright corner illuminated the night. Everyone stood from afar to admire. That power is truly a magnificent sight to behold. Even more wonderful when you think about how terrible the consequences will be. The city also suffered some impact. Dust flew blindly. Also, it's a fact that every time he goes out to solve something, he causes even more trouble. Rosalina looked bewildered. Patrick was too familiar, sitting and complaining. Ah, I'll definitely have a lot of work to do in this village after this. He darkened his face, silently badmouthing his master. All he needed to do was stomp on them. Why keep dragging the battle out like this? Clearly, he doesn't care about me, the person who has to follow behind and clean up the mess he causes. Rosalina stood by, looking into the distance. Rosalina, right? She saw someone calling and turned around. Yes. Patrick raised the sharp sword. The Lord is the only one we promised to keep alive. So, he used a terrifying expression, glaring, raising the sword. I should clean up everything here first to avoid trouble later. Chapter 40. Except for the Lord, there's no benefit in letting others live. The Lord of Haston, Lalasinvi. Itak saw this and stammered, calling out. Wait, Sir Patrick. This is also one of my subjects. Patrick heard and stood pensive for a moment. Then he smiled happily, looking at the Lord in a friendly way. Of course, no reason to kill the little girl. Haha, just kidding. Rosalina at this moment was still sitting on the ground, looking helpless. Patrick thought to himself that the little girl alone couldn't do anything when the bandits in the back alley were all dead. More importantly, her mind is already like this, so there's no need to act anymore. If killing the girl would affect the Lord of this place, then we lose more than we gain. Fine then, let's consider everything resolved on this side. Thinking done, he spoke up, calling, Lady Melger, can you make people fall asleep? That's easy, but who are you talking about? I want to talk privately with the Lord, Lady Melger exclaimed. Kid, go to sleep. Patrick raised his voice and continued, then let's begin. As you can see, we did as agreed and saved Haston, so you should also keep your promise. What do I need to do? You are not allowed to reveal anything you have seen. I believe even if I didn't tell you, you would know this. Now I will tell you a story, so listen carefully. This is a story about a brave lord who took all the insults to protect her territory. The lord realized that the undead would take over her territory, so she was determined to protect the territory along with her subjects. But ironically, she had to endure the surveillance of the undead. and the territory didn't have enough warriors. Her only choice was to ask for help. But before receiving help, the people in the territory started to get angry and insult her. Reinforcements from the empire arrived and drove away the undead, and saved the territory. What a wonderful story. Patrick, at this moment, raised his voice again. You are not a cowardly lord who only knows how to hide. You are a lord who sacrificed herself to save the subjects in her territory. Hearing this, the lord asked again skeptically, Are you telling me to lie to my people? Patrick pointed towards the castle and said, Didn't you say you wanted to live? Seeing the lord helplessly close, her eyes tightly, he continued, Go distribute food in the castle to save the survivors. Aid from other cities will arrive here soon. Hearing about aid, the lord looked up and asked, Why are you sure aid will come? Patrick replied, It's not that I know for sure, but I will make it happen. Because we will take on the task of turning the young Lord of Haston into a hero. If it's this quiet, the boss must have resolved everything. Then Patrick turned his head and said, We should go to the boss. Lady Melger, if you could teleport us, that would be great. The lady replied, Oh, I'm out of mana, so I probably can't use teleportation magic. At this moment, the lord from behind spoke up. May I ask you something? Why do you do so much just to save Haston? Hearing the lord's voice, Patrick and Lady Melger turned back to look. Seeing the two looking, the lord thought, They are monsters in the dungeon. No way they would save humans without demanding anything. Patrick cried out, Didn't you say you wanted to survive? Then know your place. Don't try to find out too much. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Swallow Devourer muttered to himself, Well, it's time to replace one of the 7 ancient hells. I feel sorry for you. If you had kept silent, you would have avoided all this, right? Why won't one after another leave me alone? Humph, I've been stabbed so much my back itches. Ancient monster. I am amazed by your power again. Stop it, I don't care. Let me ask you one question. Why must it be Haston? If you hadn't attacked this place, I wouldn't have had to come here. The monster paused and replied, Haston is the place with the most favorable position to invade the empire. Swallow Devourer heard this and quickly cut him off. No, I'm not talking about that. Then he thought, So that means this guy knew this was my territory and still came. At this moment, the monster screamed, What do you think the reason is? Then it started to go crazy. Swallow Devourer's eyes also glowed red looking at the monster. The monster roared loudly, Kikiki.
Kiribati ah.
Then around its body, surrounded by white smoke, suddenly seeing something, Swallow Devourer exclaimed, What is this? So he doesn't intend to use teleportation magic. Whatever, it's not important. Exclaimed, What should I do? If this place isn't repaired, it won't be usable. At this moment in the distance there were 2 people running over calling, Boss, Hey boss. Hey boss. You stand right there. I'll come find you. I missed you so much. You missed me too, right? Swallow Devourer helplessly exclaimed, I'm done for. Chapter 41. Rain poured down like water on the small alley. The rain was white. The sound of rain falling pitter-patter. Some uncollected laundry was all wet. The rain continuously poured down the rough road. The gaps formed small puddles. 2 figures walking in the rain reflected in the water. Seemingly drunk, raindrops made the surface of the water splash. The figure of a person, dressed simply, sitting curled up in the corner. The rain still poured. His eyes were teary. Nothing left. He bowed his head crying sobbingly. Sniff, sniff. What kind of help is this? I'm the only survivor. He sat in a shed by the road. The rain poured ceaselessly. His crying sound mixed with the rain. He cried incessantly, exclaiming through sobs, Hate it. It seems something very bad has happened. Hate it so much. I hate everyone. Then he suddenly asked himself, Whose fault is it? His eyes became red, seemingly resentful and malicious. Who killed everyone? A white porcelain teacup, with gold plating around the handle and rim. Renee cheered. Enjoy. Welcome back, Lord Devourer. Swallow Devourer was depressed. Behind was Patrick. His slow, bored voice also made the other 2 stiffen. I'm back. The 3 of them stood before the maid. Renee was still happily innocent. Renee has been very obediently and quietly waiting for you. It seemed something on the ceiling was about to break, catching the attention of the Death Knight and Melger. Renee was just showing off her achievements when that thing fell. While waiting, I also cleaned everything up neatly. Then the little girl happily rushed towards Swallow Devourer. He patted her head. Her eyes were sparkling with joy. Renee hugged him tightly. He also happily praised. You did well. The girl smiled happily. Hee hee. Then, in her surprise, everyone rolled over tiredly. Melger flopped down complaining. I'm so tired. The Death Knight was no less. Phew. I feel like I'm about to die. Renee shyly seemed to have a new trick. She whispered, asking him. Lord Devourer, you must be very tired, right? He sighed tiredly. Ha! The little girl was very cunning. Gently asked him again. Well then, do you want to eat dinner first? Or take a bath first? Swallow Devourer was so tired he was frugal with words. Ha! Drinking bath water is fine. The Death Knight looked with suspicious eyes. Thinking, thanks for watching the video. What the hell did Vang teach her? She only made a small noise, seemingly afraid to speak. Ehem. Ursabet Bathory smiled and spoke flirtatiously to Swallow Devourer. Ho ho ho. So did everything go smoothly? He didn't answer a word, wearily shooing her away. Bathory, you can leave now, Patrick sighed, and told Ursabet Bathory. Yeah, alright. If counting all those who died of hunger and at the hands of the undead, it would be about 3,000 people. And don't forget the damn boss blew up the whole town. Apart from that, it went smoothly, causing her to spit out water in surprise. Ahem, are you sure? Hey Devourer, what exactly did you do there? He also responded. I just cleaned up the undead. What's wrong? She was still suspicious. Is it true you only cleaned up the undead? He lowered his face. I cleaned up extremely thoroughly. Losing patience and getting annoyed. I mean, what did you clean up? An ugly head was pulled out by him and placed on the table. Here. Suddenly it spoke. Don't bother me anymore. I'm going to sleep now. Ursabet Bathory picked it up, stunned to the point of stuttering. Erivos. She looked completely speechless, while he lifted the whole basin of water to drink. Everyone around laughed heartily, but the startled voice still echoed. No. Wait, what else? What else is this? Ursabet Bathory was a bit annoyed. Isn't this just the outer shell? The Death Knight. Ha-ooha. Renee also wondered. What? In a deep pit, where the pitch-black sky and bright moonlight could be seen, a slow voice. The Death Knight and the Black Dragon sat talking to each other in the cave. The dragon lay on its back growling. At the end, he did use magic. The other guy also nodded. No matter how you look at it, this isn't good at all, boss. You cleaned up too poorly. That guy continued, muttering. Leaving that lord who knows everything alive is already a problem. Now even Erivos is alive. What exactly did we do in Haston? The dragon tiredly bared. He bared his sharp teeth and whispered. Madame Tori said Erivos has lost at least 70% of his vitality. But the necromancer still seems a bit worried. That was true, but he recalled the dispute scene. After all, disputes occurred between the dungeons. You must be more careful now. The dragon lay, relaxing and murmured in agreement. For now, Erivos won't be able to do anything, so we'll be fine. Don't try to dodge work anymore. He tiredly closed his eyes but still hesitated about that matter. I told you, even though I can handle the aftermath in Haston. But if you want to accept more monsters into the dungeon, you still have to be the one to do it. Then the necromancer opened his eyes, seeming to realize something wrong while he was speaking. Are you listening to me? The dragon had fallen asleep, since who knows when, leaving him speechless. Feeling a bit angry, let out a curse. Damn it! Under the shadow of a large and leafless tree hanging dozens of corpses, there was a figure under the tree. That person covered their face tight, standing and looking at those corpses. A group of people sat, whispering to each other. We have food to eat for 3 whole days. What's the point of filling our bellies like this? My wife and children are all dead. Thank the Lord for what? As long as we're full, everything is fine. One guy hugged his bag dejectedly. I'd rather follow them to hell than live in regret like this. Another guy replied wearily. Even if we follow them, we should eat to our fill. He turned back and saw that person and blurted out asking, what's wrong? Are you planning to give up too? Before you go, you should fill your stomach first. That person calmly replied. Where can I go? Of course, I am also suffering. I want to run away. But why should we be the ones to run? What did we do wrong to deserve death? His voice continued, ring in everyone's ears, surprising them a bit. You guys should think about it. Who is at fault? Who killed everyone? He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking inside. It's truly unfair. Extremely unfair. Then he spoke clearly. Don't vent your anger on the wrong people. Those people stood up, listening to his eloquent words. Dying meaninglessly won't achieve anything. He stood majestically, confidently declaring, if we're going to die anyway, let's take revenge on the one who pushed us into this situation. Those guys with bloodshot eyes looked at him as if agreeing. What do we need to do? He remained calm. You all know it. His eyes glared red, a face full of extreme indignation, and snarled. We must kill all the undead. Chapter 42.
A.E.T.L.B. 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 A.E.T.L.B.
Daddy. Thanks for watching the video. Thanks for watching the video. Thanks for watching the video.
Punto T.
Thanks for watching the video. TL.B. I will not disappoint your majesty. The capital was majestic and magnificent. In the sky appeared a strange creature. A homunculus was carrying some kind of crate flying in the sky. In a small room, a man and a woman were discussing something. Garroth asked, so you have been given full authority to lead the dungeon attack team.
A.E.T.L.B. 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 A.E.T.L.B.
A.E.T.L.B. Just him knowing he's wanted is enough. She squinted and glared at him without saying anything. Behind the splendor, majesty was a scene of ruin, desolation, the black calamity. Descending on Rias had been a month. Debris and animal flew chaotically. The people standing behind laughed smarmily. This has caused a lot of scandals in the Empire's upper echelons. Accusations are thrown everywhere. Those unable to resist him have all been devoured. There have been many changes. The homunculus landed in front of the castle. Archeo Brick, Livingston and Garroth walked in the large courtyard, but she didn't stop asking. You surely know there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? If you arrive late, what should I do? He walked ahead of her and replied dejectedly. Then you just wait until I arrive. Archeo Brick Livingston stopped and asked, how is she? She also calmly replied, she must be in here. The door seemed to be pushed open forcefully. Archeo Brick Livingston threw the door open, walked in, and shouted, I'm coming in, Gwyn. Historia was devouring some cakes. Her eyes widened looking in that direction.
Bayhat?
He smiled a bit awkwardly. Are you resting well? He asked further amidst happy laughter.
GWYN Historia.
Hee. The shadows of people moving stealthily. Listen carefully. We will withdraw as soon as we see the slightest movement from the monsters. The leader walking in front instructed, do not let your guard down. This is the deepest part. We will reach the first room soon. He was sweating, hoping. They reached a door. It glowed as if leading to something they needed. The information we received is correct. As they got closer, the thing they sought gradually appeared. So it is true. He was a bit worried. Bone Histos stood behind listening. The information that the monsters haven't reappeared since 2 months ago, when the Hisuel-Tan team came here, is correct. The leader turned back and spoke to guys behind. Surely there will be something here we can take. Let's go further inside. That person seemed happy. Great, we're going to be rich. Darkness covered the cave. The second room is the same. Then the image. The tower gradually appeared. The third room too. 3 people approached. Closer. A light emitted, making someone exclaim. Oh, nothing here either? It seemed something wrong had happened. One guy asked in frustration. Are you sure this news hasn't leaked? Maybe other teams came to sweep this place and took all valuables. Bone Histos mumbled. It can't be like that. It can't be. The leader just calmly said, is this really the ancient core? If we've gone this deep and seen nothing, then surely there's nothing here. One guy pointed straight to a side and spoke clearly. In the next room, the 5th room, there is an ancient plant monster named Anthropophago. Those 3 stood in a colorful area. The leader explained. It's a wood element monster with leaves and roots full of sharp thorns. Legend has it that if we process its corpse with a special method and cast it, it will be as hard as metal. Just a part of its corpse can be sold for a sky-high price. Looking at the old building, just getting that thing would be considered breaking even. Someone was still worried and asked skeptically. But what if the 5th room is also empty? The bun-haired guy looked worried, mouth constantly shouting in fear. No, what if there are monsters there? We are just a C-rank squad. We will die in one hit by the weakest monster here. The leader, annoyedly, turned his head. So you want to go home empty-handed? While the other two stood frozen, the leader continued to move forward. So whoever wants to go back, go back. I don't need you. However, if we find anything valuable from here on, don't expect a share. The deeper they went, the darker everything got. How is it? Do you see anything? 3 people stepped inside. Just dead trees lying scattered, making them freeze. These are all. The leader held a small knife, sat down, then looked at the others. Wow, luckily we didn't turn back. Let's take these things and leave quickly. The knife looked sharp, shiny. Suddenly he broke out in a cold sweat of fear. 2 people wearing tight hats called the captain's name. Go, Captain. What did you say? I don't. A giant mouth with glowing teeth was opening wide as if wanting to swallow them whole. The captain shouted loudly, "Run!" The knife glove lay still on the ground. Renee and the necromancer looked at this scene and felt bored. Humph, just as predicted. Nothing valuable. They could have survived if they stopped just now. Human selfishness and greed are truly infinite. Swallow. Devourer gritted his teeth in anger. I hate humans the most. The necromancer seemed to find something interesting. This might be usable, he asked. Swallow Devourer. What do you think, boss? He lay sighing. Much tastier than those undead. The necromancer sighed. The answer is exactly as I thought. These guys don't seem to belong to the Empire. Based on the badges on their clothes, it seems they come from the western kingdom of Grand Theo. The maid found a piece of fabric containing something. Ah, truly came a long way. Swallow Devourer looked in that direction with a sinister smile. Who would have thought local specialties would be delivered straight to the door like this? This world is getting more convenient. The necromancer was also speechless with him. How did you come to that conclusion? Then suddenly he also smiled sinisterly. But it seems we can't delay reinforcing the dungeon any longer. The rumor that this dungeon has no monsters is spreading too fast. He kept rambling. A Swallow Devourer was laughing to tears. Talking about your own dungeon. Why do you act like this isn't your business? Even I'm starting to get used to it. The necromancer snarled. That's probably what you think I'll say, right? Are you coming down? Before I submit my resignation. Swallow Devourer was scared. Uva, I know. I'm coming down. While he was stepping down, that guy turned to greet the girl. It's lucky we have Ms. Melge visiting at this exact moment. Melge. Elamphagria smiled shyly when remembered. We could quickly find the intruder thanks to her magic. Hee. Swallow Devourer also realized amidst the maid's surprise. Right? Truly too reliable. The little girl was angry. Blay. Renee also knows magic. He patted her head to comfort her. Yeah, you're good. You're the best. The scene made the other two speechless. I'm glad to have helped the esteemed ancient core. The necromancer surprisingly cheerfully asked for a favor. Of course, thanks to you, we saved a lot of effort. Melge. Zelamphagria clutched her dress, a bit unsure. But you know. The little girl looked up and asked, how long do I have to be a guest here? In the building emitting a blood-red light, someone replied, preparations are complete. The subordinate, E3 Bahamut smiled with satisfaction. We should start marching towards Judecca. The one named EU3 with a tall, terrifying body was listening to those two. One guy said respectfully, Your Majesty EU3, 43. Night sky. Melge sat on a high rock looking up at the bright full moon. Melge looked sorrowful. My future seems very dark. Being a demon lord without wealth or a place to call home.
Truly sad.
Melge thought. I should make a decision quickly because the demon lord meeting is in a few days. As Melge filled with sadness and gloom, Patrick appeared. The atmosphere today is so fresh. Melge was surprised and asked Patrick. You also came out to get some fresh air, Patrick? Patrick stood beside the rock.
No.
The undead are kidding like that. Melge was speechless. Joking at noon? Patrick asked. What are you doing here? Melge looked into the distance. You see, I'm just sitting breathing the sky. How about you? Patrick also looked far away and replied. I don't need to sleep, so whatever time I have, I use for cultivation. Melge wondered. You also have to train? Patrick explained. Swordsman's hand will wear out if they don't hold a sword. Melge understood. Is that so? Then a silence fell between the two. Patrick thought to himself. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've spoken to her privately. Patrick cleared his throat. It's nothing serious but... Patrick said that. Mr. Tentacle seems about to fully recover. Even Renee is waiting. Do you want to go along? The tentacles were moving sluggishly. Renee was sitting on the tentacles. Melge looked and assessed. Doesn't look like recovery at all. Patrick thought. Perhaps this is good enough. Recovering to this extent is already a miracle. Renee was counting. 68. Renee let the two others know. Still missing a bit, but the recovery speed is very slow. Renee thought. I don't think it can grow 5 more tentacles. Melge held a tentacle and asked in surprise. You say it fought with the Hisueltan Guild? Patrick spoke up. Ms. Melge has a Demon Lord castle near Ria's, right? If you didn't know, that would be strange. Patrick thought Melge's Demon Lord castle was just 2 roads away from Ria's city. The distance was also very close. Melge's eyes lowered, admitting, yes, I know. Melge thought of those prestigious figures. That was the raid team of the greatest hero von Hisueltan. Also the raid team that killed my father. Melge looked at the tentacle, lying on the ground and thought, how strong must Mr. Tentacle be to survive a battle with such an enemy? Looking at the tentacles, moving sluggishly, Melge thought, if it were me, I probably would have followed my father. Melge was now engulfed in despair. Perhaps the dream of staying at the ancient core is just a dream. Patrick looked at Melge and then spoke up. Now that Mr. Tentacle is about to recover, I should persuade the master to recruit more monsters. Renee suggested. Only recruit males, okay? Like the golem protecting the 4th room. Thinking of the golem. Hello, I am golem. Hello.
I'm Golem.
Patrick felt uneasy.
No, Rinne.
That's a bit. Melge suddenly called Ms. Renee. Mr. Patrick. Patrick and Renee stopped talking. Both looked towards Melge. Melge's eyes were full of determination. I think I should go to Judecca. Nighttime. In the castle. Voices conversing. How is your wound, Golem? Golem replied.
I'm fine. Perfectly fine.
Gareth sternly reminded her. You should pretend you're recovering. Showing people you recover fast isn't a good thing. Golem avoided eye contact. I know. While she walked around, Archeo opened the cupboard. Seeing it was empty. We have afternoon tea. Do you want some tea? Golem replied. I'm ready. The meeting. Archeo calmly replied. Right. There is a meeting. Archeo asked. Golem. Did the servants come here today? Golem thought then replied. I don't know. I went out to buy snacks. Archeo's eyes darkened. Bit. Is that so? Gareth. Golem. Can you two go to the meeting room first? Golem asked. What about you? Archeo replied. I still have to handle some documents. I'll come later. Garroth urged. All right. Hurry up then. Golem waved goodbye. Remember to come early. Archeo stood looking at the door. Closed. Archeo asked. Do you know who the tea-serving servants here are? The subordinate of. Archeo replied. I will find out as soon as possible. Archeo instructed. You don't need to report the process. Archeo thought. There are thousands of secret documents in the office. Cleaning the tea table when I'm not here means they have seen them. Archeo emitted.
A terrifying aura.
Those servants. Go exterminate them within 4 days. Night sky. And the castle shone under the moonlight. At the meeting table. Archeo sat in the main seat. Thank you all for taking your precious time to come here. I called you here to discuss the Black Calamity. The destroyer threatening the peace of the Empire. Captain. RT sat with arms crossed. The Royal Council has declared the Black Calamity is not the destroyer. Are you denying the royal announcement? Archeo replied. Not at all, Captain KRT. I declared that just to reassure the people. Captain KRT wondered. If it's true, is there any proof? Archeo recounted. I saw it with my own eyes. He fought directly with Hero Gwyn, causing Gareth Azanalgia to lose an arm. Those in the meeting spoke up. How dare you lie? I've never heard any report. Garroth stood beside Archeo. Archeo coldly affirmed. The proof is right before your eyes. Captain. KRT glanced over. Gwyn uncomfortably pursed her lips tightly. Captain. KRT also gradually believed. It seems true. Captain KRT thought to himself. I didn't expect Gwyn couldn't fight it either. Archeo spoke again. The point is the destroyer appeared without any warning signs. We are here to prepare countermeasures because we don't know when he will appear again. The others fell silent. Each person sat listening to Archeo's words and asked questions. So what is the plan? How do you intend to stop him? Renee crossed his arms across his chest, sitting on the chair. It seems Riaz's defense wasn't wrong. Isn't doing that in front of the destroyer meaningless? Archeo agreed. You are right. The Duke spoke out. As for your question, Archeo glanced over. I want to remind you of the 36th masterpiece. Surely everyone has gone looking for the 36th masterpiece. Everyone at the table thought. The 36th masterpiece is not easy to find. We have been searching for a while, but, Archeo thought. Even the brachycephalic tooth that just appeared fell into the destroyer's hands. Archeo closed his eyes. Right? Among us, who can wage war against him? Even if the most outstanding talents of the Empire gather here, it's useless. Then Archeo looked at Gwyn standing nearby. Except for Gwyn, with a weak human body, no matter how much we train, we cannot create a scratch on the destroyer's body. Archeo opened his eyes full of desire and determination, to surpass that overwhelming existence and overcome the power gap. We must have the 36th masterpiece. To find it, Archeo fell silent, face darkening. Then he spoke up. Lately, the Pope's movements have been very strange. Archeo sat propping his head on his hand with a dissatisfied look. He spreads rumors that the destroyer is God's punishment on the Empire. The girl from Pope's side immediately retorted. Preposterous. What God's punishment? Archeo said. It's not surprising they say such things. The Empire has always suppressed religion for generations. That girl's face was very angry. Watch your mouth. Suppressed? Those words make people misunderstand that you intend to commit treason. Archeo smiled. And her eyes became aggressive. Is this a joke? Terrifying power was released. The girl grabbed Archeo's collar tightly. Archeo remained calm. I'm just telling the truth. Besides, that girl gritted teeth. Archeo spoke gently. It seems you have overestimated your own strength. Archeo's guard appeared behind her. The girl's hand let go of Archeo's shirt. Archeo coldly said, I am not taking this issue lightly. Two images like symbols of fire and water were merging. Damn it, Archeo thought. Among the 36 masterpieces, the Pope's faction holds 3 pieces and calls them holy relics. Archeo's eyes were cold and cruel. To get them, we must force a war. A great holy war. Meanwhile, with Patrick. Really? Patrick looked at Devourer lying lazily on the ground. Is that all you can say? Devourer asked nonchalantly. So what? Patrick was extremely furious. I said Ms. Melge has left. 44. Patrick had to repeat. Boss, Ms. Melge has left. Devourer replied. Yeah, I heard. So, Patrick was bewildered. So, Patrick could not stand it, grabbing Devourer's hands tightly. Boss, are those hands of yours for decoration? Even though you have 2 pairs. Ah, do you hear what I'm saying? Boss, Ms. Melge has left our dungeon. Is it because of those decorative hands that Ms. Renee and Ms. Melge left? Because they couldn't communicate with you? Devourer used his invincible defense layer to curl up. No way, didn't you just say they went to Judecca? So what? Is there a problem? The demon lords are organizing a ball. It's normal for demon lords to do that. Patrick grabbed Devourer's foot. That matter. Patrick gripped foot tightly, using the super scolding technique. Perhaps the problem is they won't come back. Devourer complained of pain. They didn't say they wouldn't come back. Patrick thought back. Oh, now that you say it, I remember. That's true too. Devourer looked at his hand with pity. This guy always uses strength at the wrong time and place. Patrick touched his chin. To be honest, Ms. Melge was acting strangely even before mentioning going to Judecca. Behind him, Renee was bringing a large pot. Patrick thought of the determined look in Melge's eyes back then. And instead of saying, I'll be back later, she said, I probably have to go. Yeah, well, maybe I'm overthinking it. Renee also piped. But Renee also said that was very strange. Patrick guessed. Maybe Ms. Melge is planning to form her own force again. Renee opened the lid. A pot. Inside was a purple liquid. Smoke also rose up. Devourer was curious. Ha! What is that, Renee? Renee was happy. Ah, this. Renee brightly explained. You look a bit tired. So I prepared the stew for you. Devourer felt like he was struck by lightning. You want me to die? Patrick stood by consoling but negligibly. You heard wrong. But whatever it is, the result is the same. So you can think that if you want. Then Patrick was slapped in the mouth by Renee. Devourer still accepted that pot. All right, I understand Melge has left. But is there any reason for us to gather like this? Do you guys have something to say? Patrick lay on the ground, replying, well, we can't continue to delay replenishing monsters anymore. Boss, Renee smiled. That's the story. Devourer asked again. Why do you guys keep trying to push work onto me? Patrick retorted. Who pushed work onto whom? Devourer lay back on the ground. Whatever. I won't leave here even a step. Devourer looked at Renee and Patrick chatting happily and realized. Come to think of it. Isn't it strange? Aren't you a guardian? Shouldn't guardians do all these things for their masters? Patrick also agreed. Humph. You're not wrong. Devourer turned his head in surprise. Oh, really? Patrick affirmed. Of course. Then Patrick poured cold water on him. However, it's not possible. Patrick reminded. Devourer. Have you forgotten? You handed over all matters related to Hasten to me. You must have estimated how many resources that would take, right? I have a lot to do. Devourer glared. I was wondering why you agreed so easily. So if you can't go, who will? Patrick looked at Renee. Of course, it's Ms. Renee. For eyes of Devourer were surprised. Renee was excited. Our monster lord? Don't worry about anything. Just leave it all to Renee. Devourer thought. Scenes where Renee became terrifying and broke out in a cold sweat. Devourer tactfully refused. Renee hasn't handled her eyes yet. Moreover, wouldn't people easily suspect her? Patrick reconsidered. That's true too. Patrick's eyes lit. You just dump everything on her and rest. It's easy, boss. Devourer heard and felt weary. Me again. Patrick remembered something. But boss, do you know? Devourer asked. What now? Patrick said. Ms. Melch, perhaps. At another place. The driver held a twig in his mouth, announcing, We've arrived. Little girl. That person looked at Melch in a black cloak, expressing pity. Going everywhere at such a young age. Must be hard. Take care. Melch stepped off the carriage. Okay. I will. Melch thought. Who would have thought I'd actually come to a place like this? Looking at the chipped gate in front, Melch walked inside. Mercenary city. Hit. Looking at the people around. Very indifferent. Melch thought. Have to say, it lives up to its name. Everyone here looks quite dangerous. A flag with a knife. Stabbed in the center. Located between the Empire's land and the Allied kingdoms. This is a place that belongs to no power. Melch looked at the people. Trading. Here. For every 4 people, one has a job related to dungeons. They say this place has the most information about dungeons. But why are there no maps or signs? Melch was also a bit surprised. This is the first time I've been to such an unfriendly place. Melch's eyes glanced round. Looks like I really have to rely on the stars to get to Judecca. Melch looked at the sign. Painted on the archway. This place is as big as a demon lord's castle. Melch's eyes again looked sad. Melch pursed her lips tight. Melch felt that this place was full of concentrated mana. Probably about 10 people. The power is quite similar to the mages I met in Rias. True to being an information and attack mission hub. But in the distance, there was a guard stopping someone. Stop. That person showed a card. Guard agreed. You can enter. Melch witnessed and thought, is that proof of dungeon attack? Seems like you can't enter without it. Gathering information won't be easy. Melch noticed something. Before Melch's eyes were gloomy auras. Melch silently watched inside the cages. There were beasts that were roaring. Melch covered her mouth and walked in. There were beasts that had shed blood. Melch was surprised. These monsters. Looking at the cages. Monsters. Melch guessed. Were they captured and brought here? Footsteps approached. Oh my. That person seemed to be the guard of this place. Who would have thought a little girl would come to a place like this? What are you doing here? The guard looked at the cage behind Melch. A monster with 2 glowing eyes was looking back. 45. The surrounding cages. The guard was surprised again. Oh my. I wonder what you are doing in this place. That person put a hand on shoulder. Lowered himself to introduce. I'm so silly. Hello. I am Bunta. Unbreak Merchant Guild. Are you looking for something special? Bunta's eyes test. She looks young, but judging by her character coming alone to a place like this, seeing Melch had somewhat weak appearance, Bunta thought, she cannot be a normal child of the aristocratic class. Bunta smiled. There's no reason to make enemies with her. Melch also introduced herself back. I am Melch of the Agria family. What is this place? Bunta explained. Simply put, it is a storage for dungeon items. The cages holding beasts and their eyes were always glowing red. Bunta explained. Usually things here are used as materials for equipment or decoration. But I simply sell the goods you see here. Melge thought. Humph. I should look around because I'll need to recruit soldiers after my castle is rebuilt anyway. Bunta cheerfully said. We have stuff here. Just look around. Melge's eyes focused on a spot. Melge saw it. Very majestic beast. I must buy it. Melger asked. What is the price of this demon beast? Bunzi was surprised. Oh, you want to buy this creature? These creatures are very dangerous. We had to sacrifice up to 4 B-rank suppression raids to catch this guy. Melger said coldly. You just need to state the price. Bunzi looked at Melger's demeanor and was also surprised. Oh my, if you say so. Bunzi reached out and flipped through the ledger. Yeah, the price of this beast is... Bunzi stated the price.
200 pesos.
The number felt like it was crushing Melger's head. Melger lamented inwardly. Insanely expensive. Melger's hand clutched the coin pouch tightly.
Asterisco no.
It's not that I don't have money, but this price... Asterisk Melger remembered. Renee once handing the coin pouch to her. This is just a small token of gratitude. Thank you for helping Lord Devourer, Lady Melger. Melger thought. Asterisk all I have is the 500 ounces that Lady Melger gave me. I can't spend half my fortune before repairing the castle. Asterisk Melger turned around. Walk away. I will look at other things as well. Bunzi also happily welcomed this. Yes, please take your time looking. Melger's eyes landed on someone again, looking at the black shadow inside the cage. Melger was curious. What is this? Bunzi replied. I'm not very sure about that thing. I was told they found it after cleaning up a raid. Looking at the beast whose face seemed docile before her eyes, Bunzi recounted. They couldn't find its mother and it didn't even try to attack. They assumed it was just a big puppy. Couldn't find its mother, huh? The animal's eyes glittered as it looked at the person in front of it. Melger put her hand into the cage. You are also a lost child, aren't you? Bunzi panicked. Customer, esteemed customer. It's dangerous. After all, it is a demon beast. Melger stroked the animal in the cage. Then, she glanced at Bunzi. I won't hold you responsible, so no need to worry. Bunzi broke out in a cold sweat. You could have been bitten. The animal in the cage also seemed to love Melger, letting Melger stroke it with affection. Melger felt as if she had found a suitable animal for herself and felt very fond of it. Melger's eyes glittered. Melger asked, how much is this little one? The night sky, the bright moon and the stars. Melger looked at the animal in front of her. In the end, I bought you. The animal looked with innocent eyes. Melger. The animal was several times bigger than Melger. Melger had a small figure. But aren't you much bigger than I thought? Melger thought. Asterisk I couldn't estimate accurately because your dark fur was hidden in the dim light. I only saw your head. Asterisk Melger also came up with an idea. Well, what's done is done. From now on, your name will be Hymeners. Hymeners also happily accepted this new name. Then the two looked. They say it gets dark 30 minutes earlier in Neat. I guess they weren't lying. Melger praised. How beautiful. The ancient sky is also. Melger snapped back to reality. Now is not the time to be sentimental. We need to hurry to reach Judecca. Melger walked away. Hymeners also followed. Let's go, Hymeners. The moonlight shone down on the rocks below. Melger's eyes glittered as she looked ahead, with Hymeners following behind. The guide was standing ahead. It seems we have arrived at the right place, Melger said. This great one has returned. Lead the way. The guide looked at Melger as if confirming, then transformed into a humanoid figure. Respectfully. Welcome, Demon Lord. The guide raised a hand to point. You can reach the monastery by turning after those mountain ranges. The other demon lords have already arrived. Melger understood. Very well. Melger walked on. Hymeners also followed behind. Melger turned her head to look back, then pushed Hymeners back. This brat. Why are you following me? As part of the demon army, you should sit here and wait during times like this. I guess you don't understand even if I say it. Melger patted Hymeners' head and instructed. Can't go into a strictly controlled place like that. Melger thought again. Asterisk the more I think about it, the name Hymeners isn't that good. A good name for you would be... Asterisk Melger's eyes looked as if she thought of something, looking at the eager face of Hymeners responding. Melger frowned in deep thought. Melger looked dizzily at Hymeners expecting an answer. Melger stroked Hymeners' fur, smiling brightly. That's right. From now on, your name is Sir Beautiful. On Melger's back, wings appeared. I will be back soon. So sit still for me. Okay? Where is his lordship? Devourer appeared in human form. His face was unhappy. I won't let this slide. Devourer looked at Patrick. I've always told you, but you won't die peacefully. Patrick was tired. You've been stalling me for 100 years. Aren't you tired yet? Devourer continued to troll. I hope you get osteoporosis. Patrick praised back. Oh, that's a new one, Patrick said. Don't think too badly of me, boss. You can treat this as a leisure activity instead of a mission. Patrick spoke while sneakily throwing a punch at Devourer's face. Hey boss. Devourer was quick enough to block it. What is this? Patrick took out a bracelet. Devourer recognized it. Patrick, just how many of these do you have? Patrick replied. I still have plenty. About 30. Devourer's eyes looked pensive. Patrick asked. What's wrong? Devourer assumed. Didn't you once say this thing is very expensive? Did you use all the dungeon funds on this? What are you saying, sir? Didn't I tell you this thing is very cheap? While the two were talking, without noticing, someone was excitedly walking towards them amidst a shower of flowers. Both looked in silence for a moment. Devourer questioned. Did you lie? Patrick retorted. I just tried to tell you to use it carefully. Renee appeared gorgeously. Lord Devourer, have you waited for me long? On Renee's back was very large luggage. Her eyes were happy. Let's go. Renee was very expectant. It feels as if we are going on a honeymoon. Renee was really looking forward to it. Renee listed the thoughts. Her heart. Private time with Lord Devourer. Just the two of us. Eating together. Devourer heard this and was dumbfounded. Devourer turned his face away. All right, let's go tomorrow. Patrick had grabbed him by the head. Where are you running off to, sir? Devourer screamed. Let go of me. Patrick reminded. Don't do anything funny and just get going. Both of you, don't forget what you set out for. Watching the two depart, Patrick prayed. Please come back without causing any trouble. Please. Devourer asked. So Renee, where did you say we are going again? Renee looked at the map. Neat. They say there is a lot of information there because the number of mercenaries is high. Devourer walked on. I understand. Neat. Who? Patrick on this side watched. The two fade into the distance. Patrick questioned his life choices. Was it a mistake to send those two? Ah, what a headache. Patrick kept hoping. Well, as long as they use their heads, there won't be any problems, right? 46. Melger stepped inside. Melger's eyes observed. It's been a long time since I returned here. The banquet of Demon Lord. Decca. Before Melger were demon lords in demonic attire. They looked towards Melger. Melger stepped up. Alone. Those people looked at Melger's figure and mocked her, holding a glass of wine. In green color. Melger looked at the wine glass, thinking, it has been a long time, so I feel a bit nervous. Melger remembered the time when she was tiny and held in her father's arms. Melger remembered how she was welcomed by everyone and how happy she was back then. Asterisk every time I came here with father, I became the center of attention. Currently, there is only asterisk. Asterisk Melger lonely and solitary. But now, asterisk Melger drank the glass of wine. Her eyes were already tearing up. I am no longer important. Someone walked past and bumped into Melger, causing the wine to spill. Melger was angry. What do you think you are doing? Melger looked at the person who just bumped into her. Isn't he a demon lord? Melger raised her hand, ready to cast magic. Her eyes were sharp. How dare you touch a demon lord? I will take your head. That person, although his face was covered in sweat, still curled his lips in a smile. His eyes were disdainful with no fear. Melger was surprised. Asterisk he is smiling? Asterisk Melger stopped her hand. That person ignored her, turned around, and walked away. The demon lords, who witnessed it, laughed gloatingly. Is that a demon lord? Melger froze. Tears fell down her face without her realizing. Looking at those laughing with delight, Melger cursed inwardly. Asterisk these bastards. They all look down on me. They did it on purpose because they know I currently have no strength to fight back. Asterisk Melger swallowed her tears. Sighed, swearing in her heart. Asterisk you all just wait. I will endure this humiliation. I will endure and create a truly powerful army. Asterisk a hand touched Melger again. Melger was extremely annoyed. Asterisk is once not enough for them? Which one dares? Asterisk it was Memulia. Melger. You are Melger, right? Melger was astonished. Mamulia, Mamulia happily hugged Melger tightly. Melger, so you are still alive. Do you know how worried I was about you? Melger was surprised by the sudden hug. Wait, Mamulia. Mamulia was happy. How long has it been? It feels like just yesterday we were still children playing and studying together. Melger was hugged tight and found it hard to speak. Mamulia, sister. Melger reminded. Let go of me. Don't be so rude like that. It seems it will be a long time before you can become a noble demon lord. But Mamulia smiled brightly and said, Oh, come on. We never treat each other like that. Mamulia's eyes glanced around. Let's go somewhere else first. The city of mercenaries. Neat. The night sky illuminated the rotting archway. On the carriage there were precious gold pieces. Give us the best room in this inn. The owner looked in.
Surprise.
Looking at the two people in front of him. Others passing by were also curious. Gossiping. Maid. A maid? That beggar and the maid are traveling together. The owner hurriedly said. I will show you two the way immediately. Devourer had arrived. Devourer collapsed. The soft mattress. Renee looked at the owner. Now he wants to rest. Seeing Renee's glaring eyes, the owner took the hint. So, the owner can do that. Devourer was sluggish and lethargic. But on the way here we didn't rest once. Renee said again. I heard there is a dungeon shop nearby. Renee advised. We just need to pick out a few monsters from there. So if you go with me, we will finish everything faster. You can do it, sir. Stand up. Renee thought. We need to move quickly. But he looked so tired. Oh well, there is no other way. Renee's eyes shone brightly. This is a one-of-a-kind opportunity. Renee remembered when Patrick had told her, while Renee was stirring food. Miss Renee, do you want to spend some happy time together with the boss? Hearing this, Renee's two eyes glowed. Going on a date. Patrick corrected. Instead of calling it a date, you just need to tell the boss a few times that you are going alone. Renee was excited. So we can go on a honeymoon? Patrick was speechless. Didn't you just call this a date? Whatever. Yeah. You can call it that if you want. Devourer tiredly sat up. Yeah. I can't even lie down and rest properly. Renee looked at Devourer sitting up and rejoiced in her heart. I just did exactly what Sir Patrick said. I didn't expect Lord Devourer would agree to go along. Devourer was weary. Let's go. Let's get this over with. Renee was giddy. Does that mean I can see how important I am to him? Renee's expression at this moment was very sinister. This time I will definitely make him mine. After quickly resolving the necessary matters, the bell glowed. Renee imagined the image of Devourer dashingly declaring, Let's go to our happy future? While Renee was floating with happiness inside. Then we will go enjoy a perfect honeymoon. Renee is truly a genius. Devourer looked bewildered, like a deer in headlights at Renee, who was immersed in her imagination. At another side, Mamulia recounted. I heard about what happened to your castle. Mamulia made it known that I sent a few monsters there to investigate. But every inch of your castle has become human territory. Melger and Mamulia sat together at a table. So in the end, that place was also turned into human territory. A butterfly flew past the two. Mamulia said, Everyone thought you were dead. Where have you been for the past 2 months? Melger's eyes evaded hers. I was just wandering here and there. Melger thought. I don't need to mention that I was at the ancient core. Mamulia touched Melger's hand. Mamulia was happy, pairing up, holding Melger's hands. No matter what, it's great that you are still alive. Melger was also moved. No less, Melger replied. Actually, I thought you also hated me like the other demon lords. Mamulia was surprised. What? Melger explained. 'Cause the relationship between our fathers wasn't exactly good. Mamulia smiled, waving her hand. That was just between our fathers. The matter of our fathers competing is in the past. Now we are all demon lords walking our own paths. The butterfly from earlier had flown into a spiderweb. Melger agreed. That is true. Mamulia smiled brightly. By the way, did you come here to seek help? That's why you came to Judecca. Melger did not reply but thought inwardly. So she knew everything. A giant spider seemed to be approaching the butterfly trapped in its web. Mamulia down here was enthusiastic. I can help you, Mamulia said. I am saying these words as a friend of yours, not as a demon lord. Melger, as long as you try, you can do it. Melger was touched. Mamulia, seeing Mamulia ready to extend a helping hand. Melger thought. Asterisk, you are so mature. Not like me at all. Asterisk, Mamulia reached her hand out towards Melger. Let's return together. Melger also reached her hand. Thank you for helping me. I will definitely rebuild my castle. Mamulia smiled. Implicitly, Mamulia held Melger's hand tightly, cheering. You will do it. Melger. Above. The spider with terrifying red eyes. It seemed to have successfully destroyed the butterfly trapped in the web earlier. 47. Melger recalled the past. She used to cry and argue. My father is stronger. He is the true descendant of Asmodeus. Mamulia back then also cried, refusing to lose. No. My father is stronger. His horns look cooler. Then the two rushed to fight each other. Asterisk, even when we were small, we always fought. It wasn't exactly that our personalities or viewpoints were different, but somehow we always clashed. Could it be due to asterisk? Asterisk, the influence from our fathers? In my memory, they were always in discord. Asterisk, then there were times the two slept together in one bed. Asterisk, although we didn't get along at all. But saying we weren't friends wouldn't be right either. But asterisk, the lights faded. Melger reached out, touching the glowing pink butterfly. Counting from that moment, a circle of light appeared. Melger smiled as she was patted on the head by her father. That we started to change. Mamulia's eyes carried a look of jealousy. At least I thought so. At present, Mamulia was leading the way. Go this way, Melger. Melger assumed. It seems you are still childish. Mamulia didn't understand. What are you saying all of a sudden? Melger denied. No. Nothing. By the way, where are you leading me? Mamulia explained. Just me alone cannot help you restore your forces. There are a few demon lords who share the same goal. Melger was surprised. Really? Mamulia admitted, opening the door. Yeah, it's here. Melger's eyes were excited as the door opened, but then she was stunned. Before Melger's eyes were demon lords with extremely vicious eyes. Melger was confused. Mamulia. Mamulia bowed her head and said, I have brought her here. Melger gave a forced smile. Asteriska. Just as I thought. Asterisk, Melger remembered her own smile of happiness when praised by her father. I am still too naive. Melger at that time also glanced past Mamulia. It wasn't that she changed from the start. Mamulia back then clutched her father's shirt in annoyance. At this moment, Mamulia smiled cunningly. That loser. In the room with only a sliver of light. Melger was kneeling right in the center. Melger de l'Infagria. His Majesty. Yuba, direct lineage of Satan. The 4th generation. Demon King Yuba sat on the high throne. Truly disappointing. Mamulia stood by, the side mocking. Ah, our stupid Melger. Mamulia approached, whispering into Melger's ear. Thinking, asterisk, I knew they wouldn't welcome me. But asterisk, Melger looked at the cruel demon lords. I didn't expect them to treat me like this. His Majesty Yuba spoke up. Descendant of Asmodeus. Melger listened to the words. Yuba spoke. I will give you a chance to defend yourself. Melger didn't expect it. Defend myself? Melger began to defend herself. It was all just a misunderstanding. I did not lose to humans. Melger hurriedly said. Wah, what I said is the truth. Oh, the demon lords standing by. The side showed expressions of disagreement. A demon lord spoke up. You say you didn't lose to humans? So you think that as long as the demon lord alone survives, it is a victory. Look at yourself. Can you say you didn't lose? Another demon lord proposed a solution. Just kill her. Melger could not refute. This matter. Melger bit her lip tight. Asterisk, I cannot argue back. It is the demon lord's fault that the army was destroyed. Therefore, asterisk, Melger bowed her head accepting. Fault. This is all my fault. A demon lord spoke up. You are a disgrace to our race. Another demon lord standing nearby sneered. How thick must your face be to dare come to Judecca? We should not let her keep the position of demon lord anymore, so she doesn't continue to shame this title. Mamulia silently watched Melger bearing the criticism. That's right. Kill her. We must kill her. Mamulia smiled in delight hearing such words. Melger knelt listening to the counterattacks of the demon lords. We cannot ruin Judecca because of someone like her. On the final day of Judecca, we will decide what to do with her. So until then, what should be done? In Yuba's eyes was the helpless figure of Melger. Yuba closed his eyes, sighing. Phew, Yuba ordered. Throw the prisoner into the dungeon. At this moment on another side. Hey, You cannot enter. The guard stopped. Devourer and Renee. This is a restricted area. Asterisk a beggar and a maid? Ah, this guy looks like he will collapse at any moment. Asterisk Renee took out 2 badges. Here. The guard looked at the badge in Renee's hand and was astonished. A rank A raid member? The guard immediately changed his tone. Please come in. Ah, that's right. Information board covered in flyers. Renee was amazed. Wow, it seems they have full information about the dungeons. Devourer worried. Do we have enough time to read them? The flyers lay on the table. Devourer asked, what did you say we needed to find earlier? Renee replied, a monster powerful enough that even though humans tried very hard, they still couldn't defeat it. Devourer read the information. I understand. Devourer was tired. Ah, I should have brought another monster from the poison dungeon. Oh well, it just needs to be lower level than the poison dungeon, right? The flyers. Scratching his head. I'm gonna start cleaning. Can you two come back tomorrow? Renee said. We want to stay a while longer. Can you help us? No. That person disagreed. Everyone else has already left. We cannot keep the shop open just for you two. Renee was annoyed inside. Asterisk no way. If this drags on until tomorrow, then Renee's dating plan. Do we have to come here again tomorrow? Asterisk Renee thought. Asterisk even if I die, I won't step foot in here again. Or should I just kill him? Asterisk Renee presented before. That person a gold coin. You still have dungeon conquest commissions, don't you? That person asked. Sir, what commission are you looking for? That person looked at the pile of flyers on the table. You two have taken all of that and still want more? Renee pointed. Me that one. The night. There were doors with lights on. A pile of documents on the Devourer said. These guys are all quite weak. Renee assumed. It seems there aren't many useful monsters this time. Devourer lay down reading one of them. How about this one? Renee. I heard it is an ancient metallic slime. Devourer tossed the sheet down. I see that monster is also good, but the dungeon is too far. Ah, you're right. Devourer tiredly sprawled on the bed. Yeah, damn it. Should we just recruit Melger? Renee said. I also thought about that, but you know, sir, if we give the room management task to her. Devourer evaluated. Too weak. Renee folded the flyers. If we consider the speed of humans challenging the dungeon, then Melger will reach her limit in just 3 years. Besides, I don't know if this is just my own thought. Renee evaluated. But I feel she looks coolest when she is a demon lord. Devourer agreed. True. But I should have asked her. Devourer assumed. She was quite useful in bringing you home. Perhaps I let her leave too easily. Renee was happy. Thinking. Asterisco ano. Wait, now that I think about it, I also blew up her castle, didn't I? Asterisk Devourer sat straight. How long until Judecca takes place? Renee thought and answered. I know it will be held in 2 days. If you plan to go there, you should depart before it ends. Will you be okay, sir? Devourer put his shoes. We can try and see. If it's too far, there's no other way. Renee assumed. You also need to observe the stars to know the location of Judecca. I heard this is a unique method of demon lords, but I don't know how to do it. Devourer scratched his face as if thinking about something. I also know how to read the stars. 48. At the barren land, there were rocks scattered on it. The guide seemed to sense something. Hymenurse also caught a scent. The guide stood and said, how annoying. There are footsteps coming. Guide sensed. Behind his back. Who is it? Stand still. The guide recognized. You are not a demon lord. The guide reminded. Only demon lords are allowed to approach. If you don't want to lose your life, don't come here. Those footsteps continued to step forward. The guide was getting slightly angry. I warned you and yet you still step forward? Stupid human. I am a servant of the great Yuba. The guide angrily rushed forward. As long as I guard here, an intruder like you, the guide roared. Don't hope to have a chance to live. Devourer stood opposite. Ah. Devourer's eyes were indifferent. Why are you so loud? Inside. Mocking laughter. Looks good. Mamulia's eyes were delight. Ishin well? Comfortable? Mamulia looked at Melger sitting with her head down inside the dungeon. You look better than I thought. Mamulia gloated. Melger, for the sake of our long friendship, let me give you some advice. When discussing how to handle you, everyone wanted to kill you to make an example for the whole clan. Melger was silent, ignoring Mamulia's words. But you are my friend. How could I bear that, right? Mamulia put on a dangerous It was very hard to persuade them. You understand, right? Mamulia glared at her. What do you think your punishment is now? Mamulia thought of horns and fangs being removed and leaving red marks. They just want to saw off your horns and break your fangs. Mamulia looked at little Melger sitting inside, her tone both pitying yet full of mockery. Oh my, how pitiful. Poor Melger losing even her horns and fangs. All the nobles will look down on you, won't they? Mamulia approached. You probably don't know. I, Mamulia, have always. Melger's eyes were soulless, ignoring Mamulia's rambling. Wanted to see you. Mamulia smiled with satisfaction. In a situation like this, Mamulia looked at Melger. Without horns and fangs, how can you be a demon lord anymore? That's right. I have a great idea. Mamulia offered an idea. How about becoming my servant? I will spare you. Mamulia leaned down. Who knows? Mamulia smiled sinister. Lee, I might give you some status if you lick my shoes diligently? Melger was silent, not replying. Mamulia asked again. Don't like it? Why are you so quiet? 2 soldiers walked in. 2 soldiers obeyed. Yes. Melger was dragged away. Let's go. Watching Melger being taken away. Mamulia acted bored. How boring. Mamulia's eyes looked at the person in front. But the fun is just beginning. A demon lord announced. The trial for sentencing shall now begin. The other demon lords listened to the trial. The crime of losing prestige with subordinates as a leader. Mamulia also participated. The crime of disgracing the title of demon lord. The crowd of demon lords looked at Melger kneeling right in the center, so small and unable to resist. The court sentences the prisoner to have her horns and fangs removed.
Melger de Linfagria.
You have one last chance to rebut. Do you have anything to say? Melger lowered her head. Melger now spoke up. Although I wasn't imprisoned for very long, I have thought about many things. Melger looked up. Truly, I still cannot understand. The demon lords were surprised. Hearing Melger utter those words. The strong live, the weak die. Melger was scornful. From the beginning, the demon lord's legion was created to protect me. The weak soldiers died. And I, the authoritative demon lord, live. Is there any problem? The other demon lords did not agree. Furious. As a demon lord, you dare treat your soldiers like trash? Melger was angry. Stop putting words in my mouth. Melger retorted. Have you ever seen how I and my soldiers treated each other? The demon lords simultaneously fell silent. Mamulia spoke up. The entire army was wiped. You yourself sit here miserably yet you are still loudmouthed. You must be crazy from sadness. Melger replied. No. Now I finally see clearly. No matter how I think, this trial is meaningless. You pin crimes on me, even though I did nothing wrong. Then judge while the sentencing is baseless. Mamulia could not speak. You. Melger interrupted. And you, the greatest demon lord. Yet having a petty heart isn't enough. You must add a vision so narrow that I'd rather gouge my eyes out to see clearer. Melger asked. Isn't that right? Melger looked at Yuba sitting on the high throne in front of her. Lord Yuba. Mamulia panicked inside. Asterisk she dares. Asterisk the others were furious. How dare you be rude to Monarch Yuba? You insolent sinner wench. Pull out her tongue. Only Yuba was. Calm down. Ignore someone who has nothing left to lose. Mere words mean nothing to me. Yuba looked at the demon Melger before him and thought. No matter what is said, fate is sealed. Melger thought in her head. Monarch. Huh? They have no idea what a true monarch looks like. A demon lord with no eyes for talent. Ridiculous. Melger felt so relieved. A demon lord announced. The punishment for insolence will follow the first one immediately. Begin the punishment. The executioner held a blade in his hand. Smiling. Cooperation makes it fun. The blade over the head of Melger. This will hurt a bit. So enjoy it. Demon lord. That guy placed the blade on Melger's horn. Starting with the horn. A loud noise rang out. The demon lords were confused. What's that sound? Mamulia was unhappy. TSK just at the good part. Yuba also wondered. Some demon lords were angry. Who is making that noise? Melger seemed to sense. Lord Devourer came all this way? A sound echoed. Barking like dogs in a sacred place like Judecca? Understandable though. Melger's eyes widened in surprise. That person continued. Dogs barking makes more sense than you lot dancing here. Melger couldn't believe it. No way. Melger couldn't expect. No way he would be here. It must be a hallucination.
Impossible.
Even if I turn back to look. But Melger still hoped. Perhaps, if he really is there. At this moment Melger stirred up. Lord Devourer. In Melger's eyes the figure of Devourer appeared. Devourer sat with legs crossed on a chair. Melger. Devourer's eyes were mocking. You look like you're struggling. Number 49. Nighttime. The castle and the bushes. A corpse lay on the ground. Devourer looked at the corpses lying on the ground. Killed them all? Why did they resist? Even if they are demon lords, they're no different from demons with a bit of talent. Devourer heard a noise. One left. Devourer walked over. If you have horns, you must be a demon lord. Devourer walked close and asked, how old are you? Hard to guess compared to humans. Raise your head. Devourer called the person before him. Hey kid. I said look at me. Good. Devourer's 2 eyes glowed. That horn looks nice. Name? That child was sweating profusely, hesitantly replied.
Ino.
Name. The child with 2 red horns. His head. Sweating buckets. My name is. Back to reality. Devourer was sitting on the chair. EU3 at this moment was also sweating profusely. Lord EU3. The footsteps of 20 NS entered.
20 NS exitedly.
Ran over and hugged Melger. Oh little one. Melger was happy. I told you to be patient. You must have followed Lord Devourer. Mamulia stood nearby. Angry. Mamulia looked at Devourer and Renee with annoyance. You two over there. Which demon lord do you belong to? How dare you interrupt this sacred judgment process? Renee's eyes were fierce. You don't know your place. How dare you? Devourer sat beside her and reminded. Let it go, Renee. We did interrupt them. Devourer realized something was wrong. Ah, my apologies. I got off track. Actually, we belong to no one. Just travelers stopping for a rest. Devourer stood up. A bit curious.
Melger hugget 20 NS.
And looked at Devourer negotiating. You feel that Melger acting like a demon lord when she has nothing left is shameful. All the demon lords. Listen to Devourer's words. Is that why you treat her like that? Discussing all sorts of punishments, huh? Devourer posed a question. So, if I destroy all of your armies? Devourer asked. Then everyone here probably wouldn't have a problem with Devourer's expression. Became terrifying. Being dehorned and having your fangs pulled, right? The demon lord's eyes lit up and their expressions were stunned. A demon lord gritted his teeth. You fool. You don't know your place. Insulting the demon lords gathering at Judecca wasn't enough? Now you dare threaten Lord EU3? Devourer looked indifferent. I just asked a little question. That demon lord was furious. You, shut up. Say another word and I'll tear you apart. That demon lord charged forward powerfully.
Die in sie längse.
Devourer calmly. Then, Devourer shouted. An explosion of light burst forth. Devourer was surprised. What? Why is everyone looking at me? I didn't do anything. Devourer looked. He did it. The demon lords looked in the direction Devourer indicated. U3 was using his hand and power to block it. The demon lords were surprised. Lord EU3. Why? U3's face was covered in sweat. You dare act against the Supreme One. Please forgive me. I will severely punish the one who dared raise a blade in opposition. Mamulia couldn't believe. Lord EU3. U3 bowed his head. Welcome, Supreme One. Lord Devourer. The demon lords were shocked. Devourer. Lord Devourer from the primordial dungeons? The demon lord from earlier also bowed his head. Then he wondered. Lord EU3. Why? EU3 cursed internally. This fool still doesn't understand the situation. Devourer said. You look very familiar. Where have I seen you? EU3 looked at Renee. If I hadn't stopped you with my own hands earlier, the maid standing behind would probably have beheaded you. Looking at the gloomy and dangerous appearance of Renee, EU3 thought. Not just that. It could lead to the slaughter of every demon lord here. EU3 trembled. Slightly. Supreme One, what reason brings you to this lowly place? Devourer then realized. Ah, I remember now. EU3, right? Wow, the kid from back then has grown this much? Devourer touched the shoulder of EU3. Devourer said. Hey, stand up. I didn't come here for this. EU3 trembled. Internally, the fearful memory I can't forget. Just like that time. EU3 remembered that moment. When he suddenly appeared 900 years ago. Little EU3 looked at the massive devourer back then. Wanna know why I'm here? EU3's face was covered in sweat. I still wonder. U3 is still the same. Now, Devourer's appearance then and now is exactly the same. Cruel and sinister, full of menace in U3's eyes. Why do you think I came? Devourer advised. Don't be so scared. Your body fears because of the memories. But I came for a different matter this time. U3 asked. What matter is that? Devourer looked towards Melge. I came to meet that person. Melge. Melge was bewildered. Me? Renee called out. Melge. Melge replied. Lady Renee. Renee announced. After discussing with Lord Devourer, we concluded that the Primordial Core dungeon needs your presence. Renee invited. Become a member with us. Melge was surprised. Me? Renee asked again. You came here to build an army, right? Melge was even more surprised. What? But sister. Renee smiled. If you accept our offer, you will become a member of the Primordial Core dungeon and manage one of its departments. Of course, demon subordinates will be assigned to your management. And those subordinates will be part of your demon lord army. Melge was stunned. I will become the manager of a room? Renee admitted. That's right. Also, to ensure your army has subordinates suitable for you. All members of the Primordial Core. Devourer interjected beforehand. Don't drag me into this. Renee smiled. Except for Lord Devourer, we will do our best. Devourer said. That's roughly the reason we came here. Devourer called out. So, Melge? Devourer knelt down and reached his hand out. Let's make a deal. Melge's eyes filled with tears. Yes. Melge reached out to take it. Mr. Devourer. Mamulia stood next to them and screamed. I do not accept this. Mamulia couldn't stand it. How can a stupid brat who couldn't even handle her own castle become a manager of that dungeon? Devourer wondered. What's wrong with her? Mamulia continued screaming. This isn't logical. Mamulia's voice got louder. I've been compared to that little Melge for so long, and she's still considered flawed. Finally, I had a chance to lower her. Mamulia approached. Supreme One, I'm sure you've been deceived by Melge. How could you offer such a deal to her? She's unworthy. Why? Why not me? I'm different from Melge. I am a demon lord with ancient blood. A legitimate demon lord. Mamulia flattered. If you allow it, I, Mamulia, will do a great job. I will give my heart and body to you. Devourer's expression darkened. Renee rushed over and delivered a slash. Right before Mamulia's eyes. Renee's eyes were fierce. How dare you touch Lord Devourer with those filthy hands? Mamulia was stunned. Then a scream of pain rang out. My fingers of Mamulia were severed, blood pouring out. Mamulia screamed in intense pain. My hand. Melge was astonished. But, Mamulia, Yuba knelt. Sir. Lord Devourer, please forgive this sinful behavior. Devourer agreed. That's fine. Yuba hurriedly replied. Oh, if you leave this matter to me, I guarantee I will punish her appropriately. Mamulia was dragged away. What? Let me go. Melge. Mamulia was dragged away, in helpless resistance before Melge and Devourer's eyes. Devourer yawned. A long yawn. Renee asked. You don't regret it? Melge was confused. Renee said. About what just happened. You only needed to ask him to punish all the demon lords here, and he would have killed them all. Melge pursed her lips. Doing that wouldn't benefit the ancient core. But Melge thought. Of course, I'm not that kind, so I didn't make such a request. Since they won't look down on me anymore. It's better to let them live so I can profit from them later. Melge asked. By the way, now that I think about it, how did you find the location of Judeca? Renee smiled. Lord Devourer knows how to observe the stars. Renee pointed at 20ns. Although the gatekeeper here refused to lead the way, so it was a bit annoying. But we accidentally met a monster with your scent. Melge stroked. 20ns. Come here, good job. Truly my number one proof. Step. No. I mean 20ns. Melge rubbed the face. 20ns. I will try my best to fulfill my role as a member of the ancient core. But is this okay with you? Renee didn't quite understand. What do you mean? Melge's face was covered in sweat, slightly worried. The previous managers must have been much stronger than me. For someone like me to hold such a position, of course I will try my best. But I'm still a bit worried. Renee replied honestly. To be honest. Renee spoke words so honest that they felt like 1,000 painful arrows piercing Melge's chest. You don't seem to meet the standards at all. You might not even last 3 years. Who knows, your dungeon might be destroyed tomorrow. Melge was heartbroken. Tears fell from her eyes. Yeah, I already knew that. But hearing you say it so bluntly still hurts a bit. Renee was bewildered looking at 20ns. However, Renee patted 20ns's head and smiled brightly. The reason we came all this way to pick you up is because Lord Devourer wanted it. So absolutely do not disappoint him. Melge regained her spirit. Her eyes shone. Melge's eyes were full of determination. I will try my best. Renee was satisfied. It's good that you think that way, and I'll make it clear to you too. Renee looked triumphant. I have been allowed to confess to Lord Devourer. Melge was stunned. Yeah. Renee reminded. Just remember that well. Melge was speechless. Yeah. Okay, fine. Melge asked. But where did Lord Devourer go? 20NS heard the name and it sounded familiar. Its expression was even more bewildered than a baby deer. 1,000 question marks above its head. Renee answered. Him. Light shone inside. You three sat in the center. Right where Melge had sat. The silence was terrifying. Someone spoke up. Lord EU3. The representative. Vierman spoke up. As the representative of the North, Vierman, I have a few words. EU3 said. Go ahead. Vierman gave his view. I know Devourer is an ancient monster, and he is one of the strongest in the dungeon. However, even considering all that, your actions just now. How should I put it? Vierman thought. You are the king of demon lords. Yet your actions just now were a bit excessive. That is exactly what I mean. EU3 stood up. My actions. I have memorized your words carefully. You must be worried that I disgraced the title of Demon Lord, right? The other demon lords trembled. Heavily, sir. Lord EU3. It's not like that. Vierman replied again. Yes, you could see it that way. If such things continue to happen. EU3 was angry. You fool. EU3 used the hand of a giant. He gripped Vierman tight in his palm. Vierman panicked. Hey, Lord EU3. EU3 clenched his hand. Tighter. Do you think I will see your insolence as courage and forgive you? Vierman, you see my action earlier as a chance to dethrone me, don't you? Looking at the panicked expression of Vierman, EU3 said, if you were so worried about me ruling all the demon lords, why don't you try sitting in this position? The other demon lords hurriedly shouted, Sir, Lord EU3, please calm down. EU3 continued to squeeze, looking at Vierman in his giant palm. At this rate, Vierman will really die. Then the hand was stained with bright red. Come here. EU3 was ferocious. If you think I bowed because I'm too weak, then speak up. The demon lords knelt and bowed their heads. Please, please forgive our rudeness. EU3 was tired. Forget it. All of you get out. EU3 thought. Warning them like this should be enough. EU3 turned his face. Way. Phew. EU3 thought. Anyway, how does a child from the Agria clan know that ancient monster? Devourer peeked his head from outside the door. EU3. You're here? EU3 was startled. Lord Devourer. EU3 asked. Thinking back, EU3 was worried in his heart. I knew he wouldn't let this slide easily, but Devourer said. I forgot something earlier. EU3 thought. I already bowed once. What else is there to lose? If this is for the survival of the demon lords under me. Devourer took a paper out of his pocket and asked. You guys are demon lords, right? Devourer looked at EU3 preparing to kneel and wondered. Why are you so scared? EU3 looked at the information sheet. This is nighttime. Other houses. Renee carried luggage on her shoulder. I wondered why they suddenly organized a meeting, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Devourer smiled happily. They are really friendly. I didn't expect them to put in so much effort. Renee walked beside him, smiling happily. I didn't expect you to take the initiative either. Lord Devourer. I'm so happy. Devourer thought. If this makes you so happy, then you probably won't have to worry about happiness in the future. Devourer calculated in his mind. Instead of using my own brain, it's best to let the demon lords handle it. I'm so smart. Inside the building, a voice called out. Lord Devourer. Miss Renee. Melge ran out with 20NS. Renee asked. Miss Melge. You're done? Melge replied. Yeah. Now I'm a member of the ancient core too, so I can help you carry luggage. You really don't need my help? Renee smiled. I'm a fine. But Miss Melge, do you really not need anything else from this place? Melge replied. Melge smiled cheerfully. Got what I wanted from here. I don't need anything else. After returning to the ancient core, I will do my best to become a mighty demon lord. Melge was excited. So we are returning to Neat? Renee was cheerful. We just need to stop by one last place. Devourer complained. Let me rest a bit. Inside another place. You feeling better? Mamulia was in pain. My hand. The monsters looked at each other. This matter. Mamulia looked at her intact hand. The monster said, it seems someone used magic to reattach your hand. Mamulia then said. Horn. The guard was startled. Ah, that. Mamulia touched the severed horn on her head. Ah, as expected. This can't be a dream. The guard replied. You've been asleep for over a day. Are you okay? Mamulia asked again. Forget it. How is that bitch Melch? The guard answered. She left with that ancient monster. Mamulia laughed. Then Mamulia gripped the bedsheet tightly. The guard advised. Please don't worry about your broken horns. Other demon lords said they would come up with a suitable excuse. Though not many, there are forces supporting you. We will also follow you, Lady Mamulia. So please forget the bad relationships of the past. Mamulia was angry. Dangerous glint in her eyes. Shut up. Bad relationships of the past. That bitch is my friend? You dare say such words in front of me? Mamulia bit her fingernails. I must kill that bitch Melch. The monster and the guards' faces were slightly afraid and worried. Mamulia calculated. I can't rely on other demon lords. I need someone with more power. Someone who can become an enemy of the ancient core. That's right. There is someone like that. Mamulia's expression was full of malice. Someone who can oppose the ancient core, and even defeat it. At another place, someone spoke up. Why did you come here? Ark replied. I have something to ask you, Three Eyes. Ark's eyes were serious. About Homunculus. 51. At the Neat Inn. At this moment after turning, Renee and Agria were also observing the letters containing monster information collected and sent by that demon lord. Ah, must be because the demon lord put a lot of effort into it, so it looks very detailed. It looks exactly like a raid request created by humans. According to what Lord Devourer heard, they filtered out monsters of their caliber. Renee said happily, and Agria also turned to look at the person sleeping like the dead on the bed with admiring eyes. So that is his aura. After speaking, Agria focused on the papers on the table again and asked, But Renee, are you still not satisfied with monsters this strong? Hearing that, she just pointed at an information sheet on the table and said, About that, Queen. Succubus Elizabeth. Just look at the race and profile here. Isn't she just a whore soliciting sex? Rejected. Renee with an angry face tore the information sheet to pieces, making Agria sweat and stutter as she pointed to another sheet. Is that so? What about this one? The giant under Mount Lamia. No. The note says her skin is very beautiful. Renee heard Agria praising it and got even crazier with anger, pulling out 2 blades to shred the paper into countless pieces. Then shouted. Rejected. Agria saw Renee go mad and sweated cold sweat in fear, not daring to speak. Ah, really? Bunch of useless trash. Renee said annoyedly. Little Agria zoned out. Suddenly she thought. Renee once said, they all don't meet the standards, giving this little girl a slight delusion. Ah, she said that. Could it be because she is afraid of my beauty? But then Agria quickly denied this thought. No. At this moment the male lead was still sound asleep. He slept straight through, even snoring loudly. Renee on the side also took the chance to continue. Now let's keep searching. Agria hurriedly said. I will help too. Time passed quickly. Until the next morning. Livingston was currently getting a headache searching for information related to Devourer. Not here either. Devourer. He slumped on the desk, working, surrounded by countless books but finding no useful information. He hallucinated seeing the male lead standing in front of him asking, How do you intend to handle the consequences? Livingston thought to himself, I must take down that bastard Devourer for the safety of the Empire. To do that, more he thought, the less Livingston could find a solution to deal with the overwhelming power of the ancient monster in the ancient core, the male lead. At the same time, outside, a knock was heard. Knock knock, Captain. It's Garroth. Hearing her voice, Livingston temporarily stopped thinking and said, Come in. Garroth entered and immediately asked, Captain, have you found anything? However, Livingston was not in a hurry to answer but asked instead, Give me a cup of tea first. Seeing that, Garroth quickly used her magic to control the tea set placed on the side, carefully pouring for Livingston a cup of tea and bringing it in front of him, saying, Here, is this okay? Livingston looked at the cup of tea presented. He slowly picked up the cup, sipped slowly and replied, The only thing that sounds reliable in the books is information about the ancient core. Of course, that is information we already knew, but the more I read, the more things make me hesitate. Garroth was a bit confused and asked back, What do you mean? Replying to this question, Livingston flipped to a page in the book and explained, The identity of the gatekeeper and the purpose of the dungeon. We can ignore tentacles since most creatures there have unknown origins. But no matter how much I search, I can't find any records of the other two. Speaking of this, the guy. Livingston silently thought to himself again. Even considering countless variables, there are still many odd points. While most other poisonous dungeons focus on expanding forces, the ancient core shows no signs, however small. After thinking, Livingston said to Garroth, most importantly, Devourer's purpose is still a mystery. Garroth heard that the situation didn't seem good, so she pondered for 2 seconds, then continued. First, you should hear me out on this. Hearing her say that, the guy, Livingston realized with a start and asked, oh right, what are you here for? Garroth heard him ask that and was quite speechless, not knowing what else to say. Isn't it too late to ask now? Garroth complained. And got to the point. The Three Eyes sent an urgent message. Demon Lord Mamulia requested a meeting with you, Captain, tonight at a certain town. The surroundings had fallen asleep. At this time, Livingston was also present at the appointed location to meet the mysterious Three Eyes. Seeing Livingston approach, he politely greeted. Thank you for accepting such a sudden meeting. Captain Livingston in front. Didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the main point. I heard the Demon Lord faction wants to request a meeting. The mysterious figure wore a cloak covering his face. On the back of the cloak were 3 eyes. He said, yes, they chose this place and seemed to be in a rush. Though I didn't expect you to accept this meeting as it seems dangerous. While both sides were exchanging words, suddenly Mamulia's voice rang out from behind. Oh, I thought there would only be old men since you are the human commander. But you look quite young and handsome. Hearing this voice, Livingston looked towards the opponent and introduced himself. I am Commander A. Edelbrexter R.R. Livingston. I believe the message said you wouldn't bring any guards. He frowned and said. Meanwhile, on the side of Mamulia, she also brought a pet 2 meters tall with bulging muscles and a guard. She retorted sarcastically. Well, you don't seem to be alone either. Ignoring the scrutiny of each other, the 3-eyed intermediary stepped up and said, now sit down first. Then both of them sat down. While Mamulia's guard quickly served tea, Livingston sat down and said immediately, can we get straight to the point? Hearing that Mamulia was a bit disappointed. You are unexpectedly impatient. Fine. Around my castle there is a small village with 400 humans living called Rossoid. If you try any tricks or the conversation ends, that place will be destroyed immediately. Beside him, Garroth began using her magic to affect the teacup, causing the tea to splash. Splattered, revealing inside were a few red crystal shards that didn't look like anything good. Tricks? You look more suspicious. I'll skip this tea. Hope you won't play any more cheap tricks. Mamulia praised. You are quite careful. I just checked a bit because you don't emit any strange aura or magic. Not bad. Livingston gradually lost patience. Stop. Get to the point. Seeing that Mamulia stated her purpose. Soon a demon lord will leave neat. Kill. Mamulia showed a ferocious look when saying this. Her eyes were bloodshot and extremely vicious. Opposite her, Livingston heard this and replied coldly. You are asking me to oppose a demon lord army? Are you asking me to be a meat shield or a sacrifice? Mamulia explained. No, you just need to kill a demon lord named Melch. If you can successfully assassinate her before she leaves neat, I will pay handsomely. Saying this, she paused for a beat, turned to look at the cloaked person and continued. The magic beast that the cloaked bastard over their needs for live experiments will suffice, right? She spoke confidently. But contrary to her thoughts, Livingston refused immediately after hearing it. I politely refuse. Huh? You refuse? Me? Why? Is that not enough? Mamulia was quite surprised and asked hurriedly. No. Livingston replied coldly. Mamulia asked anxiously, with a grumpy attitude. Then why? As the human commander, you came all this way, there must be something you want, right? Her attitude was completely read by Livingston. I wonder, it seems you are the one in a rush. After speaking, he silently observed and thought. She has no claws. Her horns seem to have been cut. Her behavior suggests she is being chased by something. For a demon lord to request a sudden private meeting like this, it's either a trap or something serious happened. Back to Mamulia, the fact that a human repeatedly refused her made her lose her cool. Human, you dare look down on me? As she spoke, she stood up and released a fierce aura. However, Livingston was not intimidated by this aura at all. Livingston said coldly, look down on you? Who? Me? You are the one hiding things from us. You are asking us to kill a demon lord named Melch. Isn't that demon lord being backed by someone? After saying that, he witnessed Mamulia's trembling appearance and completely confirmed his guess. As predicted, no need to get involved in eternal strife between demon lords. Thinking this, he stood up and said, let's go back. Yes. Sir Captain, Garoth replied. But Mamulia behind them couldn't give up so easily, she shouted. Wait, it's true there is a backer. To her as he said. Livingston ignored her and walked straight ahead. Yeah, okay. Then let's pretend we never met. Livingston shrugged and had no intention of stopping. Helpless, Mamulia had to continue speaking. The ancient monster in the ancient core. Devourer. Hearing this, Livingston's expression immediately changed and he stopped. However, there is definitely a way to avoid him and kill that bitch, Mamulia said anxiously. Livingston immediately turned around. I agree. Mamulia paused and asked, huh? What? Livingston stood there and said, I accept the offer. Demon King Melger Zelimphagria. We'll kill her. 52 on this side. Mamulia was surprised that Livingston could say Agria's full name. Wait. I haven't even told you Melger's surname yet. Could it be? You know Melger? Mamulia looked quite frightened. She realized something unusual was happening. Right behind her at this moment, a fairly large spider silently appeared and quietly approached. Yet Mamulia still hadn't noticed the monster's presence. Livingston smiled and said, Anyway, I heard that Demon King will be leaving NID soon. We must hurry. Mamulia frowned in thought, realizing Livingston's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees, making her suspicious. Strange. This human definitely smiled slyly when he heard the male lead's name. That means there's something. But she didn't bother thinking about it and said, I don't know what you're planning, but whatever. Surely you haven't forgotten we're holding 400 villagers hostage. Let me be clear. Mamulia was quite confident. This threat, sure that Livingston would have to obey her without resistance. But before she could finish, Livingston interrupted. If you like, you can kill them all. Hearing this cold attitude, completely unconcerned about the lives of 400 villagers, Mamulia widened her eyes in surprise and asked, What? Livingston said coldly. To be sacrificed for the revival of the great empire. They will feel very honored. Livingston spoke with a cold smile, making all of Mamulia's calculations fly out the window. Mamulia angrily slammed the table and shouted, Human! How dare you? Livingston ignored her anger and continued, Oh, since the agreement is set, send the payment as promised. You promised to provide me with a demon corpse for experiments, right? Luckily, there's one right here. A demon extremely suitable for that. A demon king. Livingston's provocative voice made Mamulia's two subordinates realize the imminent danger. My lord, get behind me. How dare a lowly thing like you? Mamulia sensed the arrogance in Livingston's words, making her furious. Why does everyone want to piss me off today? How dare a mediocre human like you look down on me? Mamulia immediately ordered two subordinates. Kill them, she screamed loudly while on this side, Livingston also smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with malice. The next morning, back with Devourer's group. It was just bright out when this lazy guy was woken up by the maid Renee. Lord Devourer. Good morning. The male lead lay sluggishly on the bed, his sleepy face unconsciously responding. Time to get up. Lord Devourer. Renee opened the window to let sunlight flood the room, then stood by the male lead smiling. The male lead buried his face in the pillow. I don't even want to get out of this bed. 5 more minutes. Devourer replied tiredly, forcing Renee to enlighten him. You said that 3 hours ago. The male lead complained. Since when do we have to care if it's light or dark? Seeing this attitude, Renee sighed. Oh my. Renee didn't intend to use gentle words to wake him anymore, but turned to the little girl Agria. Melger, time to use that thing. Hearing this request, Agria's eyes lit up with excitement. Holding a magic staff in her hand, she asked, Oh, you mean that forbidden magic of mass destruction? Renee suddenly realized but seemed a bit too late. Huh? What do you mean? Before she could run to stop it, Agria had quickly used the magic staff. Inside the room immediately emitted a blinding light, a terrified scream. Rang out. The male lead hurriedly screamed. In surrender. I'm up. Stop that magic. What the hell is that? The male lead, hit by the magic, was now tattered, blown away with a dazed expression. After a while recovering, asked, I thought demons couldn't use holy magic. Agria held the magic staff, looked shyly at the male lead, and whispered, This is genocide magic, not holy magic. It's magic. The male lead understood. Is that so? At this moment, Renee also quickly brought breakfast for the male lead to enjoy. Lord Devourer, since you're up, please eat the breakfast Renee made for you. grilled goat meat with steamed vegetables. As she spoke, she held out a bowl containing something green that looked like a pot of pig slop, even emitting a terrible smell. Even an omnivore, like Devourer, felt a bit scared. He turned pale looking at the food, wondering if he should eat it. The male lead broke out in a cold sweat. Where are the original ingredients? It looks like a mess. Renee shyly remembered the goat she had skewered.
Sorry.
The male lead stammered.
No.
It's nothing. Skipping the meal. Renee remembered something and turned to say, "Ah, right." Sir Patrick replied to the carrier pigeon letter Renee sent when we returned from Giudica. What did Patrick say? Devourer asked. Renee took out a piece of mirror carefully tied up and said, "And the letter was sent with this. A piece of glass. Is it a mirror? What's this? Is he telling us to groom ourselves, or what?" Devourer said curiously. Meanwhile, Agria also ran over to examine it and spoke her thoughts. "It seems this is a magical communication device." Renee asked in surprise. A magical communication device? The male lead, while the two were talking, quickly hid the bowl of food under the bed carefully so Renee wouldn't know. Agria picked up the glass piece and applied some magic to it. "That's right. If you transfer mana like this then." As she spoke, the little girl tried transferring a bit of her mana, and very quickly, Patrick's image appeared inside the mirror. Patrick, on the other side, spoke up. Ahem ahem. Can you hear clearly? Why do you always have to start a war every time we meet?" Patrick grumbled. Then he stepped back a bit to make his image clearer and got to the point. "Well, surely everyone hears clearly, right? First, I heard Agria is working very actively through Renee's pigeon. So I'm contacting you to provide some information to help you recruit more monsters." The male lead stared at Glass, resting his chin on his hand. "By the way, where did you get this thing?" Patrick said. "I borrowed it. You know the mirror in Lady Tori's room? It's a piece of that mirror." The male lead vaguely remembered it. "Ah, is that so? I didn't expect her to agree to lend it for free." Devourer said in surprise, but this guy thought it was too good to be true. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Patrick calmly continued. "Oh, there isn't. She wanted to exchange it for blood. But, you know, I'm a death knight so I don't have blood. So, she was curious to try a demi-human's blood. So I agreed to exchange it for Renee's blood." Saying this, Patrick also started sweating profusely, bringing his face close to the mirror and asking, "Wait, Renee isn't there, right?" Patrick asked fearfully, but no one answered. A gentle voice rang out. "Yeah." Renee's face suddenly appeared on the screen with a smiling face, but her eyes were completely opposite, making anyone who saw it terrified. "Oh, I'm right here, Mr. Patrick." On the other end, seeing this, Patrick immediately cut off the connection, making Renee furious. "Patrick, where did you go?" 2 seconds later, the signal started again, and although scared out of his wits, Patrick still had to pretend nothing happened. "Ah, can everyone hear clearly? Oh, connected. Hello everyone, this is the real Patrick. First, I heard Mel Jadang." He started pretending like nothing happened and ignored it, switching to another topic. But before he could finish, Renee glared. "Too late, Mr. Real Patrick. My claws are ready to harvest your head." Behind her, Agria also looked at Patrick with pitying eyes. "I also think you're hopeless." Patrick knew he couldn't hide everything anymore, so he tossed the matter aside and went to the main point. "Anyway, back to the main issue. Yeah. I looked through the rejected list Renee sent and agreed there are no monsters in there that meet the requirements. So I prepared another list and sent it to you all." Seeing this, Renee quickly checked the letter again. She opened it and looked at it carefully. Information about monsters? But Renee didn't see it. She said while checking a bit. "Look over there. There's something attached to the back of the letter," Agria reminded. Then, after glancing at the list for a moment, Renee's eyes showed surprise. "Oh, these are monsters not on the rejected list. Look, Lord Devourer." On the other side, Patrick proudly said, "Ah, took me several days. Although each individual isn't special, when traveling in groups they are extremely strong. Some can even utilize the terrain to fight. I've had my eye on them for a while. Ha ha ha." Turning to Devourer, he seemed to notice something wrong. He asked Patrick, "A while already? You mean before even I?" And Renee intended to recruit more monsters. Realizing that he might have spoken too soon, he replied to this question with a smile. Patrick's face stiffened. Then the image disappeared. He decisively hung up, playing dumb. Seems like the connection is really lost this time. Agria tapped it a few times to confirm. Renee stood by with arms crossed confirming. Renee thinks so too. The male lead was quite angry, but couldn't do anything to him. I won't forgive that bastard this time, Devourer said grumpily. Meanwhile, Patrick at the palace was secretly rejoicing because the male lead was quite far away. Switching scenes to Livingston's location. Inside the room, countless corpses of monsters lay scattered, and needless to say, it was Mamulia's side that failed miserably. Demons are truly untrustworthy. I didn't expect them to prepare. The many soldiers. Sir Algeria, this monster is still alive. Can I take it? The robed man spoke up. Livingston said comfortably, sure, okay, now it's time for me to collect my payment. Demon King Mamulia. As he spoke, he turned to stare at this Demon King girl. She was now seriously injured. All her guards had been killed. Hearing this sentence, Mamulia looked up at him with resentful eyes. Human, do you think you'll get away with this? If you dare harm me, the other Demon Kings will. Before she could finish, Livingston cut her off and added, save it, I don't care. But don't misunderstand. I am grateful to you for this affair. Thanks to you we might have a chance to eliminate Devourer, Livingston said coldly. Meanwhile, Mamulia, after hearing this, burst out laughing as if hearing something extremely absurd. Ha ha ha, eliminate him? Ha 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 ha. Is something funny? He frowned and asked. Mamulia laughed until she trembled. Funny where? I mean, what you said is truly ridiculous. Eliminate him? Who do you think you are? I guarantee, that is completely
Impossible.
It seems you still don't understand the terror of that ancient monster. Beside him, the robed man stepped up and said, she's not worth listening to anymore. Sir Algeria, I sincerely thank you for these ingredients. Hearing him say that, Livingston glanced over and asked, are you sure that's possible? The robed man with confidence smiled and said, I will definitely fulfill your wish. I will create the ultimate artificial human, using a Demon King. 53. At this time, Devourer's group was riding on the back of a flying one-eyed ray. They had flown a quite long distance. The surrounding scenery was desolate, full of rocks and not a single soul. The male lead lay lazily on the thick and soft fur of the wolf Yents. Suddenly he sighed. Hey, seems like we met an enemy of the same level. After speaking, he remembered Patrick's previous words. Between a lord and vassals, trust is the most important thing. To increase loyalty, you must go recruit them yourself as the boss, right? And that was the reason the three of them were on this flight. But naturally, this lazy guy couldn't be happy about it. Tisk, he clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, Renee also spoke. Lord Devourer, I think we have arrived. Hearing her say that, Devourer paid a bit of attention to the front. Ah, just in time, according to what Patrick said. The top priority for recruitment is the Guardian Golem of NID. Those rocks will quickly merge and regenerate right after being destroyed. And it's a monster suitable for the dungeon. Renee pointed to an area with jagged high rocks and said, that must be where the Guardian Golem Mr. Patrick mentioned lives. At this moment, before their eyes, was a giant rock shaped like a stone machine. The male lead exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is that it? He said it has infinite regeneration. If it's a magic golem, regeneration will continue as long as the core. The magic stone remains intact. Renee added, hearing that, Devourer's eyes lit up with joy. Is that so? Then we just need to find its magic stone and take it, right? Renee pointed at the huge rock monster in front. Lord Devourer, that thing isn't simple to defeat. I mean, I am weak, but it is. Renee hadn't finished her sentence when Ria continued. Looks quite strong, she said worriedly and started gripping her staff tightly. I will restrict its movement, so please get the magic stone before it regenerates. Agria said hurriedly. However, seeming to want to exercise a bit, Devourer stood up, patted Agria's head, and stopped her. It's okay, Melger, thanks for bringing me here. Let's get this over with. Saying that, he jumped directly off the ray. Meanwhile, the giant golem's fist was aimed straight at him. Lord Devourer, Agria screamed. Then the giant fist of this golem smashed straight down onto the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. However, right after that, its arm began to crumble and directly exploded into many pieces. Wow, so Patrick found something interesting. Huh? Pretty fun. Devourer smiled, looking at the cracks spreading across the golem's body, causing it to turn into a pile of crushed rubble. Seeing this situation, the demons sitting on the ray were suddenly stunned for a moment. The male lead's power was so strong that before they could observe the situation carefully, the golem was already shattered. Above, the little girl, Agria, seeing Devourer throw a gentle punch and crush the giant stone man, widened her eyes in fear. Renee saw Agria standing there dazed, reacted quickly, and hurriedly reminded her. Don't just stand there. Find the magic stone. Melger. Oh, okay. Agria replied hurriedly and quickly dived down. A while later, the male lead calmly stood there dusting off his clothes, complaining, My clothes got dirty. Who's next? That afternoon at a cave, there were a few one-eyed demons discussing with each other. Did you hear the news? The golem at the Rocky Mountain disappeared after the tremor yesterday. Opposite, another demon spoke up. I heard White Wolf, the one who destroyed the whole plateau, was also defeated. Huh? Was it by humans? Enough. No need to worry about things that haven't happened yet. No one knows the location of our dungeon, he said confidently, but just as he finished speaking, the voice of the little girl Agria rang out behind him. Did you hear what he said? Renee. Since they are one-eyed demons, they are very huge. Beside her, Renee also praised Mr. Patrick. I didn't think they would be in a place like this. Sir Patrick's information is truly reliable. Hearing this sound, the one-eyed demons simultaneously turned to look at them with faces as if seeing a ghost. They looked at each other in stun and asked, Who are you? How did you? Seeing these one-eyed demons noticing her, Renee turned to explain. We came here to negotiate. We are looking for monsters to work for the dungeon. Renee hadn't even finished speaking when one screamed, I understand. You must be the ones conquering the monsters in this area. Damn it. How did they get here? The leader with a gloomy face stood up, holding a staff embedded with countless blades and axes. He said ferociously, We won't be easily defeated. The demon boss gritted his teeth, and this made Renee only sigh. What? Sigh. Seems like negotiation won't work. Melger, her fearless attitude, made the one-eyed demons confused. Time quickly passed. At this time, Renee and Agria had left the cave, and it seemed the persuasion didn't go very smoothly. Renee sat dejectedly on the wolf's back, sighing. Oh, I didn't think they were that weak. I really didn't know they died so easily. Renee sobbed, remembering the three one-eyed monsters getting their heads blown off instantly by a punch, receiving their boxed lunches. She turned and asked, So who is next? Hearing the question, Agria reviewed her memory. Let's see. It's a monster named Yaksha. At the same time, the one named Yaksha also saw them. He hung upside down from a tree and looked at them calmly, saying, Hey, I didn't think you guys were here, but I found you. I heard the one-eyed demons living over there were defeated. Oh my, rumors spread so fast. Agria exclaimed. Yaksha jumped down to the ground, his attitude quite confident. That's why we can live this long without being detected by humans. We gather information very quickly. Then surely you also understand what's happening, right? Renee asked happily in return. And this guy also nodded in admission. Of course, you want me to work for the dungeon. I agree, but on one condition. Saying this, he also glanced at the lazy devourer lying in the back and said, You must be devourer, right? Seeing this Yaksha dare to call the Lord's name directly made Renee widen her eyes in fear. He called his name without fear? Devourer, hearing someone call him, didn't bother sitting up, determined to lie there, and replied, That's right. Opposite him, this guy. Yaksha started cracking his knuckles with an excited face. Let's fight. I've always been curious how strong an ancient monster is. On this side, seeing the guy in front of her dare to make such a rude request, Renee said angrily, How dare you speak rudely to Lord Devourer? Insolent. Lord Devourer, you don't need to meet his request. Renee will handle this. Devourer, wanting to show off a bit of power to his subordinates, stood up. I mean, he wants it, so I have to oblige. All right, let's see. You've got. Haha, wonderful. Just use your full strength, Devourer. He smiled and said, not knowing that these words were no different from a death sentence for himself. Full strength, Devourer muttered. His pupils narrowed as if preparing to hunt, emphasizing again. Full strength, huh? Just returned to the room. The male lead rolled onto the bed. With a tired face, he gritted his teeth and wailed. Damn it, so tired. Too tired. Went around for 2 whole days without rest. I heard doing things I'm not used to can kill me, whether human or monster. Devourer said dejectedly. Meanwhile, the girl, Renee, happily brought a plate of food. Lord Devourer, would you like to try these? Since I didn't have enough time, I couldn't prepare a meal for you. So I bought them in the city. The male lead, seeing he didn't have to eat food cooked by Renee, his eyes lit up like car headlights. He quickly revealed. his true monster form, and hurriedly threw the food into his mouth, chewing voraciously. Meanwhile, the maid Renee turned to the task of organizing the monster's information. Let's see. Now we've only recruited the golem. The one-eyed demons and Yaksha ascended to heaven already. Rage apologized for rejecting our offer, but we received many things. Lord Devourer. Renee turned to look at the pile of treasure stacked like a small mountain and said happily, "This is truly a memorable conquest, since we killed them all and took the loot." "Are you two serious?" Agria asked back. "I'm curious what's inside those chests. Probably what the monsters earned from hunting humans, right?" "Ho ho, I'm curious too. I brought them in a hurry, so I didn't have time to check what's inside." Saying that, the three of them rushed to check the chests. Just as predicted, there are many magic tools, Renee said with satisfaction, while even the lazy devourer couldn't escape the gambling game and rushed to search. "Let's see if there's any magic tool that can punch a hole in Patrick's bones." Speaking of which, suddenly the male lead found 2 red flowers standing out in the treasure pile full of gold and gems. He held it in his hand and admired it for a while. "What is this?" 54. At this time, Livingston was at a certain laboratory. The robed man bowed respectfully. "Thank you very much for providing me with such an excellent test subject." Livingston calmly replied, "It's all for the service of the Empire." "That's great. I didn't expect you to hand over a test subject in such intact condition. Look, it's beautiful, isn't it?" As he spoke, he glanced towards a glass tank where the modified mammalia was being detained. "Beautiful?" Livingston pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yeah, I think so too." Livingston smiled and said, and reminded him further, "But appearance isn't very important, because this time it's just to check what the experiment's result will be." Hearing this, the robed man added, "Yes, we are all trying our best, but if we take that body out right now, it will definitely be damaged. In less than 2 days. That is enough." Livingston waved his hand. The robed man thought for a moment and said, "I'm also not sure if we can suppress its mind stably." "That doesn't matter," Livingston replied. "Yes, I will trust your judgment. I am sure whatever purpose you use it for, you will see the experiment's effectiveness," he said confidently, making Livingston also have some expectations. He looked at the experiment in the glass cage and thought, "So it can do anything? I've decided what to use it for." Back to Devourer, not knowing what the flower in his hand actually was, turned and asked, "Melger, is this also a magic tool?" Hearing the question, the little girl, Agria, pondered a bit and spoke her thoughts. "Yes, but it seems someone used it already. It has no effect anymore. Only the preservation spell is still active." Renee saw it and immediately praised, "That flower is beautiful." "Yeah," Agria replied. On this side, Devourer hearing the two of them say that, suddenly had an idea that made him open his eyes wide. Then the male lead reached out his hands to hold Renee's head. "Stand still." "Huh? Lord Devourer." Renee was confused. Seeing Renee not cooperating, the male lead said, "I told you to stand still." Renee resisted outwardly but was actually blushing furiously. Agria saw the situation and covered her mouth, looking at them with glittering eyes. "That's good." The male lead looked with satisfaction at the idea he just came up with. Agria, seeing it, was extremely surprised. She exclaimed, "Looks nice." Renee, with 2 magic flowers in her hair, looked even more radiant. The male lead thought, "She always works hard, and it seems since coming to NID, she has changed a bit. It seems she wants to receive something from me, but I don't know what it is. Besides, I've never given her a gift." Agria also turned to praise. "You look very pretty." Seeing this, Renee turned to Devourer. "Does it really look good?" "Yeah, very beautiful. Don't you like it? I'll give you something better later," the male lead said calmly, making Renee so happy she teared up. "I'm really happy. I understand." The male lead smiled and said, "See, we're done with work, right? Now we can rest. Take a nap." "Hoo-hoo," the lazy guy said while returning to his bed. Unfortunately, Renee hadn't let him off yet. "No, we still have to visit 2 more places," she reminded him, making this lazy guy just want to write a resignation letter. He thought, "I don't want to." The next morning, heroine Gine Astoria was lying on the chair. She was too free with nothing to do, becoming bored. "I'm so bored," she stretched, and started sighing again. "Boring, really boring. Gine Historia all day. She ate and slept, bored to death." The more she thought, the angrier she got, kicking her legs, starting to have a fit. thrashing around as if bitten by ants until she was too tired to thrash anymore. She lay sprawled out again. While burying her face in the chair, the instructions of someone rang in Gyne Historia's head. Ms. Gyne, even though you've recovered, you should rest more. You mustn't show that you've gotten better, especially with the presence of nobles. These were Livingston's instructions, and Gyne Historia knew Livingston meant well. I know he said that because he's worried I'll be dragged to the front lines again. But doing nothing like this is even worse. Right now, perhaps people out there are in danger. At least I want to ensure that Riaz is still peaceful. Thought turned to action. This girl with excess energy started crawling to the balcony to find a way down. Okay, I just need to get outside for a bit and coming back will be fine. Let's go. Saying that, she prepared to jump down immediately. Suddenly, the voice of that Livingston rang out from behind, making this girl's heart skip a beat. Where were you planning to go? Miss Gyne, can we chat with each other for a moment? Then, because she had been discovered by this notorious schemer, she had to return to the room with an annoyed attitude. Before you enter my room, you should at least knock or say something first. Opposite her, Livingston heard that and explained. I had a feeling you would try to sneak out of here, so I entered without announcing it beforehand. Guiña historia en oídli expland. Escape? Sneak out? Why would I do that? Really? Livingston spoke while staring intently at Gyne Historia, leaving her no choice but to admit it. I'm sorry, those words just now were a lie. But you know, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. But, what is it? Asked gently.
Guiña historia esta mered.
How is Garroth? Since the incident happened with her arm, I still haven't been able to talk to Garroth, because it's my fault that she lost her arm. Gyne Historia spoke while clenching her hands tight. Then she crumpled a corner of her dress. Hearing this, Livingston understood everything and advised her. You don't need to carry the entire burden of this empire on your shoulders alone. Of course, for a hero, such thinking is very admirable. But remember this, all the people in the Crane Wolf Knight Order are ready to sacrifice themselves for the empire, including Garroth. She only sacrificed her arm for the empire. Moreover, Garroth herself don't feel upset about it. I think she is considering your feelings, so don't feel too guilty. All right, Gyne Historia responded gloomily, but her sad face didn't change at all. Skipping this issue, Livingston then went to the main point. All right, can I ask you for a favor? What is it? Gyne Historia asked with interest. It's about the artificial creatures the Empire researched. Recently, we received a report about unusual incidents at a research facility. Gyne Historia quickly asked back. What unusual incidents? Livingston replied. It seems the artificial creatures inside that research facility tried to escape outside. Luckily, that place is quite far from town, so there were no casualties. This guy lies without even blinking once. And naturally, with the virtue of a hero, Gyne Historia worriedly said. Then we must inform everyone. Before the words finished, Gyne Historia suddenly stopped speaking as she understood the reason. I understand. This incident needs to be resolved. Secretly, just as she guessed, he then glanced at her and said, I need to handle this quietly, and assign this task to as few people as possible. Besides, right now you cannot go to the front lines. Isn't that right? If you do that, the royalty and their close subordinates will suspect you. Then what do you want me to do? Gyne Historia asked in confusion. I have already notified the guards at the teleportation gate at the west gate of the palace. I also told them the coordinates. You just need to be there in 3 hours. He said calmly. Then that's fine. I will prepare immediately. Gyne Historia said while hurriedly running off to change. Livingston reminded her. Once again, Miss Gyne, you must arrive exactly 3 hours later. Yeah. Gyne Historia nodded in affirmation and quickly left. Seeing that, Livingston saw. He had finished arranging things for Gyne Historia, so he also started to leave quickly. 3 hours. I must hurry, he muttered to remind himself. However, right as he opened the door to step outside, his eyes flashed with surprise, because outside there was a formidable figure already waiting. Oh, thank you for opening the door for me. It's been a long time since we met. Sir, this person was Pope Uranitia 355. It has been a long time, Sir, or should I call you Commander now? He laughed and said while Livingston gently closed the door to block Uranitia's gaze and replied, Sir, you do not serve the king but someone else. What are you here for? Livingston's voice was full of sarcasm. However, old man Uranitia seemed used to it, so he didn't feel angry. Ha ha ha, Commander, your tongue is still as sharp as ever. I just wanted to visit the hero, pillar of our empire. His words were not finished when Livingston looked at the old man with cold eyes and interrupted. As far as I know, the imperial hero Gyne Historia has never met the Pope before. Even so, you still came here. To check on her situation? I am very busy. Saying that, Livingston didn't want to waste time with this old man, so he left directly. Opposite him, Euronisia, seeing that, also changed his expression. If I said I came to meet you, would you believe it? Let's have a chat. For a bit. Hearing this offer, Livingston's steps also paused. Time quickly passed and by. This time, Livingston was standing on some high tower, thinking about the conversation earlier. With Pope Euronisia, what is he plotting? Making such a suspicious? For right at this moment, he was frowning in thought. When bursts of fireworks rang out, the atmosphere below was filled with the joyous welcome. Everyone, it's the Silver Deer Diana raid team. Welcome back. They cheered happily. Livingston also scanned his eyes around the entire area and thought, those ancient facts. I need more information, and to do that, I have to take a risk, he thought to himself. At that same time, an old man walked up behind him and reported, Commander, all preparations are complete, and we are waiting for your orders. Hearing him say that, Livingston turned back and nodded. Thank you, Stormont. Beside him, the three-eyed robed man also spoke up. We are also ready. May we ask how you intend to find the Demon King hiding in the city? Answering this question, Livingston calmly said, for an ordinary human like me, there is no unique method. Then what do you intend to do? He asked further. There is someone desperately hunting for that Demon King even more than us. So I will use her, Livingston explained. Then turned to speak to the old knight. Stormont, how much time do we have left? 78 minutes until the hero arrives. Stormont replied. Livingston immediately ordered. A bit early, but oh well, let's start now while it's hot. Yes, Commander, he replied and quickly left to prepare everything. Meanwhile, Livingston was still deep in thought. Demon King Resonance is a unique power only other Demon Kings possess, so we will find Melge soon enough. After that, we can find him in a very natural way. The scene will be quite interesting. He laughed under the brilliant sky of fireworks. At a certain inn. At this moment, the group was still happily partying together without knowing that danger was about to strike. Cheers. The dungeon today was dangerous. But no casualties. Truly miraculous. The group smiled and said while a brown-haired guy suddenly stood up, making the bald guy next to him ask in confusion. Where is Burchett going? To pee. He waved his hand and quickly ran outside to find a place to relieve himself. But I'm about to vomit. I shouldn't have toasted everyone I met, Burchett said wearily. He suddenly heard continuous coughing sounds ringing out not far away and paid attention to it. Seems someone else drank too much too. After finishing his personal business, Burchett still saw this person coughing up and down, so he walked over to ask, Hey, are you okay, buddy? His words were just finished when suddenly, a strange smell shot straight into his nose, making the guy hurriedly cover his nose. What is this smell? Huh? He said in annoyance. However, after witnessing the scene in front of him, where a man was being bitten on the neck by an artificial monster, this young man hurriedly drew his weapon. Damn it. How can a monster get into the city like this? Burchett gritted his teeth and said. But before he could attack, the artificial human punched its arm forward, forcing him to raise his sword to block. However, just upon impact, his expression changed because of its strength. What the hell is this? This thing is too strong, he shouted. Suddenly, behind his back, a few more artificial monsters also started creeping up. What now? The swarm of monsters appeared in all corners of the city. Returning to Livingston's group, a blonde guy who was a local also turned pale looking at the sea of fire ahead. What the hell is this? What is happening? Even if you are an imperial commander, this is, no, even if it's the emperor's, this is still too wrong. He turned to question the group, but the robed man immediately warned. Shut up, watch your mouth. He angrily thought to himself. I knew the three-eyed's alchemy experiments were inhumane, but I didn't expect them to cause this disaster right in the heart of the city. The more he thought, the more the blonde guy shook with rage, while Livingston, after a few moments of silence, spoke up to assure him. No need to worry. The city won't be flattened. What do you mean? The blonde guy turned back to ask. Before his words finished, from afar, loud noises suddenly rang out like something gigantic was knocking down buildings. Finally here, Livingston said as he started to stand up from his chair. As for the blonde guy, sweat had soaked his back. Is that thing also an artificial creature? He asked in shock while looking at the giant monsters that had just appeared, and just looking at the things being destroyed by them along the way. This guy shouted loudly. Didn't you just say the city wouldn't be flattened? If you let that thing rampage, the whole city will be in even greater danger. At this rate, the people in the city will. Saying this, he also saw Livingston's indifferent expression and suddenly understood everything. Don't tell me this was all part of the plan. From the very beginning, opposite him, Livingston now smiled smugly, calmly, just a small sacrifice, saying that he silently, to himself. From what I see, Devere does not want Neat to be flattened at all, based on the fact he hasn't caused any destructive actions, meaning he has some other purpose besides slaughter. Based on this situation, he might already be fighting those artificial creatures. Thinking of this, he involuntarily laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, look at that, doesn't it look beautiful? The sacrifice of the Empire's people for the nation's development. Hearing him say that, the blond guy began to clearly understand this man's nature. This guy, no, this bastard, he's crazy. In another development contrary to Livingston's thoughts, Devere's group wasn't even in the Neat City area. Rather, they were outside the forest. Isn't that our inn? Probably. Renee and Agria spoke indifferently, seemingly not caring much. Only Devere shouted loudly, no, no, not allowed, my forest. Chapter 56. After that, they moved to a nearby forest. Renee exclaimed, this tree is as big as the ones in the Graphinia forest. They went deeper and deeper. She confirmed further, this forest is quite ancient. Then the three stopped. Swallow Devere looked at Renee and Meiji and asked them, well, now that we've finished recruiting monsters, I can sleep now, right? Renee smiled at him, squinting her eyes to confirm. Fufu. Yes, let's rest before going back. Lord Devere. Meiji, still shrunken and sitting on June's back, turned to look at him and smiled. Then June started growling. Meiji found it strange, stroked its head, and asked, What is it? June's. Suddenly, a large source of energy flew towards them, making all three look in that direction. Their clothes fluttered with the energy flow. Meiji cried out, Akai. She raised her hand to block the incoming energy. Some green energy still lingered on her hand. She frowned in confusion, opening her eyes to look, then looking into the distance. The raging fire, she stammered. The city. She cut herself off, then added, Isn't that where the inn is? Hearing this, Swallow Devere behind also cried out, No. Renee and Meiji also turned around to look at him in confusion, along with June's. Renee looked at him and called out, Lord Devere. Swallow Devere panicked, holding his face. His eyes widened, remembering his bed in the inn, and screamed in despair. Bed, my bed. Seeing that, Renee narrowed her eyes, looking at him with a seductive smile, and suggested, You can sleep on my lap. Lord Devere. Beside them, Meiji squinted at her judgmentally. Suddenly, in Meiji's eyes a familiar spark flashed. She let out a sound in her heart. Then realized it and asked herself, This demonic aura. Immediately after, she looked silently at fire in front, along with June's carrying her, and muttered a conclusion. Could it be? Mamulia. Swallow Devere behind also quickly regained his composure, put his hands in his pockets, walked towards the two, looked at the fire and judged. Seems like some bastard is releasing excessive magic power or something. Hearing that, Meiji was startled, turned to look at him and stammered. You see it too? Lord Devere. Seeing her reaction, he also turned his head to look. His eyes indifferent, he asked back, What is it? Miles. Her brows furrowed, eyes squinting, lips pursed as she looked into the distance, having no intention of telling him. Immediately after, her hand tightly grabbed June's fur, trembling, and called out, Lord Devere. Miss Renee. Hearing that, he responded, Then her eyes filled with determination as she looked at the two of them. She asked softly, Do you two mind if I go check what is happening? At the same time in the city, the artificial monsters were crawling all over the city. They destroyed all the structures and things they passed. Large fires also erupted violently from there. A monster rushed towards a human. That person was terrified, running away while screaming. Immediately after, Burchett quickly rushed in to intercept them. Gritting his teeth, holding his sword, he didn't hesitate to slice its body in half. Blood splattered everywhere. The monster was defeated. He quickly turned back and shouted, urging the people nearby. Run quickly. The person he saved stammered, looking back and shouting, Thank you. Immediately after, Burchett carried the sword stained with artificial monster blood on his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, looking forward. Then he stated his assessment. Oh God, so many disgusting creatures. In front of him, A horde of monsters of all hideous shapes were rushing in amidst the sea of fire. Suddenly, a person wearing armor and a cloak, holding a sword, rushed up beside him. He glanced over friendly, smiled, and asked, "Thanks for your help. Are you a guild member?" Then he introduced himself. "We are from the Red Lion Usus Guild." Hearing that, Burchett glanced at him. Immediately after, that person quickly joined the battle, holding his sword, slashing through the monsters. Burchett looked at him and silently assessed. Red Lion Usus Guild. Isn't that the A-rank guild famous for having many high-level members? Then he confirmed further. They will be a great help in this situation. Immediately after, the monsters quickly gathered more and more. The young man from the Red Lion Usus Guild gritted his teeth, glared, held his sword to block, and looked at Burchett asking, "We destroyed the ones around. Do you know anything about these monsters?" Seeing that, he slashed a monster and replied, "Not really. I am Burchett from the White Guild." Then he stood on the corpse of a monster and answered, "Besides the fact they seem to be artificial creatures." Then he added his observation, "But they look completely different from homunculus. Jeffy." Then he frowned, looked up at the horde of monsters. Sword resting on his shoulder, he judged, "Whatever it is, that thing seems to be the most important." Seeing that, the other young man turned his head to look and confirmed, "Correct." They looked towards a large monster standing there spewing fire and destroying the surroundings. The young man confirmed further, "We also consider that thing our target." Immediately after, as he moved forward, he stated, "We must get closer." Beside him, Burchett widened his eyes in surprise, looked over, and stammered confirmation. I will go with you," then added, "I don't look like it, but I am also an A-ranker." Hearing that, the young man quickly widened his eyes at Burchett and refused. "No, if you go there, you will die." Hearing that, he fell silent. Immediately after, the other person came and placed his hand on Burchett's shoulder in the smoke and fire, adding, "Of course, so will I. Try to listen to your surroundings." Seeing that, he confirmed further, "I hear someone is looking for you, Burchett." The young man's hand on Burchett's shoulder trembled. Seeing that, he sweated, eyes wide, screaming in surprise in his heart. Is he trembling? Immediately after, he looked away, frowned, and silently screamed in his heart, "No." Then Burchett reevaluated his own uncontrollably trembling hand. He shouted in his heart, "The one trembling is me." Immediately after, the other person confirmed, "I know you want to protect the citizens in the city, but it seems you need to protect yourself and those around you more." Immediately after, Burchett turned his head to look back, while the young man faced the fire and confirmed, "Leave this to the Red Lion Guild." Finally, he calmed down, frowned, looked away, and confirmed, "I will leave this to you." The other person smiled. Eyes full of excitement, he confirmed, "Agreed." Immediately after, Burchett stood still, watching the young man rush forward with determination. Finally, he slumped down, supporting himself with his sword tip on the ground, and cried out a disappointed sound. Sigh. Smoke and fire surrounded everything dimly. Immediately after, screams rang out in the chaotic battlefield. "Here, I am here." At another location nearby, a merchant guild joined the fight. One person frowned in anger, covering his ears and screaming a complaint. "Damn it, my ears hurt so much. So annoying." The shield bearer leading next to him also frowned, assessing the situation with suspicion. "This ear-tearing sensation, is it magic?" One person in the group of soldiers panicked, looked up ahead and stammered, What the hell is that?" The people around also held their weapons, looking in shock. Immediately after, chattering sounds rang out ceaselessly. "I have never seen a monster like that." The knights on the tower looking towards Mamulia were also ceaselessly panicked. Immediately after, a judgment was heard. "So, that is the monster causing this mess." Someone spoke up to confirm further. Immediately after, many magic circles appeared around it. They ceaselessly shot energy down, destroying everywhere. A sword wielder in that squad quickly dodged and shouted to notify the people around. "Everyone, step back." Immediately after, they quickly jumped back. The shield bearer shouted angrily, confirming, "Damn it." And right when we just mentioned it, a mage in the crowd, seeing that, also stated, That is just a simple magic tracking reaction, not for defense." The shield bearer turned to look at her, frowning, and asked further, "You said magic tracking? Is it looking for something?" Then she looked towards the monster and quickly confirmed, "If we have to destroy it, we should attack all at once." Immediately after, many magic circles quickly appeared around Mamulia, aiming straight at her. The mages quickly fired energy beams into the magic circles. They shouted in unison, use chain fire, with the sword wielder and shield bearer blocking in front. Immediately after, a large fire energy beam quickly shot onto Mamulia's body. She screamed in pain from being burned. Got. The mage reached out using magic with a steel staff and shouted confirmation. Alright, it's effective. Suddenly a scream rang out. Don't stop. Mamulia's body growled and roared. Got. Goo. Around her body, flames erupted. The shield bearer standing in front grimaced and observed. Then he shouted urgently in his heart. Wait, something is wrong. On the other side, a face quickly peeked out. The monster's body was unharmed. Around it, flames continued to burn. The shield bearer judged. Not an effective attack. He stood blocking in front. Shouted. Haha. A flame quickly rushed to his feet. He shouted orders to the group. Wait. On the other side, the sword wielder rushed towards Mamulia and shouted. D. As for her, bearing the magic attacks, she turned her face to look. Then she opened her mouth and roared loudly. Gagu. The other person didn't hesitate to swing his sword down decisively. The sword blade carried trails of fire. Mamulia remained fierce and roared. Gagaga. Immediately after, she glared. Sword also landed perfectly on the top of her head. Immediately after, her body experienced a shock, eyes wide, unable to speak. The massive energy caused the other person's sword to shatter into many pieces. He was also knocked back. Teeth gritted. The mages also quickly defended against the violent wave of energy. Immediately after, the monster's body emitted a large energy pulse, sweeping through the entire surrounding wide area circle. That sword wielder quickly fell to the ground, crying out in pain. But he tried to struggle up, mouth overflowing with blood, gritting teeth. He looked and muttered in panic. That. Then he shouted a judgment full of heck. That is not something humans can defeat. Mamulia's body still stood tall in the sea of fire looking towards them. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared, with a question. You are looking for me? Below, the sword wielder also looked up in confusion. It was Meiji in her primordial butterfly form flying in the sky looking at Mamulia. Below, the sword wielder looked at her and judged doubtfully. An angel? Then she called out. Once again. Mamulia. Mamulia seeing that also turned her head to look at her in the dust and muttered. Miori Meiji calmly looked at her and stated. You have become so pitiful. She darkened her face looking at her. Hand gripping the magic staff tight, she calmly asked. You hate me that much? Mamulia seeing her head long lost her composure. Eyes wide, growling. Miori immediately after, she quickly raised her staff. Flower petals of energy were quickly formed as she confirmed. End it here. Once and for all. Meiji's eyes glared large. Blood red. On top of her head where the red stone on the staff was, it began to emit berserk energy. She floated in midair and read the skill name. High-tier magic. Dark destruction. Chapter 57. The time. Before that, Meiji flew swiftly through the air, invisible to the eye, thinking. Judica ended a few days ago. Around her, remnants of magic still remained as she rushed forward. She added in her thoughts. After everything that happened with Mamulia, she has no reason to stay in neat. Then confirmed again. But this demonic power calling me is clear. Meiji paused for a moment. Then she frowned, rushing forward in worry. Finally, piercing through a building, she shouted confirmation. It belongs to Mamulia. Immediately after, she ceaselessly probed the buildings. Along with the fires raging in the city, Meiji flew in her adult form, frowning and pursing her lips, calling the name. Mamulia. Returning to reality, she floated in the sky with energy crystals, looking down at Mamulia below and asking her. You hate me to the point you became like this, yet still haven't forgotten? She still looked up at her in monster form, surrounded by fire and ruins being consumed. Then Meiji added. I don't know what happened to you. Then she cut off her words, finally raising the staff. Around it radiated dense dark purple energy. Meiji's eyes narrowed as she looked down at Mamulia coldly and affirmed to her. But I will not pity you. Immediately after, she shouted. High-tier magic. Darkness destruction. A source of extreme energy was quickly shot down ceaselessly, poured onto Amelia's body, making her scream in pain. Below there was quickly chatter. That is, Meiji was still holding the staff pointing at Mamulia, releasing extreme energy ruthlessly. The knights standing under the fire quickly looked at her and stammered in disbelief, asking each other. The Demon King? Someone quickly asked again. What did you say? The Demon King defeated that monster? Why would the Demon King do that? Below, the group was treating each other's wounds. One of them confirmed. Luckily, it seems she has no interest in us. Then added. Regardless, we can't do anything in this situation. So let's retreat quickly. Meiji above calmly looked at Mamulia. Above, looking at her. Being consumed in the fire, she reevaluated in her heart. Something is wrong. Then added. I used magic with pure destructive power. But then paused a bit. Meiji's eyes narrowed in. Suspicion. Brows furrowed. Lips pursed. Asking herself. Would that monster die that easily? Then she looked towards the raid members rushing to leave below and confirmed. The people having trouble and just retreating from here are all A-rank raid members. Is that right? Mamilia's body moved, covered, while still being scorched by the fire. The mage among the raid members suddenly turned back quickly as if realizing something. She widened her eyes in shock. Ha! Confused sound. Then, she shouted in her thoughts, full of astonishment. Its mana attribute has changed? She looked at Mamolia's body on the ground, which was transforming. Meiji above seemed to also realize something, calmly observing every movement of Mamolia below. Then, from within the corpse, a hand reached out, pierced through the corpse. Fluids from inside gushed out. Meiji's face wrinkled in disgust seeing the scene before her. She gritted her teeth and looked down. Mamolia's body quickly rose up. She crawled out of that corpse. Her whole body was slimy as she growled. Ah! The raid members quickly panicked, looking at Mamolia and shouting. What is that? Someone just crawled out of its corpse. Is that monster not dead yet? She crawled out of the corpse. She turned her head to look around. Then, Mamolia's eyes emitted a massive energy source as she frowned and shouted a skill. Mid-tier magic. Invisible dagger. Immediately after, the mage quickly her head sliced off. Blood splattered everywhere. Person nearby saw this and shouted in panic. Ikai. Immediately after, she quickly teleported in front of them. The swordsman saw this and exclaimed in shock and confusion. Ha! Then she glanced at the raid members lying scattered in terror. Immediately after, she narrowed her eyes and muttered. Magic explosion. Then, a massive energy explosion swept in a circle through the city. Around her body, it quickly created a large void with no survivors left. Up above, seeing this, she gripped her staff tightly, looking at her and calling out, Mamolia, and she also silently looked towards her. Mamolia used telepathy to call her. Mei. She frowned and calmly looked at her. Then she noticed her slimy legs kneeling down in pain as she cried out. Mei. My body is melting. It hurts so much. Meiji stood above the crater looking at her calmly. She lamented further. Ugh, it's so hot. Feels like I am on the verge of death. But I think. She stammered, then cut herself off. Then she looked up, glaring at Meiji, smiling savagely and roaring. I think before I die, I can take your life. Her face was twisted and distorted. Immediately after, she opened her mouth and roared loudly. Her eyes widened, staring at Meiji. Meiji looked at Mamolia coldly, pointing her staff forward to use a magic circle. Earth penetration concept. On the other side, she did not hesitate to spread her arms and rush towards her. Meiji calmly stood there with a large rotating magic circle. Under the ground near Mamolia, sharp spikes ceaselessly thrust up, but she quickly arched her body. Using sharp claws, she broke those stakes. Above, Meiji did not back down, quickly using a larger magic circle. Mamolia was still moving closer. Finally, a large magical streak appeared. On the ground, Meiji's spell also gradually faded. She stepped back, staring at that stream of magic. Immediately after, footsteps flickered on the ground, quickly approaching her, making her startle and look down. Then something quickly sprang up from the ground with a massive burst of energy. It was Mamolia. She glared and smiled weirdly, gripping Meiji's staff. Her mouth ceaselessly howled. Gur-jay-jay. Meiji, having her staff grabbed, gritted her teeth and frowned, holding tight to pull it back. Seeing this, Mamolia shouted to provoke her. Finally, you look more like a demon king. Immediately after, she roared. She lost her mind, mouth wide open, eyes bloodshot. Meiji also pursed her lips tight. Staring with determination, she struck. Immediately after, their battle shook the surrounding ground, accompanied by loud booming sounds. Blue and pink colors spilled across the sky. Atop the tower, person approached and asked. The other responded, now I understand why you were so confident. Immediately after, he smiled with interest, not taking his eyes off the battle. The other person quickly approached and stood behind Architabria's Galleveson and confirmed. If you wait a little longer, you will witness an even more interesting scene. He glanced over and listened excitedly. Finally, looking back at the battle, he narrowed his eyes and smiled with interest, confirming, "Wow, I am looking forward to it." Then he shouted in his thoughts with excitement. Everything is going according to plan. On the other side, Meiji ceaselessly created magic circles to attack. She screamed in struggle. Mamolia was not outdone, swinging her hand forward to release her magic. Then her face gradually melted. Her eyes remained glowing red, staring at Meiji. Immediately after, the ground beneath her feet froze. Mamolia looked down in slight surprise. Above, she also quickly exploited the opening to deploy a large magic circle to defend with her staff. Below, Mamolia ceaselessly attacked. Meiji thought, "I don't have much mana left." Then she looked down at Mamolia's melting and rotting body. The lower half was frozen as she remarked, "But that body won't hold out much longer." Finally, she frowned and pursed her lips. Her staff continued to attack forward as she reasoned. "I just need to hold on, and I will win." Then she added, "Stopping here is enough, Mamolia." Suddenly, a beam of light made Meiji startle. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Immediately after, sharp spikes quickly struck Meiji's abdomen, causing blood from her stomach and the corner of her mouth to flow ceaselessly. She grimaced in pain and cried out, "Oh!" The hand of Mamolia extended and pierced through Meiji's body. She laughed in delight. "There." Meiji grabbed the arm that was struggling while piercing her abdomen, stammering, You. Immediately after, the energy from Meiji's wings quickly vanished. Immediately after, she closed in, quickly choking Meiji, causing her to fall backward off balance. Then she used strength to strangle Meiji while laughing savagely with her decomposing body. My dear Meiji. Hey. Meiji gritted her teeth. Blood flowed from her mouth. Her eyes narrowed in anger, glaring at Mamolia. She reminded Meiji again. This time it will hurt a bit. Facing that, she gritted her teeth, biting her lip until it bled. She moved her arm with difficulty. Immediately after, the tip of the magic staff quickly pointed at Mamolia's arm, choking her. Meiji muttered a spell. Sinfit's rejection. She looked back at her own arm, unable to react. Finally, under the magic of Meiji, she was quickly knocked back and cried out, "Kaya Ag." Meiji was also knocked backward. Immediately after, Mamolia quickly fell to the ground, creating a dust cloud and a loud noise. Meiji also kneeled on the ground, coughing violently. Immediately after, she regained her composure, looked up at her and cursed, "Damn it, Mamolia." Then she assessed in her thoughts with difficulty. "I don't have any mana left." Immediately after, her eyes became blurry. Blood flowed ceaselessly. She recalled fighting those soldiers. Leaning on a spear before a pile of corpses, she thought, "Just like when I was assigned by Lord Devourer to protect the teleportation gate." Then she confirmed. Lord Devourer came to help, and I fell. And then she stopped thinking. Then she quickly collapsed again. Her hand covered the profusely bleeding wound on her abdomen. Meiji bowed low, muttering unconsciously, Suddenly useless thoughts appear in my head. Immediately after, she looked up at the crimson sky before her and realized. So, Meiji paused for a moment, then looked peacefully at the stars and confirmed. This is what death feels like. Finally, she muttered in disappointment. Lord Devourer, please forgive me. Immediately after, Meiji exhausted her strength and dropped her head. Her hand let go of the wound. A pool of blood spread beneath her. Meiji muttered with all her strength. Before I could even start the work you entrusted to me. Finally, she shrank and fell unconscious on the ground and called out, Father. In another direction, Renee was guarding Jens while silently observing the fire in the city and asked, Will Miss Meiji be okay? Swallow. Devourer nearby heard that and casually put his hand behind his neck, looking at Renee and replying, She'll probably be fine. Meiji is stronger than she looks. She stroked Jens' fur while glancing at him and added, But that demonic power just now was. Before she could finish, he narrowed his eyes and smiled with confidence, confirming, Don't worry, it seems she doesn't even realize it herself. But, then he added, Meiji is an excellent demon king. Then he turned to Jens and asked it, What do you say? Is that right? Hearing that, it looked up at him and nodded. On Meiji's side, a familiar energy quickly surrounded her. Seeing it, she was confused. She uttered a sound. Her eyes widened. Then surrounding her was a source of massive magic power. Meiji looked at it in astonishment. Hands on the ground, she stammered. Lord Devourer. The magic power quickly spread. Chapter 58. At the magic tower burning on the ground. Archidabria's Galleveson calmly clasped his hands behind his back, observing the battlefield below. Finally caught the Demon King. Then he looked towards Meiji lying on the ground, surrounded by smoke and fire, he remarked. Changing the magic combined with high damage skills produced a clear effect. Immediately, he asked the person next to him in confusion. What skill did you change that was so effective? Hearing that, he calmly affirmed. I am still conducting research aimed at taking the enemy's power with as few side effects as possible for the user, just like in the Nifrim incident. Archidabria's Galleveson heard the mess and quickly imagined it, his face full of disgust. Then the person in the purple robe calmly frowned and added, however, he interrupted. Then he looked at Mamolia gradually melting in the fire and confirmed. That thing doesn't care about side effects, it only focuses on taking the enemy's power. Then he remarked, although unstable, the amount of power it possesses is huge. Mamolia's body continued to melt. She stood satisfied, looking at the struggling Meiji, fluids dripping from her body. The eyes of Archidabria's Galleveson from above narrowed, looking down with contempt. His face darkened as he thought. Everything is needed for the inevitable upcoming crusade. Then he asked himself, doing this is to measure Devourer's power? At the foot of the tower, it had sunk into a deadly sea of fire. Then Archidabria's Galleveson observed the surroundings and remarked, however, it seems he is quite leisurely. Hearing that, the robed person next to him looked at him in confusion and asked, what? Then Archidabria's Galleveson calmly sank into his thoughts. Does Demon King Meiji have nothing to do with Devourer? Then he confirmed. If this continues, everything will end before Gwyn arrives. The robed person calmly observed below. Immediately after, Archidabria's Galleveson pursed his lips urgently and thought, I must gather as much information as possible about Devourer before the battles occur. Then he lost his cool and called out, where is he? Devourer. Suddenly, a voice rang out nearby. Ah! It was Stormont. He quickly approached Archidabria's Galleveson, bowed his head, and announced, Sir, look over there. Hearing that, he glanced over in confusion. The person next to him also quickly looked. His eyes widened in astonishment. Then he stared wide-eyed at the massive stream of energy before him and stammered in fear. That is, below where Meiji was sitting, powerful streams of magic from Swallow Devourer wrapped around her. Inside, she looked around in astonishment, wide-eyed, and muttered, the magic of Lord Devourer. On the other side, Mamolia saw this and stared with red eyes. Her body ceaselessly melted. The energy streams moved towards her while she confusingly roared, Gaga gh. Immediately after, it quickly prepared to engulf her. Mamolia widened her eyes in panic and shock. Immediately after, a powerful stream of magic. A demon pointed its eyes at her judgmentally. She was so terrified she couldn't move. Immediately after, she roared in pain. Loudly, her eyes were bloodshot.
Kiki a ergeha.
Then she rushed towards Meiji. Meiji was startled, stood up, and looked at her. The magic stream ceaselessly surrounded her. Immediately after, on the other side, Mamolia quickly created a blood scythe and slashed rapidly. She ground her teeth. Her body was still decomposing. Then she quickly rushed up with the weapon in hand, swinging it back. Meiji also quickly swung her hand back to use magic. Then she quickly swung her staff forward. Her eyes were full of determination. She gritted her teeth and frowned. Massive energy poured out. Finally, a white light flashed on the tip of Meiji's staff. Ahead, Mamolia was rushing to attack fiercely. She quickly shouted the spell name, Ice Spear. Immediately after, she cried out in pain. Ugh! Her staff quickly fell to the ground with a clatter. Mamolia's body was shattered. At the abdomen, her whole body froze stiff like a statue. Seeing this scene, she stared in horror. Her trembling hand dropped the weapon as she asked herself in confusion. What? How did? She stopped speaking. Looking at the trail of ice she created, she exclaimed in astonishment. This spell cannot have such high damage with just my power. Then Meiji looked at the arm containing Swallow Devourer's mana, gritted her teeth, and thought, I clearly exhausted all my mana to push Mamolia away. Then she confirmed. In that state, I should have died from mana depletion and blood loss, right? She recalled the previous situation. Now Meiji noticed the strange energy on her hand and wondered, but why does Lord Devourer's magic still exist in my body? Then she remembered the image of that day when Swallow Devourer's tentacles wrapped around her body to probe, and realized, all my wounds have disappeared too. Then she doubted, could Lord Devourer have done something to me in Rhea? She looked at her abdomen, sweating. The wound had healed, and she frowned in confusion. On the other side, Mamolia was still trying to growl in the form of a frozen statue. Ugh! Seeing that, she startled out of her thoughts, picked up her staff and decided, first, I must confirm it. Immediately after, she quickly held the staff out in front of Mamolia. The red stone turned blue. Then she chanted, detect life, calmly. Immediately after, her voice began to ring out intermittently. Me, Mei, Di. Her body was immobile but the voice rang out. Immediately after confirming, Meiji dropped her staff and sighed in relief. The battle is truly over. Then her eyes became hazy as she bowed her head. Her hand covered her mouth. Then she slowly walked away. Her body staggered as she thought. Just as I thought. If I use all of Lord Devourer's magic, then she confirmed, I would have dealt Mamolia massive damage before she could reach me. Then she stopped and silently. But luckily I won this battle. I must return to Lord Devourer as quickly as possible. Then she confirmed, I must ask him in detail about this magic existing in my body. But she didn't notice. Behind her, an energy light began to flash. Suddenly, there was a noise behind her, making her pause. Immediately after, Meiji held her staff, looking back warily in confusion. Ha! A sound. Mamolia's corpse was still standing there. Then her face darkened with a bit of fear. Her hand gripped the staff tightly, trembling as she thought, I must have pushed myself too hard. Now I'm imagining sounds that aren't real. That corpse quickly crumbled into fragments. Next, from inside it, a slimy green artificial monster crawled out. Seeing it, Meiji stepped back and narrowed her eyes. But she froze in shock and shouted in her thoughts, is it swallowing Mamolia's corpse? Immediately after, Mamolia's body inside it decomposed into dry bones. Seeing that, Meiji realized, no, it's absorbing her magic.
Sans signe danger.
Meiji quickly leaped away. Her eyes did not forget to track the artificial monster. She silently planned, curses. I don't know what is happening, but I have no obligation to handle it. Mamolia is dead and I have completed my mission. I know nothing about this monster. Her feet leaped off the ground. Her magic appeared around her. Meiji confirmed in her mind, I will attract its attention with a simple attack. Then leave here using teleportation magic. Suddenly, an energy attack bound Meiji, making her eyes widen in shock. She coughed up blood and cried out in pain. Ugh! Then her whole body fell, painfully and helplessly to the ground. Meiji struggled to reach out. Hand, eyes glazed over. Blood poured from her mouth as she thought, damn it, I have no strength left. Then she added, the price for using a strange magic source. The artificial monster was getting closer to her. Meiji saw this and urged herself, move, I must stand up. Immediately after, the monster swung his body towards her. But Meiji helplessly gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tight, and cried out, ugh, accepting her fate. On the other side, the slimy monster stabbed sharp objects down just as some strings from somewhere pulled Meiji away to dodge the attack. She widened her eyes in confusion and cried out, ha! Then her body was thrown quickly backward, floating in the air. Meiji shouted, whoa, ugh. Below, Renee calmly held the end of the string, looking forward. Immediately after, Jens also quickly rushed to catch Meiji with his body. Seeing this, she shouted in astonishment, Miss Renee. Then, happy to the point of tears, she rubbed Jens' head and called, and Jens. He turned to lick her face happily. Then Renee calmly looked at Meiji and Jens sitting on the ground and remarked, I wondered why it was taking so long. I didn't know you were fighting that thing. Hearing that, Meiji stammered, I apologize. Then Meiji thought to herself, Jens and Miss Renee being here means. But before she could finish, a long yawn proved her thought. Swallow Devourer calmly walked over with hands in pockets and remarked, you took too long, Meiji. I almost fell asleep. Hearing that, all three turned to look at him. Meiji shouted, Lord Devourer. Her body still wrapped around Jens. Then he pointed at his face foolishly and remarked, Renee, what you just did to that monster was okay. But not enough. Hearing this, an image of cutting a body in half appeared in her mind, but she smiled and confirmed, I'm not sure either. If someone unskilled like me tries to use your technique, it won't be effective. Then she added. But Renee believes that you, with your power, can do it. Facing this feigned innocence towards Swallow Devourer, he gloomily and reluctantly confirmed. All right, leave it there. Behind them, Meiji was speechless watching them. Then he frowned and looked at the artificial monster and asked, but why? Beside him, Renee looked up in astonishment and didn't reply. In front of them was a gigantic artificial monster. Swallow Devourer questioned. I feel like that thing is getting bigger. Immediately after, he bowed his face and sighed in frustration, eyes closed. So annoying. Beside him, Renee raised her weapon, glanced at him and confirmed. Renee will finish it quickly. But Swallow Devourer quickly opened his eyes. He looked up and calmly confirmed to her. No need. Immediately after, the artificial monster swung its sharp leg towards them fiercely. His hand also quickly moved. His face darkened as he confirmed with Renee. Let me do it. Chapter 59. Then, the monster did not hesitate to swing its fist at him. He calmly raised his arm horizontally in front to prepare to block. Immediately after, the monster also quickly attacked powerfully, but his arm blocked it easily. His whole body stood still and calm. Behind them, things were quickly cracked and shattered by the artificial monster's blow. But he stood still, unaffected. Seeing this, the artificial monster also stared at him wide-eyed. Its long arms trembled and retracted in confusion. Swallow Devourer asked it, what is this? Then he glared at it menacingly. His hand was still gripping a part of the monster's body as he asked it, want to shake hands with me? On the other side, Renee happily took out a pot of tea, looked at Meiji and asked, do you want tea? Meiji looked up and asked in confusion, where did you get those things? Beside her, Jens was still playing happily with Meiji's magic. Then she remarked, a maid like me must at least be fully prepared like this. On this side, his hand was still gripping that artificial monster tightly. Veins bulged on his hand. Meiji's stammering voice rang out. Is that so? Then Swallow Devourer did not hesitate to yank his hand back, taking a part of the artificial monster's body with it. Then he pulled the monster's two arms and threw it into the sky, spinning it a few times. His face remained calm. As he swung his hand down, the monster's body flew accordingly. Finally, it widened its eyes. Fluids on its body were quickly spun off. Finally, when it was wrapped up, he quickly slammed its body onto the ground. Loud noises rang out ceaselessly. Immediately after, there was dust and smoke. The monster's body sank into the dust. Then it quickly raised its head. Look at him. Then it rushed upwards. Finally, it plunged its body straight down to the ground. On this side, Meiji held the teacup, glanced at him and asked Renee, are you sure it's okay? She calmly held her tea, looked at her and confirmed. No need to worry. Renee's face was full of pride. Behind was a pile of dust as she smiled with her tea. Then she marked, Lord Devourer is personally handling it. Swallow Devourer calmly held a piece of that monster's body. One hand in his pocket, he walked on the devastated ground. Then he looked at the piece body and quickly walked towards the monster lying on the ground. Humph! A judging sound. Immediately after, he looked at it, leaking fluids and remarked, you look pretty tough. Immediately after, he quickly reached his hand towards it. With a face like a murderous demon, he asked it, what if I do this? His hand began to emit magic. Then he placed his hand on its body. A stream of magic began to intrude. Immediately after, the body of the monster began to swell and transform. Seeing that, he frowned. The monster's fluid splashed on his face as he remarked, wait. Immediately after, the body of the artificial monster exploded into fragments. Fluids from inside it sprayed out around like rain. Swallow Devourer saw that, and his face darkened, standing under the monster's rain and body fragments, remarking, TSK, I must have accidentally poured too much mana in. On this side, Renee also quickly took out an umbrella to shield herself, frowned, and remarked, oh my, it's so messy. Meiji, sitting on the ground soaked like a drowned rat, looked at her in astonishment and asked, that umbrella, where did that come from? Then Meiji looked back at the ruins in front of her. Then she kneeled on the ground, among the wreckage of the artificial monster and thought, that thing was clearly a very strong opponent. Then she looked up, calmly thinking, I bet it was stronger than any species and most demon kings. Her eyes were full of worship. She looked at the pile of slime on top of a nearby building and thought, at least that's what I thought. After finishing the job, He quickly walked towards Renee and Meiji, yawning leisurely. Yawn. So sleepy. His face was bored. Hands in pockets. Renee held the umbrella, ran to him, and reminded. You shouldn't do that, Lord Devourer. What if that dirty stuff falls into your mouth? Behind, Meiji silently sat watching them. Then she quickly picked up a part of the artificial monster's body, happily holding it out to him. Swallow Devourer reached out to shield himself. Frowning, pouting in disgust, he remarked.
You, so groß.
Why did you bring that dirty thing here? Seeing that, Meiji standing behind, looked at him and stammered a reminder. That dirty piece used to be Mamolia. He glanced at her. Covering Yen's mouth with his hand, he asked. Say what? Beside him, Renee held the umbrella and looked back, waiting for the answer. Then she turned gloomy. Feeling a bit disgruntled and pouting as she recalled Mamolia's appearance, she confirmed with Maggie. Ah, that cunning woman. Is it this thing? Beside her, he also frowned, his face darkening as he muttered. I think I remember. Beside them, Jules still stared at them with wide eyes. Right after that, Maggie spoke up to explain. At first, when I encountered Mamolia, her body had already become deformed. But then that thing crawled out and swallowed that body. Next, Renee spoke up, wondering. Those two things are a form of parasite. Meanwhile, Jules still held that parasite in his mouth. Water kept flowing out of it continuously. Maggie spoke up to answer her. We can't be sure yet, but since parasitic creatures like this are quite common, it's highly likely that's the case this time. Right after that, Jules shook his mouth, causing the slime on that monster to flow out ceaselessly. Swallow Devourer stood aside, rolling his eyes and avoiding this filth. He shouted in disgust. Ugh! Ew! Beside him, Renee also quickly held her umbrella forward to defend herself. Only Maggie quickly ran over, worriedly reminding Jules. Jules, don't do that. Suddenly, next to Renee, a lump fell from that monster's body. Seeing this, she quietly looked at it oozing water. Huh? She uttered a sound. Finally, she raised her head to look at him and called out. Lord Devourer. Seeing this, he also spoke up to respond to her. His eyes didn't leave Jules's mouth. Renee spoke up to confirm. Renee already knows what that thing is. Over here, Maggie was still sitting on Jules, struggling, surrounded by the messy remains of the artificial creature's body. Swallow Devourer stood opposite Renee, listening. She confirmed, it is an artificial creature. At the same time, at the tower in the city center, the people of the magic tower competed to speak up, full of regret. It can't be like this. The pinnacle of alchemy, our latest masterpiece. The person beside him added an assessment. Under normal circumstances, it should have lasted at least 3 minutes. Hearing this, Arc-Itherboreas, E.L. Livingston observed from above and spoke up to interrupt them. You people don't need to try to justify it. The magic tower people saw this and said yes, not daring to refute. Right after that, he narrowed his eyes and spoke up, assessing in his thoughts. Just as predicted, no matter how strong a monster created by alchemy is, it won't be an opponent for that devourer guy. Right after that, he turned around, leave and spoke up to confirm. But he finished that thing off too quickly. Looks like we don't need to call Gwyn anymore. Next, he called the man standing next to him. Let's return to Ria's. Then, he walked towards the Magic Tower Master and asked, You're all right, aren't you? Magic Tower Master. Seeing this, the other person quickly leaned on his cane to stand up from the chair and confirmed. I am fine. Right after that, he glanced past the old man and confirmed. Our transaction ends here. Hearing this, the Magic Tower Master was startled, staring at the retreating back of Arc-Itherboreas Jail Livingston, and asked again. What? Seeing them not respond, the mage turned to leave. Immediately after that, Arc-Itherboreas J.L. Livingston leaned close to his ear. Eyes narrowing, he whispered, This is only half the predicted casualties. The old man's face became even more shocked and panicked. His pupils shrank. Ah! He let out a sound. Right after that, the Magic Tower Master collapsed to the ground in hopelessness, while Arc-Itherboreas Jail Livingston calmly turned and left. Next, he walked away, unperturbed. In his heart, he reassessed. Meaningless sacrifice? Clearly, we have harvested quite a lot of things. Right after that, that group also quickly turned and left, leaving the Magic Tower Master sitting in despair at the tower railing, looking down below. The man named Arc-Itherboreas Jail Livingston assessed in his thoughts. Now I know for sure that normal power cannot defeat Devourer. Right after that, he looked towards Maggie playing with Jules and confirmed further. And there is someone he values enough to personally join the battle. Right after that, he remembered the Empire's flag and the slaughter assessing further. Moreover, because of this disaster, a war will occur. Finally, he confirmed with satisfaction. Very good. At that time, there will be those who need the power from our masterpiece. He remembered the streets, burning down below, and confirmed further. The casualty numbers in NEETs will only be considered the result of the conflict between humans and monsters. Below, corpses and monsters lay scattered on the ground. Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston confirmed in his heart. Outsiders will not be able to know that this disaster is related to artificial creatures. The group of Arc Ithorboreas, G.L. Livingston quickly walked through the smoky ruins. Stormont confirmed with him. Over in that corner, there is an instant teleportation gate leading straight to Ria's. I just contacted the subordinate I planted there earlier. Suddenly, he seemed to detect something and raised his hand to signal a stop. He made a sound. Behind him, Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston saw this, glanced at him, and asked, Sir Stormont. The man's face was full of vigilance. His brows furrowed as he called out, Sir. Right after that, Stormont spoke up to announce, I just received news that an intruder has appeared at the teleportation gate. In front of them, a large explosion quickly occurred. Earth, rocks, and fiery debris began to fly up. Right after that, Stormont also spoke up to confirm further. There is only one of them. It is a monster in the form of a maid. The group braced against the shockwave of the explosion while listening to the report. Hearing this, Arc Ithorboreas, G.A.L. Livingston also understood, frowning as he assessed in his thoughts. It's that maid who uses a sword. Finally, he made a deduction in his heart. She wants to cut off our retreat. That means she already knows that humans are also involved in this incident. He remembered the image of Renee in the book he had read and confirmed further. It seems artificial creatures can recognize their own kind. Finally, he turned and spoke to the two cloaked figures urgently. We must immediately return to the magic tower and build a temporary teleportation gate. The amount of mana flowing through the magic tower will be enough for us to teleport a considerable distance. Suddenly, a sharp blade quickly rushed towards them. Right after that, Nightwind quickly ran to the front line using his sword to block the attack. Behind him was Stormont. And finally, Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston was protected in the middle. He shouted, Captain! The arrow quickly bounced off. But right after that, the coil of wire above quickly wrapped tightly around Nightwind's weapon, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise and cry out, Ha! Right after that, Nightwind's body was quickly pulled back by the wire wrapped around the sword. He tried to lean back, using his legs to break against the pulling force, and cried out. Next, he quickly regained his balance and spoke up to inform the group behind. Sir Stormont, please leave this place to me. Sir, please hurry and take the captain away. Seeing this, Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston also looked at him and confirmed. I know well of your strength and courage, but how can I leave you behind alone? Hearing this, Nightwind was also full of urgency, frowning as he shouted to urge them. We don't have much time left. Please hurry up. Next, his feet quickly slid forward as he was pulled. His mouth shouted again to urge them. Leave quickly. Seeing this, Stormont beside him also turned to Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston, frowning as he reminded him. Captain, let's go. Seeing this, Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston also frowned and called out. Nightwind. Next, his eyes narrowed. With total seriousness, he reminded him. If you die before I give permission, I won't forgive you. Hearing this, on the other side, Nightwind also widened his eyes with determination and shouted in confirmation. As you command. Next, the group behind quickly left, leaving him behind. In the mist, the shadow of Renee gradually appeared. She held one end of the rope tied tightly to Nightwind's sword. He looked at her and asked, I heard that you killed countless members of the raid team. Is that right? Next, he urged her. I've also heard quite a few things about you. Inside the smoke, a figure slowly walked out, revealing her face. Renee's feet began to appear clearly. She walked leisurely, the face of Nightwind furrowed in vigilance as he looked at her. It was Renee holding one end of the rope, staring at him. His face darkening, Nightwind called out to her. Maid using a sword. Chapter 60. On another side, in the ruins, hurried footsteps rang out ceaselessly. Monster corpses lay scattered. The group of Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston was still moving quickly. Stormont walked behind and asked Arc Ithorborea's GL Livingston, who was walking in front. Captain, perhaps because I am old, I cannot understand your intentions. Then he asked again. Why did you allow Nightwind to act alone? Hearing this, he asked him back. Does he really look like he is just alone? Night Stormont. The two cloaked figures behind walked while looking back vigilantly. Seeing this, realizing he had spoken, Stormont stammered to confirm further. Well, I also know that he isn't exactly alone. Hearing this, Ithorborea's GL Livingston still walked forward while reminding him. I am sure you know very well the ability of Night Wind, Night Stormont. Finally, Stormont was confused as he walked forward and confirmed with him. That's right. That's why I find it even more confusing. We should have left another night to support him. Hearing this, Ithorborea's GL Livingston walked while denying. No, that would only distract him. Hearing this, Stormont asked back in confusion. Why? Right after that, Ithorborea's GL Livingston called out calmly. Night Wind, finally giving an assessment. He is someone who has received the blessing of the spirits. As for Night Wind, he quickly jumped back and forth between buildings to hide. Behind him, the buildings were also quickly cut into pieces by Renee. A pile of rubble crashed down. Night Wind turned around, saw this and cried out. Humph! Below, Renee walked forward like a demon, step by step. Threads glided around behind her. Her eyes were blank and full of killing intent as she asked Night Wind. Lord Devourer told me to destroy the gathering place of teleportation gates and kill all suspicious humans. Understood. Seeing this, Night Wind also frowned, gritting his teeth and staring at Renee, asking back. Since I'm the last human here, are you planning to play cat and mouse with me? Meanwhile, Renee, inside the dust, cloud, quickly approached and reminded him. Stop joking around. Human, the reason you've been running away all this time is to buy time for the other humans to escape. Night Wind's hand gripped tightly in vigilance. Right after that, a gust of wind quickly whizzed past. It was Renee's movement speed. She quickly appeared in front of Night Wind. Holding twin swords in her hands, she asked back. Do you think Renee wouldn't know? He still couldn't react in time but gripped his sword tightly. Finally, he widened his eyes, frowned, and raised his sword to block. His mouth cried out. Coup! Next, Renee confirmed. Further. Even though you are alone. But Night Wind's sword was quickly flashed in two, causing him to grit his teeth and widen his eyes in shock. Renee's face was like a monster's. Her eyes stared wide as she praised Night Wind. You did well, human. He stared in shock as she rushed towards him and slashed her sword down. Then, as if achieving his goal, he smirked. Right after that, he shouted. Spirit burst. His body was stained with blood. His whole body emitted blue energy. Next, they shot out into the surroundings, causing Renee to retreat in confusion. Her face was injured, but she remained calm. Looking while wiping her face, she assessed. He isn't a normal swordsman. Was he gathering mana just now? Next, the pieces of ground quickly cracked apart. Renee confirmed further. Also, this mana. She cut herself off. Before her eyes appeared long hair along with bubbles of water surging out. Seeing this, she looked towards the earth, spirit behind Night Wind and the water spirit appearing in front of him, and confirmed. It's from spirits? Right after that, the earth spirit did not hesitate to wind up its arm, creating a wind punch. Finally, it quickly punched down into the ground, attacking Renee with enormous energy. Seeing this, she also quickly sprang back, jumping onto the rocks, flying in the air to dodge the attack. Next, the water spirit quickly swung its hand forward. The streams of water quickly became like hands, grabbing the blocks of earth and rock, quickly hurling them towards Renee to attack her. Seeing this, she didn't hesitate to rush in and slash the rocks to pieces with her twin swords. In front of her, a larger rock quickly appeared. Right after that, it crashed straight into her body, yet she still didn't hesitate to take it. Right after that, the rocks also quickly shattered and fell to the ground, burying Renee. On the other side, the water spirit rode on the earth spirit. Night Wind's voice rang out, chanting magic orders. Ludicium. On the other side, Renee sat up in the pile of rubble looking towards them. Next, she raised her head to look, slightly surprised. Right after that, she saw a large tornado in front of her. She might be trapped inside it. The earth and rocks underfoot along with the ruins were quickly swept up. Renee assessed. Wind stone wall. Next, she looked at the wind in the storm and assessed. This storm is formed from a terrifyingly massive amount of mana. Finally, she confirmed further. He has basically sealed off this entire area with a high-level spell. Meanwhile, Night Wind on the other side still frowned, smiling smugly as he looked at Renee. Next, he shouted in his thoughts with excitement. This is retribution for the crime of despising humanity. Stay in there forever, monster. Meanwhile, Renee stood calmly, in the storm and assessed, able to control two high-level spirits at the same time. Her face was full of surprise and interest as she smiled and confirmed. Very interesting. Right after that, she took out her weapons. They coiled around her hands as she called out, "Human." At the same time, at the temporary shelter in Neats, an urgent voice rang out through the tents. "Wait, Bobcat, I told you already. The bear raid team was wrong." The other person retorted, "Are you telling me to sit still and do nothing? We should at least try to do something." The helpless girl followed Bobcat to persuade him. "What can you do alone?" But Bobcat ignored her. Frowning, he lifted the tent flap. Next, he confirmed, "I don't know, but I can't stay here. I need to go into the city to check and..." Inside, a group of people in the team gathered around the fire also looked at him, and he looked back at them. The girl announced to the bald captain, "Captain, stop Bobcat. He hasn't fully recovered yet." Hearing that, he frowned and glanced over, but Bobcat still tried to confirm. Finally, he spoke up to remind him, "Listen here. Perhaps there are survivors, so we will go to the raid location and the magic tower." Bobcat listened with wide eyes in confusion. The captain reached out his hand and confirmed further, "We will go there and open a path." Next, the captain reached out and spoke to the people in the tent. Raid team, Silver Green Diana. They also quickly stood up looking at him. Finally, the captain glared and frowned, roaring to announce to the crowd, "Everyone, get ready," he urged. "Let's drive away the monsters that destroyed our beloved city." Beside him, seeing this, Bobcat teared up and called out, "Captain." Suddenly, in the crowd, there was a man pointing and shouting excitedly, "Hey, look over there." Hearing this, they also looked over. Cheers rang out. "It's the Guardian." In the small tents, outside, a golem quickly moved towards them. A confirming voice quickly rang out. "It's the Guardian Golem from the Neats Mountains. It must have come here with the raid team to save us." Seeing this, the girl also quickly looked at the golem looking at them and assessed. Perfect. The Guardian Golem will be a valuable and important resource for our team." Beside her, Bobcat looked up in confusion. He confirmed, "No." Seeing this, the little girl didn't understand, looking up at him and asking, "Bobcat, what's wrong?" His face wrinkled, teeth gritted. Finally, he stared wide-eyed in shock and muttered, "Impossible." Then he stammered, Everyone." Next, the golem quickly raised its hand to wind up, and Bobcat turned and shouted to urge people around, "Run away." Right after that, a loud explosion rang out along with flying debris. A few minutes ago, in the desolate wasteland, a voice rang out, "So that's roughly it." Swallow Devourer held the communication mirror with Patrick. He asked him, "We thought it lost control while you were doing something, so that's why you decided to make up a story." Finally, his face darkened as he asked back, "Right?" Seeing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Damn it, who do you think I am?" On the other side, Patrick narrowed his eyes while looking at him and asked back, "I thought the only place capable of creating artificial creatures was the Empire's Alchemy Association." He remembered that Alchemy Association. Next, he confirmed further, "And with that scale, the Empire is clearly involved." Patrick's reminding voice ceaselessly rang out inside the glass. The most likely scenario is that Demon King Mammolia came into contact with humans, and in that process, conflict arose between the two sides and humans defeated the Demon King. As for him, he yawned early and muttered an assessment. "The story is starting to get long." Next, he asked him, "Do you know what happens when humanity defeats a Demon King?" Then he answered himself, "They will cut off the Demon King's head, then send it to the Demon King's army or hang it in the Great Square." Next, he was dissatisfied and found speaking up to confirm, "Phew, they say doing so helps boost the soldiers' morale, but I just find it cruel." He imagined the image of the two demons, Mammolia's father and Maggie, having their heads hung on spears, and frowned in distress, speaking up to blame. "I don't know what the point of doing that is." Next, Patrick spoke up to confirm further, "If they stopped doing that to create artificial creatures and released them into the town, then surely something else is happening." Their voices echoed in the desolate fire. Swallow Devourer spoke up to confirm again, "Right?" Next, Swallow Devourer remembered that flying bird and reassessed. "Seems suspicious. While I was looking for Renee, I encountered a flying artificial creature." Then he confirmed further, "But it didn't just fly. It was exceptionally special." "Oh, I already destroyed all their materials." Seeing this, Patrick inside the mirror became even more urgent. Sweating profusely, he reminded Swallow Devourer, Seems suspicious. Is that all you think? Really? Next, he added. At that rate, they could create artificial humans of the same level as Renee in just a few years. Thinking about having a few more. Renee's, he also panicked. His face gloomy, sweating in fear as he asked Patrick back. That would be a bit scary, right? Right after that, he rolled on the ground, throwing his limbs up to the sky to throw a tantrum. I'm so tired. Can we just ignore it? Where am I supposed to find clues? Can I just destroy that whole village? Hearing this, Patrick also agreed. Do it. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. He stopped throwing a tantrum and looked into the mirror, eyes wide, asking Patrick back. Really? He confirmed with him. That's right. Do you think those humans experimented on the Demon King and then stopped? They are definitely monitoring it from somewhere. Hearing that, he looked towards him in the mirror and confirmed again. Does that mean they also see me? Next, he also answered his question. They provoked Melger and saw you. Besides, they even pushed the job of disposing of that experiment onto you. Aren't they being too excessive? Hearing this, he also confirmed again. Fine. So I will do that, huh? His face also showed immense disgust. Twitching his lips and staring, he confirmed. It was them who forced me. Okay? Don't regret it. On the other side, Patrick also narrowed his eyes in dissatisfaction and confirmed with him. That's right. Fine. If the situation is beyond saving, then let's just level that town. Back to reality, the golem had incinerated all the remnants. Along with that, under the ground, only desolation and ruins remained. Chapter 61. Receiving the report from Patrick, Melger and the large hyena obediently waited in one place for Devourer's orders. In her heart, Melger naturally felt Patrick's decision was a bit strange, only waiting for Devourer's final decision. Devourer, after a while of weighing options, decided, My dear has allowed us to destroy everything, meaning this entire city will be leveled by the two of them today. Melger beamed, eyes crinkling in a smile, her heart rejoicing, while the hyena barked a few times, wagging its tail and squealing. Devourer looked at the explosive scene. Before his eyes, not surprised, his attitude particularly calm. Truly beautiful. Only one thing, the hyena, bigger than Melger, was cowering in fear, clinging to the small figure in front, causing her to cry out. Hey! Stop pressing against me. Observing what was happening, Devourer quickly realized. It seems the humans have gathered. Naturally, tracking them has become easier. At the same time, nearby, fierce battle was also happening, attracting Devourer's attention. The sounds of swords and blades ringing ceaselessly in the vast space made it hard not to care. A blinding emerald light besieged from the side, surging at a dizzying speed that even Devourer couldn't see the situation clearly. Over there is the core center. From the magic power I sense 2 ancient spirits. Seems Renee is facing a strong opponent. Devourer looked with half an eye, his voice full of disdain. After all, this is not a worthy opponent for him, so no need to rush. Calculating slowly is not too late. If a strong person is there, then clearly the leaders of the empire are hiding somewhere. Interesting people. Melger, being idle, felt there was finally work for her, so she said, You don't need to worry about the main city gate. Naturally, saying so meant there was also preparation beforehand. Melger's eyes are now where they need to be. I used shared vision to monitor that place. Melger, on this side, patted her chest, proudly smiling until her eyes closed. My body has also recovered. Just leave it to me. Devourer turned his head to look at her with half an eye, full of weariness. But the main gate is on the opposite side. It seems this girl is too arrogant. He turned his head to look at the giant, lying forlornly in the desolate ruins behind him, planning the next step. Since everyone is doing very well. Unexpectedly, right after that, the bell was broken off its frame by a kick from Devourer, gently becoming an independent bell carried away by Devourer to be used for a great cause. A whole giant bell. Devourer picked it up without leverage, light as holding a bowl. His face expressionless, accompanied by an unfinished sentence. I should also start. His eyes swept over the dilapidated structures in front. Let's see what attracts me first. It only took a few seconds to inadvertently notice a small, soaring building, surprisingly clean and dust-free. This city is about to collapse. Yet that building is still intact, so it must not be a simple place. Devourer didn't say many words. One hand threw the giant bell towards the strange house like throwing an empty bowl. Let's start with that place. But that strange house was originally secret base of the Black Tiger Corps Arch-Itherboreas. There were guards right below the entrance. There was nothing below initially, but the crashing sound above successfully attracted their attention. Looking up, they saw an unidentified entity crashing into their base. Everyone was bewildered, unable to react, in time, just watching the base being attacked with a big question mark. The soldiers inside, the 3 core members of the Corps in this fierce battle, were attacked so suddenly they were stunned. Captain, where did that thing come from? Caused by an ancient monster. Before they could think about what was happening, both the inside and outside of the base were collapsing. Because it was attacked from one side, a supporting wall section was smashed. The house toppled towards the side with no wall due to inertia, sweeping along the soldiers still inside as it fell. Not a single one of them could escape in time. Even as it fell, they shockingly discovered. Wait, the tower is falling this way. No. Before the tower completely collapsed, the people inside escaped in time thanks to the help of the gatekeeper soldiers below. They joined forces. Stop it. A bright green shield was created wide enough to protect all of them and the others. At the last minute, the whole small tower collapsed straight onto the shield. The noise was deafening, shaking the ground. Luckily for them, their strength was also very decent. Otherwise, that shield really couldn't have withstood the weight of so many bricks and stones crashing down at once. One of the soldiers controlling the shield reported to the leader. Officer, similar to how the Central Core gathers mana in the Magic Stone. We need to accumulate mana in this temporary core. But because the tower has been destroyed, it seems it will take another 10 minutes to finish. Being peaceful and safe, but the tower collapsed. The soldiers, including Ark, were all stunned. No one thought this would happen while they were there. Ark asked thoughtfully, Sir Stormont, how long until Gwyn arrives? The person replied very quickly. About 5 minutes. Receiving an answer that wasn't very optimistic, Ark needed to calculate carefully in every step. The central core that the maid destroyed only had equipment damage. The coordinates to Neats remain. If Gwyn encounters Devourer, it might be, no, Gwyn, without the complete Book of Revelation, won't be able to defeat Devourer. The situation became increasingly difficult and insoluble. This time, we will really die for sure. Stormont suddenly made a request. Captain, can you let me return to the teleportation point? Ark turned his head suspiciously. The situation is urgent. What are you suggesting? Seeming to understand that the captain was not understood what he ultimately wanted to do, Stormont quickly explained further. I promise, I will bring Gwyn Historia back. That incredibly determined gaze was the compromise for Ark's agreement. Somewhere not far away, Gwyn was also a member of the Eterboria's Black Tiger Legion, looking at the green tornado swirling as if to suck the soul out before her eyes. The power of spirits is not absolute. She looked down at her hand again. Starting hand of the tornado swirling in front. The longer the fight drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Gwyn used this powerful tornado to deal with Renee. However, I still have the upper hand as long as this magical storm exists. Even if she breaks through, I can still block her with earth spirits. She strained her eyes at the tornado. Her determined gaze hid nothing. I won't forget my purpose here. What I want isn't a temporary victory. Gwyn was deep in her thoughts. Everything around seemed invisible compared to the stream of thoughts in her head. Only when my mana runs out will I surrender. But she couldn't stay smug for long. Less than 3 minutes later, the ground suddenly shook violently. The surrounding rocks began to shake up and down with the ground's movement. Just a second later, her whole body fell aimlessly into the air, feeling like she was hovering at an unknown height. The determined look initially turned into extreme panic. Her pupils dilated fully. Must not have expected this, huh? Her eyes turned red with baseless shock. Yeah, what the hell? Suddenly, appearing before her eyes was a round but sharp blade, feeling as if just a graze would be enough to take her little life. It appeared in the story I read as a child, back when I admired heroes. The name comes from the blade looking tiny from the sky, becoming huge when it falls. An ancient guillotine appeared. Her mind, vivid as if it happened just yesterday. Beside it was the blade of the guillotine she had just imagined, struggling to breathe in every mouthful of air while her mouth, unknowingly, was bleeding from one corner. At that time, the ground didn't stop shaking under. Surprise attack. The solid tornado she was so sure of and proud of had returned to its original form, unable to continue fighting. She was also very surprised. Clearly, my tornado was so formidable, yet it was defeated by a single cut. Her shocked gaze accompanied by stuttering words. How? How is that? It really made one laugh out loud. Where is that confident and arrogant look now? Renee's figure, blurry and faint, peered in the dust and rocks, like a brave female warrior enjoying the fruits of victory, which was the opponent's defeat. Renee approached Gwyn, who was lying sprawled on the cold, rugged pile of rocks. In her hand was the powerful treasure that had just defeated her. clearly speaking of her weapon. This blade and chain can freely extend up to 10 meters. It can slice through magic tornadoes easily. Renee approached the sword that was stuck vertically in the ground after resolving the tornado. She spoke arrogantly. Human, you received the blessing and protection of the spirits, right? She pulled the sword out. Walking towards Gwyn, she said, since you've been split in two, even if treated by a nun, you probably won't survive. The sound of the sword sweeping across the ground and the metallic clash really made one's skin crawl. Renee looked straight at Gwyn, who was lying miserably on the ground covered in injuries, while she herself didn't have a single scratch. The feeling of gloating filled her body, making her happily swipe the sword and threaten. Why don't I just finish you off? Just as Renee prepared to strike, an unpleasant call from behind completely stopped her unfinished action. Butcher maid. Like being publicly exposed. Renee turned her head, her eyes exploding with anger, almost burning up the whole sky. It was Stormont who had arrived in time. Before Renee struck. In his hand, he held an exceptionally large hammer. Compared to Thor's hammer, it was several times bigger. Seeing Renee stop, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she stopped, because Gwyn has the goddess's blessing. So I just need to stall for time. But before he could rejoice, his eyes widened like taut strings. It was extreme shock. Turns out Renee didn't care what Stormont called her. The priority was to finish Gwyn, not letting her survive to return. So she was one step faster than Stormont. The sword pinned Gwyn's leg in less than a second, making him call out to the person in hopelessness. The hope of saving the person and leaving failed. Anger rose to the peak. Stormont recklessly rushed up to attack. Renee completely disregarded him, didn't see him as a worthy opponent. Her attitude was extremely calm. It seems I will extract more from you than this corpse. Renee decisively swung her sword. A sharp sword from before immediately turned into a chain dozens of meters long attached to a sharp blade, powerfully attacking the opponent as if wanting to swallow a fat prey whole. Stormont didn't give up either. Truly, he had underestimated Renee too much. How powerful must that blade be to tear apart Gwyn's terrifying tornado? Looking at the thing in front of him, his pupils dilated fully. Surprised. Huh? Right in front of him now. Initially tiny blade transformed into a gigantic, humongous blade. Dozens of times bigger than him. It was the invincible weapon Renee always carried. Witnessing the unthinkable, he was also astonished. It grew bigger? He thought it would chop straight down on his head. But no. The rope slammed down on his spot twice while the blade continued far away without attacking directly. In a flash, the blade had gone half a dozen meters away from him, leaving him bewildered and falling back in surprise. I thought it would attack me. The blade braked, slowing down by the inertia of the rope when it met a pile of rocks stacked like a mountain. The ringing sound was extremely ear-piercing. Stormont saw this and laughed aloud, thinking he had the win in the bag this time. You threw away your weapon? Stupid choice. Butcher maid. Huh. Unexpectedly, Renee was even more cunning than him. She just waved her hand once. The blade appeared right above his head, almost falling down to take his life. By the time he looked up, the blade was already overhead and falling. Stormont quickly used the hammer in his hand to block the blade, considered as saving one life. But Renee just recited a spell. Mammalia and Homunculus. The blade's power immediately increased. Manifold, making him struggle to defend. As for Renee, she remained calm and composed. You'd better confess everything. Renee tightened the rope in her hand. The blade grew stronger again. She threatened boldly. If not, the blade will feel like it weighs 1,000 tons more. Stormont could still hold on. It was just that the ground beneath him had caved in a large area. One of his legs had buckled. It was hard to keep this little life. But it really wasn't easy because it didn't just get stronger. Because it got bigger and bigger, the downward force became heavier. He didn't expect this. It can grow even bigger? Renee truly took him from one surprise to another. Blocking this blade was harder than lifting Thor's hammer. Stormont strained until the corners of his eyes bled. Sweat raced down. His whole face exuded indescribable agony. Finally, under the weight of Renee's blade, Stormont had to accept defeat. Butcher maid. You win. Trying to hold onto his life, he admitted defeat in humiliating shame. He thought Renee would leave, with victory as easy as turning a hand. At the 90th minute, old Stormont pulled a move that caught her off guard. Someone appeared behind her back unnoticed. Coordinating with old Stormont was a numbing slap. However, you focus too much on this old man. Renee just turned her head to look. From behind, a steely voice echoed, Hey monster! Only to see Gwyn looking at Renee with curious eyes. Two red eyes, terrifying, and a steel hand clenched tight as if about to throw a black-eye punch. Less than 3 seconds later, a stream of blue mana powerfully attacked Renee straight on, pushing her dozens of meters away. The space momentarily only showed the presence of blinding mana lighting up the sky. Chap 62 Gwyn retracted her hand. The steel hand creaked with the sounds of polished metal colliding. Renee was defeated by Gwyn to the point of disappearing from the frame. Only Gwyn remained standing tall like a statue. The heavily injured Stormont, witnessing this, couldn't help but give Gwyn high praise. Truly worthy of being the hero Gwyn Historia. She repelled that maid with just one blow. Gwyn knocked Renee far away, dozens of meters, creating a long trench in the ground. For Stormont, it was truly surprising. But this was a sneak attack. If it were 1v1, they would be evenly matched. Just now, Stormont teleported everyone, commanded by Ark, including Ark, who was also at the same location. Currently, after teleporting, Ark sat contemplating and worrying. Safety must be put first. The temporary teleport gate was still working very smoothly. Ark held his forehead and face, having a headache. Being a captain is indeed not easy. Mr. Stormont will be able to gather Gwyn's group easily. This plan cannot fail. Even if they recognize that Chimera Kilos, the citizens of the Empire won't be able to know for a while. Suddenly, the image of Devourer flashed through Ark's mind. The haunting sentence kept echoing in his ears. How will you handle the consequences? Ark's pupils immediately dilated. The subordinates, realizing the commander was sitting dazed in a corner, quickly called out, Commander. It seemed the terrifying image of Devourer flashing through his head made him unsteady and fall backward, causing the subordinates to panic and fuss. Are you okay? Ark hurriedly waved it off. I am fine. How long until the gate can operate? The subordinate didn't dare delay but still stuttered a reply. About 3 minutes more. Hearing that, he felt a bit more reassured. Just ignore me and do your work. He sat dazed in the rubble created by himself. Am I hallucinating? Damn it. My fear has become an obsession. Suddenly, a light appeared. A seductive female voice surely rang out in the quiet space filled only with machine sounds. Why is our commander sitting on the ground like this? Truly unbelievable. The vice commander of the Black Tiger Legion, Spy Garrot, suddenly appeared, giving Ark a start. You are. Garrot spoke up in response. The master of the magic tower. Lord Polaris said a royal member is requesting aid. Luckily, I had business passing by here. Coincidence, huh? He didn't look at Garrot. His eyes scanned the surroundings. Master of the magic tower? And your presence here means. He hesitated, not finishing his sentence. Perhaps out of awkwardness? Garrot seemed to understand what he was thinking. She frowned and answered, That's right. Not long after, a whole crowded group appeared noisily before his eyes. According to Garrot, they were the entire Black Wolf Knight Legion. A whole crowd, or rather a extremely mighty army that followed Garrot everywhere, was present, had gathered fully here. Garrot just glanced at Ark then continued, I don't know if it's part of your plan, but Gwyn has fallen. Mr. Stormont is also heavily injured. Therefore, Gwyn is fighting that mirror-wielding maid. Hearing the name Stormont, Ark couldn't help but startle. His relaxed body immediately stood up stiffly. Wait, you heard this info from Mr. Stormont? Garrot didn't understand what Ark was saying, still calmly replying. Huh? I don't get your meaning. We just received the info and came here immediately. Hearing Garrett's answer, Ark immediately widened his eyes. Right after that, Ark hurriedly ran off, not even having time to explain. Damn it. We must leave here quickly. Gwyn is still. Ark didn't understand what was happening. Frozen in place. Commander, why is that? Ark's face turned pale. Bloodless. Sweat, big and small, raced down, soaking his face. His teeth ground together. He gritted out an order. We all must get out of here right now. He and Garrot hadn't gone many steps before falling into Melge's sights. Found them. Melge, who was beside guarding the spirit orb, saw the target and immediately reported. Lord Devourer. Devourer turned his head to look at Melge with sinister eyes. His golden pupils flashed with terrifying sparks. His deep voice seemed capable of killing a person. Is that so? In the pile of dust clouding the whole space, countless rocks piled up on each other. The atmosphere was thick and extremely hard to breathe. How could the butcher maid Renee easily defeated by just one punch from Gwyn? She was just resting for a few minutes to recover stamina and strength. Renee wasn't dead yet, still safe in the dust and remaining the invincible warrior under Devourer's hand. Renee exhaled sharply. Her heterochromatic eyes angrily looked at the group who thought they had defeated her and were gloating. If I, Renee, don't defeat these people today, my name isn't Renee. Stormont was heavily injured, but his mind was still clear enough to warn the subordinates. Don't fight her, saying one sentence, but no one understood the deep meaning, so they asked back. What do you mean? We have Gwyn and the whole legion here. So what's hard about defeating a monster? Only he understood the true meaning. Too bad sitting here explaining to these pea-brains would really mean not running in time. This is the commander's order. We shouldn't hesitate. The legion didn't dare delay and immediately told Gwyn to return. Gwyn, let's retreat. But she didn't seem very willing. Huh? Why? Gwyn prepared her 2 steel fists, ready to strike again, her voice full of determination. I already took down this monster. Just as she prepared to strike. Again, Ark shouted loudly.
No, GWYN.
Stopping her recklessness in time. Even she didn't expect that Ark, today, would go easy on such a monster. Ark, are you? She was doubting whether the usually brilliant commander was currently sane. Ark didn't say 2 words. Didn't even turn his head back to look. Sternly raised his voice. We must return immediately. But Gwyn was truly unwilling to let Renee go so easily. Why? Now is the best time to defeat the guardian of the ancient core. Ark wouldn't easily change just because of Gwyn's words. Even the trump card of the Legion must obey. There will be a time. But not now. Naturally, Ark knew not to offend. The trump card in his hand. Otherwise, controlling her would be difficult. The warhorse wouldn't easily listen to him anymore. So he knew to soften his tone. We will leave it for next time. Gwyn was still a reasonable person. At least she understood that even if she was unwilling, Ark was still the commander. Behind them were the lives of an entire legion. All couldn't be traded for her personal desire. She could only accept. If you say so. Persuading Gwyn was considered a success, though a bit reluctant. Ark's face lightened considerably. His voice also softened tenfold. All right. Ark gathered everyone, preparing to order. Everyone, go immediately towards the teleport gate. He hadn't finished speaking when a giant blade unexpectedly swept past, cutting off the escape route of both. The sound of friction between the blade and the ground made people wince, amidst a crowd standing frozen like statues, not understanding what was happening. Renee, cool and stylish, stepped out from the debris of dust and rocks. Her gentle tone was enough to sever the Black Tiger Legion's hope of survival. Who allowed you to leave? The powerful female warrior reappearing finally spoke up. Lord Devourer sent me here because he trusts me. The sharp, heterochromatic eyes of Renee shone in the dark night, containing so much anger that the next second could surely level a whole city. She concluded with one sentence. You guys, no one is allowed to leave here. Renee glanced at Ark. Here, only he looks different from the others. That redhead must be the commander. Killing him won't be easy, because while observing the whole scene, Gwyn, from nowhere, had the guts to rush in and protect him. Garrot, take Brother Ark away quickly. I will stop her. Contrary to Gwyn's aggressive battle-hungry attitude, Renee just calmly deduced. That blue-haired girl is quite strong. Renee's eyes suddenly hardened. Fresh blood flowing on one side of her forehead was the remnant of the steel punch earlier. Renee looked at Gwyn, assessing the opponent. I have faced many A-rank guilds raiding this dungeon, but I've never met anyone who could fight evenly with me like this. Renee retracted the blade in her hand. Bluntly declared, that blue-haired one, I will kill you first. This sentence successfully poked Gwyn's hot temper. She immediately bristled, demanding to kill. You want to kill me? Just try it. Even Ark couldn't stop her. Renee's eyes darkened a few shades, accompanied by a creepy smile and a puzzling unfinished sentence. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Less than a second later, a swarm of black-purple butterflies appeared, fluttering around them. Garrot didn't understand what was happening either. Where are the butterflies from? It was just that they thought too naively. Where could these butterflies come from? It was the thing they always feared that had arrived. One of the sharp-eyed subordinates realized. Commander, it's magic. Both Ark and Gwyn stood frozen, looking, eyes wide, mouths open, stuttering, unable to speak. What is this? Before they could regain their composure, a familiar figure in a shiny black suit appeared, striding through the hazy smoke, advancing towards them. The voice raised made the opponent terrified. I came here to find Zen. Ark stared in surprise. No matter how fast they are still a step too slow. This trip, the whole legion is doomed. The dashing man put his hands in his pockets. His nonchalant tone was unconcealed. It's quite crowded and fun here, isn't it? Ark's eyes bulged as if standing before death's door. The man, seeing Ark's attitude, only joked. So, the man was the fear. And also his obsession. Swallow Devourer. The big boss who could single-handedly destroy their Black Tiger Legion without shedding a drop of sweat. The person causing obsession in his mind every minute and second was standing here in the flesh, teasing him. Hello. Devourer ignored Ark. Glanced at the group gathered, staring at him. He looked at them with half an eye. You guys look very familiar. Despite them looking at him with astonished eyes, Devourer's attitude didn't change. Ah, I remember now. Renee reunited with Melge and the spirit orb, receiving a caring inquiry. Are you okay? Responded with a nod. Devourer still had the mind to joke. I thought I'd never see you guys again. This blue squirrel. And redhead too. Ah, and you are the brave boy. Ark being named. Pointed out had a bloodless face. Mouth reluctantly exhaled a breath as a way to reduce fear, which reduced but not significantly. In his head, Devourer's sentence from the previous meeting echoed. How will you handle the consequences? Devourer continued speaking. The Empire has so many people, yet we still meet again. Truly interesting. Ark still had reason. Scared, but he didn't forget to think about the main matter. There must be a reason this monster isn't destroying the city but came here to find us. The very next second, his action. Gwyn behind him stare in surprise with shocked eyes. Ark actually knelt down respectfully. Before Devourer, who stood tall like a high mountain in front. It is truly an honor that you still remember us. How have you been lately? Devourer looked at him with half an eye, basically didn't put him in his eyes. Viewed him as a buzzing fly. No need for such ceremony. Ark cautiously bowed his head to explain. I want to say, this incident has nothing to do with us. But it seemed he had underestimated Devourer's IQ. Devourer finally had to speak up bluntly. Hey, you guys live in the central stronghold. So there's no way you came here for nothing, right? Ark immediately backed down. Came here to resolve that troublesome case. If you want to find the true culprit of this matter, we will try to cooperate as much as possible. Devourer didn't say anything, just silently observed his expression. If he had a single slip-up, he would recognize it immediately. Nothing, no one could. Past Devourer's eyes, even the Black Tiger Legion commander Arkansas Devourer turned his back to leave. Whatever. Ignoring Ark still kneeling on the cold, hard, rocky ground. Boredly called out. Zen. Let's go home.
I'm tired.
Renee heard the order and immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Devourer only then noticed his pet chicken was bleeding and started. Huh? Zen. You're bleeding. Ark thought this trial had passed. Ready. Finally hearing the word blood, his whole body tensed like a string. Sweat on his face flowed in streams, forming big drops ready to fall. His inner mind was also stressed to the extreme. Is it okay? 2 drops of sweat fell. In the silent space of tension, enough to create a noise attracting others' attention. And naturally Devourer was.
No exception.
That sound successfully reached his saintly ears. However, Devourer still showed no reaction. Seeing Devourer's back slowly leaving, Ark secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His face also brightened. The corners of his mouth were about to lift into a smile. His inner self was happy as a clam. Success. But before he could rejoice for 5 seconds, Devourer was at his ear whispering dangerously. What are you laughing at? Cutting off his hope of survival. Devourer kicked his chest once, making him flip backward. He didn't expect this move from Devourer to be so cunning. Pushed down unexpectedly, he struggled to gasp for every mouthful of air to breathe. Mouth stammering. Since when did you? Gwyn and Garrot, seeing the respected commander being tormented by Devourer like a beggar, couldn't stand it anymore and rushed up. But Devourer didn't care about this group. You guys really think? But they dared to stop. Then let's give them a taste of life. Ark looked with extreme fear at Devourer with innocent eyes, as if wanting to beg for a bit of pity to spare them a path to live. Devourer's declaration was a sharp knife stabbing straight into everyone's chest, also destining them to a single future path. Will I let everything go so easily? Chap 63. A whole group of Black Tiger Legion members stood like statues, not knowing what to do except stare at their commander defeated by Devourer. Gwyn couldn't stand this scene and pushed in. Renee couldn't stop her in time either. Face panic-stricken. The scene was like a death sentence court. Everywhere was thick with dark mana. A slight slip could mean losing one's life. Truly could not be underestimated. Ark didn't know how dangerous the situation behind his back was. What he worried about now was Devourer in front of him with a large amount of killing intent enough to kill a person. In the dark space with a little weak light, Only Gwyn's frantic scream remained. Renee and Melge stood at one side, silently watching the master execute justice. Devourer's voice rang out clearly. Perhaps Riasta owes you, but this matter cannot be ignored. Renee remained, serious like that, seriously watching the master punish the one who caused it all, including the wound on her forehead bleeding every minute and second. Devourer approached Ark. The nonchalant attitude didn't change. Completely didn't view him as a real opponent. Just saw it as a little practice. The voice was no less disdainful. Especially you. Devourer pointed straight at Ark's face. He was originally still in human form, but under his fear and obsession, Devourer was a ferocious demon pointing at his face, treating him as less than trash. Yet that fear was clearly displayed on his face through every drop of sweat pouring like a bath. The situation was tense. A volley of tiny wooden arrows flew in, sticking straight into the ground. A few reached close to Devourer's position, successfully attracting Devourer's attention. The talented commander of the Black Tiger Legion was still under his claws. Why is there someone daring enough to shoot arrows to disturb? Truly don't know their own strength. One of the soldiers who could be considered elite of the Black Tiger Legion had the audacity to shoot arrows, and arrogantly commanded, "Right now, Miss Gwyn." Even Ark had to startle and turn his head to look. How is this guy so impulsive? Even I don't dare to act rashly, yet he, unexpectedly, shooting arrows was just a diversionary move to distract Devourer from Ark so Gwyn could rush in to save him. It was just that these fools didn't know. If it weren't for Devourer doing it on purpose, they basically had no chance to save Arkansas. Devourer detected Gwyn pulling Ark away. His attitude very calm, as if he knew for sure that even if they saved him, they couldn't leave here. His tone clearly mocking. "Hey, where are you going?" Garrot had reacted in time. By now, quickly called out. "Everyone stay here. Use full force to protect the two of them." Devourer looked at the back of Gwyn, dragging Ark away, and clicked his tongue. Left hand grabbing the cloak, preparing a small but big surprise for them. Gwyn and Ark hadn't gone far. Below there was a loud, earth-shaking explosion. In an instant, black smoke covered the entire view. Only heard Devourer say one sentence. "You guys are really annoying," then waved his hand once. People couldn't be seen, but the voice and hand were clear. Immediately after, a series of dark mana spears rushed at Gwyn and Arkansas. Gwyn only gasped one sentence. Can't dodge it." Both stood frozen, waiting for death. Just when it was thought the two core warriors of the Black Tiger Legion would depart under the sharp mana spears, all three spears were blocked. It was also that guy who shot the arrows earlier, sacrificing himself to shield Gwyn and Ark for safety. One biggest mana spear pierced through his chest. Two arms also took the remaining two mana spears. Bright red blood sprayed out like a fountain from his person. Truly a warrior. His whole body stabbed to ruins. Yet he still stretched his mouth filled with fresh blood to smile. "This time I was faster than you, huh? Gwyn." His body heavily injured. Survival chance 0. He knew that, so he spoke his last words. "Please, take care of the captain." Then heroically sacrificed to protect the commander and teammate, collapsing his whole body forward before the astonishment of Gwyn and Arkansas. His fresh blood still lingered on Gwyn's face, witnessing a teammate die miserably at Devourer's hands. Gwyn fell into a daze. 2 rows of white teeth clenched together, throat uttering groans, unable to form words. His sharp arrows still there, one lying on the ground, one stuck straight into the stone. Only the person was no more. Gwyn ground her teeth loudly. The anger suppressed in her heart only wished she could kill Devourer with one punch. Gwyn decisively stood up to fight. Not a single soldier more can die at the hands of Devourer. The Royal European suit on her body had vanished into smoke at some point, revealing a badass outfit. She took steady, earth-shaking steps. However, she hadn't even taken 3 steps. She was stopped by Ark gripping her hand. "Gwyn, don't. She's losing it. This move of yours isn't working. Instead, it's making her blood boil even more. Why are you stopping me?" Ark no longer had enough strength to explain to her. He could only stop her from acting rashly. "Don't." But a hot-headed person is never easy to advise. Gwyn's attitude didn't soften. "Why not?" Garrot was on the outside, not participating in the battle, so she could observe the situation more easily, but generally, she was still panicked. Sweat was drenching her elegant face. She started calculating another way to save the whole team. If they wanted to end this war, they had to use a teleportation gate. But anything that can change. Big picture is never easy to do. Surrounding Garrot was a large amount of dark mana from Devourer. How could one simply say escape and then escape? A stream of dark mana was covering the area. It was like a toxic gas. It's making it so hard to breathe. Naturally, if Garrot felt hard to breathe, then the other soldiers in the team would also feel hard to breathe. Upon encountering the mana, they gasped for air laboriously. Oxygen in the air seemed to drop to near zero. Garrot realized that too. The consciousness of others was also affected, so choosing teleportation coordinates was very difficult. Standing before a brain-racking choice, making a trade-off was inevitable. She shouted the name.
Aina.
Aina, inside the crowd, heard the call and immediately rushed up. Normally, training these slogans was meant for emergency situations. Today it was applied easily. She shouted loud again. I understand. Devourer had been very calm from the start. He heard their command and immediately understood the issue, then sighed. Again, Aina received the order and quickly rushed. Where Devourer was standing tall, eyes filled with absolute determination, echoing words of self-encouragement. I must push back this mana flow and buy time for them to erect the teleportation gate. To do that, I must confront him directly. She took out a shiny golden shield from behind her back, running at dizzying speed. The shield is the 36th form, 3rd stance. Wall of Heart. Gwyn, watching from the side, saw Aina make her move and couldn't help but be startled.
Aina.
The shield's power had been activated, just waiting to attack the opponent. She hadn't been smug for long. A stream of light from behind cut off the last hope of the entire team. The three of them, Gwyn, Ark, and Garrot, were all dumbfounded, looking up.
Shock.
Bewilderment, helplessness were clearly shown on their faces. A familiar slash swept past the arm, holding Aina's shield, pinning it straight into the ground, bringing with it spurts of bright red blood. Renee suddenly appeared with a sharp slash, just reaching out a hand to knock Aina's shield away. She pointed stylishly and said, Humans, I don't know what you want to do, but I won't let you have your way. Aina, having her thunder stolen, was naturally very bitter. A few drops of blood splashed straight onto her eyes. Her throat let out a few growls, suppressing her anger. Gwyn being the undefeated ace of the Black Tiger Legion until now. If she didn't retreat herself, she would never lose to anyone. Yet today she was stopped time and again. Then witnessing her teammates, one by one sacrificing themselves or getting critically injured, she couldn't take it anymore. The anger suppressed in her heart now exploded directly. Her eyes widened, welling up with tears, knowing clearly she could defeat Renee, but having to watch Renee run wild time after time, she was mad to the point of losing control. Ark, right behind her, was also surprised. Gwyn, she clenched her fists, completely unleashing her fury. She screamed, I will kill all of you. But Ark was still faster. Before she could rush up, he hurriedly hugged her small body. No. Gwyn. She struggled in his large embrace but couldn't escape. Let me go. Ark finally had to say helplessly, You must survive. I beg you. Gwyn. If the Legion didn't have Gwyn, it would surely turn into smoke and dust, which is why Ark risked his life to stop her like that. Devourer's group, witnessing this emotional scene, was endlessly bored. What are they doing? Going to fight but still have to watch this cheesy play.
Aina's shield, ling peacefully.
On the ground, suddenly moved, attracting Devourer's attention. Stormont, who was critically injured and resting in a corner, to recover, suddenly picked up the shield to fight and protect the whole team. Ark, busy stopping Gwyn, was also startled. Mr. Stormont? He activated the Wall of Heart, inherent ability of the shield, creating a large barrier just enough to cover the dozens of them present at the scene. Devourer, though not understanding what was happening very much, what is that? But layers of mana from behind, following his command, rushed to attack the shield. Mana hit the shield, but the protective layer remained safe and unbreached. Truly surprising. Old Stormont, inside, holding the shield, was extremely panicked. Phew, did I block it yet? The treasure of the Legion, which in the eyes of Devourer was like a rare strange creature, hard to find. It was an extremely powerful treasure. Devourer looked at the shield with interested eyes. His two eyes lit up. He praised in high spirits. Pretty tough. But the main mission could not be neglected. His snake-like eyes hardened. His face darkened a few shades. His tone also dropped significantly. Seems I have to get serious. Old Stormont successfully protected everyone. Once, hadn't had time to rejoice when he was scared witless by the tall entity before his eyes. The entity before him was Devourer in his transformed state, hundreds of times bigger than him and several times the shield combined. It was also his first time seeing something so huge. He couldn't help but be astonished. What is that thing? In the vast space simultaneously appeared a series of magic spells that dazzled the group of people. mouths ceaselessly exclaiming, "Magic? So much magic." Garrot at the back with the others, erecting the teleportation gate, was constantly worried for old Stormont's safety. "Just a little more. The gate will be finished. Please, just hold on a little longer. Mr. Stormont, please." In the meantime, Stormont was still struggling to brace himself against the large amount of magic attacking the shield relentlessly at once. "I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer." Just praying Garrot would quickly finish the gate. They were very confident in that powerful shield being able to protect them completely to finish the teleportation gate. The 36 forms were rumored to be created by a god, even against a serious strike from an ancient monster, like a way to cut off the hope of living for the useless group. Devourer's magic strengthened a bit more. The barrier created by the shield could no longer hold and vanished into smoke, shattering like dust. After all, it was a powerful item. When destroyed, it would naturally leave behind significant remnants. The whole ground shook violently. People standing near were all affected, including the Legion. Stormont watched the shield shatter before his eyes, just like their future of survival also shattering along with it. Pupils contracted. A feeling of peerless helplessness flooded his heart. The safety of the entire Legion today was considered done for. The efforts of all of them had gone down the drain. The shattered shield also backfired on the user. This was a natural effect no one knew about because they had never met an opponent strong enough to defeat the shield. Stormont was the first to try. Shards flew back along with powerful magic attacking, making him roll his eyes, unable to react in time. Thousands of other debris scattered, falling down at dizzying speed, like nuclear bombs plunging down wanting to destroy everything. They hit the ground, creating huge tremors. The explosion was filled with indescribable smoke and dust. Gwyn and Ark, in the center of the smoke and dust, coughed violently amidst the space covered entirely in smoke. Wanting a bit of oxygen to breathe was also extremely difficult. A whispering voice from the smoke made Ark startle. "Run, run away, Captain." He widened his eyes to look, seeming to no longer believe his own eyes, because before him was old Stormont, his left chest hollowed out by a large hole. His heart had been seized and taken away by Devourer's magic. Only a little weak struggle remained. Both Gwyn and Ark were astonished, unable to speak. "Mr. Stormont." The position of the hole on the left chest bled profusely. Fresh red blood gushed like a spring with no end. The old man still tried to protect them until the last moment of his life. "Just ignore this old body, Gwyn. I entrust the captain and the future of the entire empire to you." Gwyn was in mental shock. Aside from crying out, she completely didn't think of anything else. His whole face was streaming with lines of fresh red blood flowing down from the top of his head. The scene was extremely tragic. The final last words had to be uttered. "It's an honor to be sacrificed for you." Devourer didn't seem to be affected by the attack at all. Before the huge dying body of old Stormont, he still had the mood to joke. "You guys are still alive?" Gwyn was driven mad. Moreover, witnessing the death of a teammate for the second time, and it was the death of a veteran soldier she respected, added to the intentional provocation of Devourer. Her feet immediately took steady steps, earth-shattering. It was still Ark pulling her hand to stop her. No, Gwyn, you can't beat him." But the anger and hatred inside Gwyn had completely exploded. Right now, words could no longer stop her from standing up to fight for revenge. She ignored the captain's prevention, determined to step forward. That wasn't important anymore. Standing before the mighty entity of Devourer, Gwyn showed no fear. Her two steel arms simultaneously glowed with full power, obscuring the strange black smoke of Devourer. A strong, determined attitude, leaving a final sentence for her teammate. "Because I am a hero." Gwyn rushed into the dark mana stream, with a heart of determination, even if she had to sacrifice today. She would protect everyone. A hero is someone who will always protect everyone. Two powers collided at the same time, the aftershock especially larger than ever. Chapter 64. Pile of rank B mana stones stacked up on the cart. "This amount is surely enough for a long time." Renee lounged on the cart, laughing more heartily than ever. "Wow, they're so beautiful and sparkling." Lord Devourer. Devourer at the back leisurely leaned back to rest, not replying, leaving the ruins flaring with smoke and fire of the battle a while ago. The three sat on the wooden cart full of rank B mana stones. Devourer, tired, leaned back after the long, energy-consuming battle to summarize the day. "We didn't come here for this." But Renee didn't care much like that, very innocently and happily chimed in. "But we still earned a lot, right?" Devourer nodded in agreement. True. Well, not bad. Devourer looked at the pile of sparkling green stones. Satisfied, then picked up one, fingering it while speaking. I was right to let the golem enter the village to see how crazy it could get. It still did its job well before running out of mana. Fill it up with mana when we get back. He casually threw the small stone in his hand into the storage box. Not participating in the main battle, so Renee could easily observe Devourer's actual condition, so she dared to speak honestly. You also took a lot of time to reveal your true form. Devourer picked up other stones and squeezed them tight. Well, I can't just crush them. Devourer squeezed the stone in, hand as if wanting to crush it, mouth moving. But when I think about the trouble he caused me, Devourer's brows furrowed. Inside his eyes were layers of deep schemes, his words full of calculation. How should I say this? Killing them like that would be a waste. In another place, amidst the cemetery, connected to the mortuary of the Black Tiger Legion, the place burying soldiers who bravely sacrificed their lives for the Legion. The suffocating atmosphere intertwined, making it hard to breathe. A bright blue flower was gently dropped to the bottom of the grave along with the solemn coffin that had been lowered. A petite figure stood above the two graves being buried, occasionally sobbing quietly. The female warrior Gwyn, usually fighting fiercely, today was in a gentle, charming white-blue dress, holding a blue chrysanthemum in her hand. Sadness was clearly visible on her lovely face. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Remember when Van's raid team faced the ancient core? Bariskill spoke up to console. Thanks to you, we avoided destruction. Gwyn shut her eyes tight, dissatisfied with herself. I know that. But Bariskill ignored whether Gwyn gave herself or not, changing the subject with a flattering compliment. That flower is beautiful. From behind came the sound of footsteps, slow and steady. Both turned their heads simultaneously to look. Garrot suddenly appeared with words of comfort. Gwyn, I bet everyone feels grateful. But Gwyn fundamentally found it very hard to overcome the guilt, even though it wasn't her fault at all. Still hugging the blue flower tightly in her arms, just like hugging the overflowing regret. Gwyn's eyes narrowed, brows furrowed tight together, lips slightly bitten as if to suppress the bursting of emotions. Her voice trembling and weak. Impossible. Her amethyst eyes glistening with layers of tears. Tears about to fall in guilt and regret. The trembling in her words couldn't be hidden. The what-if story started again. If I had arrived a bit earlier. Gwyn's legs could no longer stand firm, knees buckling, but hands still cherishing the blue flower respectfully as if the person was really here. If I was a bit stronger, I could have defeated the maid. The image of Ana with the steel shield, laughing happily in the peaceful days before appeared in Gwyn's mind, becoming a double-edged sword cutting into her heart. And if I was even stronger, Gwyn gritted her teeth, feeling of helplessness flooding from her brain to her throat. Surely I could have killed Devourer and saved everyone. Tears had overflowed at some point, falling uncontrollably on her lovely face, her expression contorted miserably. If I... The sentence stopped halfway, choked in her throat. Garrot interrupted. You will defeat him. I believe that one day you will be able to defeat Devourer. The three looked down at the grave. The coffin of one of those who sacrificed was carefully buried under the pure white cloth. Also the explanation for the sentence. And because of that victory, people fought like that. Garrot sat down slumped, hugging Gwyn to comfort. So, Garrot hugged Gwyn who was sobbing, unable to suppress the emotion, tears still glistening in the corners of eyes. Speaking softly, you must forget the past, Gwyn. Gwyn finally couldn't take it anymore, and burst out crying, collapsing on the soft but solid shoulder of Garrot. Gwyn naturally cried loudly uncontrollably, hands still clutching the chrysanthemum branch. Blue chrysanthemum petals fell from the vase. In the command room, the atmosphere inside the room of the Legion captain wasn't much better than outside. Darkness covered the whole room, suffocating. Ark sat dazed and silent on the chair. How am I still alive? Why? 10,000 questions of why appeared in his head one by one, eyes hazy with lack of understanding. But the biggest question was, why didn't Devourer kill me? Ark recalled that encounter. Clearly Devourer could have killed him. So why didn't he make the move? Why let him return safely? Surely, that was the perfect opportunity for him to kill me. And the final scene of the battle blurred, playing slowly in memory. When Devourer rushed in, Gwyn also rushed in preparing for a decisive battle. Then an earth-shattering battle took place. Not knowing who won or lost, a blue light suddenly shone brighter. Then Devourer angrily muttered, "Huh? TSK. How boring." Gwyn fighting returned to Ark's position, asking suspiciously, "Teleportation magic?" Garrot. Devourer called out a sentence that successfully attracted Ark's attention. "Hey you." The black-haired boy seemed in his mind. Devourer's voice had become a deep obsession. Devourer transformed into human form, standing on the peak of the high mountain George Voss, while Ark was below like a small creature in the palm of his hand. Devourer opened his mouth wide to reveal sharp white teeth contrasting with gloomy skin. It was the typical form of a demon, mouth whispering a few unclear words. In Ark's head now it was hazy, unable to remember what Devourer said no matter what. It seemed that ancient monster wanted to tell him something. Ark tiredly leaned back on the chair. I want to investigate more, but there are too many eyes watching, I can't act." He turned his chair towards the transparent glass. Looking through the panoramic view outside, face gloomy. "I can't even attend my subordinate's funeral." It seemed all helplessness was pushed. To the peak he stood up, muttering, "From now on, I will handle the reports." But not having gone far, his whole huge body swayed, unable to stand firm. Trying to prop his hand on the table to not fall was only a temporary solution. The vision before his eyes gradually blurred, like the body being attacked by something. Feeling the space dark, he grabbed the candle that had burned halfway, staggering forward. "My eyes suddenly have a feeling like they're about to explode." He took a long time to walk towards the mirror in the corner of the room, intending to use the weak light of the candle to look in the mirror to see what exactly was wrong with his eyes. The left eye throbbed, making him continuously scream, "Damn it, what the hell?" But his left eye was still normal. Nothing happened to the eyes. Ark was a bit surprised. Is it just pain from being too tired? Why? Suddenly Devourer's entity flashed past his head as if just taking something from him. Fear instantly invaded his mind. He started staggering and falling backward, the candle in his hand also uncontrollably falling to the ground. His vision darkened, black smoke slowly obscuring the view, then leaving only a patch of darkness covering everything. A white hazy space with calls. "Up. Gup. Captain. Captain." Garrot suddenly appeared before Ark's eyes, appearing gentle and solicitous, asking about his illness, truly making one feel warm. "Are you okay, Captain?" Ark dreamily called the name Garrot. Ark woke up from a state of unconsciousness on the cold tiled floor, supported by Garrot so he could crawl up a bit easier, still surrounded by a mood of confusion. Did I just faint? How long? Thought Ark was settled, but a coughing fit came rushing in. Ark couldn't suppress the violent cough, coughing several times until his lungs felt loose. Unexpectedly, it was just a dry cough, but he coughed up a huge glob of blood, bright red with a few blood clots. Garrot, seeing fresh blood, was scared, hurriedly leaning in to ask, "Gup. Captain, are you okay?" Ark not only didn't answer but also coughed up another glob of blood right into his hand, staining the pristine white glove red. Garrot couldn't hold it anymore and urgently called, "Hey you, call the pharmacist quickly." He hazily and weakly held his chest with the other hand not stained with blood, deep in thought. "Ah, I understand now. It's not that he didn't kill me." Ark frowned, looking at the left hand, stained with fresh blood, silently cursing in his heart. "You bastard, Devourer." Turns out back then, Devourer stated a condition to spare his life, which was, "You have about 6 months." And currently, this symptom of coughing blood is the first sign. Chapter 65. Right now, shattered glass shards were scattered all over the ground beneath the feet of the Black Tiger Legion's vice captain. She looked at these shards, then stood, pensive. Then she squatted down and said, "The hallucinations? Are they getting worse?" Ark replied, "I'm used to it, so it's fine." He continued, "I should feel lucky that I can still see people like before." Garrot heard this and was stunned. A moment later she continued, "It's been for days already, so it's only a matter of time. The treatment isn't effective, the symptoms aren't improving, and our minds haven't found the cause yet." Ark heard that and said, "That means modern medicine can't solve this situation." He angrily thought, the one who left this behind is Devourer. Perhaps there really is no way to cure it. He decided, it's come to this, there's only one option. Then he ordered the vice captain of the Black Tiger Legion, "Garrot, I use my command authority to order you. From this moment on, no one is allowed to know about my condition. Of course, including Gwyn." Garrot said, "Before I die, the apocalypse will be completed. And for that purpose, we will prioritize restoring the destroyed masterpiece and the lost forces of the Night Legion. I will personally handle the Night Legion matter." I will gather the talents you had your eye on. She continued. They left here a few hours ago, so perhaps there are teams that have approached the target. Ark thought. I was wondering where Gwyn and a few members went. Since when did they? Then he scolded Garrot. Don't you think you should have reported to me before starting? She calmly replied. I assumed. Reporting to a superior in such a terrible condition wouldn't do anything. It would just complicate things further. After everything is over, I will write a detailed report. Perhaps I will have to leave this place for a while. Ark heard this and was very angry. He said, Oh. She smiled a creepy smile, turned back and said, Because on the way here, I saw the person you hate the most heading this way. He heard this and was scared, stammering. What? You mean? Then she left immediately after. Ark said, By the way, don't use magic arbitrarily in this base. Then there was a knock on the door outside. He invited them in. At this moment, an old man walked in. It was Pope Uranisia III. He said, Greetings, Captain. I heard the news, so I came here, hoping this old man's words of comfort will reduce some of your sorrow. Ark replied, Do you know what? Then he stood up and walked towards the old pope, saying, Perhaps you've been a priest for too long, so you always lie very badly. He continued, You only came here to hear my answer, right? The old man replied, It is indeed so. He asked further, Why can't it be someone else? Why must it be us? I want the Edelbrecht Cranewolf Knight Legion, strongest army of this empire, to stand with us. Just that simple? The old pope replied, In the current empire, religion is just a tool to maintain relations with the Holy Empire, but in reality, we are just an organization suppressed in secret. He continued, Sometimes my life is considered only worth as much as a lowly noble. Ark replied, You speak as if we are suppressing your dogmas. Even if God really exists in this empire, our God is His Majesty the Emperor. The old man slammed his hand on the table and laughed. Hee hee, of course. Then he smiled a sinister smile and said, Currently it is so, but soon the blessings will reach every corner of this human land. Then he got excited, spread his arms wide and spoke loudly. Then, we will be able to escape this suppression and spread our dogmas widely. Ark said, Sounds like you are about to start a holy war. He replied, You conclude too hastily. I can't even hold a silver spoon, let alone a sword. Then he continued to smile a creepy smile and said, Just like you right now, Captain. He looked at the old man with sharp, cold eyes. He continued, Seems like your condition isn't very good today, so I'll take my leave. Just consider that I haven't heard your answer yet. Then he turned away and didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. I hope you can listen to the will of God. Then he slammed the door shut. Ark sat alone thinking, Answer, huh? Answer. Fine. Next time, I will use another way to answer you. Thinking of this, he exuded an extremely scary demonic aura. Switching scenes to the main character, everyone had reached the fourth room. The skeleton guy said, Miss Melger. Then he looked at the surrounding scenery and continued, From now on, this is the room that you and your demon dog will be in charge of. The little girl heard this and became excited, asking back, Really? Then the little girl and the dog rejoiced endlessly. It's like a dream, isn't it? The little girl was excited. We can rebuild the entire castle in this room. Let's think about how to decorate it. The skeleton guy said to the main character, Luckily she likes it. The main character replied, Seems like you like it too, huh? The skeleton replied, Of course. Wiping out those pests for it is worth it. Boss found a very excellent gatekeeper. The main character said, You must be talking about Twentons, right? The skeleton replied, That's right. Actually, just having Twentons. No, I mean that demon dog in this room is enough. I didn't name it. Don't look at me. The skeleton continued. If I remember correctly, it was Miss Melger who brought it. The main character replied, And she also named it. The skeleton heard this and was stunned. Miss Melger really has an eye for choosing subordinates, but her naming sense is truly. The main character replied, True, but it seems she doesn't know the real identity of that dog. The skeleton said, Well, perhaps this isn't the right time yet. One day she will find out. At this moment Renee walked over and said, Lord Devourer, I have finished arranging the golem in the third room. The magic stone used as energy source has also been fully charged and hidden inside the wall, so normal humans won't be able to find it. He patted the little girl's head and said, Good job. This made the little girl happy and laugh out loud. He continued, By the way, Renee, you've worked hard this time, and you also completed everything very well. The girl replied, "Thank you, Lord Devourer. You two haven't changed a bit, huh?" Then he shouted loudly, "Even. Headache every time I see the scene is exactly the same. Truly pitiful for Mr. Skeleton." Then he turned to look at the two and said, "I can't watch anymore, so I'll get straight to the main point." The two wondered, "Main point?" Mr. Skeleton said, "Boss, this time." Before he could finish the sentence, the main character cut him off. "Stop it." Then he put on a dumb face and said, "If I have to go out, I won't do it." Mr. Skeleton replied, "That's exactly it." The main character played dumb. Exactly? Ah. Mr. Skeleton continued, "This time, please don't step out of the dungeon. A lot of things have happened so far, haven't they? And this time you even destroyed a whole city." The main character, with a sad face, replied, and it seemed like other unexpected events also. Speaking, I can't watch anymore, so I'll get straight to the point. You two keep wondering about the main issue." Mr. Shuang said, "Boss, this time." Before he could finish, the main cut him off. "Stop it." Then he put on a stupid face and said, "If I have to go out, I won't do it." Mr. Shuang replied, "That's exactly it." The main was stupefied. "Oh, really? Ah." Mr. Shuang continued, "This time, please don't step out of the dungeon. A lot has happened up until now, right? And this time you even destroyed a whole citadel." The main looked glum and replied, and it seems that other sudden events also heard about it. They think your actions are very unusual." Mr. Skeleton continued, showing an extremely annoyed look, saying, "So what? Do they want to come see me face to face to complain?" Mr. Skeleton replied, "That's right." Both of them turned back blankly to look at Mr. Skeleton with a seriously expression. Mr. Skeleton continued, "We have contacted Lady Bathory. The other dungeons have a lot to say to the boss." He rubbed his face wearily. Such a hassle. Then he sat down and asked, "So when are they arriving?" He was answered, "Today." All three stood pensive for a moment, before realizing. Then everyone shouted in unison, "For real." Chapter 66. At this moment the
Multied monster lauged loudly.
As expected, home is the best. Suddenly the red-haired girl kicked straight at the monster and said, "Do you know what's going on?" She looked at everyone working and said, "Year-end cleaning?" Then she continued to kick monster and looked annoyed. "It's not even the end of the year yet." This made the purple-haired girl flinch. "Do great dungeons gather often?" The skeleton guy said, "Not really. If you're talking about a gathering Judecca, then there's no such thing. Judecca aimed to unite the Demon King's race. But there was one. I will witness a historical moment right now." The skeleton guy thought, "A historical moment?" Then he said, "Well, you're not wrong. I've never heard of a gathering of the great dungeon masters before." The skeleton guy continued, "Well, this also means our boss has caused too much trouble recently. We shouldn't be too enthusiastic." Then he continued, "Looking at letter we received this time tells it all. Coming to the ancient core, it didn't even ask for permission or reveal the purpose of the visit." The girl also said, "No respect at all." The skeleton guy replied, "Right." Then he crumpled the letter. "Those people, so rude." Then he threw it behind him. "No manners." The girl looked at the skeleton guy, seeing the letter being crumpled and thrown onto the nearby crates. Her face became serious. Suddenly, the two received a report. "Sir Patrick, it seems there is an intruder." The skeleton guy said to the girl, "Melger, inform everyone of this news." The girl rode the dog away, replying, "Understood." Then he said, "I will go there to see what's happening." Then he put on a terrifying face. "The reason these guests are here, at this time in the central area of the kingdom. Alliance, a group of people was pulling a cart through the desert. The Great Desert is the largest trade route spanning across the southern kingdom." Suddenly, the driver exclaimed, "The ground is shaking." Suddenly, right in front of the cart, a strip of land rose high. He startled and exclaimed, "It looks like a worm with 3 teeth on top." At this time, night had fallen somewhere else. A man was holding up a torch. "Let's conquer the dungeon and reclaim our land. The enemies are just oversized insects. With the elite force selected from the southern kingdom, we will kick those filthy creatures out." Just as he finished speaking, everyone was slaughtered by those monsters. The arm of the man holding the torch was also severed. Screams of misery from everyone. "No, save me. I don't want to die like this." People were bitten to death by the insects. The man holding the torch earlier stood trembling. Before the swarm of monsters. Impossible. Where did they get an army dozens of times larger than ours? This. As he spoke, the man fell to his knees. This is a nightmare, the man shouted. At this moment, something was approaching. It was the ruler of the desert. The monsters looked at it in terror. Despair now covered the 5 kingdoms. At this time, the skeleton guy was running swiftly towards that place. The movement I saw in the video was very clear. Then he thought while running and stopped. In front of him was the worm monster from earlier. It said, "It seems not all the monsters have recovered yet." He suddenly remembered. A voice mimicking a human? I heard. They're insect monsters that can mimic the voices of the people they devour. No, more importantly, the intent behind its words. Could it be trying to measure the strength of the ancient core? As expected, I must act before boss appears. At this moment, our main character slowly walked over. What are you two doing? Making love or what? This startled both the skeleton guy and the monster. Following him were 2 girls, Renee and Melger. Lord Devourer, wait for us. Then the skeleton guy said to MC, "Boss, please step back. I will handle this." This made the MC bewildered. Why? At this moment, the monster exclaimed, "Oh my, master!" Continued, "Long time no see. I am very glad that you are still well." The MC said, "Oh, Hezebel? You've grown, haven't you?" The girl replied, I. Master shouldn't say that to a lady. You clumsy teacher. He said, "I heard some news about you. Seems you're getting more famous. How have you been lately?" "I'm still doing well, thanks to your teachings." The 2 girls over here heard this and their jaws dropped. Doing well indeed. Just looking at the face tells it. Renee trembled. "Lady." Then he introduced, "Say hello. This is the former gatekeeper of the ancient core, Hezebel." Then the monster shyly said, "Hello. Sorry for introducing myself late. I am Hezebel, the sand dungeon." This terrified the other 3. At this moment, the red-haired girl said, "So in short, Lady Hezebel was the gatekeeper protecting the blue path before I arrived? Your question about monster recovery was just out of concern for the safety of our dungeon." She thought to herself, "How funny." The skeleton guy said, "The reason you remained silent during our confrontation was because you were shy?" Then the MC asked, "Is that so?" The monster shyly said, "I didn't know what to say during the first meeting." The skeleton guy was annoyed. "Why didn't you tell us?" The MC replied, "Well, I was too lazy, so I forgot to tell you guys." The skeleton guy sighed. "Even if she is a former gatekeeper and close to our boss, she is now the master of another great dungeon. We cannot lower our guard." The monster leaned close to the skeleton and said, "I am your biggest fan, Sir Patrick." This made him awkward. "Yes, people say that when using a sword you are peerless, so you were titled the strongest swordsman and Death Knight, even though you're just a skeleton, right? It's an honor to meet you." The skeleton guy felt very flattered hearing this. Then he smiled brightly. "Just consider this your home and make yourself comfortable, Mississippi." And so, psychological manipulation was successful. They proudly boasted to everyone, "Did you hear that? The master of another great dungeon is my fan." The 2 girls were speechless. "You're embarrassing me." Then the monster asked the 2 girls, "You 2 are?" The girl replied, "Current gatekeeper, Rin. My name is Demon King Melger. Since my body is growing, I don't taste good." The girl said in fear. Then Renee said, "Excuse me, but Miss Hezebel, you are the mother of all insects, right? Earlier you introduced yourself as a lady. Does that mean your gender is?" The monster replied, "Yes, I am. Female." "I see," Renee replied. Then the girl, angry, emitting a strong murderous aura. "So Miss Hezebel, you are a woman close to Lord Devourer, right?" Melger said, "Lady Renee, from my previous dating experience, they definitely had an improper relationship." The skeleton guy hurriedly covered the girl's mouth. "Melger, you've never dated anyone." Renee was now red-eyed with anger. "Sir Patrick, that is an insect." The skeleton guy trembled. "Wait, Renee. Sir Patrick, are you kidding me? Of course, I have no dating experience, but..." Then the skeleton guy stepped in to mediate. "Sorry for this chaos. Everyone seems a bit tense because a creature from another great dungeon arrived without permission." The monster was speechless hearing that. "I really just came to see Master after a long time." Then the monster continued, "Of course, I am." Scene shifts to a certain cave. There was a girl with purple hair and 2 horns on her head. So this is the famous ancient core. This time I will definitely warn. that ancient monster not to cause any more trouble. Boss of the Great Dungeon.
Azdahaka.
Chapter 67. The Dungeon.
Azdahaka's Hill.
Amidst the majestic and freezing snowy mountain landscape, the space was covered in white snow and north wind. So you will be leaving, Azdahaka, our lord? The head subordinate knelt down, raising respectful eyes to ask Azzy. Azdahaka stood in the middle of the palace, looking proud, saying, when Erebos and Swallow, two great dungeons collided without any reason. A war exploded in silence, a mystery that can never be solved. The event at Nidhogg was the same, she recalled. Thick smoke engulfed everything. The town became blurry, like a nightmare. Azzy slowly turned her back. Each step echoed on the cold ice floor. Her eyes were sharp. We cannot let Swallow be like that forever. Azzy seemed to be standing in front of a cave. The sound of wind slashed across. In her mind, a familiar image appeared. A dragon with supreme power. Eyes filled with hatred. I am Azdahaka, master of the White Mountain Range and the strongest dragon. I cannot let others look down on me. Azzy said with pride. Sister, look at me. Fafnir turned towards Azzy and said, eyes wide open. Fafnir innocently showed off her tail. To Azzy, waving it while showing off. I can turn into a human. Look at my tail. Cool, right? Fafnir was still very excited about her tail. On the other hand, she thought to herself, I intended to go alone. Fafnir, with a pouty look, chased in the air, flapping her wings stubbornly. I want to go too. Please.
Azsigid.
Even though she didn't want to, she couldn't really chase Fafnir away. Walking through the sun-drenched forests, Azzy tried to correct Fafnir. Fafnir, can you call me Z or Master in public? You don't have to wait to think. Fafnir quickly replied, yes, sister. I mean Master. Along the way, Fafnir kept chattering about her tail. Master, do you see my tail getting smaller? It's cool, right? Azzy didn't pay much attention to the kid's words, just answering perfunctorily, ha, sure, cool. Both didn't know someone was watching from behind, hidden in the trees in the forest. Someone's foot was exposed. Ahead, Azzy was still half anxious, half nervous. Ah, sure, cool. Bringing a kid to the meeting of dungeon masters? She thought idly. Humph. And who dares to show that threatening attitude in the meeting of masters? Azzy suddenly realized something. This person is dungeon Nyakamble, Arak species. Azzy added, I see. This guy is the master of Nyakamble, looking like an orc on the outside, but he alone is strong enough to become a master just by strength. I can't believe I met him first. Even though she looks like that, Fafnir is far stronger than ordinary dragons. Azzy arrogantly declared to the Master Karak. I won't listen to you. Fafnir won't either. Plus, with Master's backing, she dares to talk back. Rav, I won't listen either. Karak with a serious face.
Warne does.
That's good then. However, remember this, Dragon King. Your teammates can die at any time. Azzy got angry. She understood Azzy's words. Strongly replied, yes, Master. All right, let's go. Azzy turned to remind Fafnir. And walk on two legs. She is a stubborn kid. Won't listen to Azzy easily.
Cool P.
But this is easier. Entering the cave, darkness covered the entire space. There is nothing here. Azzy opened the book, checking it over and over. The book definitely says this devil's cave gathers hundreds of stalactites. Yet none are here. Cleaned out. Huh. Azzy didn't believe it.
Impossible.
This place is an ancient core. Rumor has it this isn't a third-rate dungeon where monsters are disposed of unnoticed for a long time. The situation became a dilemma. This is clearly a trap. They intend to test me? Great Azdahaka? I will not forgive this disrespect. Azzy began to get angry. She was determined to go deep inside, believing she would definitely find something. But the further she went, nothing was discovered. Someone said, there's nothing here. Master. It must be Karak, always curious about the surroundings. Every time he opened his mouth, it was a question. Is this golem sleeping? Azzy speculated. Perhaps it's part of the test? Azzy became even more furious. How dare they? You people still intend to play tricks on me?
Azdahaka.
How much longer? The disrespect made the fire of hatred in Azzy flare up. If you want it that way, I will respond. Azzy's cold eyes gradually turned to resentment. The anger made her cast a spell to destroy everything. I will burn this place to ash. The moment Azzy prepared to make this place vanish, suddenly a voice rang out. What are you doing? I came here after Lady Melger said. Someone continued. All three turned around. You must be Lady Azzy Dahaka, right? The skeleton named Patrick said while pointing at Azzy. Seeing her with Karak, Patrick asked. And you are Lord Karak. Did you two come together? Before Azzy could answer, Karak replied with emotionless eyes. We only just met at the gate. Is that so? That's great. The others are waiting for you too. Shall we go there to start? Patrick behaved like a host welcoming distinguished guests. Both Azzy and Karak heard this and asked in unison, Start? What? As for Fafnir, she didn't care. She was focusing on Patrick's bones. 10 bones. Patrick understood the issue and explained to the two. What do you think? Of course, the first meeting of Dungeon Masters. Inside the room where the meeting was about to take place, all the masters were gathering. The atmosphere was full of tension. Fafnir was worried. Master, what do we do? As he slowly spoke up. If I'm right, most gathered here after suffering Swallow's wrath. She added. If so, there is only one thing to do. No more resentment, Azzy's eyes, now shone with determination. Even if we have to confront Swallow, we must stop his wrath together. Azzy suddenly smiled slightly, as expected. Maybe she knew this beforehand. Azzy looked at each person's face. First is the boss of Castle Chait. Seems everyone has issues with him. Then Karak, although I'm not sure what this guy is thinking. And the boss of the Sand Dungeon, Hezebel. Patrick stepped out. He said, Thank you, everyone, for waiting. Azzy thought, finally he arrives. The most awaited person appeared. He stepped out. Let's see how he looks. Azzy looked straight at that person. Her face showed surprise mixed with shock. She froze on the spot. A person in a black cloak stepped out. Face lowered. No one could see his face. Looks quite cool. So, this is Black Calamity. Azzy broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, Truly the strongest dungeon master. Swallow. Sharp facial features. Orange eyes. Filled with cold indifference. Patrick bowed respectfully to the master. Boss. Swallow coldly replied. Yeah. He arrogantly sat on the chair of the meeting. Behind him were two servants. The atmosphere became increasingly pressured. The bosses at four corners of the table looked at each other. Looking at him. Is he okay? Azzy thought anxiously. What if he gouges my eyes out? In that silent room, only the sound of whistling wind remained. No, be brave, Azzy Dahaka. You are the representative of the dragon race.
Azrasuret herself.
Everyone probably feels the same as me, but they must keep silent because of his pressure. She intended to be the first to speak. Then I must stand up and... Before she could finish thinking, someone suddenly spoke up. I have nothing to say, Ospit said. I came to play, because I heard everyone was gathering. But why is no one saying anything? Azzy was startled. Play? Ospit couldn't keep his calm and started to get angry. You are the problem. How long do you intend to sit there pretending? Do your duty as the master of this place properly. Swallow spoke with a lazy voice. Geez, I just slept a little. Ospit didn't let him finish. You're silent because you're tired? Oh my, maintain your dignity, please. Azzy felt extremely confused upon realizing. The relationship between the master of Castle Chait and Swallow seemed closer than they thought. That's absurd. The master of Castle Chait is Swallow's acquaintance? And above all, they look so close. Not stopping there, Hezebel, master of the Sand Dungeon, stepped out and called Swallow master. I also have nothing to say. I came here to see master. Azzy thought. Master? Hezebel of the Sand Dungeon is that monster's disciple. It seemed she was going from one surprise to another. The atmosphere gradually became less tense. Ospit started getting bored. Not fun at all. Why did I waste time coming here? Suddenly someone spoke up. Right. That girl seems to have a lot to say. Let her speak first. Everyone focused their eyes on Azzy. They also agreed with that statement. Sure. Speak. Azzy clenched her skirt, revealing her tension, trying to reassure herself. I must speak, even when Fafnir is watching. Next to her, Fafnir was looking at her, seeming very worried. Master. Azzy tried to appear calm, returning to the cold image everyone had known for so long. Azzy bluntly declared, I will declare war on the Empire. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Azzy shook her head continuously, trying to explain. That wasn't me. It was me. Karak spoke up. I am the one who sent the invitation for everyone to come to the ancient core. Karak revealed the true purpose. I gathered everyone here to ask for support. He continued, I will get to the main point. Before winter ends, Naya Comble, lifeless eyes, hair covering, half his face, bearing a mysterious look. He eloquently declared, we'll destroy the empire. Chapter 68. In the silent darkness, drops of water fell from the rock crevices, pattering, for bosses still sat in those positions. Terrifying silence continued. Only the sound of swirling water remained. The familiar cold voice of Osbit spoke up. Thanks for watching the video. Seems not to care much. The face still showed that cold indifference. On the other side, Karak tried to show that everything was arranged properly. But deep down there was still a bit of worry. Suddenly Hezebel cut in, breaking the tension. Sorry for interrupting, but do you know how long until winter? The green monster hurriedly replied, 1 month. He knew clearly what the intention was in a month, so he understood the timing very well. Without waiting for any reaction, Karak seriously emphasized once more. I repeat. His voice echoed throughout the cave. We, the subjects of Ayakomble, will destroy the imperial scum. Each sentence became louder. The cave acted like a loudspeaker, making every word of his seem like a summons. Within 1 month, time shifted from the past to the present. We have completed all preparations. The space he spoke of was the entire earth. The flag of his army had been raised, eloquently declaring, all the warriors of Nyakomble are just waiting for my order to attack. Around was where Karak's army had set up camp to station here. As for Hezebel, after hearing this, you won't be able to defeat the Empire relying only on those orc soldiers. She tried hard to persuade Karak to give up. How many orc warriors does Nyakomble have? 200,000 or 300,000? The Empire has millions of soldiers ready to fight. Her tone was slightly mocking. Karak remained determined. This is the only opportunity. While they are in chaos. He tried not to let Hezebel's words shake him. After the fall of Rias and the incident at Nidhogg, not stopping there, he curled his lips, adding, moreover. As he spoke, Karak turned his face to look in another direction. His voice was full of hidden meaning. I have also allied with an empire that shares our goal. Both Azzy, Patrick, and Hezebel realized something. A glint of light flashed in the corner of their eyes. You! A sharp, cold voice spoke up. Allied with humans? The space was filled with nothing but resentment. Thick red smoke billowed throughout the cave. It seemed just waiting for a moment. For a chaotic battle to break out. The ground shook. Small sparks of lightning flashed. A voice spoke up from the corner of the room. Hey! Swallow pinned each word on everyone. He looked straight at Osbit. If you want to fight, go outside. Karak stole a glance at Swallow's face. Taking the chance. He said to the other guy, don't cause trouble in my house. Hey! Everyone focused their eyes on Swallow. Do you want to fight me? Just as the words finished, his eyes flashed. The boss of Palace Chait, completely helpless, only said one sentence. Humph. I have nothing to say to a guy who abandoned the honor of the heteromorphic race. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Master Battery, see you later. Hezebel, though usually not participating much in arguments, especially like saying irrelevant things, startling everyone. Partially, it also cleared the tension. Patrick pondered something, mumbling, I feel everything should end like this. The color of the space gradually sank into reminiscence. At a certain cave, from the cave entrance shone a bit of weak light. You want them to go? They have already left. Patrick hurriedly ran to Swallow's place. As for him, he sat dangling on the chair, mocking voice. You speak as if I chased them away. Patrick sat right next to Swallow, saying with hidden meaning, Karak is very confident. Perhaps he has allied with quite a strong empire. Swallow frowned slightly, face full of boredom. Overthrowing the empire is a common goal of many people. Why do you guys keep making a fuss about it? Perhaps he was too used to people plotting to overthrow the empire. The skeleton chuckled. A sentence hard to tell if it was sarcasm or praise. You are the only person in this world who can say that. Patrick stood up, walked out. Patrick's eyes lit up. Now is not the time. He mumbled. At least for now. In the sky, there were strange purple-black clouds. Fafnir worriedly kept asking Azzy, Master, what did he mean by destroying the empire? Are we really going to destroy that empire? Azzy was pensive for a moment. I wanted to. I also want to destroy those humans very much. But
Asuden lipozad, realizing
that destroying an entire empire is not easy. Recalling Karak's words, he said, that's good, but remember, this Dragon King, You could lose your teammates in just a minute of negligence. His eyes were clearly serious. Not a single word was a threat. Those sentences made Azzy even more confused. Originally, thinking about overthrowing the empire was hard enough. Karak's words also made sense. She became even more uncertain. Does it have anything to do with the words he said back then?
Az exclaimed. Hashme?
What is it? Did Azzy see something? Hezebel and Karak, the two of them, whether by accident or on purpose, were there. Because at the cave, Azzy remembered. I remember they had separated. Why are they together now? Southeast of the Ubark Empire. Snow covered the town in white, in a place looking like a small inn. Aren't you eating? Man's voice asked. I don't want to eat. The other replied. The surroundings were empty. Not a single guest besides them. We are the only customers here. Maybe because it's too early. How long do you plan to be like this? The red-haired guy asked. He was a member of the Hack Lang Night Squad, Barrett Kyle. The other person was the commander of the Black Lake Legion, Gwen Historia. Eyes with dark circles like she had stayed up for nights. Fasting won't help your teammates come back to life. The knight, mouth full of meat, said while munching. I know why Garroth told you to come here. The others went to find news of Shaun. Gwen, eyes still lifeless, stared at the table surface, determined not to touch the food. Mentioning Shaun, Gwen's eyes suddenly sparked a light. The knight spoke sarcastically. What now? You're interested when I mention another hero. The people they were mentioning were mysterious figures. Characteristics of these guys were wearing mysterious black cloaks. Perhaps they were disguised and hiding somewhere. Gwen might have thought of something. Can we summon them? The knight furrowed his brows a bit. If we can find them, then maybe. At least they should give us some contact info to make them easier to find. He stood up, knocking on the table. By the way, don't dream of leaving before finishing your food. Now I have to go do my job. Gwen was still thinking idly somewhere. She unconsciously replied to the guy, where's the owner? Suddenly someone shouted. The silhouette of a man hurriedly ran to where he was called. Here. What's the matter, dear customer?
A blonde chef.
With a firm body, showing no anxiety, opened the kitchen door and stepped out. We need to find a person. We received news that he is here. Have you seen anyone looking like this? The man looked up. His eyes were calm but deep as an endless abyss. Sarcastic tone. Is that so? Did that guy realize something? How? Strange. A scene of death appeared. He took a step back. Eyes sharp as a knife. Because you look very much like the person we are looking for. Atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. The other person curled his lips, continuing. Should I call you chef? Or former hero? Former hero Rasmus. Rasmus's eyes filled with worry. Pausing for a moment. Eyes narrowed slightly, replying in a low voice. I don't know what you were talking about. The other smiled provocatively. You say that after blocking my sword with a kitchen knife? We have something to ask for your help. Rasmus put the knife down on the table, turned around to face him, decisively slashed back at the knights. Sword strike. I refuse. I haven't even said what it is yet. Rasmus didn't need to hear more explanations. Rasmus shrugged, chuckled softly. The royal palace already has too many chefs. I also need to retire behind the scenes to rest in my old age. The knight didn't know what else to say. He just gave a wry smile. Haha. The old man turned around, stepped towards the door, before throwing back a gentle sentence to the knight. Stop. You should leave while we are both still happy. Suddenly the other guy laughed out loud, full of perplexity. He exclaimed. Garroth said that you could mince me into 100 pieces. They also told me what to do when you refused. This is more comfortable. Since being refused, he has only spoken confusing sentences. The 36 stratagems. Rasmus was dazed. Could not understand the tricks this guy was pulling. Muttering, but I'm not. Chapter 69. At this moment, Bari's keel held his weapon, emitting a blood-red aura. He stood confronting Rasmus, who was only holding a small knife. Bari's keel thrust his sword forward fiercely while introducing himself. I'm Bari's keel. I come from the Harlan Knight Legion. Rasmus still stood calmly there and replied briefly. I am Rasmus. A chef. In his heart he thought, what is this ringing steel sound? Then his eyes sharply flashed. Letting you gather strength again. Whatever. Not important. Then immediately Rasmus threw powerful punch. Immediately Bari's keel was hit by that punch, blowing away all his strength and taking the full hit. House was shaken by this powerful aura and debris started falling. A cloud of smoke emitted, obscuring the person inside or their condition. Rasmus withdrew his hand and said, "Oh my, haven't used strength like this in a long time. Power control isn't good anymore." Luckily didn't punch a hole in the wall. Then he looked forward with a pensive face. At this moment Gwyn Historia approached. Check on her teammate, lifting his hood and asking, "Are you okay?" Bari's keel, punched to the ground like a duck, replied with some annoyance, "Can't you support me more gently?" Rasmus exclaimed in his heart. That girl. She was quite far away, yet she could move that fast? Then he spoke up to praise. "Moves aren't bad," Rasmus reminded Gwyn Historia as she was moving forward. "Be careful." Gwyn Historia arrived at the front and spoke politely. "It is an honor to meet a hero of the previous generation like this. My name is Gwyn Historia." Rasmus, one hand on his hip, replied, "The great hero of the Empire deigns to meet a has-been like me?" She immediately explained, getting straight to the point. "We have our reasons. The Empire is currently facing a crisis. You also heard the news that Lord Vorn passed away, right?" Rasmus heard these words and his face showed a change. Then he answered, "I see. Looks like the rumors are true." Gwyn Historia gently asked further, "Will you come with us, Lord Rasmus?" But suddenly, he asked back, "Do you know why I wield a kitchen knife instead of a sword now?" Gwyn Historia was surprised and confused. Rasmus held the small knife firmly and answered immediately, "Because we are currently living in an era of peace. Rias is currently wealthier and more prosperous than any other nation. However, the Empire's ambition has no and keep pushing young people to their deaths in the name of dungeon raids." He lowered his head, his face somewhat sad. Suddenly Gwyn Historia asked bluntly, "Are you rejecting the Empire's noble mission of dungeon raids?" Rasmus heard that and laughed in admiration. "Haha, sharp eyes indeed. So are you planning to arrest me for treason or what?" Gwyn Historia flung her coat. "Because you refused our polite offer." Then 2 iron gauntlets were revealed by her. Out front, Gwyn Historia's face was extremely serious. From the 2 iron gauntlets emitting a light aura, she continued, "I have no choice but to subdue and bring you back to the Empire." Before the iron fist punched his face, Rasmus still calmly exclaimed with interest, "Oh my." Then he gently dodged to the side, avoiding it by just a few centimeters. Immediately Gwyn Historia's attack missed and lunged forward. He continued speaking, "The youth these days are truly full of energy." But Gwyn Historia did not stop. Gritted her teeth and turned back to swing an even more powerful punch. She punched down on the floor, causing everything on the floor surface to be thrown into the air. While attacking, Gwyn Historia kept wondering in her heart, why? Rasmus gently dodged the attacks. "Illy, why aren't my attacks touching him?" she thought and wondered, just charging in headfirst. Rasmus stepped back to dodge. Rasmus did not fight back at all but just let her unleash her moves freely. While he dodged, Bari's keel outside tried to brace against a able to stand up, one hand holding his chest, looking somewhat in pain, thinking, he is dealing with Gwyn like he's fighting a child. Over here, Gwyn Historia was still frantically attacking the opponent, and Rasmus gently dodged those punches of hers. Suddenly his face was extremely surprised. He saw a hand reaching out. Gwyn Historia at this time was so frustrated she teared up but kept hitting even though she knew it was useless. Rasmus's eyes at this moment became sharper and more serious. "Seems like you are struggling to understand the reason." Huh. Then he noticed the knife in his hand. Rasmus just flicked the knife handle up and immediately Gwyn Historia was knocked backward. After she landed on the ground, Rasmus finally evaluated and commented, "Your attacks are too direct." He continuously twirled the knife on his finger, while offering a guess. "That is perhaps due to your straightforward personality. But such a simple attack path will only become a hindrance when meeting an equal or stronger enemy." Gwyn Historia didn't know how to answer correctly that matter. Suddenly at this time she broke out in a cold sweat. When thinking about some dark shadows, then her steps moved forward again. Her figure now entered a stance to continue fighting Rasmus, and he still stood there calmly. Suddenly from the cloak on the ground a voice rang out. "Gwyn?" she asked back in surprise. She immediately picked up the communication device. The voice from the other side asked, "Lord Rasmus is there too, right?" Rasmus asked back helplessly, "Who is it now?" The person on this end of the line. "Hello sir. I am the acting commander-in-chief of the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters, Adele Breves. Thanks for watching the video." Rasmus answered indifferently. "Regrettable. But I have nothing to discuss with a subordinate of His Majesty the Emperor." Static. Thanks for watching the video. Static. Thanks for watching the video. Please subscribe to the Go channel so you won't miss out on attractive videos. Please subscribe to the Go channel so you won't miss out on attractive videos. Call it self-maintenance. Anyway, the first and second rooms are also to resist. Swallow Devourer was helpless. Sigh, self-maintenance, huh? But I'm already perfect. Hearing that, Viscount Patrick turned back and clicked his tongue. Swallow Devourer quickly jumped up then ran off while hurriedly saying, all right, you want me to look through the rooms, right? After observing all sorts of things, Swallow Devourer walked and muttered to himself, humph, that damn resignation letter. Wait until he's not paying attention and I'll tear it up. Humph, isn't this the food warehouse? I have to check here too. He diligently went from place to place checking. Suddenly arriving at a place, Swallow Devourer let out a huh as if seeing something. Immediately he called out loudly, Patrick. Viscount Patrick turned back and said, oh yes, you came back sooner than I thought. You didn't just do it for show, did you? Swallow Devourer at this time had transformed back into human form. Scratching his head as if sleepy, he approached and said, no, it's just that I found a problem sooner than expected. Viscount Patrick heard that and was surprised. Problem? What is the problem, sir? In his heart he assessed. His aura is different now. Swallow Devourer touched his ear and said indifferently, the food warehouse, it's empty. After saying this, he bent down. As for Viscount Patrick, upon hearing it, the object in his hand fell, freezing there. The atmosphere at this moment sank into silence. Chapter 70. The white-haired guy covered in wounds said, I apologize, Lord Devourer. Devourer sat imposingly looking with a nonchalant face. Melge Zelimphagria said, the Monster Merchant Guild came directly because of the food supply issue. The Viscount beside him also chimed in. Correct, while other dungeons have to seek out guilds to stock up on food, the Poison Dungeon is different. For us, it is a symbiotic relationship far beyond just being a VIP client. We will take care of the goblins. Melge Zelimphagria shouted in surprise. Lowly goblins? You mean the top Monster Merchant Guild? Devourer spoke up faintly. By the way, Devourer's eyes sank down, asking, where is Nod? Hearing that Agria was surprised, asking, Lord Devourer remembers the name of a member of the guild? The Viscount explained. Yes, because Nod is very talented among the goblins, so the boss quite likes him. The guild master explained. Let me explain. A few days ago there was a raid on supplies targeting countless guilds. Devourer asked further. Not just you but other guilds too. His sweat poured out, stuttering each sentence. It was the orcs. The Viscount said. Must be the Combo bunch? The guild master heard that name and recalled. You cannot take it all, these are Lord Devourer's supplies. He said Nod tried to stop them but they didn't even listen. Devourer asked in a serious voice. Did they kill him? Saying this, black veins bulged on Devourer's face. The guild master saw that and startledly replied. Oh sir, he was taken away with the supplies. The Viscount asked. Is that true? The guild master also trembled and replied. Yes, how would I dare to deceive you? I am truly very sorry. Please take my life and spare the others. Devourer spoke up. Where did they go? Guild master couldn't believe his ears, so he asked again. You're joking, right? Devourer said. The trouble is bigger than I thought. I didn't expect the Neocumbo to dare attack the Monster Guild to steal war supplies. The Death Knight said. We can get food back, but the real problem is, Devourer said in a cold voice. Nod. Then said. Take me to the Orasimel. The Death Knight asked. Should I go with you, boss? Devourer said. No need. The guild master took his hat and ran off. Devourer thought. Must teach them a lesson if they dare touch our food. At the Orasimel village, they were drying their pants by the fire, roasting meat. One said, that idiot. If he had just handed over the food from the start. The other continued. But he said this pile belongs to the Venom prison. Suddenly Nod groaned. Shut up. That guy growled. You believe his words? Cowards, a bunch of cowards. The other explained. Leader, this isn't the time to be nice. We need to win this war. Even if we have a conflict with the Venom prison, as long as Lord Gawkin is still here, it's fine. If they want to play with us, bring the ancient monster living in the ancient core here. Nod asked. You won't regret this? Suddenly someone said. Huh? Who are you? A human? Wait, that small guy. Is that the goblin that ran away? The guild master stammered. I came to bring Nod back. The other laughed. What? You only brought a Dnaz mercenary human. The guild master shouted. Where is Nod? The Oros mob. That guy with the beard? Hey, bring him here. I commend your courage. Here is your reward. The guild master saw his friend like that and immediately felt worried inside. Nod, are you okay? Can you hear me? You bastards, what did you do to him? Nod painfully asked. Scovina, the Oro said. He was too annoying, so we taught him a lesson. Here, take this. The guild master ran over and hugged him, saying, Nod, but Nod only whispered, Run away. Quickly, the guild master cried. A sharp whirlwind stabbed straight forward, separating the two. The guild master, seeing that, could only hug his friend and cry, No, the Oro said disdainfully. He was dying anyway. You should be grateful I freed him. The crying voice rang out. Nod, please open your eyes. This is the price for daring to challenge me and mentioning the ancient core. The two hugged and cried. Devourer could not witness this scene anymore and used magic to slice the person who just slashed Nod into pieces. That guy turned around in surprise. Huh! Then he understood the whole story and went berserk. He was so angry that black smoke surrounded him, saying, You shouldn't have done that. Devourer said with gloomy eyes. I only intended to warn you because you dared to steal our food and insult the ancient core. But really, you shouldn't have done that to him in front of me. The Oros asked in fear. Don't tell me you are the ancient monster? That bastard told the truth. That guy shouted. Mage, teleport. Quickly. I can't die yet. I must survive for the greater good. Devourer emitted killing intent, saying, Teleport? Sounds not bad. The Oros didn't know he was about to die, so he laughed. Hee hee, sayonara. Thud. A monster wearing red armor appeared asking, Leader. The leader of the Oros group looked around, saw the corpses of his comrades. The other guy screamed, Mage, I told you to teleport me, not bring the leader here. The Oros said, Leader, I can explain. But before he could speak, a ruthless blade flashed through. The leader's blade was stained with blood. Then the leader replied, This is my fault. Due to my stupidity, my subordinates are so insolent. I accept responsibility. Devourer asked, Responsibility? Yes, I really like that phrase because it's very good. Ah, I just had this idea. Devourer's monster approached the Oros leader, saying, You said you could collapse the empire in a month, right? 20 times. Bring me food worth 20 times what you stole. The deadline is 1 month. No, 3 weeks is enough. The leader thought, Ridiculous. Where can I find that absurd amount of food? But if I refuse, not only Niacumbo but all Orosimal on this continent will go extinct. Devourer leaned in asking, So? The leader thought, There is only one way, attack the empire as soon as possible. Thinking that, the Oros shouted, I understand. I swear on my name, KK. At a magnificent white mansion, a loud noise rang out. He crossed his arms asking, You didn't just call me alone. Ulivistone said, Yes, I have something to discuss with 2 people. Sir Rasmer and Damzian. Thanks for watching the video. Thanks for watching the video. In the forest, a gloomy voice rang out. That's right. 3 weeks. I give you a deadline of exactly 3 weeks. Countless corpses lay scattered. Karak asked back, So what if I don't do it on time? The ruins of a fierce battle. The gloomy voice replied, You know well that I don't want to move too much. And I don't necessarily have to act. The monster, with countless black tentacles said, All right. I have this idea. How about I release the black tentacles on Nikaman? On an ancient wall, it was recorded. A tentacle monster bringing disaster to living things. It will eat everything. Do not take your eyes off it. The end of prosperity is decline. Never forget that the battlefield has already started. Welcome the return of the one who starts the song of victory. Isn't it from the tragic battle? At the camp, cheers rang out. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Karak sat before the campfire saying, This was never a story about me. At that moment, a voice rang out. Didn't you realize it already? You know what I'm talking about. At that moment, a fake orc entered and spoke. I bow to the great general. Karak said, No need for formalities. Where is the research? The old man replied, No errors. It is all correct. The ancient legends that everyone in this region knows by heart. Exactly about the black tentacles. Originally the core in ancient times, the thing that nearly wiped out everything in the world. The fake orc continued. If he really intends to release it on Nikaman, it will wipe out the orc race. Not just the orc race, but all life. Karak interrupted the old man. Enough. No need to say more. He stood up from his throne. All orc tribesmen were kneeling before Karak. Our orc race does not like listening to verbose people, Swallow. Karak declared, "War!" Countless orc tribesmen shouted, "Kill!" He thought, "It's been a long time since my heart beat so violently. The feeling is wonderful." Karak determined, "Ah, Karak will complete this mission." He shouted, "Humans, listen here." At the same time, every orc tribesman beat their chest. They continuously beat their chests. Shouts echoed in the space. Morale of the orc race has risen to the peak. Our Nikaman side will surely win. We will level your empire. Build a new Nikaman of ours on top of it. Meanwhile, at another place, there will be a war soon. Rasmer heard that and asked, "What? Why? So sudden?" Eterbrius spoke up. "To be clear, it is a world war, and not easy to win." Hearing that, he laughed. "World war? Huh." Rasmer turned to look at Xian, saying, "You gathered 2 heroes here and suddenly announced there's a war coming. This joke isn't funny. Seriously, do you have proof?" He replied, "I do. Or perhaps something close to it." Hearing that, he said, "Planning to pick a fight with me?" Eterbrius said, "It was Pope Aranesia III. Perhaps he didn't use the word war, but he confirmed twice to me that there will be a war. Just with me. No guards around." Rasmer was surprised. "What? There must be a misunderstanding." He replied, "If you find it hard to believe me, you can verify it yourself. Brother Xian, you can verify my words, right?" Hearing that, he said, "I used magic to check. Rasmer, he's telling the truth." Garos was surprised, thinking, "When did he enter? I didn't sense anything. Didn't even see him use magic." The old man heard that and was disgruntled. "Unbelievable. So you want us to become peacekeepers and stop this war or something?" Eterbrius replied, "Of course not. I didn't call you here to do such trivial things." He said seriously, "Ah." Rasmer rushed over shouting, "You bastard!" He grabbed his collar saying, "I didn't come here to hear your lame jokes. You." Seeing the scar on Eterbrius's face, Rasmer was speechless. "You, that scar." He uttered, "It's Swallow." At this moment Eterbrius said, "I am Sumer. Please calm down." He continued, "Of course, I haven't forgotten what I promised you." Seeing that, Eterbrius took out a badge. "Here, these are the 2 names you could never find." Rasmer picked up the badge. Eterbrius continued, "The details of the incident are of course also in there, so I will let you judge for yourself." Hearing that, he bowed and apologized. "It was due to my impatience." "Sorry." Eterbrius replied, "It's okay. I know everything clearly, so I completely understand your anger." Xian spoke up asking, "Can we get to the main point? What exactly do you want us to do?" Eterbrius said, "As I said earlier, war will break out soon. I think it is too late to stop it now. So I hope everyone can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Empire in this world war." Garos saw the current situation was extremely tense. Xian said, "The Pope doesn't seem strong enough to stage a coup." Rasmer agreed, "I agree." He thought, "He didn't even glance at me once." Eterbrius said, "There is a possibility he has allies. Based on the current situation, the most suspicious is the Holy Kingdom. But we still don't have convincing enough evidence." Hearing that, Rasmer gave an opinion. "If he really is a national criminal, just kill the Pope and be done with it." Saying that, he even mimed the action. Seeing that, he replied, "Because we don't know who the Pope's allies are, that is not the optimal plan yet." Eterbrius continued, "In addition, if it involves foreign forces, killing the Pope won't stop the war." Hearing that, Rasmer didn't know what else to say. Xian used magic to leave, saying, "So the only thing needed is more firepower, right? Understood. Then I'll go first." Seeing that, he said, Just like that? Really can't understand." Hearing that, Eterbrius asked back, "You 2 don't know each other?" Replied, "Not at all. We operate alone, and we never do a mission together. Since everything returned to normal, I've always been busy teaching that brat Burn." Eterbrius said, "About Burn?" Rasmer replied, "It's okay. Didn't he die in the mission to subdue Swallow, right? His fate was destined to be so." He requested, "About Swallow. I want to ask you a favor." The old man was surprised. "Wait, don't tell me you are." Eterbrius replied, "Correct, it's Swallow." Rasmer said, "Look, even if I train her, she will never." Interrupted, "You're right, she will never surpass him. I know very well." Hearing that, the old man was surprised. Looking out the window, Eterbrius said, "But Historia must grow up. It is a necessary natural process." Rasmer heard that and thought, "Process?" He continued, "Even if it is impossible, she still has to try." Hearing that, The old man couldn't help but be astonished. Eterbrius smiled and said, because I love this kingdom very much. A while later, finally, you got everyone to join as you wished. Garros walked with him. Eterbrius said, in the end, war will still break out. She heard that and asked worriedly, this battle, is there really no way to stop it? He replied, no, the only way is to win. In a room full of fabrics, Garros asked, by the way, I'm a bit curious. Why did Rasmer get that list so easily? What if, after getting it, he doesn't help us anymore? Eterbrius replied, currently, we need to build trust with him instead of calculating behind his back. He continued, also, if we don't give it to him, he will find the truth himself that currently he is still in liaise. Absolutely cannot let him do that. Eterbrius stood up. Garros, this is enough. He clasped his hands. Please, I pray for luck for the upcoming battle. And also, Eterbrius knelt before a coffin praying, the peace of this kingdom. A voice rang out, oh, that's good. At another place, Patrick had a serious face. Swallow on the side said, is something wrong? I haven't done anything wrong yet. He replied, oh, nothing. Patrick said, it's just that my ears are itchy. He was helpless. Do people have ears? He said, true too. But sometimes it still itches. Like the feeling someone is calling me. Could this be a sign that the mana in me is awakening? Swallow asked back, didn't you already know how to use basic magic? Patrick found a wig somewhere and replied, but casting complex spells like Mel would be much more convenient. At this rate, there's a possibility I'll become the second Erebus. I was surprised. Then I'll crush your skull before that happens. At a room with dim lights, I envy the freedom you have. Ephraim wondered, what the hell? What is it saying? The other replied, it's probably hallucinating. Ignore it. Continue the experiment. A laugh rang out. Do you crave freedom? Nifrim wondered. Who is that? The other worried. Damn it. If it faints, we can't observe its reaction. The voice rang out again. Freedom is certainly beautiful, but very dangerous. Saying that, do you crave anything else? She replied, I do. A man in red appeared. The voice said, then let's trade a bit. Then the man approached. For your freedom. Suddenly Nifrim fell down. She startled awake from the nightmare. Nifrim panted, I'm going to vomit. The dark forest. The figure rushed through the forest. I abandoned my teammates and ran away. Nifrim, heavily injured, thought. However, that was after swallowing them. She shed tears. It wasn't what I wanted. Nifrim regretted. Eat anything except eating own kind. Nifrim ran through the dark forest. I swallowed them so I could survive. That skeleton tortured me. The night made her stumble. I just wanted to live. There was no other way. Nifrim struggled to sit up. A noise behind made her startle and turn back in panic. Deep in the dark forest was an empty void. Nifrim panicked and panted. Immediately, she turned and ran. Nifrim saw light ahead. No. She advanced step by step. It turned out to be the thing I shouldn't do. Nifrim advanced with difficulty. It was all just an excuse. She thought of herself in the dark forest. At this moment Nifrim's thoughts became chaotic. However, stop. I need to survive. Don't do it. Stop. Stop. Patrick's image appeared saying, I wonder how much you can recover. Can you recover as long as you eat, even if your limbs are chopped off? Patrick continued, what are you waiting for? Swallow them. There are still 2 of them. Come on, eat. Nifrim was engulfed in guilt. No other way. Rays of sunlight shone into the window frame along with bird songs. Nifrim sprang up from the bed, kneeling on the ground. All that happened was her nightmare. She vomited uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nifrim continuously apologized. I'm sorry, everyone. A while later at the dining table, the old woman said, eat a little. Even if you vomit, try to eat something. Nifrim replied, all right, you don't need to worry about me. She sat at the table looking at the food saying, thank you for the meal. The old woman saw that and replied, okay, I'm going to the field. Take your time eating. At this moment hurried footsteps rang out. Right after that a kick blew the door open. Lancelor, Cecil walked in saying, it's already afternoon, and you haven't finished breakfast yet? I said we have to go pick herbs before dark. The little girl turned to ask, wait, Grandma, where are you going? The old woman replied angrily, don't make a fuss. I'm not deaf yet. I'm going to the field. The old woman continued, don't bother the boy. He's trying to eat. Come here and help me. Bessel asked back, what about the wild herbs? Nifrim looked at them arguing in bewilderment. What herbs? You just need to pick grass. I know you just want to go into the mountains to play. She sucked soup while the two still argued. When did I play? This time I will definitely bring wild herbs back. Bessel struggled in the old woman's restraint and screamed, Eat faster, Lancelor. Nifrim replied calmly. Okay, wait for me a bit. Walking in the forest, the brown-haired kid asked, You still don't remember anything? Kid continued, Your real name and what you did before? Who knows, when Grandma brought you back you looked scary. You even wore armor. You must be a mercenary, right? Hearing that, Nifrim thought. She said, I'm not sure, but maybe something similar. Hearing that, Bessel searched for herbs while comforting. It's okay, your memories will return soon. Herbs, medicine.
Nifrim replied,
At this moment a man carrying a deer walked up saying, Huh? Bessel, Lancelor, what are you two doing here? Seeing that, the little girl was surprised. Uncle. Bessel smiled asking, Yeah, you just hunted that? The man replied, Yeah, thanks to the guardian spirit. Hunting has been much smoother lately. The little girl didn't understand and asked back, Guardian spirit? The man said, Yeah, thanks to the guardian spirit. The monsters have disappeared and now there are plenty of animals in the mountains. He recounted. Remember the wandering troll around the wall last time? I saw its corpse. I don't know what killed it, but I guess it was the guardian spirit. Hearing that, Bessel was surprised. Wow, the man hurriedly reminded. Ah, and remember not to tell your grandma I told you this. Understood? The little girl put her hand on her mouth firmly. Yes, we will keep it a secret, he reminded. Remember to return before sunset. I'm going first. Bessel said. Whoa, maybe we should go down, Lancelor. Nifrim was observing something at this moment. She asked. Bessel, did monsters often come near the village before? The little girl replied innocently. No, because people don't camp near dangerous places, although recently they appeared less often. But like Uncle said, lately we haven't seen monsters anymore. Hearing that, Nifrim replied, Okay, that's good. Bessel heard that and asked back, What? Did your mercenary memory wake up? She said, I don't deny being a mercenary. The little girl was happy. It's okay, let's go down, Moocher. At an area where people were burning wild fields around, Nifrim looked in bewilderment. Seeing that, a middle-aged man approached and said, You look surprised, Lancelor. First time seeing slash and burn farming.
Nifrim hesitated.
She asked, People always abuse this? And then leave when the soil is dry? The middle-aged man replied, That's right. It's not the most efficient way, but for people like us, it's the only way to make a living. He smiled asking, Have you thought about staying with us after your memories recover? Nifrim was surprised. Pardon. Middle-aged man explained, I mean now you are one of us, and Bessel seems to like you too. That girl has a strong personality. You must have had trouble taking care of her, right? She smiled replying, Not at all. Actually, she always helps me. The man looked towards Bessel smiling. Being energetic is one of her strengths. However, sometimes she talks a bit too much. He continued, Ah, there she is. I think she's calling you. At the same time, Bessel was waving her hands. Hey, brother, Lancelor. Nifrim heard that and replied, Okay, I'm coming. Just walking. She thought, Lancelor, my name here is Lancelor. After escaping from the ancient core, they accepted me as a villager. Looking at the annoyed Bessel, Nifrim was helpless. Everyone here is a good person. They don't pry into my circumstances, even though I can't reveal myself. These people. She clenched her fist. But they are weak. They have no way to protect themselves against monsters. A single troll would destroy the village. So every night, I have to secretly sneak out and hunt the monsters near the village. Standing before scene, Nifrim thought, Guardian spirit? Once their safety is guaranteed, I can leave. She looked at the people around. After that, I can die. At the same time, in the forest, an orc picked up a branch. Behind him was an entire army. Looking nearby, the chieftain said, Found it. At a deep pit in the forest, monster corpses stood amidst animal carcasses. One of them asked, Chieftain, what now? Shall we continue marching? He thought. The chieftain asked, What do you think? The cloaked orc replied, Just a pile of corpses. However, I've never heard of such corpses here. Chieftain said, Just one person. The cloaked orc was surprised. Impossible. He analyzed. He is quite small, seems to use a sword with 2 hands. He will bind the enemy first and cause many wounds causing heavy bleeding. The chieftain continued, pouring out the intestines then finishing neatly. He grabbed corpse. Always just one strike, accurately hitting the weak point. The one doing this is very capable. All corpses here were hunted that way. The cloaked orc said, "The Grand Legion commander ordered us to advance. No delays." The chieftain heard that and replied, "Advance? Of course." He smiled saying, "It's just that we changed direction a little." In the forest, the chieftain and countless soldiers advanced. Found it. At another place, the sky gradually turned to night, smoke rising. Nifrim, extinguishing the smoke, was observing the situation. She thought, "I thought more monsters would come here after seeing the smoke, but none came. Maybe I should check the opposite side." Nifrim carved a few marks on the tree. "Patrol on this side is done." She walked in the forest. The past few days, monsters have increased significantly. The number is too high to say they are just looking for food in winter. Suddenly a fire caught Nifrim's attention. She was surprised. "What is that smoke?" The middle-aged man asked. "Smoke," he said. "Unclear. Maybe from the big village under the Moon Mountain." Nifrim asked back, "Is there a village down there?" The man replied, "Yes, it's 3 times bigger than ours. With that much smoke, maybe there is a party there. We will also." Before he finished, people around hurriedly covered his mouth to stop him. He said, "Probably nothing. People burn smoke all the time." Nifrim replied, "Is that so? Thanks for the information." She said, "Good luck this morning." The crowd laughed in response. Nifrim replied, "Okay." Right after that her eyes changed. Nifrim reassured herself, "Probably nothing, right?" In the village, the kids were playing with her. "Your hair is so soft." Nifrim replied, "So beautiful." Nifrim replied. She was surprised. "My welcome ceremony?" Nifrim replied, "We haven't done anything because we've been busy lately. All the adults planned to organize it for you. So don't tell anyone I said it. Okay? This is an order." Nifrim replied, "Yeah. Okay." A boy asked, "Hey, you and Lancelor," he continued, "will get married?" Hearing that, Bessel stood up. She lifted the boy up, blushing. "Hey, who told you that nonsense?" The boy said innocently, "Mom and Aunt said so, that you like Lancelor very much. If you like someone, you must marry them." The girl heard that and hurriedly said, "No, it's not like that." At this moment, other kids also asked Nifrim, "Lancelor is getting married? Then Sister Bessel must like him a lot." She was very angry and shouted, "No, you brats." The kids teased, "You aren't honest." Bessel blushed shyly, well, he is okay too." The girl pointed at Nifrim saying, "Lancelor, don't misunderstand. I just said you were okay. That's all." She looked bewildered saying, "I didn't do anything." Waiting for a long time but no one came, Bessel wondered. Ahem, well, why are they taking so long? Lancelor, let's go check on them." The girl pushed the door open. "What is everyone looking at?" Nifrim suddenly became alert. Bessel said worriedly, "Smoke from the mountain. What's happening?" He thought, sure enough. So, the smoke yesterday was... Bessel grabbed Nifrim's hand, trembling. "Lancelor." She took the girl inside saying, "Bessel, go inside. The kids might panic." The girl agreed. "Okay." The kids were still innocent. "Is Dad back yet? When will they return?" Bessel hurriedly comforted. "They are probably bringing more food back. They will return soon." Nifrim said, "Bessel, I will go find them. Must stay inside the house." Seeing that, Bessel was worried. She hurriedly reassured, "Don't worry, I will be back soon." Then Nifrim wore a cloak walking in the forest, looking at the bloody traces left behind, and countless large footprints left on the snow. Nifrim's face became serious. Place in the forest, an orc army was advancing. While they hadn't detected yet, she appeared above their heads. Seeing that, they roared in anger. Nifrim gently drew her sword. Facing the rushing orc army, she took a stance. Nifrim's eyes became sharp and cold. A while later she stood on the corpses of the orcs. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the direction of the village. Nifrim, now covered in blood, "Bessel!" She worriedly rushed towards the village. "Damn it! No!" Nifrim approached the village very quickly. "I must be faster, faster." Suddenly her legs stopped. The scene before her eyes made her bewildered. The orc army had occupied the village. The chieftain spoke up, "Welcome, warrior. I am Kadung of the great Karim tribe. Don't worry and come closer. I won't do anything to you yet." Nifrim asked coldly. Where are the villagers? He continued. You are quite good, just as expected. I just heard one of our squads was wiped out. She repeated. I asked, where are the villagers? The chieftain continued. Seeing the pile of corpses down the cliff, we wanted to come and have a match with you. Nifrim's eyes were sharp. I ask one last time, where are the villagers? Seeing that, he ordered, bring them out. At this moment, the orc subordinates brought out bags containing people. Seeing that, she stepped forward. Seeing one still alive, Nifrim said, bring the rest out. I want to fight you, I promise. The orc chieftain spoke up. If you beat me, I will release everyone, and if you lose, meat. Seeing Peasol and everyone injured. Peasol, everyone. Nifrim took a stance and asked, what are you waiting for? She said with a sharp gaze. Get in stance, orc. I will fight you. Hearing that, the chieftain smiled. Good, very good. He spread his arms and declared, this is a duel to the death. In the sky, snow began to fall. Hammer began to strike down. The monster smashed the hammer down, shattering the ground. Lancelot quickly dodged its attack. Dodged and moved behind him. The monster roared in pain as its arm was slashed by him. Lancelot continued to rush up to fight but was blocked by its hammer. Suddenly, his sword broke into pieces. Lancelot grabbed a sword and threw it straight at its chest. The item stabbed straight into its chest. Then he jumped up and kicked the sword, driving it deep into the monster. He suddenly looked up in surprise. Lancelot climbed onto its neck and raised a knife high. It widened its eyes in panic. He stabbed. Knife straight down into the monster. Lancelot's knife shattered. Combat always needs innovation. You need to understand the opponent and yourself to win. It glided up and smiled scornfully. The experience of hitting rock bottom helps me improve. He jumped up and kicked him. Damn, his defense is too hard. If only I had a proper weapon. It immediately grabbed Lancelot's leg tight. Hey! It yanked him upside down. This is a formal duel. Are you planning to run? The monster used its strength to throw him hard to the ground. Lancelot lay on the ground, heavily injured and covered in blood. Seeing that, it was happy. This is more fun than I thought, human. With this, I am one step closer to becoming the strongest warrior again. So as promised. Pointed its finger confidently. I can kill all the humans, right? Someone called out, Lancelot. He lay, their eyes widening. Besso, everyone. Someone screamed. Ah, no, save me. The monster angrily ordered. Too noisy. Kill them quietly. They'll become food anyway. TSK. It looked over at its trembling arm. Damn it. I won't be able to use my left arm for a while. Lancelot lay there trembling in pain. He started to get groggy but still thought, Besso. He groggily saw someone struggling to turn and call out loud, Lancelot, Lancelot. Lancelot was about to lose consciousness but still apologized. Besso. I'm sorry. Sylvia was sitting there calling, Frim, Nifrim. She sat cross-legged and said, You sleep so soundly. How can you sleep so well while being taken for experiments? Nifrim sat up. Sylvia, a brown-haired boy, leaned against the door. What experiment did they do on you today? He looked at everyone. Oh, everyone. She looked at Nifrim's bewildered face. Looking at your face makes me crave chocolate. Chatted excitedly. I want to drink good wine. I want stew from Waterdorf dish. They continued speaking. I want fresh bread and lots of fruit jam. I want roasted boar meat. Someone asked. Nifrim, do you want to eat anything? She turned back angrily. Being used for experiments, how can he have an appetite? You idiot. You started it, Sylvia. Suddenly, Nifrim said to everyone, Let's eat everything together. She turned back in wonder. Ha! Nifrim smiled with eyes closed. I will try harder to get out of here, and sit together to eat until our bellies burst. Lancelot lay there muttering, Together. Monster suddenly turned to look. What? He's still alive. They said, Human. You took the chieftain's full punch and still live. He still muttered, Together. Lord Cantum likes you, so you will be taken as a sacrifice. There was a monster holding a hammer saying, You are strong. Are there humans as strong as you in the capital? Why care? We have great Commander Niakam Ball. They continued discussing. Anyway, he is dangerous. Luckily, we cut off his leg. Skullhead was intently reading a newspaper. Oh, yep, it's about to start. What? Continued. Reading. War. A war. The dog, seeing that, lay down in boredom. Do you need to read it while sitting on me? The skullhead turned to explain. It is information from many merchants, but it seems things are progressing quite thrillingly. Rivers, mountains, plains, and even the ocean. He continued narrating. They are slaughtering human villages they see on the way and burning everything. The dog wondered in boredom. Why do they do such troublesome things? It's too much. The skullhead continued reading the paper. I think it is a strategy. After gathering intel, they will secretly move in a wide formation to attack the capital. They are doing it the hard way. Turned its head happily. And the other interesting thing about this action is, the dog said, hey, enough. Stop talking. Why are you so amused? Still beamed happily. Well, it is fun. War is more interesting to watch than staring at fire. The dog didn't care much. Is that so? The dog looked at the bag in front and wondered. But there is a terrible smell interrupting my sleep. What is that? That. He immediately replied. It's called popcorn. Malaysia used oil and magic fire to make it. She said to eat it while watching something interesting. The dog was bewildered. Popcorn. Why did she come? This is my house, not hers. In the sky, snow was still falling. The soldiers complained to each other. Ha! Because of those damn orcs, we have to suffer like this. They will soon get tired and retreat. They continued discussing. It's not even a dungeon. What do they intend to do with our territory? By the way, the Holy Knight has arrived. Have you seen him? He is extraordinary. I don't know if he is human. The man stepped forward. They may have numbers, but still just monsters. To our royal army, this is child's play. The problem is the dungeon master, the super evil Nyakam Ball. He continued, speaking. But if we hold out a little longer, reinforcements of warrior-class troops will arrive. And this will be our victory. He was annoyed and angry. Those insolent orcs. He stood there confidently declaring, I absolutely will not allow them. The bearded man continued scornfully. To set those filthy feet in my territory. Loud explosion came from the cave. The cave shook violently for a long moment. Screams emanated from there. Nyakam Ball. He staggered out of the rubble. His body seemed injured, breathing heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, a voice suddenly rang out, attracting his attention. You are orc. Nyakam Ball looked up and said, Next is you, huh? Fairy. A small foot appeared in front of him, slowly descending, praising, Wow, extraordinary spirit. I applaud you for daring to stand up despite sensing the overwhelming power gap between us. Not waiting for Nyakam Ball to answer, that fairy flew up high and flew away, shouting loudly, I like it. He raised his head to look after the fairy and replied, Tell me your name. I will remember it. Turns out that was just a recalled dream. Nyakam Ball. The subordinate sitting next to him saw that and asked, You seem tired. Do you need to rest a bit? He replied, I'm fine. How is Cantum? The subordinate stood up, held a piece of paper, looked, and announced, Cantum will join us soon. According to this, he has captured a special human for you. Nyakam Ball heard that and turned to ask, A special human? Forget it. Any report on the Legion? He bowed respectfully and replied cautiously. According to the report, we have attacked a few villages and successfully gathered humans as food. He stood up and ordered, When they arrive here, butcher them all immediately and make sure to distribute evenly. The subordinate shouted clearly, Orders received, Commander. Nyakam Ball walked away but did not forget to request the subordinate, And can you call Kadachi? A moment later, Kadachi was present. He put his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. You called for me, Commander. Nyakam Ball squinted at him. His voice was commanding. I have something to discuss with you. Come closer. The subordinate heard that and quickly knew to slowly retreat outside, leaving private space for the two of them to talk. In a different place, flags staked on the ground were fluttering. An old man in iron armor stood looking into the distance, sighing. It's good to have you here. After this ends, I will personally express my gratitude to the church. The soldier standing behind knelt down and replied respectfully, Whatever benefits the empire benefits the church. Naturally, we must contribute even a small amount of strength. On behalf of the Pope, thank you for your kindness. Suddenly, a soldier ran up in panic to announce, Master, there is a report on the current war situation. That soldier continued reporting to him. The orc army surrounding us outnumbers us dozens of times. In terms of numbers, it's almost certain this is their main force. However, the gate captains believe that with siege weapons being too few for the army size, the enemy will struggle to exploit their numerical advantage. The commander turned his head to look straight and asked, Good. Do we have enough food? The soldier replied, Yes, we prepared for winter, so there is enough to feed the people and the army. He looked towards the dilapidated houses below the city wall and asked, how is the recruitment progressing? The other replied, the punitive force has fully assembled, completely silently. The army and people are mad at the orcs, and morale is high. The commander heard that and said, good, to maintain morale. We cannot lose. We just need a week. They promised to send the Empire's strongest, the red spear of DOA. The red flag of the Empire fluttered. He stood holding his sword firmly, looking straight ahead and shouting, show the orcs what we are. Man carrying 2 swords on his back, arms crossed, asked, do we really have to wait? Master, look at those fools. We don't even need to listen to reports. He looked down at the army camp, criticizing vigorously. Do they think with those trivial tools they stand a chance against us? This is too easy. Perhaps they rely heavily on magic. According to intel, their warlocks can defeat our mages. The commander glanced over, his voice reassuring. But that is no longer a problem. He looked at the soldiers still kneeling on the ground confidently. Because the church knights have joined us to dispel their magic. Anne glanced back and said, honestly, I find something strange. Since when do they help the Empire? I believe they are more dangerous than the orcs out there. Hearing him say that, the commander quickly interrupted. Don't. He looked straight into the distance, correcting the previous words. Our enemy is the orcs of Niakam Ball. Doubting the assisting force will cause chaos. He crossed his arms and replied, Understood. The commander looked towards the snow-covered road. He was about to speak but suddenly paused. By the way, when the orcs start singing, oh, something is coming. Heavy footsteps on the white snow slowly approached. The commander saw someone and his face became worried and hesitant. There it is. So that is the famous one. He looked at the towering figure and spoke clearly. Master Niakam Ball.
Niokun Ball.
The man heard that and asked back. But as far as I know, he has red hair. The commander replied. What does hair color matter? That aura is clearly of a great evil dungeon master. The commander immediately ordered the archers behind to take position. Focus, the orcs are starting to move. Archers in position. He turned to the mages and shouted. Mages, ready to use magic. Stern voice shouted. Raise shields high. The highest priority is to protect the master. The man wearing a sword stood in front, put his hand to his forehead to look, then worriedly said, Sir, something is wrong. Niakam Ball was using magic with his mage subordinates, slowly advancing. He hesitantly reported, besides Niakam Ball, only one person is walking ahead. That is magic. Niakam Ball took a deep breath to gather strength. Then he spoke, sending out a sound wave far away. Do you fear me, humans? This caused the soldiers to collapse and cover their ears. The commander was also shaken and fell. The other man covered his ears and gritted his teeth, yelling, Ugh, is this sound enhancement magic? His amplified voice continued to ring out. I appreciate your fighting spirit, but you cannot stop our march. This sentence made the commander grimace. He used magical power to suppress the people on the wall. You hope you can hold out against us? You dream you can stop us here? Niakam Ball raised his large hand in mockery. It is because humans refuse to wake up from their foolish dream that they must go extinct. All the soldiers on the wall were silent, motionless. He raised his fist and affirmed, Within half a day, I will kill all of you and wake you from that dream. The commander heard that and was a bit worried. The soldiers heard that and laughed in mockery. What is that stupid orc saying? Aha, what? Half a day? You are the one dreaming. Idiot. His eyes gradually showed fear. Why is he so confident? That is not something a racial leader says for fun. Clearly he is serious. The commander looked into Niakam Ball's bloodshot eyes, worriedly deducing. What is it? What has he been waiting for? What did I miss? He immediately waved his hand to order the soldiers. Everyone, be alert. Those are the words of a great evil dungeon master. He definitely has a plot. Therefore, not yet. Finishing his sentence, a blade suddenly pierced straight through him, making him scream in pain. The soldier of the Pope holding the blade through the commander said, The Pope was right. Count, you are truly too outstanding. Attacking this territory first was the right decision. The commander, in pain, tried to look back. Trembling, he said each word. You, traitors, bastards, you dare betray the Empire. He turned back and saw the traitor soldiers using power to open a path for the orcs. The Imperial soldiers saw that and raised their blades screaming, No, stop them. That teleportation spell. They are planning to teleport orcs into the castle. A voice suddenly rang out. Too late. Count. Now, the holy war begins. Below the filthy dungeon, Nifrim lay motionless, tied face down on the ground. Outside, the chatter of orcs still rang out. Why?
Humans.
Kill each other. But they don't eat each other. Why? She lay motionless on the ground when suddenly something like meat was thrown in by it, accompanied by its words. Eat, human. You must live. I must present you to the commander. Nifrim turned with wide, bloodshot eyes glaring at it. You glare? In that state, I lost the bet, because you won't eat. The orc stood outside ordering. Eat. I won't be lenient anymore. Human. She looked at the juicy red meat on the ground, trying to convince herself. Never. I will never eat it. The more she thought about it, the redder Nifrim's eyes became. Her eyes widened even more. Red meat in front was alluring. She tried to endure. I will no matter what. I will never eat it. The warden saw Nifrim refusing to eat for so long. It opened the door and walked in to face her. That guy grabbed her collar, lifted her high up, growling. Won't eat? Then Nifrim sensed something wrong but couldn't open her mouth to speak. What are you doing? Stop. He grabbed the meat thrown to her earlier, pressed that meat into her face delightedly. Let me help. She glared at it with wide eyes, turning her face aside, determined not to eat even when forced. Please, stop. The orc also stared back at her, mouth growling each word of the order. Chew. Human. Meat. Nifrim didn't eat, so it kept shoving it into her face. Please. Please. But final. Why she accidentally opened her mouth and tasted it. A sensation, strange and foreign, spread throughout her body. Nifrim seemed to feel something spreading and deforming her. The other guy saw she had eaten, dropped her down, exhaling a threat. Start eating. If not, you will die. Human. Next time, I will do that again. Having said that, it leisurely opened the cage door and walked out. It didn't notice behind. Nifrim had cut the binding ropes. It nimbly climbed onto the orc's neck, startling it. Nifrim immediately swung her arm high to attack. It was terrified, widening its eyes to turn back and look at her, mouth stuttering. How? Not letting the orc do anything. She swung her hand hard at its neck to attack. Two doctors with covered faces saw the scene before them and couldn't help but be amazed. Ooh! Nifrim looked at her hands in bewilderment. The two were agitated by joy. Finally, we succeeded. Is this regeneration perfect? Do you feel anything unusual? Nifrim. She was bewildered, staring unbelievingly at one arm. My severed arm regenerated instantly? Two doctors shouted in excitement. That's right. With this result, we can mass-produce invincible warriors. Then, from Nifrim's mouth, a cloudy liquid flowed out, dripping onto her collar. Suddenly, her demeanor changed. Her neck wore a very large chain. Her mouth bled incessantly.
Dumb brat.
Just eat it once. Why do you make us do this? A nearby table was a stack of carefully stamped documents. Beside it were strange items. There was also a tray containing something horrific covered by a cloth. Whispers of people continued ringing. It must eat to activate that ability, right? Oh my god. For it to use that ability properly, it must eat that meat. Nifrim's face was now terrifyingly ugly, eyes wide open revealing constricted pupils. Wearing a strap on her head, he muttered, why must it be that thing? She recalled the frantic scene in her past. She powerfully took down an ogre twice her size. Her face showed no emotion. The ogres waiting to attack saw Nifrim's crazy action and screamed in unison. What? That human chopped off his own leg. Examined her in amazement. But he has a new leg.
Impossible.
I crushed it into pulp. Nifrim suddenly acted strangely. She leaned back. Humph. In an instant, she disappeared from the ogre's back. He rushed in unexpectedly, grabbing the shoulder of the biggest ogre. Her foot placed on its body. Her hand, like a claw with one strike, took down that ogre. Nifrim flipped lightly. The defeated ogre fell down clutching its face in pain. Rah! The others couldn't stand it and rushed to surround. Damn human. D. She nimbly glided past each ogre surrounding her. They rushed to attack, but she had already escaped their encirclement. Nifrim rushed out with an axe in hand. The ogres were slashed, spurting out lots of blood. Each massive body of the ogres collapsed to the ground one by one. Seeing his kin fall one by one remaining ogre stepped out from somewhere. Seeing the scene before him, he wondered. Ha! Realizing the situation, he was terrified and ran away, but he was spotted by Nifrim. Ha! She had no intention of sparing him. From afar, she threw the axe. It hit his head precisely. Blood immediately gushed out. He quickly fell down. Nifrim's body had also taken an axe into her flesh when surrounded. But she was unharmed. Seeing his kin fall right in front of him, the giant ogre leading the army froze. Nifrim had turned into a brutal killer, regulating her breathing. Her body was covered in wounds, both fatal and small, but she was like a madman unwilling to stop. Her murderous eyes looked at the ogres ahead. One of them said in fear, "Immortal. That thing is definitely an immortal. Human. Cannot do that." Leader was a bit apprehensive, still firmly ordering, "Use magic. We cannot let forces be exhausted unnecessarily when Cantum isn't here." He shouted the command, "Magic squad, ready." Nifrim was a bit exhausted, eyes groggy looking ahead seeing only 3 red magic circles. She thought, "Hawk, damn it, the effect is wearing off." Her vision gradually blurred. Her body might not hold up anymore. "I want to avenge the villagers. Properly." The ogre below asked, "Where are the rest of the humans? Did you send them all away?" The giant quickly replied, "I sent them all away, to the main force." Hearing him mention the rest, Nifrim's pupils dilated in shock. The rest of the humans. Sent away? She remembered a person's name. Besso. Her glittering eyes opened wide. But then half closed. A voice kept ringing in her head. "Remember." The doctor who had injected something into Nifrim earlier spoke up to advise, "Do not eat the meat of other demihumans. Different origin from you." He warned seriously, "If you eat something from another demihuman species, perhaps the result won't be recovery but collapse. Well, the effect might be like the beginning, and perhaps you won't die immediately." He laughed maliciously. "But you will definitely wish you were dead." Breaking Nifrim's memory, the giant ogre shouted, "Fire!" 3 subordinates under him began deploying the magic circle. Countless flames shot at her. No time, a massive, terrifying explosion occurred in front. The ogres cheered happily. "Good, we took him down. Cannot delay any longer. We must quickly move the forces." One who had just cast magic while carrying the giant on his back was amazed. "How is it possible?" His eyes were still glued to Nifrim's spot. "He is still standing. That human is immortal." "Impossible. How can he stand in that fire?" Nifrim dragged her sluggish body out of the fire, constantly thinking, Well, whatever." She clenched her fist. He was right about not dying immediately. She felt no pain as she pulled the axe embedded in her back out. And that is more than enough. The leading ogre kept shouting, "Kill him. Don't let him reach the main force. Kill him." The bald ogre cried out in fear, "He is eating." He turned in amazement to look in the direction of that ogre's eyes. The leader was terrified and speechless. "We, our kin." Not clearly visible, only the silhouette of Nifrim devouring the flesh of a dead ogre was seen. He bravely led the army to attack. "TSK, everyone, attack. It's just a human." Whole group of ogres shouted in unison, "Kill him." Nifrim didn't care about those ogres but just stood there nonchalantly. Suddenly her expression changed, frowning. Thoughts were still chaotic in her head. "Nifrim is coming. Besso." Around the trees, a strong wind suddenly rose. The already gloomy sky became even darker. Giant ogre was amazed, no longer believing what he saw. Fearful thoughts appeared in his head. "Impossible. Something is wrong. The ogre race. Cantum clan. The strongest clan among clans." The ogres that had just rushed up to attack were now decapitated. Limbs severed. His tears fell ceaselessly seeing his kin killed mercilessly. Damn it! He couldn't help but look at her in terror. Just a single human, the giant, staggered and fell to the ground, unable to stand firm anymore. In his eyes now was only horror and fear. Like that. Nifrim lifted the dead ogre's corpse with one hand and threw it aside. Though about to die, the giant himself was still unconvinced. "He cannot kill us like that." Nifrim swung her hand to retrieve the axe from the ogre's body, striding towards the last one. She opened her mouth to eat the remaining ogre meat on the bloody axe blade. The ogre saw her starting to advance towards him and spoke up to negotiate. "Wait, let's talk." He stuttered trying to say each word. "What do you want? I can tell our chieftain." She stopped short in front of the ogre, thinking she was swayed. But a second later, she looked at the ogre with murderous intent. She swung her hand preparing to behead him. The surroundings now sank into a terrifying silence. Nifrim tiredly knelt down on the dry ground. She painfully held onto the cart and said to herself, "Now I understand. What they meant by humans are too free? She looked at the things protruding from behind the cloth. It is their food source. Nifrim painfully blamed herself. I'm sorry everyone. I couldn't save everyone. She, thanks for watching the video. Bowed helplessly, only able to apologize. Buzzo. Nifrim is sorry. Seller. Suddenly Nifrim widened her eyes in amazement when seeing something. The body of a brown-haired girl covered by a cloth. Looking closely at her face, she recognized Lancelor. Melger's face was stunned. Did you see that, Dan? Woof. Huh, a dog or what, barking like that, dude? In her head, she now only had images of handsome men. Look at those handsome guys carrying stuff over there. Oh my, handsome men, but they look strange. Why half human, half beast? They look kind of dying, don't they? Like a sad girl 2024. Her face was sorrowful. I may look like this now, but before I was also a demon king with many followers like that. Oh, because Melger was leaning on the dog. Woof. So its sound echoed everywhere. Startled, thought she was barking herself. In her head, she imagined a bunch of people from the glorious times and sat ruefully. Then one day I will be able to regain those glorious days, right? Well, naturally Dan wouldn't know how to answer. Woof woof. So, Melger got angry. She grimaced, pulling its fur and opening its mouth. By the way, Dan, I am not satisfied with your reaction. You've been like this lately. Do you find me annoying? Hello, ancestor. He is a dog, miss. What do you want him to show? The little one couldn't resist, just crying out in injustice. Woof woof. In her. She is tiny compared to the dog. Lying on it and even tickling it. Not teasing it anymore? Naughty. Naughty. Really going that far, poet lady? Patrick stood aside, sighing helplessly. What on earth are you doing? Being reprimanded, Melger had to stop her actions. Is it okay to have so many outsiders inside the dungeon like this? He crossed his arms. I don't feel comfortable either, but they aren't hostile. Moreover, even if dissatisfied, they wouldn't show it to the dungeon master. Thinking back, everyone's faces drooped. Patrick sighed. Sometimes even I forget that this place is also a dungeon. Ah, it's okay. It's not your problem. It's the master's problem. Even the dog and the pig are sad. I find it harder to breathe. I know why. Melger's face was sweating with worry. Her face went blank. I'm not talking about that. I mean, I didn't know you could get a myth-grade magic tool so easily. He was startled. Oh, is that what you meant? Remembering when they practiced together. She rolled on the ground. Beating me black and blue like this and then saying that is very mean. Patrick, standing like a giant demon next to her. He was also helpless. Ah, I'm so bored I want to sit and watch that war. Do you have any magic tool to help me watch? Or use magic? Why has this demoness been sweating like rain this whole time? Patrick's voice echoed. I found some useful magic tools in Bathory's collection. Melger spoke as if forced. Hearing that made him happy. Are you sure you're happy? She thought to herself. I just stopped him from stealing and using Obscurita's magic crystal ball. The second strongest demon king. Now I know why she looks as sad as if she got dumped. Then footsteps approached from afar. Good heavens. Peeboo. Who is that? Zerzabet, who else, bro? She looks incredibly voluptuous. You didn't need to come all the way here since my entourage can handle all the carrying. Or perhaps, did you come here to question me? The strong are truly confident. Looking majestic, just as she stepped forward so boldly, she flipped her attitude like a pancake. Hello, you cute little girl. Long time no see, right? Melger was timid. Nice to meet you. Mum. Like in those CO movies. The more shy you are, the more I like it. Erzabet tilted her face up. What is happening? You weirdo. Suddenly, the dry skeleton Patrick cut in. Melger, you know, I am very proud of you. Before she could understand that side, this side came up. Why are you suddenly saying that? Patrick. I would die to know. Not done yet, Erzabet went crazy on this side. Turning into a beast. Oh my, look at that beautiful skin of yours. Now she was completely shocked. Scared almost to the point of wetting her pants. It sounded so creepy. Terrified, Melger had to beg the bony man for help. Patrick. What is happening? No one can save you, heh. You are no exception either. Since Lady Bathory is here, we should show some concern, right? Her face was distorted now, eyes welling up as if about to cry. I don't really understand what you mean, Patrick. Look here. Why won't you look me in the eyes? Also, why did you say that to me, Patrick? Please say something? Oh, looking at that pouty face. Are you swaying my heart? Little redhead. Without letting her speak further, Erzabet walked over, picked her up. The skin is this good. Surely the thing flowing beneath is just the same. You guys, ew. Her eyebrows are about to touch. What the heck? Talking like a pedophile. Her cheeks. flushed red as if excited about this spoil of war. All right, I will take this, because that is the deal. Melger is truly an innocent girl. Looking at her makes one feel pity. Deal. Take this. Seeming to gradually understand everything, she started struggling and crying for help. Patrick. The monster woman's voice echoed. I just need to give that mirror to Lord Devourer and leave everything else in the room, right? I plan to stay here for at least a few days, so that should be fine. Hearing that, Patrick didn't know what else to say. Well, it has to be this way. Melger. After all that, you're abandoning me? Hearing that, Elizabeth got even more excited. Just like that. You smell so good too. Contrary to that, Melger couldn't be happy. But I even made popcorn for you. Tears just wouldn't stop flowing. She carried her on her shoulder and walked away. I look forward to the days we will spend together. It will be very fun. Tears on the other side kept falling. My popcorn. Poor thing being taken away screaming while no one listened. Acceptable. She switched from cursing to hexing. Popcorn. You shameless skull. May demons catch you. Patrick. Going far. A distance, but their voices didn't fade. Oh, by the way, you need me near that mirror to activate it. Therefore, later after I taste this, I will be there. Melger's cursing still echoed everywhere. May demons catch you. I hope your life will meet nothing but misfortune. Patrick speechlessly looked into the distance. Don't look at me like that. I'm sad too, you know. At a place filled with popcorn. Patrick led Elizabeth in here. She couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Her face wrinkled. Becoming serious. Patrick didn't know what to say. It's called popcorn. Melger made a pile. Said it was so she could eat while watching something. She didn't care. Whatever. Where is that lump of yours? Seeing a leg wiggling underneath. Ah, here it is. Looks like a mermaid stranded around here. Looking at it, Elizabeth had to sympathize. I can tell everything you've been through, Patrick. Without saying much, she jumped right up. The dog lying in the popcorn pile couldn't help but be annoyed. What are you doing here? Why are you protecting your own dungeon? The attitude was still very disdainful. Elizabeth stepped on its body. I only came here because Patrick called me. Her whole body wasn't even as big as its face. How funny. The dungeon should protect me, not the other way around. From afar, bats carried a chair over together. You know who it's for. The dog looked bored. Nonsense. But maybe it makes some sense. Elizabeth sat on the chair like a true queen. Put that matter aside. I don't want to put it aside, so what? Bleh. Chilling amidst a pile of fluff, he was startled by her question. Sweat poured down. Eyes anxious and fearful. So in the end, do you choose to stand or watch? Ah, it has. Two eyes on one side, so glancing down to answer looked incredibly gross. The people of that empire annoy me constantly with their raids or whatever. And since I don't like Kurak that much either, so I realized letting them fight each other would be better for me. That woman still crossed her legs. Still that demeanor. I heard you set a deadline for resolving the Merchant Guild's raid last time. What were you thinking back then? That voice echoed. Even now you still don't know? Why are you getting fiercer? Servants brought 3 different mirrors from somewhere, but they were all very large. A voice with laughter. I just realized doing that is more fun. Hearing that, Elizabeth was quite surprised. Is that really all? Boom! From below, a black lump flew up like real popcorn. Well then, so, like a Wink's magical transformation, he turned back into a human, returning to the incredibly handsome form of Swallow. One step down and hearts would melt instantly. Me too. I'm also curious how far Kurak can go. Patrick beside him also went to get a chair for him. Hearing that, Elizabeth's eyes softened. Is that so? Looking from this angle is truly beautiful. Red hair, high nose, eyes are all absolutely fucking amazing. Sitting on the chair, Swallow kept asking, by the way, where is Renee? Patrick answered hastily. She went to comfort Melger. His voice sounded angrier. Comfort. What for? Over here. Elizabeth was struggling with thoughts in her head. I don't know what he is thinking. Did he make a fuss about the food earlier just for fun? Is he really not interested? Or is it? What is this, bro? Like him or something? Patrick, holding popcorn, asked. How is the popcorn? Swallow puffed his cheeks. Delicious. Except for the smell. Quite cute, actually. Suddenly he was startled, looking at one of the 3 mirrors. Oh hey, it's starting to glow. Parallel to that, Elizabeth's inner thoughts kept surfacing. If all were calculated motives for a certain purpose. Swallow's eyes were dark as if he hadn't slept for 100 days. Let's see how well he does. Looking at that face, questions rose. What exactly are you preparing for? His chair seemed to enlarge like the unexplained questions in Elizabeth's heart. Lord Devourer. Even so, she couldn't force herself forever. Sigh. Forget it. Thinking just gives a headache. Before she could do anything, her eyes widened in surprise. That is, those mirrors gradually glowing. Scene changes to another place. The sound of running footsteps seemed very hurried. A guy ran in and burst the door open. Emergency report. Serious situation. So I must report even if it's rude. Belstein. His eyes grimaced unsightly, screaming, "It has fallen." Hearing that, the person in the room became more panicked than ever. Fallen already. Ace's eyes lowered. Really? But it hasn't even been 5 hours since they reported the battle started. Anxiety gradually increased. At this rate, before long they will reach Rias. Sir, what should we do now? The sound of a foot stomping hard on the ground was startling. A huge man appeared, wearing a massive fiery red armor. I will head out. That is the Red Dragon Raid Force Leader Cardi, bombarding every battlefield. His voice still resonated bravely. I will lead the raid. Then he pointed at the strategic model on the table. Ace tilted his face. Cannot allow that. Oh my god, what is this? Why stop him? Even that red armored army couldn't make him less harsh. To be honest, the current battle situation is not good at all. It's not that I don't trust your ability, but with the current manpower, you can only stall for time. Even if they are just orcs, they still belong to the forces of a powerful evil dungeon. If the Red Dragon raid team is completely destroyed by them, speaking quite skillfully, carrot and stick. Suddenly a soldier behind spoke up. Officer, you should be careful with your words. Thinking who asked this guy. The leader wasn't angry but extremely calm. Back off. I am talking. The soldier was obedient too. Yes, Captain. Saying that, he walked closer to the young man in white.
Damn,
the name is so long it's unbearable. He was as big as a 3-meter barrier. Even if you don't believe me, but I believe in you. Why say something so heart-melting, bro? Everyone around was looking at them. The leader was very calm. That's worthy of this title. Everything will certainly happen exactly as you expect. Ace was also very gentle. Yes, very likely. Therefore, his eyes became more determined than ever. Therefore I will go. A sentence that made him pause. For the future that you have planned. His eyes lowered. Wow, looking from this angle he looks like he's about to cry. You bring up such an old story again. The soldier behind spoke up again. Captain. Ace's eyes, born to be a sad boy or what? Very well.
Dragon's Lair Karte.
I officially authorized the deployment of the Red Dragon raid team Nick Ear. Absolutely amazing. Hearing the agreement, Cardi's face brightened up immediately. That's the spirit. He looks big and rough, but his personality is surprisingly gentle and lovely. So our captain began to march. Red Dragon raid team Nick Ear, it's time to fight. Truly love him. Looking at that majestic back, I admire him so much. But on this side, that boy was clenching his fist tight. That is. He spoke with a lowered voice. I pray for your safe return, Cardi. Truly admiring their unity, the mutual love. That is something that cannot be lost anywhere. Scene changes to a certain castle. Water dripped onto the floor drop by drop. That is. Drops of water flowing down from his hair. A towel draped over his shoulder. Ace sat down on the chair and sighed. Phew. Wow, the side profile is truly god tier. There are even tattoo-like marks on his body. The body is toned and juicy, looking good enough to eat. The dark room, gnawing on loneliness alone. He smoked while dealing with the mess in his head. Preston is not a fortress that can be taken in half a day just because of the difference in troop numbers. He must have started acting already. Indifferent, exhaling cigarette smoke everywhere. Pope, I was almost worried that you wouldn't make a move. It seemed those thoughts made him too tired. The stage has been set so perfectly that it gives me a bit of faith I never had before. It is truly a grace that you stepped onto the path of betrayal just for something called power. Glowing red looked up at the sky. That's it, I don't know why and I don't know if anyone else knows. But why are we still alive? Sir, officer, I come from the Magic Academy. His voice echoed. The door is open. Come in. That guy walked in, he asked listlessly. Are the preparations done? Taking off the hood? It's Three Eyes, who else? Yes, so I came to pick you up. Shall we go? Inside that castle was the sound of their conversation. From here, you can take down your hood. No one here will show hostility towards you. Three Eyes gestured as if performing magic. Look. What do you think? And dozens of green test tubes appeared around like sacrificing strange creatures. Ace smiled extremely triumphantly. Wonderful. Three Eyes surely found his work amazing. Thank you, sir. By the way, how should we deal with the rat from the Pope side we caught last time? We have extracted all necessary information. Do you need anything else? Ace stood behind. I think you might need to use him. A human face with a blood-stained mouth. His original form is no longer what he was once called. The Pope's right arm. I present him to you as a gift, use it well. Three Eyes' face suddenly looked perverted. So gross. Actually, I guess you already thought of what to do with him, right? I just like things to be dramatic, you know? Lord Ace walked around, touching those test tubes. With this, all our cards are ready to lure out the Pope's hidden trump card. Those eyes lowered again. All of this is to defeat the 36th masterpiece that the Pope possesses. Like heaven's door opening, like a pile of lava pouring out, this is the only way to stop Swallow. Material that can only be obtained by melting the 36th masterpiece to forge the apocalypse that Gwyn will use. Suddenly he collapsed, many people in the Empire will have to die, and the one who planned this war is none other than me. Three Eyes, standing in that corner, froze, having the cane thrown down by him. Officer, are you okay? I will surely fall into the deepest bottom of hell for that. Collapsed on the ground with a pool of blood. Holy shit. Three Eyes was so scared and panicked. I will bring painkillers right away. Please try to endure. Meanwhile, his heart was still full of thoughts. A monster like me needs to disappear. Cloudy, sweat pouring out, blood flowing messily, shivering, looking terrifying, looking bloody and ghostly, haunting. What this world needs is not a monster, a necessary evil. What do all those things mean? What this world really needs is eyes, red with fucking resentment. Gradually closed, though small but still glowing, like a ray of hope yearning for life. In the starry night sky, light whose silhouette is that? It's Gwyn, isn't it? What is she doing? Surely she is also very surprised, looking around constantly. Rasmer seemed to have stood there for a long time. If you called me in the middle of the night just to train, then at least focus, kid. Gwyn also saw it. No wait, I feel like Ace just called me. His face was extremely stern. Do you think he has enough strength to scream so loud that the sound reaches here? Focus. She got into that stance, looking cute to death, not scary at all. His voice still echoed. Do you realize you haven't hit me a single time, Miss Hero? Gwyn with full confidence rushed in. I'm starting again. Light flashed, flickering, sounds of arguing were chaotic. Hey, 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 hey. Why so many heys? Calm down, your bloodlust hurts, you know. Then suddenly back to Swallow's scene. Elizabeth was going crazy. How can I be calm after seeing that? She went mad, making the whole place scared. Patrick sat like watching a movie, enjoying it. Boss, I think in this situation you should also get angry. Swallow looked haggard. Must be very tired, right bro? Oh really? Patrick and Elizabeth's faces were side by side. Mr. Skeleton was very happy. Right, he mentioned allying with humans, but I thought it was with a hostile nation or mercenaries. On the contrary, the redhead gritted her teeth, face burning. That ogre threw away a monster's pride. Through the glass were monsters standing together, exactly, shaking hands with a religious sect is crossing the line. Swallow's attitude was always chill like this. I mean, aren't they all just humans? Oh God, oh God. Saying that will make the red-haired lady go crazy again. Scene switches to another place, that is the great dungeon Mega Palace. But shadows of night with various shapes were welcoming the noble return. Welcome, my lord. We are all waiting for you. How did the meeting go? The back of a purple-haired girl, perhaps she is the lord, no problem at all. Swallow won't act, but instead we have another trouble. Tiny girl with her whole body green. Looks so much like Melger. What do you mean by another trouble? That person's voice still rang out. And this is not a small trouble either. That is Mega, her eyes lowered. Hezebel of the Sand Tomb has sided with Kurok. The sky was blue, wind cool and fresh, voices arguing, arguments everywhere. So tiring bros. Captain, I have something to ask. The guy in armor beside was still cool as hell. What is it? Speak up. Oh my. So cool. Even the horse wears a red mask. Scary. That girl asked immediately without hesitation. What is the relationship between you and Commander Riviston? Pausing for a long while, the bro beside finally gave an answer. Well, normal relationship, normal things are definitely not normal. A troop of horses just trotted past. We are childhood friends, you can think of it like that. Also, at this answer but didn't dare to say anything back. We grew up in the same village, that's all. Is that really all? Suddenly everyone had to stop because of a prohibition sign ahead. Bright red. Ahead is a cliff, we will take a detour. Humph, I will still rush forward. Let's meet there. All soldiers behind chorused, yes. Saying that, everyone flew up like Supermen. No fear at all. Circling around. Nick Ear Red Dragon Raid Force. Full speed ahead. Being a captain is different. Every word sounds majestic. Without saying a word, in a flash he shot up into the sky, jumping like a kangaroo. Over here. Preparation must be called thorough. Dozens of sharp spears prepared. If this pokes the butt, it's hemorrhoids for life. Commander stood below looking up at the subordinate working. Hey, why is it shaking so loudly back there? The ogres should be in the front, right? The subordinate working high up had to work and listen to answer. Looks so tired. It's just that someone suddenly appeared. Everything happened too fast. It's time. For the two sides to meet and exchange greetings, hee. The two sides kept whispering, that direction leads to Rias. Could it be an envoy from the capital? Well, their appearance doesn't look very human. If not human, then what? Demons? The head of construction over here was still very majestic. What nonsense are you talking about? Humans look like humans, what else? TSK. The soldiers seemed to know fear. If you see with your own eyes, you will understand what I mean. He froze for 5 seconds. Everyone paused. Shocked, speechless. Must have encountered real monsters. Poor brothers. Who is that making them drop their jaws like that? Scardy, who else? He's huge as a demon, scaring the wits out of them. They don't look like humans at all. He was optimistic alone in the crowd. The aura radiated made everyone terrified. Suddenly a scream from behind. Everyone back off. He is not an enemy. The soldier brothers were even more shocked. Hearing he and remembering calling him not human, felt ashamed immediately, taking off the mask. A very familiar face, looking very rough but extremely warm, standard taste for ladies.
Dragons Leer Karte.
Taking it off. Being mesmerized. The manager fell to his knees. Ah, we are saved. I didn't expect you to come here. Everyone was surprised. Lord Cardi from the Red Dragon Raid Force. Spot on, of course. Classy, right? They started using binoculars to look. Through the binoculars, it was the sworn enemy. Is that their main force? And of course it is. Yes. They completely captured Fenstein in just a mere 5 hours and rushed here. Standing on high, looking at everything. The heart had to throb somewhat, because there wasn't enough time. So many people inside haven't evacuated yet. We could only hastily build a barricade. Cardi didn't know what to say. Improvising like this is also excellent. More importantly, observing them this closely from above makes me even more suspicious. Fainting because the captain is brave, smart, manages emotions, and knows how to comfort and share. Fainting flat, looking on. The vast ground covered only in snow. It doesn't matter how many troops they have. It's not just about having more troops to conduct a siege, right? Siege is completely different from suppression. Capturing a castle in 5 hours. Truly unbelievable. They don't have siege weapons. And Fenstein is a fortress protecting the empire. Its structure is completely different from this territory. A whole huge castle falling in such a short time. How is that acceptable? Grimacing in anger at what happened. Thinking of the Lord, he couldn't believe it even more.
Unimagen Aplifest.
There's no way a lord like Kalai would surrender. He was a truly loyal person ready to lay down his life to protect the territory and the empire. While standing, those thoughts kept running through. Could they use magic to destroy the city walls in the blink of an eye? No. The greatest and only strength of Nakambo is the great chieftain Karak. I have never heard of him using magic before. Thinking intently, the man beside him called. Sir Cardi. Face. Instantly, he still continued thinking. Could it be that Ace knows something but didn't tell us? Finally, finished thinking and spoke. It doesn't matter. I have a defense plan in mind. His face was always worried. Panicked by all the words. Defense. Not escape. Saying that. Turned around. Lord Maginot, please excuse my rudeness, but the matter is urgent. And that face darkened again. Looking like a demon. If you have no intention of fighting them, then hand over full command of the forces in this territory to me. T sat down in front of his juniors. Tonight, we will attack them first. Brothers. Soldiers were very excited. Right? That's us. Waiting is not the job of the raid force. What about the details of that plan? T pointed at the strategy map while discussing with the brothers. We will form a special force. Burn down their camp. Then retreat. Face. Full of determination. Burning their supplies will reduce their morale. But it can also provoke them to attack sooner. We will only target burning the barracks. Doing so can buy more time for reinforcements from the capital to arrive. Looking at it just reminds of old wars. A question rang out. Who goes? Including me. Just enough 7 people. Let's execute it with the minimal force. Just a few short sentences stimulated everyone's fighting spirit. Then I will go. I will participate too. She stood by. Side couldn't help but advise against it. But we will increase the guard. Cardi was still determined. Well, we don't intend to sneak from behind anyway. If they discover us while we are on the mission. Saying that, hand clenched tight. We just have to. Face already tense now became even straighter. Kill every ogre blocking the way and return. Cardi is truly an excellent captain. Too good in every aspect. Extremely admiring. Amidst the orange sky of the setting sunset, 2 people confided in each other. Monsters, they raise everything. Spot on. She also had to nod. They are just a group. Not a nation, so they must have all kinds of elements. Turned around holding a piece of paper. So what is this? It is the sketch of their barracks. Turning back. They looked even more like a couple. Before that we scouted with trusted troops. But those monsters blocked our way, so it's not perfect yet. By the way, what kind of person were you when you were young, Sir Captain? Oh my, the girl asked a little bit and he jumped. Why do you suddenly ask? Gosh, like a boy in new love acting all shy. Her face gently turned. People in the force are also buzzing about you and the commander being childhood friends. His face grimaced, sweating like he's constipated. Humph. Shouldn't have mentioned it. I always directed at him. I am just normal compared to that guy Ace. Hearing that, the heart was still full of doubts. Ace, you two must be quite close, right? Turning to
Kata.
EW looks like a couple photo. Those in love crop it to make an avatar, folks. Well, perhaps only I think so. He always looks at reality while I chase after ambitions. Remembering those old days. Still that big back watching over others. Ace has always focused on reality and still does. Returning to present. That look seemed to express all the pride he had. So I have to continue chasing ambitions, right? Looking into her sparkling eyes. It would be strange not to be moved. Blushing cheeks along with the romantic sky made everything more poetic. I guess so. Being romantic. She turned her face forward and sighed in frustration. Is that why you're so dense? The more I ask, the more clueless he looks. But, again, why ask that out of nowhere? She still tried to add, shouldn't you face reality too, Captain? For example, you know, getting married or something. He became even more confused as to why she suddenly brought that up. Before the romance could even settle, someone interrupted. There you are, Sir Cat. It was Lord Maginot again. I want to introduce this person. Turns out there's a punitive unit stationed in the territory, he said. Sentence that made even Crete think. We thought we could help, even if just a little. So we gathered all our courage to come here. It was a white-haired young man with sparkling golden eyes. I have heard of your reputation for a long time, Sir Cat. Please do not hesitate to give us orders. Flags fluttered. In the pink and blue sky, a familiar. Here stood crossing his arms in a dark corner, thinking. No matter how much I think about it, something feels wrong. Everything is too quiet, even though there is a war. His gaze shifted from thoughtful to angry. Even in this situation, if you were here, you would have come up with a much better plan. Compared to you, he recalled. The boy he always admired. Knowing how to think and not knowing how to think are very different things. Cat. Looking back at his face when he was young, bruised and swollen all over. Really? I didn't know that. Isn't just doing it enough? Do I really have to think too? At time was covered in blood around his mouth but still smiled brightly. Yes, think. I will do that. You just have to. Before he could finish recalling, a voice cut through his thoughts. Damn, poor guy always gets interrupted. Sir Cat? Are you there? He looked up. Who is it? It was the white-haired guy from before. I am the captain of the punitive force who just introduced myself to you. Cat must be very tired. Is something the matter? I am resting. He walked in confidently. So the rumor that you always rest and compose yourself before every expedition is true. By the way, I didn't intend to eavesdrop. The scene showed the two standing side by side. But I have to confess, I overheard while you were talking to the Lord. Cat began to wonder. Eavesdrop? Eavesdrop on what? The two started conversing back and forth. The boy tilted his head. About the plan to raid the orc camp tonight. I have something to discuss. Cat's face remained serious. Only my force is participating in this operation. You and I have nothing to discuss. Having said that, the boy's voice replied immediately. It's not that important. It's just that if that operation succeeds, I will be in a difficult position. Just as he finished the sentence, a masked man stabbed straight into Cat's back. Speak of the devil. It's that white-haired fucker turning traitor. You son of a bitch. Sir, please die here for me. Cat was stabbed. But why did the assassin look so terrified? Did I misunderstand him? He was scared. Because Cat still spoke up. Yeah, I know 5 hours sounds weird. The traitor had appeared from the start. Now the stabber is freaking out. But the sword definitely went through. Then he remembered the time with I am not like you. I cannot act without thinking, Cat. So, his legs stood up. Let me ask you something. His eyes sparkled back then. For the future I dream of, I will continue to think. As for you, its face that day also sparkled with hope. Take action. And now was the time to apply all those teachings. Who do you think I am? Holy shit. Cool as hell. Who would have thought he could be so god-tier level? The evening. Sunset fell. Looming below was a massive fire rising up. Someone screamed in panic. What is this? What is happening? What? Is the captain's tent burning? Everyone gasped in panic. Captain, a large foot encased in iron armor slowly stepped down. Do not panic. A human. Figure so huge he must be bigger than St. John. His body was encased in tough iron armor. His hand choking a white-haired man. His face was a bit scary. I set the fire. What sound is the strangled man making? Grunt. Everyone looked up, surprised, asking, Huh, Captain? That guy is. The captain calmly replied. There is still one more inside, probably burned to ash by now. The captain kept a serious face. Attention. Change of plans. Perhaps. Their accomplices remain in the territory. They call themselves Holy Knights. Finishing his words, the captain threw the twisted body of the man to the ground. Continue. We will wipe them out. The captain ordered. Baven, Barna, Hoboi, Samani, Lasso. The 5 of you, go meet the Lord immediately. The fire still raged, burning everything. The captain continued. Destroy any outsider standing in your way. What should we do next? Bring him back. He caught something from the captain's hand. He opened his hand to look. It was a stone carved with a golden dragon, with a green diamond in the center. The captain explained. The traitors have gone through the Lord. Interrogate him. What is his relationship with them? And where are they? No need for leniency during interrogation. Investigate thoroughly and find the location of the traitors. A member asked, What will we do after that? The captain replied, We will destroy all the traitors. They have skills equivalent to a grade a punitive team. So do not let your guard down. That member agreed with the order. Roger. Any other orders? The captain glanced at him. No. Go. The member replied, Yes, sir. A member with long hair who seemed to be a girl wondered, Captain, does that mean the orc raid is cancelled? The captain replied, No. Any suspicious individual, a man standing not far away, spoke up in objection. This is too hasty, Captain. At least keep the raid team intact. The captain held the hilt of his sword. Those holy knights are colluding with the orcs. Our raid plan has likely been leaked. And to wipe them out before they can react, we must act fast. It won't take long. I will return victorious in 30 minutes. The members. The team cheered, wishing the captain well. Please take care, sir. A desolate wasteland. The sky sparkled with stars, as if someone had scattered rice grains across it. Large rocks jutted out from the ground. There were 2 figures that looked like sentries. They had 2 canine teeth growing upwards, holding axes and torches, standing in front of a tent. Renee exclaimed, Not too many sentries. This will be easy, Captain. The captain asked, At this distance, how many can be killed? The 2 hid behind a large rock nearby to observe every move of the enemy. Renee replied, We can use intermediate magic. The captain spoke. The orc called the shaman surely has the power to resist intermediate magic. We must get closer to the range where high-level magic can be used. Suddenly, she called out, Captain. The captain replied, What is it? She leaned her face towards the captain and asked, Are you injured? Hiding the wound won't do any good. The captain murmured, It's just a scratch. I won't die. She hesitated, replying, You might not fall, but that doesn't look like just a scratch. She frowned, opening her mouth to scold. You really only have strength but no brains. Honestly, the captain lost patience. Enough. Hurry up, Renee. Suddenly, those green-skinned monsters all raised their heads. They spotted the 2 of them. Suddenly, red lightning flashed in the sky, which was now dyed bright crimson, creating a scene both creepy and chaotic. The monsters roared, Enemy! It's a spell. Enemy attack. We are under attack. On the hill. Aim for the mage. Renee stood up high, holding her staff to cast magic. As expected, they detected us immediately. The captain lifted his foot, stepping forward. When the spell is complete, release it immediately. The monsters charged forward. Magic! Block it! Kill the human mage. The captain crushed the ground beneath his feet. He spoke. Frontline. Behind. The terrifying back of the captain was Renee casting her spell. She smiled. Her eyes clear. She cast a spell that looked sophisticated. Just like always. Let's make it spectacular. Blinding rays of light shone straight at the monsters, forcing them to shield their eyes while screaming. The captain stood with blazing spirit up high. Red lightning and flames erupted at the same time. Its name is Flame Realm. Massive. Flames rose up, incinerating everything. After cleaning up the monsters, she turned to leave. Success. Now let's retreat immediately. The captain replied. Go ahead first, Renee. Renee was surprised. What are you saying? The captain's face turned serious and contemplative. The captain spoke. You go back and take command. But she bluntly replied. I can't go back yet. The captain continued. That guy. Amidst his words, a figure glided through the burning fire. Long silvery white hair, muscular biceps, gray skin like cement. The captain didn't stop. It is the gatekeeper. Just as the captain finished, a monster with a huge, muscular body appeared, holding an axe, eyes glowing like car headlights, a large scar across his torso. The captain seemed wary, gripping his sword hilt tight. Killing him is worth more than 1,000 low-level orcs. May shouted to stop him. You are not in your best condition. That is the gatekeeper of the primal core. The captain interrupted. I told you. The captain determinedly pulled out a huge-ass axe. I will not fall. Renee continued to object. I know, but still. Renee stepped forward, clutching the captain's cloak. She leaned, head against his back, choking up. If you die, everything ends, cat. The captain replied. Do not worry. I will win. She sighed. Phew. Meanwhile, that monster rushed forward. May stood in front of the captain, their bodies pressed together. She held her staff, determined. Then, let's win and return together. The captain glanced at her. If things don't go smoothly, I will use that. So you go first. She looked, frowning. I will never let you use that. We just need to win, right? The captain was slightly surprised but didn't refuse. Heh, all right, then. A sound of impact against the rocky ground. That black figure charged up. At the same time, both of them got into attack stance. The captain continued. I will use full power right from the start. Swallow was chewing something, mouth full, and uttered a sound. Oh, that red human. Isn't bad, Swallow praised, looking into the magic mirror like the witch in Snow White. The skull-headed skeleton also spoke up. So in your eyes, does he seem experienced? Right, boss? He must be quite good. Meizu, are you watching? Suddenly he asked Meizu next to him. She snapped. Don't talk to me, you traitorous skeleton. That human comes from the Empire. He is known as the Dragon Slayer. They discussed the captain. Ooh, that female human too. She uses magic quite well. Someone praised Renee. No, not that mage. Ah, forget it. The girl with white hair named Renee looked delighted and admiring. Renee is moved. Even for a lowly human, surely he understands romance. A man and a woman relying on each other in adversity. Love blooms from there. Renee's face turned cheerfully to ask, What do you think, Sir Swallow? Her expression changed after noticing Swallow's silence. She growled. Huh? Huh? I asked what you think, Sir Swallow? Huh? Huh? Swallow trembled in fear. Wait, wait. Renee continued. Love blooming on the battlefield. Deep, passionate between a man and a woman.
Swallow shouted. I'm sorry.
I'm the one who should apologize, Renee. Swallow was exhausted, sweating profusely. Popcorn. I think. I'm sick of popcorn. All three remaining people laughed awkwardly, helpless. Chapter 81. Flames quickly engulfed a large area of the camp, burning fiercely. The monsters were in total chaos, screaming. At a large tent not far away, a grotesque large hand reached out, looking at the fire outside and speaking. Just as the commander said, they really came here, but I didn't expect everything to be so accurate. As he finished the sentence, a figure behind him was revealed, both huge and ferocious. Turned and respectfully asked the man inside, So what will you do now? That guy asked, Is everything prepared? He replied, I did exactly as you instructed. Hearing the confirmation, the man raised his sword with one hand and ordered, Good, let's move out. Scene change. On the other side, Agria watched the two generals of her side and the enemy fighting chaotically with dissatisfaction. My brain, I can't understand this. Bartrich, beside her, continued, What do you mean? Must have seen the true strength of the orcs when arriving at the battlefield. And so, he must have also realized they cannot stop this with just their forces. Bartrich continued, From the start, this was a battle where simply whoever had more troops would win. However, the orcs had built fortresses beforehand so reinforcements would have a place to rest upon arrival. Hearing Bartrich explained. Renee got bored. Bartrich continued as if chanting a spell. Anyway, since they are resting, it's likely they organized forces near the humans to spread fear. Numerical advantage alone is enough for the lowly humans to surrender. Bartrich analyzed while observing the two in front. That is why that human stayed behind to defeat the gatekeeper of the cave and boost morale, and to deal a significant blow to the orc forces to delay their all-out attack, even for just one day. Hearing that, Agria realized, he looks like a muscle brain, but he is surprisingly smart. However, at that moment, the Death Knight denied his own argument with a sharper perspective. That is not entirely correct either. As a warrior, staying to fight is a noble choice. But as a commander, it is an absurdly stupid move. Agria wondered, what do you mean? Bartrich explained, that human underestimated Kara too much. It's not good for a commander to stray too far from the garrison. Right, master? Swallow startled. I wasn't sleeping. Bartrich could only sigh in resignation. At this time, the commander was able to finish it. He turned to look at his teammate. Phew, are you okay, Renee? The girl replied, wow, as expected of the gatekeeper. My mana is almost depleted. The man said, can you still use healing? Once that fire dies down, they will flock to us. Hold them off and retreat fast. The girl quickly replied, yes, I know. As if seeing something, he suddenly stopped speaking. Then get ready. Looking at the empty clearing in front of them, they wondered, what the? The teammate looked on in horror.
Impossible.
While we were fighting here, did they attack the main base without a commander? The commander spoke urgently. Damn it, I didn't expect them to use the gatekeeper as bait. We need to hurry. When the two turned, only ruins remained before them. Fire raged everywhere. In front of him lay the corpses of thousands of soldiers. The monster saw the two and turned like hungry tigers, screaming, there are humans. Looks like he uses magic. Kill him. The commander ground his teeth in fury. You damn wretched orcs. Saying that, he charged like a moth to a flame, not forgetting to remind his teammate behind. Don't fall behind, Renee. Renee panicked. Captain Cat, please calm down. At the moment she was very confused. Oh no, he's losing his mind from guilt. He was already injured and weakened from the battle with the gatekeeper. Cat didn't listen. A word, just shouting loudly, Renee, now I will go to the Lord's place. You retreat with the civilians and knights. Renee was terrified. But what about you, Captain? Cat just said, I will be fine. Right now I am not the one they need. You can save many lives, Vice Captain Renee. She bit lip. If you die, I will never forgive you, Cat. Saying that, she flew away. Cat stayed behind on the battlefield, facing them alone. He spoke calmly, listen here, you orcs, because I cannot die, you will die in my place. After taking down all the monsters, he followed the signal on his device closer to the Lord's location. Damn it! Of all the squad captains, only one signal is active. Did they die fighting the orcs on their way here? There is something extremely wrong. Was there a flaw in the night raid operation? Or perhaps, from the very beginning, cut flash, back, it wasn't just that the orcs counterattacked well. I will take responsibility for this entire operation. Now arriving at the Great Gate, he kicked the door open with one strike. Is any squad still alive? But awaiting him was the enemy general sitting leisurely after slaughtering the squad inside. Ah, you've arrived? A bit late, though. Just a moment ago there was still a survivor. They were kind enough to snap his neck for us. Our holy knights. I did the same to this one. Cat flared up in rage. You bastard! How dare you? The other guy remained calm. Oh, that must be the thing I've only heard rumors about. Is that the red dragon armor? Let's test it out a bit. That armor of yours is among the 36 masterpieces of the Holy See. Let's see. Which one is stronger?